Spectrovision Radio.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
All right, it looks like we are live. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Somewhere in the Skies Live. I am your host, Ryan Sprague, and today we're going to be talking about something that probably a lot of you are familiar with, but if you're not, we will try to catch you up to speed. It is the 25th anniversary of the Alien Autopsy film, and I've got a funny story about my first time seeing it. I know my guest will today, so without further ado, I'm going to bring him in. You know him best from Rogue Planet and the Unknown podcast, my buddy, my colleague, Jason McClellan. How you doing, man?
Hey. I'm wonderful, Ryan. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I reached out to you, what was it, yesterday, about doing this?
Yesterday,
so, Yeah. That's just like me, right? To give you so much time to prepare. Yeah.
That's how it goes.
I know.
Well, no worries,
I guess
man. We roll with it.
We do. And we make it work. Speaking of making it work, for those of you watching on Facebook, I literally just pushed send on this. Let's see if it goes. Yes, if you're on Facebook and you want your comments to be seen today, click that link that I just put on the Facebook feed, and it gives us access to your comments, so we can put it right up on the screen here. If you're watching on YouTube, you know it's right there on the right-hand side. Put your comments there. Hopefully we'll see them. I see them pouring in already, so this is going to be fun. But before we talk about the main part of this, Jason, the Alien Autopsy, I got to talk to you about your latest episode of the Unknown podcast. I listened to it last night. And look, it's something that a lot of us don't think about, and was a huge hypothetical some 20, 30 years ago, but it's becoming a reality. So I want to get it from you. You wrote a huge expose or article on this for Open Minds magazine in the past, but it's space law. So tell us a little about this most recent episode.
Yeah, so space law is something that's fascinated me for a long time because I'm a space geek, and you know, space is really the Wild West. And you think about all of these, you know, private companies in this modern space race we're in, where private companies want to go into space and set up bases and mine asteroids and the moon and other celestial bodies for resources. And you know, really, we know on Earth, there's all sorts of regulations regarding business activities. So talk about going into space. Who owns space? Who owns the moon? Who owns asteroids? So these are all fun questions. And existing space law, the way it exists right now, you know, it was formulated back in the 60s, back during the original space race. And back then, space was, you know, it was thought of as this science fiction type thing. Like, yeah, we were going into space, but a lot of the things being contemplated were thought of as these far off things that were never going to happen, or were going to happen far in the future. So we don't need to worry about them now. So, you know, there's a lot of ambiguities when it comes to space law, to laws in space. And we're also dealing with a lot of different countries. Right. I mean, we have enough issues getting people here on Earth to follow, you know, shared laws. And when it comes to space, how do we get all countries on board to follow the same laws when it comes to space? And that's proving to be a problem, right? Because now we do have companies like getting really close to mining asteroids for resources. And the current space law, all space law, is primarily based off the Outer Space Treaty, which was created in 1967. And, you know, not every country signed on to this treaty. Not every country adheres to this treaty. And in recent years, other countries, and the United States notably, has basically said, you know what? We see your treaty. That's all fine and good, but we're entitled Americans and we don't recognize your treaty. Like, you have fun with that. We're going to go do our own thing. We don't recognize that space is for the greater good, for, you know, viewed as an international commons. We're Americans, so we have the right to take and own resources from space. So that's causing some problems. And there's been a recent outcry asking the UN to step in, basically, and take the lead on trying to establish some form of uniform international regulations that everybody can agree to and abide by. It's tough. Space is the Wild West. And again, I mean, even with the laws, who's going to enforce them? Right? I mean, unless you want to believe that there is a secret military in space right now and they have the ability to like zoom and shoot people for doing bad things. Like, they're not really going to be able to like be space police and go and enforce laws in space. I mean, people are going to do what they're going to do. It's a crazy, wild time right now, and people are kind of making things up as they go.
Right. And I think that's the big part of it is every country has their own agendas and motives when it comes to trying to draft these laws. And, like you mentioned in the episode, a lot of countries have never been to space. They don't have space programs. Yet what I think is interesting is they do get a say in this. Apparently, when it comes to the UN's involvement, it's good to see the UN doing something.
That's the idea. That's the idea behind this latest push, to give non-spacefaring countries a voice when it comes to establishing these policies that really affect everybody. And going back to the Outer Space Treaty from 1967, that specifically states that, space and activities in space are for the benefit of all humanity. And that's always been the contention here with companies that want to go and make money in space. They want to mine asteroids for resources. They want to mine the moon. How does it benefit all of humanity if a private company is profiting, making money? How is that benefiting all of humanity? Some have made some interesting and creative arguments, but yeah, it's interesting.
Business people are good at making creative arguments.
Yeah.
Well, that's another, exactly. Yeah. It shows good business. The other there's two other things I found really interesting in both the article you wrote and this episode of Unknown. One was this idea of property versus, actually the celestial body, let's say. Let's say you go to the moon. Can you lay stake on the moon as property? So this law was pretty interesting. Would you mind kind of running us through this whole thing, the Moon Treaty? I guess
I'm with you, man. Well, there's certainly the Moon Treaty from 1979, and most people don't pay any attention to it because only a handful of countries really signed on to it. So most people don't view it as being anything worth of note. But when it comes to the Outer Space Treaty touches on this, and we're talking about property ownership in space because, people want to go and lay claim to a piece of property on the moon or a piece of property on Mars. And even now this issue's come up because you've got so many companies out there. You can look online and find companies that will sell you property, sell you deeds to land on Mars and on the moon. And legally, can that be done? And the answer is no. With current space law, with the Outer Space Treaty, it prohibits anybody actually owning a piece or an entire celestial body. But when it comes to structures like bases on the moon or on an asteroid or landing rocket ships or having gas stations or things like that on these bodies, the current law says that that's okay. You can do that. But here's where it gets interesting. So you can own the structure. You don't own the soil beneath it. And that's, again, another strike against people who want to own the minerals, want to mine and own those resources. You can't lay stake to the ground below, but you can own the structure that you put there. But all structures, all like moon buggies, any transportation devices, whatever you have there has to be open and available for any astronaut. So you spend the money and build this, colony or settlement or whatever you want to put up there. That's great. But then you have somebody from another country come knocking on the door. You've got to open it up and let them stay there if they want. It's really weird and makes it very complicated from a business standpoint, right? I mean, if you're trying to operate a hotel or something where you're charging people on Earth to, hundreds of thousands of dollars to come up there and stay in your space hotel. But then an astronaut from another country just come up and you're obligated to let them stay there for free. So kind of interesting. Yeah.
Again, it's just we're stumbling along as we continue to
stumble. It's a good word. Yep.
explore the stars. And the Wild West, I think, is the best way we could possibly put this.
And everybody's just interpreting these things the way they want, and the way that fits their individual motives. So.
Yeah. Well, what I thought was really interesting too is you referenced several books. So there have actually been several books written about this already, which we've had these things going on since like the 60s, 70s. But the fact that like there have been full books and attorneys who've looked at this, interesting. Looks like
space laws are very,
there
very,
you are.
Yep. We glitched for a little bit, but we're back. But space law is a very specialized area. There are people who specialize in this field. And in fact, NASA is currently hiring for a space law attorney, interestingly. But I think back when I first started looking into space law, it was when I was doing research for the article I was writing for Open Minds at the time. And that's when I really loaded up on my space law books. So I added to my library with some good space law books. But, that was a long time ago, and there's certainly many more by now. And I also did some additional research. I think I even wrote about this when I was with To the Stars. So space law has been, again, it's just something that I find incredibly fascinating. It's developing. It's a budding thing, even though it's been around since the 60s. But we're just now seeing people think about this as a serious thing, that because of the current space race and all of the commercial space activities happening right now, this is something that needs to be revisited and revised to, have some working legal framework that actually works.
Right. And here's the thing. Let's say it's implemented. We're all on the same page here on Earth about space law. But then, there's that curveball that could be there. And that's the possibility of extraterrestrials. So again, I want people to go listen to the episode because you get deep into all this. But let's talk a little about, where does ET play into all this? It's one thing for us to create space law on our planet and colonizing and property and drilling, but then like, boom, what if we get to a planet, let's say Mars, and it's already inhabited? Does our space law even count anymore when it comes to another civilization? Yeah. What do you think about all that, Jason?
Yeah, see, these are all big issues that a lot of people spend time thinking about, and things that need to be addressed. But just like we see here on Earth with issues of jurisdiction and extradition, it's a mess. And I mean, bring other planets into it, other worlds, other civilizations. It would be a nightmare. Yeah, if we're on Mars and we lay stake to some area on Mars, or try to establish a colony or a settlement, and there's some native Martians there, they come and say, "Hey, you put this stuff on my land. Sorry, it's mine." What are you gonna do? Can you take them to court in the United States if it's a United States company? Why would Martians even blink an eye at United States law from some civilization on Earth? It's just a complete mess. And I'm glad the UN is involved, because it does need to be an international effort here on our planet when it comes to thinking about these issues and establishing these laws, because it is any sort of intergalactic legal issues that arise are going to affect the entire planet, all of humanity. So it needs to be a unified effort, because we're then on a global scale, a planetary scale when it comes to the laws and the issues. And then, we can't even fathom some of the issues that we'd face. Our laws are written to deal with humans, with people, and we're dealing with issues related to that now here on this planet, where, trying to get some of those laws that specifically only apply to people to apply to animals as well. So then thinking extraterrestrial, it gets wild. And I love reading some of the stuff that even goes down that route, but it's all just thought at this point.
Yeah. Until it becomes real. Right. Yeah. I think it's
super
too
far off.
Right. Exactly. Look at how rapidly we're moving. It's insane. Gary Voorhees is in the chat. He was one of the gentlemen that was first to witness the Tic Tac UFO event. So, he has a lot to sort of to suggest with all this. And he says Space Force. I mean, I remember talking to an Air Force guy recently, and I asked him, hey, why is the Air Force not really getting involved with all this UFO stuff? The Navy is, the Army is. And he told me flat out, we are. We created an entire new branch of the military to deal with this. So now you've got the idea of space law, but then militarizing space too. I mean, did you watch the Netflix series that came out?
I didn't. I had high hopes for it, but I was turned off because of all the negative comments about it. But
I liked it. I watched the whole thing. It was cheesy at first, but it actually got pretty deep and interesting. And it did show you kind of like, all right, new branch of the military. How do we make ourselves known? How do we make ourselves important enough to get the military budget we need as the new Air Force / Space Force? So I thought that was pretty interesting. You know, they were training for battles on the moon, or you know, what would happen if we got there and China already had something there that we didn't know about, and how do you deal with these sort of things? So, you know, for as much as it might have been cheesy and a comedy, I thought they brought up some really interesting stuff that maybe will come true someday. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm hopeful.
I am too. Well, everyone go check out the latest episode of the Unknown podcast to learn more about space law. It's very interesting. But let's see. What else do we got, Jason? We've got, the UAP task force. Now, This is something that we've known about for a while now. It's been making headlines all across the world. So yeah, man, what do you think? I know you're kind of on the side of, you don't think this bill is going to pass necessarily. If I'm mistaken, please correct me. But a lot of people think it's going to pass with flying colors. Some think it's not going to happen. And we're talking about the Senate Intelligence Bill, not necessarily the UAP task force. That's happening. But let's go back for a minute to the bill. What do you make of this bill, and is it going to happen? What do you think?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, everything we know about the task force is really nothing at all. You know, we've been given a sentence or two directly from the Pentagon, and that tells us some general things about what they're going to do. I mean, they want to understand UFOs better, but we still don't know what exactly they're going to do, how they're going to do that, if they're going to work with other agencies. We just know that it's going to be led by the Navy, and that's really it when it comes to the task force. Everything else that people are assuming the task force is going to do is based on the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021 that has been attached to another bill that still has yet to pass the House. And we'll see if that does. The likelihood that it will pass has gone up, but still, because this was attached as an amendment, we can't really see the final wording that was attached. So we don't know if a lot of the stuff about the requested report about UFOs, the assessment of UFOs, is even included. And if it is, if it's been changed at all from what we initially saw in the original comments listed with the Intelligence Authorization Act. So again, we're just doing a lot of assuming. And in that is where we get the comment about information being collected or being given for this report by the task force, but not how the task force is doing that or what the task force specifically is doing. And people keep talking about the task force as this big thing that's going to be this open government giving all the information to the public. Again, we don't have any concrete evidence that is going to be the case. That's all coming, again, from the comments that were listed in this bill that say that this report being requested will be, they want an unclassified version of the report submitted. Mm-hmm. That's nice. That doesn't mean we want to broadcast something in a press release to the public. It just means it's unclassified. There are lots of things unclassified. You know, most things related to UFOs are unclassified, but it takes people like John Greenwald doing strategic and crafty digging with cleverly worded FOIA requests to get those unclassified files released. So again, we don't have any guarantee or even a mention that we're getting information from the task force released to the public. We just go back to the Intelligence Authorization Act in the request for a UFO report, and that report is supposed to be given in an unclassified form. So everything after that is just speculation.
Exactly. Well, okay. So moving to the task force, I guess. What do you think? Are we going to get anything? I mean, again, that unclassified part of this is where we're all excited. Hopefully, maybe we'll get some new videos. Luis Elizondo, Tom DeLonge have sort of teased like there's more to come in terms of like what we're going to be releasing, whether it's through the New York Times, working with them, or their television show, whatever it might be. What is this? Is this Project Blue Book, as someone mentioned in the chat, 2.0, or you think we're actually going to get some information out of this?
So, I mean, I would like to see Project Blue Book 2.0, but from what we've heard of the task force, this is completely different. This isn't a cast your net wide type situation where they're looking into, citing reports from the public, from even the FAA or commercial airliners, commercial pilots. This is specifically looking at the military primarily. There's hints that it's looking at other things as well, but it's primarily looking at military sightings and incursions over military installations, and specifically focused on the Navy. So it's far from Blue Book in that it's not casting a wide net. It doesn't really seem to be wanting to take in a full picture of the UFO mystery. I hope that's not the case. And my biggest hope here, and the biggest positive that I got excited about with the Intelligence Authorization Act, the comments and the request for the report, was this seeming desire that they want to improve communication. They want all these different agencies to communicate on this issue and share information. That's something that doesn't happen. And obviously, if you want to get any sort of answers related to this, you need to be sharing information. But you're dealing with branches of the military. Branches of the military all have their secrets. They've got all of their, individual, projects they're working on. They're not necessarily going to be very excited to share all that with other branches. I mean, yes, we're all on the same team, but at the same time, they're their own branches, and that's number one. So it'll be interesting to see. I want to see the communication lines improve. I want to see them establish, a formal way of these different organizations communicating with each other, sharing that information, and assigning somebody to head that up, to be responsible for making sure this information gets shared. And then, hopefully we can get some answers from that. But it's a long shot. Been down this road before, and that's something that frustrates me with the task force. I mean, I hope they're looking at history and seeing what has been done before, seeing what didn't work before, and trying to overcome those hurdles and get beyond, what Blue Book accomplished. I mean, that there are lots of roadblocks here, and I hope they can achieve something that's worthwhile. But as you know, Ryan, I always say I support people doing all the things all the time. So good on them.
Of transparency too. I mean, this is an opportunity for the public to trust our government again when it comes to this topic. So I'm hoping that we can build that relationship again. I think that's what people like Luis Elizondo are trying to do, is like show the public that you can trust the government, you can trust the military. Completely, never going to happen, but it's a start. And I think the other really good thing you brought up is this idea of the intelligence agencies kind of coming together and figuring this out together rather than stovepiping and having different agendas in terms of what they're going to do with this information or how it can be implemented into certain branches of the military or stuff like that. So, if anything, hopefully this will build a trust between us and a government who a lot of people think have lied to them for 70 plus years on the UFO topic. So, we'll see what happens.
We'll see, but it is interesting, the push to change the narrative, change the mindset when it comes to military and UFOs. Yet some of the people leading that charge are saying, look, the military screwed all this up. The military is hiding all this information. Military what didn't work, when it came to this effort. So we left the military. Yet military is good. Let's get back and have the military facilitate all of this. So.
Yeah. I love this by Audrey. She says, perhaps the release of new information will come in the form of the new animated X-Files comedy. So for those of you who don't know, Jason was the first to actually pick this up and put it out to the Twitter sphere from what I saw. Fox is possibly developing an animated X-Files show. Jason, what do you think, man? Are you going to watch it? What can we expect from this? I know it's super early.
Well, if it does come to fruition, of course I'll watch it. How many episodes? That's to be seen. Yeah. But going into it, again, with anything UFOs, you have to know what you're going into from the start. And if it's not something, knowing what going into it, if it's not something that would ordinarily appeal to you, don't bother with it. You're just going to be frustrated. But I think if you've been in the UFO field long enough, and I don't know, you just learn to not take yourself too seriously, first of all. Number two, don't take the subject of UFOs too seriously. Yes, it's a serious issue, but you got to be able to laugh at it too and have some fun. I mean, this is not only our serious passion, but it's also our entertainment. It's a subject that we're passionate about. It's a subject we like. So I like it in entertainment form as well. Now, when it comes to the X-Files animated show, it sounds like it could be really bad, because this is the way they build it is these are like flunky agents who take the cases that like even Mulder won't take. So it sounds like it's going to be really bad, but I like the X-Files. I like UFOs. I like paranormal stuff. So I'll give it a chance. I need some mindless humor these days.
We all do. And if the Simpsons episode, what is it? Horror Nights or whatever they do. Treehouse of Horror.
Treehouse of Horror. Mm-hmm.
Their X-Files episode was freaking awesome. So if it's anything like that, I'm totally gonna watch. Gary Voorhees says the what was it? The reboot of the X-Files was horrible, so he doesn't have much faith in whatever comes next. I'd have to agree with Gary on that one, unfortunately. But I guess moving on to the main event of the day, what we're here to really talk about. Man, we've been going for almost 28 minutes now, and we haven't even touched on it. So let's do it.
Well, we'll have to wait till next time.
Yeah, to be continued. Bye, guys. We're going to be talking about the alien autopsy. Let's see if this works. Oh, there we go.
I see it. Good job, Ryan.
Awesome. Technology. I'm trying to get better at it. These images probably bring back nightmares to a lot of you like it did me. This is from the Alien Autopsy film, originally aired on Fox in 1995. With host Jonathan Frakes, I believe it was, from Star Trek. Yeah. Dude, I don't remember. So 95, I was 12 at the time, and I had just had my UFO sighting like months prior to this thing coming out. So I was still very new. Dang. I know. And I was terrified, man, when I first saw it. I remember sitting down with my parents, talking to my dad about like UFOs, and we have to watch this thing tonight. And we started watching it in like 20 minutes in. I was like too scared to keep watching it.
Yeah, dude, so definitely.
It's like when JFK was shot and we learned the news. I have to ask Jason, where were you when the alien autopsy first came into your personal zeitgeist, I guess?
So I was in high school, but I remember it was big news. It really was. I mean, it made this random splash, and I remember seeing them teasing it in.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and I want to tell you about something that feels like it was specifically made for us. Those of us who have followed every UFO headline, every whistleblower, every UFO sighting and close encounter that literally defined the past year in UFOs. And that is Anomalous Cards. Anomalous cards are a one-of-a-kind collectible series, capturing the top 100 UAP and UFO stories of 2025. Preserved, documented, and brought to life in a format you can actually hold in your hands. We're talking about 100 uniquely designed trading cards, each one representing a pivotal moment in the unfolding UAP conversation. Every single card is individually serial numbered, making each piece of art a limited historical archive. Not just a collectible, but a timestamp of disclosure in motion. And here's where it gets even more exciting. You can collect the full story your way. Grab a complete factory set and own the entire timeline of 2025. Or dive into the thrill of discovery with cello packs and boxes, each containing the chance to uncover exclusive Heroes of Truth insert cards, spotlighting the individuals pushing this mystery into the light. This isn't just memorabilia, it's a curated record of one of the most important years in UAP history. Head over to letsgetanomalous.com right now to grab your set or packs. And for Somewhere in the Skies listeners, you get an exclusive promo code right now for 15% off your order. That promo code is Somewhere15. Again, go to letsgetanomalous.com and use the promo code Somewhere15 for 15% off your order. Because the UFO story is still unfolding, and now you can collect it all with Anomalous cards.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies. I am your host, Ryan Sprague, and we are not going to waste any time today because we're going to be really running the gamut tonight. UFOs, paranormal, cryptids, Vallee. We've got John Keel. I can't wait to talk to today's guest. I've been meaning to do this for a really long time, and I'm so excited and honored to finally have her here. Zelia Edgar is with us today. Zelia, thank you so much for joining me today on Somewhere in the Skies.
Well, hey, thank you so much for having me on the show. This is just, I'm really excited for tonight. So thank you, really.
Yeah, my pleasure. And I mean, we've been talking off air for a while, and I said, hey, I should probably be recording because we have a lot to talk about. So again, like I said, I don't want to waste either of our time. Let's dive right in. I have to ask, origin story. This is your first time on the show. For any of my listeners, viewers who don't know who Zelia is, tell us a little about how you first got interested in the paranormal, UFOs. Yeah, give us the condensed life story of Zelia, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure thing. Well, it's one of those things where actually I've had a major interest in just kind of the general weird for my entire life. And I blame part of this on my home state of Wisconsin, which of course is kind of known for being just a very weird state. It's got a lot of paranormal history as well as just very strange happenings and of course some fantastic folklore. And I grew up kind of immersed in the folklore, particularly of southwestern Wisconsin, where my mom's family is from. So I got to grow up hearing stories like the macabre true story of Coffee Woods, the murder of Coffee Woods, and other, incredibly weird, but also true stories, such as the mysterious Nodolf incident, where these two kids in the late 1800s actually vanished from inside of their locked home during a rainstorm. Very, very just weird stories. But two, actually, my family has kind of a strong history of weirdness as well. So I got to grow up hearing stories about the old haunted house where my mom grew up. She and her sister had a very bizarre UFO encounter that happened at the time as well. And then even my grandma remembered hearing when she was a girl that one of her neighbors, actually, or a friend of theirs, saw this big hairy arm burst through the window of their home. So that's kind of what I grew up with. And then when I was I gravitated towards being interested in all manner of weird stories and phenomena. And when I was probably 8 years old, actually, my mom, of all people, thought that it would be cool to get me into studying and researching Bigfoot. And so she actually introduced me first to the Patterson-Gimlin footage, because she at the time was thinking that this was kind of just a funny hoax from the 60s and 70s. And then as she started, researching it with me, because of course I latched onto it right away. I was like, this is fantastic. She started noticing too. She's like, oh, this seems like a legitimate phenomenon. So now my mom actually has a major interest in Bigfoot, which I, again, totally latched onto. So I started at that time with a huge interest, mainly in cryptozoology. And so first thing I went to the library and got every single book I could find on the topic. One of them actually happened to be John Keel's Complete Guide to Mysterious Beings, which I think worked its way into my subconscious and manifested years later. And then a major turning point for me, when I was 10 years old, I had the pleasure of meeting Linda Godfrey at one of her book signings. And that was just, again, it was a major, major turning point for me, because there I was a kid, I had an interest in all this weird stuff. Not many people, generally speaking, have a devout interest in this sort of thing. So, my family was very open to it, but as far as anyone else, it was kind of just like, sort of whatever thing. And here is this adult, again, and she's from Wisconsin too, who is actively researching. She has a job in this field, and that meant the world to me to see that. A year later, I met another Wisconsin researcher, Chad Lewis, and I've been probably to, maybe 50 of his book signings over the years. And he is just, he's fantastic too. He's written countless books on the topic. And so those were kind of the major turning points in my life that cemented my interest in the paranormal. And yeah, again, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, that's so cool that you started at such a young age. I mean, yeah. I was the same way. I conducted my first interview with a UFO witness when I was 13. So, wow. You can only imagine, it wasn't easy to kind of talk to friends about this sort of stuff. I remember getting made fun of all the time. If I would bring it up, I would secretly be reading books from the library, like you, about UFOs and Loch Ness Monster and all that good stuff. And so it's so good to know that you found those people to look up to. I was the same way. I had those mentors that kind of guided me along the way and said, it's okay. It's okay to talk about these things and research them, because there are legitimate phenomena happening. So that's pretty cool. Well, I guess my next question would be, okay, so you start researching, and like I said, you're not just a UFO researcher. You've looked into everything, paranormal, cryptids, esoteric, UFOs, but you did become a state director for MUFON. So I have to ask, first of all, how did that happen? I mean, wow, that's a pretty big role to take on for someone, I would assume, of your age. I mean, usually we see these state directors and they've been doing it for 20 something years. So first of all, how'd you get connected with MUFON? Were there any really interesting cases that you investigated that you're willing to share? And then what made you decide to leave the organization, if you're willing to share?
Oh, of course. So yeah, I was affiliated with MUFON for a relatively short time. I actually joined because I attended the Milwaukee Paracon in 2016. They're kind of a long story, but there had been a short story contest that I entered and won. And so I was like, oh, this is fantastic. Got free tickets and everything. And there was a table set up for MUFON. And I had been considering joining for a very long time, because that is kind of taking the leap from research to investigation was what I was looking to do, because I've always been way more research oriented as opposed to investigation, just because I didn't really know exactly how to get started with that. And so, I spoke, I think it was Chase Klotsky was there at that time. And I spoke with her and she was like, yeah, you should join the organization. So I literally went home after the weekend and looked into it and joined. And then it was actually, I took my training for the field investigator course. And then it was, I think, either a year or two later that I actually finalized my paperwork for it. And so, yeah, I joined on. Again, it was a very short time. I think I was a certified field investigator probably for about a year and a half, if I'm remembering correctly. And in that time, I was promoted to assistant state director and then state director very quickly. And I would say that there were some intriguing cases. More often than not, though, the thing that really gets me is to see the effect that this phenomena tends to have on people. And so the one that stands out in my memory there was this guy, and his sighting, I will say, it wasn't anything, you know, it wasn't like the Martians were landing, quote unquote, but you know, he had such an effect from his sighting, and he wished to remain anonymous. So of course I, you know, have never talked about like who he actually was or whatever. But when he finished describing what had happened to him, you know, I went through, and it was very just, you know, it was a pretty far off sighting, but yeah, some strange thing that was unexplained. And I asked him, I was like, well, okay, yeah, you know, this sounds like it wasn't any of our usual suspects for it being some sort of misidentification or natural phenomena. And I was like, but do you have any other questions, you know, before I finalize this interview? And he straight up asked, he was like, so what was it? And it was really seeing that effect on the witness where, you know, there are so many people who, I believe more often than not, more people than not will at some point in their lives have some sort of interaction with the unexplained, whether it's, you know, ghost activity, seeing a cryptid, UFOs, even just ESP phenomena. And I think with many of these people, it really is unexpected, and it can call kind of normal reality into question. And so it was really interesting to kind of see that effect. And he really did simply just want to know what it was that he witnessed. And of course, you know, I had the rather unsatisfactory answer, well, we don't really know. And so that was probably one of the most interesting cases I handled, simply because of, again, the witness effect. So.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I'm all about. Anyone who knows my work knows I am more about the witness than the actual event itself.
Yeah.
And like you said, how it impacts someone's life. And it does in so many different ways. I mean, their belief system, you know, their family dynamics, how they view and perceive the world before and after an event like this. And I think you're right. I think everyone in some way, shape, or form has had a brush with the unknown. I mean, I can't tell you how many people after that, you know, whole New York Times story exploded about UFOs and the Pentagon back in 2017, how many people finally came forward to me and were like, oh yeah, I saw something. And I think that's what it takes, you know, to take these things seriously. There might be someone watching this interview tonight or listening who the thought never crossed their mind, but they said, oh, I'll check this out. And then boom, there's one more person who is going to make these topics normalized. So I think that's awesome. And I think that want and need that the witness had to ask you, what is it? What did I experience? The most responsible answer any investigator can truly give, I believe, is I don't know, because I don't think any of us truly know what is going on. We can try to explain it. We can try to find answers. And hey, if you can, awesome. Like that's case closed. But I mean, I'm sure with MUFON, probably a vast majority of the cases remain unknown because these things are so strange and everything in between. So what made you want to take the leap and kind of move on from that and do your own thing?
A lot of it had to do with, you know, I was kind of developing my own brand of what I wanted to look out for. And so, you know, my current research, I'm really, really interested in, not to say a unified field theory for the paranormal, but kind of. I really like cases that seem to kind of transcend the boundaries that we've put up between these apparently different categories. And so I was, you know, that was kind of where I wanted to head. I didn't want to really be, like, commit myself to any one particular category. And, you know, truthfully, the caseload was a little difficult to handle. At the time that I left, I think Wisconsin only had like 4 or 5 investigators, and a few of them couldn't take cases. So it was quite a responsibility. And you know, the truth is, I was really happy to be part of the organization. I know there's been a lot of stuff that's gone down in the past year with it, which is unfortunate. But no, I think that a lot of the investigators are definitely in it for the right reasons. A lot of them want to know, you know, try and figure out what this phenomenon is. So, you know, I did appreciate my time there, and it just was kind of my time to kind of move on and devote more time to my particular research. So. Right.
And I mean, that research is very unique, and there's definitely some things I really want to dive deep in with you. Some of these people that I know that you've kind of really read up on the literature of what they've brought forward and how to infuse it into your own research and investigations. But before that, I would love to know Zelia's top 3 UFO cases. We live in a world of lists. People love top 5, top 10, boom, boom, boom. So, yeah, what do you have for us? Are there any cases that, whether you've read about or personally investigated, give us your top 3, if you don't mind, Zelia. Take your time.
Okay, I will say this was a difficult question because my top 3 in anything, I'm very indecisive. It's kind of constantly changing. So for today, though, and I will preface this, my top 3 UFO cases, it has mainly to do, in a sense, with kind of this level of absurdity or whimsy. I find that it's really interesting that this comes up so often in these UFO reports. So number 3 is going to be the so-called beer can aliens. Even though technically the witness said that they looked a little bit more like tin cans. Apparently in Long Prairie, Minnesota, in October of 1965, a young man by the name of Jerry Townsend, who, according to all reports, was an honest, decent guy. He was a host of a local radio station, rounded a corner of the road and saw this classic rocket ship in the middle of the road. And his first thought was that no one would believe him, so he wanted to actually tip it over and maintain the evidence. Well, his car shorted out. Long story short, when he got out of the car to get a better look, these little robotic tin can things came out of the rocket and started moving around almost like they were working on the machine. Now, again, this case sounds very absurd, but I find it just intriguing because it's almost so cliche that it seems unreal. And so he drove off and reported it to the police. And apparently there was some trace evidence of this odd oily substance on the ground, but according to some reports, the road was actually paved over shortly thereafter. So rather interesting. My second in the top 3 is going to be the Kelly Hopkinsville encounter, which of course is infamous. It occurred in August of 1955. It's one of my favorites. And I mean, the facts of the case are well known by now. The initial sighting was of this strange classic flying saucer that was shooting out rainbow-colored flames. And this was observed by a man named Billy Ray Taylor. Said saucer apparently dropped into a gully out of sight. He went inside to the Sutton family household. This, of course, occurred in Kentucky. And no one believed him. They thought he was, just joking. Until later that night, when the house was besieged by these little luminous silver goblins, for lack of a better term. And again, this is just one of my all-time favorite cases, simply because it's so weird. You have this very monster-like attack of these hobgoblins coming after the house in waves. Apparently they tried shooting at the beast at point-blank range, and the most they ever did, because of course they could float in the air, because why not, was kind of flip over and run away. I know, right? And the attacks continued through the night. They got the authorities. Of course, they stopped as soon as they were there. The authorities left. They came back. It sounded like sheer madness. And the fact that, too, because of course, as we'll get into a bit later, the connection between fairy lore and UFOs is of huge interest to me. And so even the fact that they were branded as the Kelly Hobgoblins or the Hopkinsville Hobgoblins is just seriously one of my favorite things. But number 1 on my list, and this actually is rather unchanging, is the Simonton encounter. And of course, yes, this is my all-time favorite case. It happened in Eagle River, Wisconsin, which kind of just, ups the fact that it is my, all-time favorite case of UFO contact. And that was in April of 1961. A chicken farmer by the name of Joe Simonton was eating his breakfast when all of a sudden he heard this noise coming from outside his house. He described it as like knobby tires on wet pavement. And looking outside, he saw this really, again, this classic kind of, high mid-century sort of flying object. He said it looked like 2 bowls, this bright, shiny silver. It had exhaust pipes. And it was hovering over his backyard. And so, like any, sane person, I guess, he walked outside really close to it for a closer look. And this hatch opened up in the side of the object. And he said that there were 3 short men who he claimed looked like Italians inside the object. And one of them, who he assumed was the leader of the bunch, he claimed that his pants had like a jogger stripe down the side, which is just, again, one of these incredibly strange and bizarre details, came to the opening, the hatch in the object, and gave him this little chalice or cup of some sort that was of the same bright silver material as the saucer. And somehow Simon Tin claimed that he realized that they needed water. And whether this was telepathic communication or just body language, whether maybe they didn't even need water and he just assumed they did, I don't really know. But so Simon Tin, apparently completely nonplussed by this whole thing, walked back to the house, got him some water, and came back. And when he gave the entity the water, he said that he looked in and saw what he described as one of these entities cooking something over a flameless grill. And so apparently the lead entity took his interest for a desire for samples, and Simon Tin was indeed given these, as they have come to be called, alien pancakes.
To him. Then I looked up and I handed the jug up with both hands, and I had that same look in his eyes, a sort of a penetrating look. And when he took the water, I balanced myself with this hand against the machine, and I stepped back a few steps. And then with that, he set the jug down, and he gave me a salute with the back of his hand, a gesture of thanks, I presume. And then, well, I gave him my salute. What am I going to do? So I noticed this little man, same size of a man, right to the right side of the hatchway, cooking these pancakes, which I have one here yet. He was frying these pancakes, and I pointed to him and made a gesture like eating. I thought maybe I'd get a conversation out of him. Nobody was saying anything. But he didn't say a word. He just reached over and he got a handful of them, 4 of them, and he handed them down to me. And they were hot and greasy. And this man cooking these pancakes, it was on a square grill-like concern. I couldn't see any flame, but it seemed to be very hot. There was smoke coming from it. And if that was their food, God help them, because I took a bite of one of them, and it tasted like a piece of cardboard. And if that's what they lived on, no wonder they're small. And with that, he reached up and he closed his hatch with a heavy thud click like when it latched. And you couldn't a bit more see where that hatch was, and you could see a hole in my hand. And with that, the thing started to raise, just like it came down. Everything was timed perfect. It went up about 20 feet. It tilted at 45 degrees, straight south, and shot off. And within 2 or 3 seconds, it was out of sight. Well, there I stood in the driveway with a handful of greasy pancakes, my mouth open, wondering what the heck I saw, what had happened.
I love this case so much.
It's amazing. Yeah.
And this, again, just leads so into all of the fairy lore stuff, because I know Vallee talked about this case extensively. And it's hilarious, but actually in The Edge of Reality, that compendium of some of his discussions with Jalen Hynek, he mentioned the Simonton encounter, and Hynek didn't really remember what it was, and so he kind of kept explaining, and Hynek goes, "Oh, the gentleman in Wisconsin with the pancakes."
Yeah. And here's the thing. I mean, he tried them. Am I right? Yeah. Simonton actually tried. What did he have to say about these interstellar pancakes?
Well, and first of all, too, barring any concerns of alien viruses or radiation or anything, yes, he did indeed. He sent a few off for analysis, which was interesting.
Yeah.
And he tried one, and his verdict was that they tasted like cardboard.
All right. So not the best breakfast cooks out there.
Unfortunately not. I will be an interstellar pancake cafe anytime soon, I guess.
Not anytime. I know. That's unfortunate. But hey, they got better stuff to do, apparently. Well, let's touch on that. Okay, pancakes. Yeah, not pancakes specifically, but artifacts. I know this is something that you've looked at in the past, or gifting is another term that we've heard in the field as well. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Things that are either exchanged during these really absurd encounters with occupants from said UFOs, or we've even heard these theories of gifting us technology and knowledge through either abduction cases or crashes. Even, I mean, there's people out there that believe they purposefully crashed some of their craft on our planet so that we could try to reverse engineer the technology and come to understand it. I don't know how much I personally buy into something like that, but Zelia, I'd love to get your thoughts on this whole thing of the artifacts that these beings often leave behind. Why do you think this happens?
You know, it's intriguing because, I, for one, I believe, first of all, that there is more than one right answer to many of the questions posed by any different apparent type of paranormal phenomena, and the UFO phenomenon is no exception to that. So I don't discount the concept that there may be actual, genuine, physical extraterrestrial beings traveling in interplanetary vehicles. I think that the vast majority of sightings may be something different entirely. And, honestly, the artifacts given to people by these occupants or so-called occupants sometimes prove to be really good evidence of that. In the case of Simonton's infamous pancakes, it's amazing. When I first read this case and I heard the verdict by the Food and Drug Administration that the pancakes were composed entirely of terrestrial ingredients, my first thought, because I read of this case when I was still looking at all different types of paranormal phenomena as very separate, my knee-jerk reaction was that there was some massive cover-up over these obviously Martian pancakes, to simplify it quite a bit. And that obviously they weren't made of terrestrial ingredients and it was a cover-up. As time has gone on, however, because indeed the pancakes were analyzed to have been made out of buckwheat hulls, a substance like Crisco, and I think bran or something like that, and they were all perfectly terrestrial ingredients. The way that I look at things now, I think that this is evidence that some encounters with UFOs, some encounters with cryptids, some encounters with ghosts may be sort of the same phenomena, that these are just simply manifestations of something that we don't yet understand, something that's been with us for a very, very long time. And especially, too, if to look into this pancake even further, Vallee pointed out the comparison between that and fairy lore, even down to the buckwheat hulls. There are actual folkloric accounts of very similar cakes literally being given to people by the fairies. There was an account from the 1600s that involved what was believed to be a demonic possession that started, surprisingly enough, with a pancake, an unleavened cake. And even the Icelandic elves, I believe, have connections to pancakes. But enough about pancakes. As far as other artifacts, Keel really nailed down in Operation Trojan Horse. He called it the artifact game. And, well, again, I don't really discount anything. I think that there is the potential for, like you were saying, maybe there are even genuine vehicles that have crashed. Maybe there are genuine artifacts that have been given to people from these other intelligences. However, I think in the vast majority of these cases, it is unfortunately almost kind of a trickster-like element. You have, again, Simonton's pancake is a perfect example. You have something that's supposed to be extraterrestrial, turns out to be terrestrial. There are other cases where metals that are supposed to be some sort of fancy space metal end up simply being common earth alloys. There was a case from West Virginia, I believe in the 30s, where a man walked into what appeared to be some sort of strange crashed object, and he actually took part of it. And later in the night, this guy who looked like a soldier from World War I actually showed up at his door and demanded that he hand over the evidence. And if you go into abduction scenarios, Betty Hill was given a book that apparently would confirm her experience. And of course, this was regained through regression hypnosis, which is, a lot of people have a lot of different ways of thinking about that. And then at the last moment, it was taken away. I feel like in many of these cases, it is just evidence of this very trickster-like element. We're given things that are then taken away or contradict the claims by the witness. So I think there's an overwhelming aspect of that throughout many of these cases where evidence is presented.
Yeah, you're right. The trickster element just seems to play such a big role. And then, when you add every layer on top of that, whether it's, cultural perception of an experience. I know for me personally, I've interviewed hundreds of people who have claimed close encounters or claimed abduction experiences. And some of them took it as a spiritual or miraculous experience. It was angelic. And then others say it was demonic and it was terrible and scary. And others just straight up said, nah, man, like that was a gray alien abducting me from the Pleiades system. I don't know. So I think it's fascinating how much that culture plays a big role in all this. And like you mentioned, Vallee has dug so deeply into all this in Passport to Magonia and Messengers of Deception, which I know is a book you really love. So what did you take away from that book with Vallee? I know we have a lot of students at Vallee probably watching this. What do you take away most from Vallee's work? I guess so.
Boy, that's a hefty question.
I know. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. The first probably the first thing that occurred to me when I first started reading Vallee's work was the connection between UFOs, of course, and fairy lore. But even more than that, there's the connection between UFOs and all types of belief in, contact with other intelligences, whether it is demonic, whether it is, religious even. And so those patterns were very apparent in his work. So that's probably like the first thing that occurred to me. But then Messengers of Deception, I do absolutely. I mean, honestly, Passport to Magonia and Messengers of Deception are tied for my favorite Vallee book. And that one, when I first read it, it really all tied in this concept that, there is a genuine phenomena happening. And I think that it has been completely, not necessarily ignored, but it's always been relegated kind of to the fringe. It's something that is so integral to the human experience, not simply UFOs, but just the paranormal in general. And unfortunately, this really integral part of the human experience, so often it's kind of just, it's trivialized a little bit. And I really took that away from Messengers of Deception, that this is a cultural issue that we need to work out, that it is something that, I personally feel that there is definitely a reflective nature to paranormal phenomena. And I think that, especially with UFOs, there's a cultural give and take. And that as much as we are giving some of our, we're almost clothing the phenomenon in our beliefs of the time, I think that the phenomenon does go out of its way to confirm certain aspects of that. For what purpose, I don't really know. I don't know if there is genuinely a purpose, or if it is just the workings of some sort of, maybe even play of consciousness that we don't completely understand. And Messengers of Deception really kind of clarified that for me, especially that last chapter where he starts delving into some of the synchronicities that played out in his life. It just, it's intriguing, because I know John Keel, another of my favorites, definitely talked about that too, how it seems like the phenomenon starts taking an interest in people who have an interest in it. So, yeah.
Yeah. I pulled a quote from Keel that I actually put in the intro of my book. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. It's, if you could look far enough into the empty sky, you would be able to see the back of your own head. And that just, when I read that one line, it spoke to me so much personally, because I was like, hell yeah, man. Like, this, whatever this stuff is we're dealing with, it is so reflective of us as human beings. And, it's like a dance. I really feel like it's a dance between us and these phenomena. And we bring just as much to it as they do. At times, I could be completely off on that. But tell us about Keel. I mean, this is another one of your big heroes in the field from the work that I've seen you do. Eighth Tower, obviously, is the big one, right?
Oh, yeah. I have to tell you, because, again, I read Strange Creatures from Time and Space when I was probably 8 or 9. And I did not even realize, I just thought it was another cryptid book, and so it was years later. I didn't know who Keel was. I read so many books at that time. It was just in the back catalog of things I had read when I was a kid. And years later, I'm reading, Strange, I think it's now called the Complete Guide to Mysterious Beings. It's been published under a few different titles. And I'm like, holy smokes, because this was kind of like my holy grail. I had remembered this fantastic cryptid book, and I only remembered a few different key parts of it. And I'd spent years looking for it. And all of a sudden I'm reading, John Keel's The Complete Guide to Mysterious Beings. I'm like, this is it. So it was years later that I realized I'd actually read him as a kid. But no, my first book consciously that was John Keel was The Mothman Prophecies. And I read that, when I was 16 or 17. And the funny thing is, that is not what really drove home the concept that different types of paranormal phenomena were related for me. That was Operation Trojan Horse, which I read shortly thereafter. But The Eighth Tower, which was what I read after Operation Trojan Horse, I have to tell you, again, the paranormal, it's been a constant for me. I read that book and I had to go on a break for like 2 weeks because, and I found this out much later from my friend Steve Ward, apparently Keel, the thing is with The Eighth Tower is that half of it is fantastic because half of it is just strictly theoretical talk. It's his discussion on his concept of the super spectrum, which is a massive concept for me. And then the other half of it was really depressing. It was almost like Matrix level paranoia, that these other intelligences, literally the Eighth Tower, quote unquote, rules the world. And It was a lot. And so for about 2 weeks, I was just like, okay, you know what? It's fine. You're just going to take a break. You're going to figure things out. Well, years later, my friend Steve Ward told me that apparently the publishers had wanted a hook because the Eighth Tower was mainly stuff that was pulled from the Mothman prophecies before it went to press. And so the publishers still wanted a hook. They didn't just want this theoretical stuff. And so Keel was like, fine, I'll give you a hook. And the hook was this insane Lovecraftian Matrix style terror trip. So, but yeah, now the Eighth Tower is actually one of my favorites. It's probably one of my most often referenced of Keel's books.
That's pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, it was terrifying to read that other aspect of the book. I remember kind of feeling the same way. Like I was like, oh God, no, like this is too much. I can't go that far. And I think it's important too to step away from these things every now and again. I mean, I know you probably have a personal life outside of the paranormal and UFO research, like the rest of us, you know, and it's good to step away because then you gain, I think, a more of an appreciation for what you are doing, what you are diving into. And I think it's healthy too. I mean, if I was UFOs 24/7, I don't know if I would be able to function as a normal adult human being. But I mean, it's hard to when you have people like Keel. This is another quote that you would put in one of your blog posts, which I loved. Keel said, "We cannot name the place where flying saucers and hairy monsters come from, but we do know where they go. The poor slobs literally melt." What does that mean? I don't know how to interpret that quote, but I love it so much. So what does that mean to you?
Well, to me personally, as Keel so eloquently put, it's kind of a reference to the apparently temporal nature of so many of these manifestations, that they seem to genuinely be around for only a short amount of time. And almost once their purpose is served, again, as he so eloquently put, perhaps they melt. Ivan Sanderson actually thought the same thing. Now, I don't know technically if they literally melt or if they simply kind of do meld away. But I think I love that quote so much too. And Keel, his writing style is just, it's killer. I love it so much. But I do think, I do tend to think that a lot of these manifestations are here only for a short amount of time. And I think that they may even be shaped quite a bit by the subconscious or conscious of the witness, or even, you know, if you have a bunch of witnesses, or even the culture of the time. And so, yeah, I think it's a definite reference to the very temporary nature of these manifestations.
Yeah. Well, while we're on that, sort of the temporal nature to all this, being that, let's say there is some sort of string theory between all of these UFOs, the paranormal, cryptids, which I'm completely open to. And this is a discussion I'm having with you tonight that's unlike any we've really done on the show before. So I think people are really going to find this interesting. I don't usually get into a lot of these areas point by point. So I love that I have you here to talk about these things because I've been dying to cover these things. So stone tape theory, is this something you're familiar with? In the world of the supernatural, it's an event, a ghost or a spirit
Oh yes,
sort
now
of
I do know what
playing,
you're talking about.
on loop, like rewinding, playing. So I'd love to know, do you think that goes for all of this? I mean, if we're seeing, let's say, the Phoenix Lights in 1997 in Phoenix, Arizona, is this the first time that UFO event happened, or has it been replaying, you know, in our own time and space? I mean, I know that's a really weird question, but what do you think?
No, I actually love that. And yeah, now that you mentioned that, it kind of is in line with Einstein actually came up for a theory of why dowsing might work. And it was that there's almost like a memory of the Earth, and that the human being acts as a conductor through which then these rods will literally conduct the energy from the memory of the Earth. And again, you know, really interesting, really weird, kind of vague stuff. I think that, again, I think there's more than one right answer to a lot of things. But, you know, you do see a lot of times too with hauntings, where it's almost like there is just kind of a record playing on loop. You know, some people who claim to be able to, you know, they're mediums, or they have the, you know, psychic ability, they claim that they'll walk into a place and it's actually not a ghost or haunting per se. They're just reading the memory or the energies of that area. And it's almost downloading directly into their minds. I think that theory is as good as any, and I do think too that in some of these cases, I could definitely, like even regarding UFOs or cryptids, that could definitely be part of it. I think that there are definitely, many cases where that doesn't seem quite as feasible. But the truth is, one of my only core beliefs, because somewhere between I want to believe and then John Keel's belief is the enemy, that's kind of where I try to stand. But one core belief that I can nail down is that I do believe the world is a lot stranger and more unconventional than we think. So, yeah, I could see that being an explanation for some things.
Yeah, I love that. I think, if we did find all the answers that we seek in this life, I don't think I want that. Personally, I think this journey and just the weirdness of it all is what is most rewarding. I think, and I do think that by the end, it's far stranger than just little green men coming from another planet or the disembodied spirit of someone you loved. I think it goes beyond levels we can even imagine, which is exciting, scary, beautiful, awkward, everything in between. But hey, I think that's what's the beauty of all of this. This is another really cool thing that you're looking into that really never crossed my mind. UFO occupant clothing. I don't think I've ever heard anyone really discuss this. Cases of aliens in overalls or a silver suit or, in armor of some sort. So what is this you're looking into now when it comes to occupants and their clothing?
So this particular aspect, I kind of arrived at it from two very different things. And the one is, aside from the paranormal, I have a major interest actually in like costuming. There's something about, Halloween's been my favorite holiday. That's kind of where it started. I mean, even as a kid, I loved dressing up and things like that. And, as I've grown up, I'm really intrigued by the concept that, how do we portray ourselves? And especially, you see in costuming, it's meant to convey ideas. It's meant to convey the character. And so that interest has always been there. And then I was actually reading about, I did a video on the Flatwoods Monster. And of course, it's by now very, very well known. The Flatwoods Monster was this big, it was kind of almost robotic in nature. And there's a lot of people debating what it actually was. Was it some sort of hold-off psychological experiment from the World Wars? Was it possibly, some sort of monster? Who really knows? But either way, what occurred to me as I was writing about this case is how very robotic the witnesses described this being. And it hit me. I was suddenly like, truthfully, this is what we should be looking for. This is what we should be seeing. If indeed all, UFO sightings and UFO occupant sightings are due to extraterrestrial biological entities. And, then it started occurring to me that on the flip side, when most people report UFO occupants, they are reporting these, things that are wearing no sort of protective gear, no, respiratory equipment. And I know this is a very simplistic view on what could be an incredibly, incredibly advanced civilization. But again, it just kind of stood out to me. And then I started looking at, okay, well, what are they wearing? And time again, you get these encounters that seem a lot more in line with fairy lore. Simonton's, again, is a perfect example. You have these little men wearing black knit caps in the Honeycutt encounter of 1955 in actually Loveland, Ohio, where the frogman was sighted years later. There were the sighting of these three asymmetrical, almost gnome-like creatures, and they were wearing what appeared to be almost like tunics or something like that. So you see these details over and over again. And then, too, the really intriguing thing to me is that you also start seeing trends. Like a big trend in the 60s, you see a lot of these UFO occupants wearing what they described as boiler suits. And so my interest here, because again, I think that there is a huge connection to paranormal phenomena, especially UFO occupants and the subconscious of the witness. However, I think that, this might even be a way to kind of nail down what is something that we are influencing, what is something malleable, what may be a construction or projection that's being shaped by the observer, and what is genuinely something else. So, maybe when we see these trends, is that just the culture of the time kind of shaping these different scenarios, or is it indeed, possibly in the case of these boiler suit entities, is that just the genuine entity right there? And then too, even now today, the gray is definitely the symbol of our time. And another intriguing thing is that a lot of people a lot of abductees and experiencers will even claim that the grays almost appear to be a suit. Not that they're wearing a protective suit, but that they are the suit or they are the drone. So yeah, this is just one little tiny aspect of the phenomenon that is just incredibly intriguing to me.
Yeah, and I think I remember in Communion with Whitley Strieber or Travis Walton with Fire in the Sky, both claimed that these were suits of some sort, that the actual entity was within it, which was very fascinating that both would claim such things. That's really interesting. I know there are certain researchers out there who have looked at the different symbols that people have claimed to have seen on these suits and trying to find patterns with that. But again, I think you're right. There's such a trickster element to all of this, and ties to folklore and the fairy folk like trickster element to that. So I love it. I love how these phenomena just always keep us on our toes and love to mess with us because we deserve it. I think we do. That being said, I got to ask you about Ivan T. Sanderson, another one of the people that you really look up to. And this really interesting resurgence, I think, in the last year or so of the UFO research community looking at USOs. You know, these UFOs that seem to either come out of or go into the water. I mean, a couple weeks ago in Hawaii, there was a big case where something went into the water and then came back out. And we're hearing rumors that this Pentagon task force has photos of a craft emerging from the ocean. I mean, it's crazy. And it just adds another layer to all of this is the water. Have you ever come across any cases out in Wisconsin with lakes or bodies of water and UFOs? Yeah, what do you think of all of that stuff?
Well, there is a definite connection, I would say, especially with UFOs in the water. And again, too, this even traverses the boundary for all paranormal phenomena. But yeah, Wisconsin, I know that I believe it's Lake Superior is supposed there's kind of an almost urban legend that there's a base in Lake Superior. And there have been sightings, you know, in any of the Great Lakes of things going into or coming out of the water. And yeah, no, Ivan T. Sanderson, because he really did nail that down in Invisible Residence. And he's just intriguing because, of course, he was a naturalist, first and foremost. And you can definitely see that trailing through all of his writings. And so even if, you know, I don't agree with a lot of the conclusions that he necessarily came to, but I love the logic by which he arrived at them. And his research was definitely groundbreaking. But no, in Invisible Residence, he really propounded the concept that, you know, it's true. The bodies of water on our planet, I mean, the oceans are just unfathomably unexplored even today. And so he propounded this concept that, you know, there could have been kind of concurrent evolution and that there may be some sort of highly advanced civilization literally in our oceans, kind of right under our noses, so to speak. And it is true, there's, you know, a huge connection to water and sightings of UFOs, and again, USOs as they're known then. And I think the intriguing thing to me is, you know, almost when does it stop being a UFO? I think it was Sanderson who, when someone asked if he believed in UFOs, he said, I didn't know they did fly, you know. And that is the intriguing concept, is it's like we do have these things that are spotted in the waters. We still label them as UFOs, and of course some of them do take off then. So I guess that makes sense. But yeah, no, his other research too into kind of like biological UFOs is a major interest of mine as well, and that he really discussed in Uninvited Visitors. So.
Right. I would love if you wouldn't mind kind of sharing that idea of biological UFOs. We've heard of these things kind of being living organisms in our skies. Yeah. So yeah, if you don't mind expounding on that a little bit.
Yeah, sure thing. So pretty much, and this interest in particular was kicked off by a personal experience I had. It was many years ago. My mom and sisters and I were watching a lunar eclipse, actually. And off on the horizon, we saw these, they can only be described as almost looking like these kind of amoeba type objects. I know it sounds very strange, but it was just, and they were, you know, really like moving quickly kind of along the horizon line. They almost looked bioluminescent. Yeah, just amoeba type objects. And we watched them for, I want to say maybe 20 minutes, half an hour while the eclipse was going on. And so that kicked off a major interest. I started looking up, you know, what could this possibly be, thinking maybe it was even atmospheric phenomena or something like that. And as it turns out, there are many people who have described things that appear to almost be organic objects up in our skies. And Ivan Sanderson, the thing is, and you can always tell that he really does kind of trace from the background of being a biologist, because man, he really, in Uninvited Visitors, he kind of does take it to the absolute limit. And the terrible thing is you can follow his logic all the way to him describing how there may be amoeba ships from other planets carrying other biological life forms. Now, I'm not going to go that far, but I do believe that there's enough room. Again, there's so much room, even on our planet, for things to exist that we currently don't know about. And so, I think that there's the potential that there may be these organisms very much unlike life as we understand it, living in our upper atmospheres.
It's so fascinating. And I know the oceans hold so many mysteries that I think we should be exploring more than we are the outer reaches of space, for sure. So it's so good to see, NASA, which we usually think of as going out into space, doing so much more work in looking at our oceans and the climate and all these issues we have on our planet that we only have one of until we start colonizing Mars or the moon or what have you. So no, I think you're right. I think we've only scratched the surface of these phenomena here on the ground and up in space, but below I think is where it's really at. So I hope you keep going down that path.
I'm almost scared to see what they come up with, but
I know.
I've read too much H.P. Lovecraft, man,
That's totally fair. Well, I just read something yesterday where a scientist was claiming that, oh my gosh, where was it? Europa or, oh God, it's escaping me right now, where they said they were octopus-like aliens on the moon or the planet, and that just freaked me out. I hate tentacled things. So if that's what aliens end up being, or these heptapods from Arrival, I'm done for. I don't want anything to do with it.
For some reason, I don't have very many recurrent dreams, but some of them always involve giant squids, and I am like simultaneously, I actually love like the concept of octopus. They're very interesting creatures. They have high level of intelligence. But man, oh my gosh, they also just freak me out.
Yeah, I blame Lovecraft. He started all of it.
It's true. True.
I think kind of Zelia, and I know my internet's being a little wonky. I will edit this all to be smooth. I apologize.
It's all right.
Let's see. I just have a few more questions, if that's cool.
Yeah, totally.
Awesome.
This is awesome, by the way. So yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Again, I don't like it to just be like the same song and dance over and over. But let's see. Okay, here we go. Terminology and language plays such a big role in all of this. How a certain witness interprets an experience and how they convey it to other people through the language that they know and have been conditioned to use. That's always fascinated me as well. And one of the big terms is UFO. And within the last couple of years, it's completely been changed to UAP. So as a UFO researcher and someone who's been in this for a while, do you care about the difference between these two? Are they different to you personally? And what should people be using, in your opinion?
For the most part, I think that when people say either one, they're referring to the same concept, if that makes sense. Yeah. Now, technically, I know that UAP, it does encapsulate a lot more. Because again, in Sanderson, I think even Vallee have both kind of been on the bandwagon, at least in some of their books, that a lot of these things, they don't seem to fly. And, it's kind of even up in the air as to whether or not they are technically objects or, just simply, again, like a phenomenon. So, technically, on that basis, I do prefer the term UAP. I will say that I pretty much almost exclusively, when I'm talking or doing videos, use the term UFO simply because that's the more general term. Honestly, though, I've listened to some of Keel's interviews, and he legitimately called them UFOs, which I feel like is pretty fantastic, too, because then you're using, the general term, but you're still just kind of calling it its own thing. So I've almost considered doing that, but I haven't committed to it so far.
Yeah, I believe, the proper term is UFO. And we have to remember, too, like UFO was coined by the Air Force to kind of downplay the high strangeness of these things people were reporting. It's just an object. It's probably a balloon. It's probably Venus. Like, it's just unidentified. It's fine. But then you start talking biological UFOs or orbs, which is another big thing I know you've looked into across the spectrum of, is it a UFO? Is it a paranormal experience and everything? So yeah, terminology can completely change our perception of all of this. So I love UAP personally. I think you're right. I think it kind of broadens everything. And I hope it eventually catches on, but that nostalgic feel of UFO will never go away, no matter how hard we try, in my personal opinion.
Referring to anything seen up there as a flying as a flying saucer too. I mean,
oh God,
talk about just mid-century vibes, you know.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, I would love your thoughts on the current state of, I guess, ufology. We have the U.S. government creating a task force to look into these things, and they've got something like 140 days at this point to kind of provide their findings to the public. What do you make of all this? I mean, this is a whole other aspect of the whole UFO topic other than Vallee and Keel. Like, we're talking straight up government involvement in this issue. So do you think anything's going to come of this? Is it good? Is it bad? What are your personal thoughts?
I hate to be a pessimist, but truthfully, I don't anticipate much coming from it. I will say, whenever I see, because, you know, honestly, 2020 has been a banner year for many reasons. And it's also been a banner year for UFOs hitting the news, kind of slid in between everything else that's been going on. And so, you know, honestly, when this came out about the new UAP task force, I wasn't even really that surprised. It almost seemed kind of par for the course. Of course, the thing that I can see coming from it is the fact that it may possibly have the potential to normalize it for people and make it more okay to submit sightings and things like that. However, I say that tentatively because on the flip side, depending on what conclusions are drawn, I mean, it could have exactly the opposite effect. So I will say any new information is always, you know, it's good information. So I'm glad to, you know, if there are any legitimate reports that are given to the public that can be looked at, you know, I'm excited for that. But as far as I believe that a big part of the UFO phenomenon is it's just so tied to human consciousness, is kind of where I'm at currently. And I don't think that any of those answers will really even become close to being figured out through any of these programs. You know, maybe I'll be wrong, but that's kind of where I stand currently.
I mean, it's interesting. We look at what the government has looked at in the past through declassified files. I mean, everything from remote viewing to telekinesis to, and I mean, it's crazy. And look, hey, try everything is my opinion.
Yeah.
So I do tend to agree with you. I think this is a very militarized perception of this entire thing, and just a way for certain parts of the government to get more funding. Let's be completely honest, to look at what could potentially be threats to our nation. And they will give any money to the U.S. government to defend and to fight against threats. So I don't know. I'm kind of pessimistic as well. I don't think we're going to get much from this thing. If we get anything, I'll be surprised and I'll eat crow. But I tend to agree with you. I think it's a way to kind of control the narrative to the public of what UFOs are. And again, stripping it of the high strangeness that it's always had. So I'm not holding my breath. I think civilian researchers like yourself and others out there doing their own work is where it's truly at, and having conversations like this. So just keep up the good work. Keep fighting your own fight like the rest of us. We'll let the government do their own thing. But exactly. Speaking of your own thing, Zelia, I got to ask about the YouTube channel before we go.
Yeah, sure thing.
Tinfoil hat. Tell us all about it. And also, just that image, tinfoil hat, it conjures so much about conspiracy theory. And 2020 is chock full of it. And I don't know what's happened in the past, 4 or 5 years when it comes to conspiracy theory, but it's gone down a dark path that I don't think a lot of people really saw happening. And I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Like, where do you think the current state of conspiracy theory is with everything going on in the world? And how does it connect to what we do in the UFO field?
Boy, it is true. I almost feel like it's really odd. And I'll say too right away, my YouTube channel, it's kind of ironic, but it didn't even occur to me how conspiracy issues sounded when I came up with the name. And actually, I didn't come up with the name. It was my mom. I had just started the channel, and I was talking to her, and I couldn't come up with a name. I'm terrible at naming things. And she was like, well, what do you want to call it? What's your message? What are you trying to present? I was like, well, I just don't want to come across as just another tinfoil hat. And she was like, that's it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, just another tinfoil hat. That's perfect. And I was like, you know what? It's catchy. It kind of has that, again, almost kind of nostalgic sort of vibe that I really like. And so I went with it. And the funny thing is that genuinely, too, I have never been much into conspiracies. They've always kind of been like a tangible part of my research because, of course, if you're in the UFO field or even in the paranormal field at large, you can't throw a brick without hitting a conspiracy theory, unfortunately. And I do agree. I think that I think a lot of it does have to do, unfortunately, with the internet and the ease of information, which is fantastic, but it's also a double-edged sword. And so I think that things they really have, like you said, exploded recently. Just things gain speed and then it's like unstoppable. And all of a sudden you have an alternate, I don't know, just a completely different way of handling all of this stuff. It's absolutely all over the place. This just kind of sprawling thing. And of course, too, there's just so much division, so many different places. And it's such a bummer for me personally, because I've always kind of, in a weird way, viewed the paranormal as kind of a unifying force. Like, no matter where you are in time or space, people have always been experiencing the unknown. And so for me, it is a very kind of unifying concept. It's weird because right off of that, you have something that, man, people really, really just go at it. So,
yeah, it's tough. I struggle every day with, specifically what's going on here in America, but then the whole concept overall of conspiracy theory and kind of the world of social media and how quick things grow. And it's very parasitic in a way.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I think it's done more to divide us than unify us, which I agree with you. I think these topics are what we all can kind of get together on, and I mean, I will have little scuffles on whatever Facebook or Twitter with someone who doesn't have the same political views as I have or whatnot, but we can always come back to UAPs or the paranormal. And you're right. That is what unifies us. So I think, again, these things make us more human than I think anything truly can. So it's good to know we're in a good place when it comes to these topics, still be unifying, because I think you're right. If anything is going to save the world, it's this stuff. I firmly believe that.
I think even Vallee did nail down in Messengers of Deception, and Keel brought up this concept too. He's like, you need just straight up pro-human propaganda. Bring in a flying saucer, bring in the others, the outsiders, from literally outer space. And that is suddenly, it's just this kind of unifying force for, of course, in Keel's mind, it was very negative. So for better or worse, apparently. But for me, at least, it's always been, I don't know, the paranormal in general has just always been a positive thing for me. So.
Yeah. Little from column Keel, little from column Vallee. We're all set. Well, I got to ask you this, being as you've been doing this for a while and you've really dug into a lot of different things, and please excuse the ambulance outside my apartment. Welcome to New York. What advice would you give to younger people getting involved in these topics? Again, like, it's so easy to hop on YouTube and type in UFOs and just be like, go down a rabbit hole. So I think it's awesome that younger people are getting interested in these topics, because for so long, like, you and I were the youngest people looking at this stuff.
Yeah,
and now we're not, which is kind of refreshing. So what advice would you give to those just getting involved in these really weird things we do?
Well, the first advice I would say is definitely just, it's okay to be interested in this stuff. I know that, I was lucky enough that, yeah, my mom, her side of the family, was very open to it. Even if they don't, believe necessarily in everything that I'm discussing or everything that I was interested in, they were open to it. And so I was very lucky to have that growing up. But a lot of people do have a stigma kind of with paranormal phenomena. So literally, it's okay to be interested in this. And also too, I mean, at least from my standpoint, I think it's fantastic to be interested in this. And yeah, a lot of people will disagree. I can't tell you how many times, people would be like, that's weird, or, well, that it doesn't exist. In high school, actually, I tried to write a paper on dogman sightings in Wisconsin. And my teacher told me, she was like, you can't do this, it has to be real. And so I gave her the stack of books I was referencing. So, just know that, like, there is definitely a value to this. And also, too, definitely don't believe 100% of what you read. Try and find researchers and writers that you can really kind of find something that you admire about them or like about them, and go with that. But don't even follow that blindly. I mean, I don't agree with everything that John Keel ever said. So just, follow your interest wherever it may go with that. So that's what
I think if there's anything I've learned through all this, is don't be afraid to change your mind, because you're going to do it on a daily basis when it comes to this. And it's frustrating, but hey, again, these things keep us on our toes, which I think, keeps me going. It's that journey. It's not the destination. So I guess kind of wrapping things up, what do you want from all this, Zelia? Like, let's get deep for a minute. We got the origin story of how you got interested in it, but what do you want at the end of the day when it comes to looking into these things and having these, like, mind-altering conversations with people all over the world about these topics? What do you personally want? Do you want answers, vindication? Give it to us. Again, I know that's a loaded question.
Well, it's interesting because speaking of journey versus destination, when I started with this, I wanted to find the proof. Like, I wanted to find Bigfoot. And that was kind of my life goal. I just wanted to, prove it. And as time has gone on, I'm not even saying that proof won't be available for certain things. Like, actually, Bigfoot's a great example. I think there may be an actual population of some undiscovered animal like that. So yeah, go ahead, find Bigfoot. But for me, especially regarding more high strangeness research and the entirety of all of these different types of phenomena, now it's kind of just more about, of course, I really want, more than anything, kind of understanding. I would really like to understand something about, the mode by which these things manifest or project, their connection to us. And, possibly what is sourced in our subconscious, what are we causing, what is truly the other, whatever that other may be. So I think understanding in any regard is probably my ultimate, like, kind of dream goal. But for the time being, what I want is something that I actually get quite a bit, being able to see that, a lot of people are interested in this and a lot of people take this seriously. And to share that interest with people, that means the world to me. So kind of a bunch of answers for that question.
No, that's perfect. I mean, again, like, I've made some of the most amazing friends and colleagues through this topic that I know I never would have met in this life had I not been interested in it. So I'm so thankful and fortunate for that. People like yourself, that we can have these conversations without stigma, without ridicule. And again, I'm going to take something from this conversation we had tonight that another listener will not, or another listener will, or that you'll take away from it. And that's awesome, that we can just hash it out and bring more questions to the table. And I have to thank you for coming on today and really getting into the weeds with us. Again, we don't do this often on Somewhere in the Sky, so it was really refreshing for me.
Well, thank you again for inviting me on. This was just, like, fantastic. Seriously, a super fun discussion. So really, thank you so much. So this was awesome.
Well, before we go, tell us, where can we find everything you're up to? The YouTube channel. I know you're always working, you're always doing something. So where can we find everything you're up to, Zelia?
So my, like, kind of headquarters is justanothertinfoilhat.com. So that's where I post whatever I'm possibly doing at the moment. I'm actually starting to do book reviews on there too. Try to post kind of more as like a blog. So yeah, justanothertinfoilhat.com, and then I have the YouTube channel, which is also called, if you can believe it, Just Another Tinfoil Hat. So yeah, and yeah,
keeping it on brand. I love it.
oh yes.
Well, again, I have to thank you for coming on today as a first-time guest, and I'd love to have you back on because we really only scratched the surface. But
Yeah.
I know you have a lot of research to get to. So, Zelia, thank you once again for coming on Somewhere in the Skies.
Well, thank you so much too, and yeah, anytime, that would be fantastic.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always been and always will be completely free for you to listen to. But creating it every week takes a lot of time, research, and resources. And to be honest, it's just never been free for me to create. That's why we built a few simple ways for you to help support the show and keep it going strong. You can join us over on Patreon or through Apple Premium. Both offer the same awesome perks. Ad-free episodes, early access to new content, exclusive bonus shows, and even priority to ask our guests your listener questions. It's a quick and easy way to support what we do for just a few bucks a month. And right now, you can even try Patreon for free for a week to see if it's right for you. To learn more and to join, head over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. That's patreon.com/somewhereskies. Or hit that subscribe button right at the top of your Apple Podcast feed. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting, and as always, keep looking up.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but this week we have yet another first-time guest to the show. You know him if you know UFOs. David Marler is with us today to talk all about his research with triangular UFOs, obviously a big interest of mine. We're going to talk all about his being featured on the History Channel television series Unidentified, his latest UFO file acquisition, and so much more. So I am so happy to finally have David Marler here. David, thank you so much for joining me on Somewhere in the Skies, my man.
No, thank you, Ryan. It's great to be here.
And I have to ask, is that the office that we all know in the background there?
Yes, this is the ultimate man cave for UFO researchers. Yeah, this is where I spend the majority of my time, much to my wife's disappointment. But yes, this is actually where we filmed that episode of Unidentified. And as you alluded to in the introduction, there's been a sizable acquisition since then. And so there was a lot of data here before, but I went from 15 file cabinets now to 30. And I can tell you they're chock full of history and data, case files, news clippings, audio recordings, microfilm, you name the medium, I've got it. And so it's an exciting time right now to have all of this information. And hopefully during the course of the show, we'll talk about some of the work that's going to be done in 2021 and beyond with regard to that information.
Oh, absolutely. I really want to dive into, obviously everything you have, but the latest acquisition, which really excited me. Again, you use man cave. Whenever I picture that, it's, a basketball hoop and sports and in a bar with all the liquor. And then here I see the man cave that I would dream of as well. So
this is the UFO equivalent. Essentially. Yeah.
Great minds think alike. I love it, man. Well, hey, before we get to everything we're going to talk about tonight, I have to do the origin story question, as many shows often do. You're probably sick of it at this point. But for any of my listeners, my viewers who aren't familiar with you and your work, maybe give us a little rundown of how you got to where you are today and how you first became interested in the UFO topic.
No, it's a valid question. And I actually, in my book, I alluded to that. Before I start delving into the subject, I guess I should give people a little bit of background. Reader's Digest version, because I think most people probably have already heard some of this. My first recollection of hearing the term UFO was when I was 5 years old, way back in 1973, and I'm dating myself by telling this story. But at that time, there was a wave of UFO sightings down in Piedmont, Missouri, which is in southeast Missouri, about 2.5 hours south of St. Louis. My father grew up there, and so we had family that lived down there, as well as many friends. And I remember my father talking about it at the time because it had garnered a lot of local media attention in the St. Louis market, which is where I lived at the time. And my father, my brothers, and my sister were piling in the car on weekends with thermoses of coffee and binoculars to go, quote unquote, look for UFOs down in Piedmont. And many people were doing that. The police were having issues with people parking along the county roads there, looking for these lights in the sky. And my father had never seen anything, nor had any of my siblings. But some of his relatives living down there had sightings of objects, lights, as well as they knew the people that were prominently being featured in the newspapers talking about what they had witnessed. And so that was my first introduction. I remember the excitement and the enthusiasm with my older siblings piling in the car, and I was 5 years old. So unfortunately, I had to stay home. But that was my introduction, if you will, at a very early age to the UFO subject. Fast forward 4 years later, 1977, my sister and her husband had a close encounter with a UFO outside Kansas City, Missouri, around midnight. And it was one of those situations, I hate to say it, it sounds so cliche, but it's true. And this is before close encounters, or actually the same year. But they were driving, they came to a stop sign, and there was this beam of light that illuminated the vehicle, the road, and illuminated some of the area around their vehicle. No sound, no downwash. It wasn't a police helicopter with a spotlight. But just as soon as the light shined on them, the light disappeared. And my sister's husband was able to look out the window, and he could see some type of structured object above them with multicolored lights, as well as this intense white light. So I remember hearing years and years at Christmas and Thanksgiving, when the family would get together, they would, retell that story, not to the general public, of course, but it was just kind of a little family secret. And then a year after that, in 1978, in a town called Ellsbury, Missouri, which is north of St. Louis, there was another wave of UFO sightings. And in this particular instance, cattle mutilations as well. And that had, again, garnered a lot of St. Louis media attention. And so it was really a successive series of events that kind of solidified my interest in the subject. But it really wasn't until 1990, fast forwarding to 1990, where I heard about MUFON. And I was shocked that there was actually people that investigated the subject actively. And so I immediately signed up for MUFON, became a field investigator, trainee, and then worked my way up to Illinois State Director for about 7 or 8 years. I was in that position and really, cut my teeth with MUFON. And then as I was continually amassing a lot of historical material, there were areas I really wanted to focus on. Delving into the historical records. And so I decided my time with MUFON, it was a great period that I thoroughly enjoyed, but I felt I needed to move on. I felt, we all have our calling in this field as far as what we should be gravitating towards. And I really wanted to gravitate towards more field investigation, but also coupling that with the historical research, because we have 75 plus years worth of case files. And I just felt like a lot of people weren't delving into that as much as wanting to go out and get yet another UFO report. And my attitude is, I want to wade into the data, because there's a lot of people then, as well as today, I think you'll agree, Ryan, that they talk a lot and they talk about what they believe, But at the end of the day, and I don't mean to sound crass when I say this, I know it comes across this way, it doesn't matter what you believe. Rather, it only matters what the data reflects. And if you're truly going to look at this from a scientific approach, if you're taking UFOs as your new religion, then yes, you can believe whatever you want. But, I tend to be an objective researcher, and it doesn't matter what my personal beliefs are unless it's based or, bolstered by what the data reflects. And so that's what I've been trying to do, is look for patterns in the data. And of course, the most prominent example of that is the book on triangular UFOs, looking at that one particular subset of UFOs in the overall data. But certainly there's a lot of other areas that I've explored, and I've been also actively tracking down historic witnesses that are still alive in some of these old cases. And so really just a diverse background in the subject, and then collecting and archiving the material and making it accessible to other researchers and really sharing the data. I think that's so important. No one individual, I believe, is going to crack this mystery wide open. It's going to be a collective effort and a community effort. And so I try to work with as many people as possible in that endeavor. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell.
That's a very important thing to stress, I think. Two things. First, the belief issue as in juxtaposition of the data, and also the sharing of information. Yeah. Now, there's this thing in the UFO field that a lot of us come across is people hold things very close to the chest. Yeah. They want that one case that's going to make them, shine or save for a rainy day fund. But I can say this, with probably the largest database of files and documents and historical context of cases that you have, you are one of the most accessible researchers out there, where we can come to you and say, hey, how many triangles in 1988? Boom, you got it, this, that, which I love about you, Dave. But actually, the thing that drew me to you first wasn't actually your research into triangular UFOs. It was your research into the Battle of Los Angeles.
Yes.
A case that I've actually never covered on my show, believe it or not. Yeah. So I was wondering, could you maybe give us like a little brief rundown, if that's even possible, of what the Battle of LA was and the research you did into it personally?
I will do that. But Ryan, before I answer that, I don't know if you realize the timing of your question. You do realize today is the anniversary.
Of course I knew that. What, are you kidding me?
I realized that this morning when I woke up and looked at the date, and I'm like, oh my God, it's the anniversary of the Battle of LA.
That proves right there, Dave, that I haven't covered it on my show before. I didn't know the actual date, so you've just outed me as a lazy UFO researcher. But no, please put me to shame, if you will.
Well, no, I've tried to investigate that case like many others, looking at the factual information that's out there, not going down the rabbit hole of conspiracy tales and misinformation, as unfortunately some quote unquote researchers out there have muddied the waters, if you will, with less than credible information, spurious tales, purported government documents that have no established provenance. The research that I've been doing, I think, is one of the more extensive endeavors with regard to this case. And I do have to cite, because I always love to cite my resources for anyone that has observed or attended any of my lectures and seen my research. I have to give credit to my friend and colleague, Barry Greenwood. It was Barry Greenwood who in the early years of FOIA had secured really all of the government documentation, legitimate government documentation that we have to date with regard to this. And so what I did is I took the information that Barry had gathered, and then I tried to correlate that with all of the original and digital copies I had of all of the newspaper accounts, and then coupled that with some additional insights that I was able to gather.
Anti-aircraft guns went into action against unidentified aircraft in the Los Angeles area shortly after 3 a.m. Pacific wartime this morning. The anti-aircraft guns began barking during a blackout ordered by the 4th Interceptor Command at 2:25 a.m. The unidentified object, which some sources thought might be a blimp, moved slowly down the Pacific coast from Santa Monica and disappeared south of Long Beach. Army officials declined to comment on the possibility that the object might have been a blimp. However, it required nearly 30 minutes to travel some 25 miles, far slower than an airplane. Watchers on the rooftop of the Columbia Broadcasting Building in the heart of Hollywood could plainly see the flashes of guns and searchlights sweeping the skies in a wide arc along the coastal area. Concussion of the shells could be felt in downtown Los Angeles, 15 miles away. U.S. Army planes quickly took to the dark skies, but whether they contacted the object has not been announced. Army officials say they will not comment until they receive a full report of the action. By 3:30 a.m., observers said the object appeared to be over the south of Long Beach. Searchlights closely followed the object down the coast and kept it centered in their glare. Shells frequently could be seen bursting near the object, but none appeared to hit it. The shooting stopped about 3:30 a.m. The shooting brought warfare to the front door of this city of 1.25 million population for the first time since December 7th. Approximately 20 minutes after the firing died down, the ship returned and headed westward from Long Beach toward Santa Monica. The guns went into action again, hurling round after round of shells at the object. The second barrage appeared to be closer to downtown Los Angeles, since watchers could hear the concussion of the guns more clearly, and the flash of bursting shells was brighter. Then the ship disappeared for the second time over the ocean.
But in a nutshell, in the early morning hours, February 25th, 1942, in the wake of Pearl Harbor, and this is the one element I always like to start off with because the skeptics never address this when they try to poo-poo this case. We had 3 separate Army radar tracking stations that was tracking an inbound target coming in towards the California coast from the northwest. And they were able to track it for 120 miles. And the radar operator at the time is quoted in the government documents stating it was a strong, valid target. And admittedly, in 42, radar was extremely crude. But I found it interesting that they mentioned the radar operator by name, and they also talk about the fact that it was a solid target, and they felt it was a legitimate target. Anyway, in the wake of this radar target being tracked, heading towards Santa Monica from the Santa Barbara area, shortly thereafter, the air raid sirens went into effect because at the time we had a huge military presence because, again, in the wake of Pearl Harbor, we felt that the Japanese might be ready to make a mainland assault on California. So there were Army emplacements, anti-aircraft battery guns, literally in schoolyard playgrounds and at the corner of certain housing blocks. They were deeply embedded within that whole area of California. And so when this radar target was being tracked, that was what is essentially initiated an air raid alert. And so most of California was completely blacked out, and the anti-aircraft batteries were put on green alert, green status alert, meaning that they were ready to fire if they observed a target. And they did observe a target. They actually observed several targets, and this is where it gets a little murky. Many people have postulated that there were multiple objects in the air. Witnesses described seeing squadrons of fighter planes, bombers, all types of reports that you can imagine. But what I tried to do is be conservative in looking at the accounts and really focusing on more objective data. In other words, for a moment, let's just discount the eyewitness testimony and say, okay, people can be bad observers in a heightened state of hysteria, which some people were. There were some heart attacks as a result of this because people felt like the Japanese were attacking. I decided to focus on 2 elements. One, the radar. We had 3 separate radars. 2, if I remember, 2 SCR-268s, which was the first short-range radar the Army used, and the SCR-270, which was a long-range radar. And the SCR-270 was actually the same radar array that tracked Japanese planes coming in to attack Pearl Harbor, which is a rather interesting side note. But the fact that we had 3 radars correlated on one target, they were tracking that inbound target. And then beyond that, we have the famous photograph that most people are familiar with, having looked at the case online. And I really think it's the photograph that has really been a catalyst for really capturing people's attention. But we had those 2 things that go beyond just eyewitness testimony. We had radar confirmation and photographic evidence, which even today, we would really raise the bar of credibility if we had those elements beyond eyewitness testimony. Well, the object in question, based on all the information I've been able to gather from newspaper accounts, military records, etc., the object came in off the West Coast. It moved over Santa Monica. It then moved inland and then moved to the south and then dropped down towards Long Beach. And then reports state that it then disappeared. Well, during this entire period of time, anti-aircraft batteries were firing like mad. They also had, I believe, 37 millimeter round and 50 caliber rounds that were being fired, in addition to these huge 3-inch artillery shells, anti-aircraft artillery shells. So it was mayhem. There was shrapnel raining down all over the Los Angeles area, Hollywood, and Long Beach, even along the coastline. We had, multiple locations where we had shrapnel raining down. And then silence. The object disappeared. According to the CBS radio broadcast, in addition to government documents and other sources, the object or a similar object then came back and, from all the information I've been able to gather, essentially reversed direction, reversed and came back opposite the direction it had come from, moved inland, went north, and then went out over Santa Monica and then disappeared off the coast. And so we're left with this report of an unidentified object. We can't say it's extraterrestrial for the skeptics out there. I'm not saying it's extraterrestrial, but it is a genuine UFO. And the thing I love about the case, Ryan, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, is I love the case because it was during a period of naivety. In other words, it was going to be another 5 years, right, before 1947 is upon our doorstep, before Kenneth Arnold had his sighting, before we were even thinking, quote unquote, flying saucers. And then, of course, Roswell then happened shortly thereafter. So I like to say, contrary to what skeptics will say, well, people read about UFO reports, then they go out and they see a light in the sky, and then they believe they've seen a UFO. Well, we didn't have the term UFO until the 50s, and we certainly didn't have the term flying saucer in 1942. So it was an interesting period in time. And I might add, I was just talking to a fellow researcher the other day about this. This is even before the Foo Fighters sightings during World War II. So this was a very early case involving tens of thousands of eyewitnesses, involving radar confirmation, and involving a famous photograph. And then in my research, this is an interesting little side note, I like to collect elements of history because I'm sentimental. You can't be a historian, I don't think, without being sentimental. And you love to have those original elements, those original newspapers. And I have about 12 to 14 original full-page newspapers from February 25th and 26th, 1942, chronicling this. One of the items that I was able to come across and acquire was an original photograph, original copy of the famous photograph that everyone's familiar with. It's stamped on the back, property of Associated Press. In addition, it has glued onto the back one of the original teletypes from February 25th, 1942, chronicling the early event, before additional information was known. And it talks about a slow-moving target that the Army was firing upon. And so it's really nice to have that original piece in addition to the other elements that I have. But what's interesting is the fact that for decades we knew about this case, and really not until maybe the last 30, 40 years that the UFO community really took notice of it as a quote-unquote UFO case. But what was interesting is, a lot of people ask me, well, how did you acquire that photograph? And I was talking to Barry Greenwood just the other day, and I said, we could do a whole lecture on just how we've acquired some of these items and the way in which we acquired them. There's some fascinating stories. But real quick, I found this photograph, believe it or not, on eBay. And I'm here to tell you, I have numerous other newswire photos from the time period and even later in the 50s and 60s. So I know what the earmarks look like. I know what to look for as far as the property stamps, etc. And so I was in touch with a gentleman who lived in the Los Angeles area. He was the one that had sold it on eBay, and luckily I was able to win the bid and obtain it. When I reached out to him to tell him I'm actually conducting extensive research on this event, emails led to phone calls, which then led to video chats via Skype. And the story is fascinating. For years, we've known about the photograph, but researchers have never asked the fundamental question, well, who took the famous photo? Who was the photographer? It's one of those questions that really has just gone unanswered, if not unasked, over the decades. And so it was interesting because in speaking with this man, he described the fact that he and his wife on weekends like to do yard sales, estate sales in the greater Los Angeles area. And he went on one particular Saturday, not very far from his home. I believe he said the property that he went to was only about 3 miles from where they lived. And I believe it was Woodland Hills, if I'm not mistaken. And he went there, and his wife was looking at items, and his attention was drawn to a folding table sitting in the front yard. There were 2 long file boxes sitting underneath this table. Well, curiosity got the best of him. He crouched down and noticed that there were multiple files, old file folders. Within each file folder was a black and white, beautiful black and white news photo. Photos of Bing Crosby, Judy Garland, photos from the war, anything and everything that you can imagine circa 1942. And so one of the photos was also the Battle of LA photo. The gentleman asked the young lady that was apparently, running this estate sale, "Ma'am, if you don't mind me asking, where did you acquire all these really cool photos?" And very naively, she said, "Oh, those belong to my grandfather. He was a photographer with the Associated Press." So essentially, this was his collection of photos that he took while he was a press photographer.
So he took the famous photo?
Well, as best as we can establish, as I state in my lectures, I can't say 100% certainty, but most photographers don't collect photos from other photographers. They usually have their own portfolio. And so it was interesting. I did get in touch with the family through the help of this individual, because I'm here in New Mexico and I'm not out in California. And I was able to get in touch with the family. They were kind enough to send me photographs of pictures of the gentleman. And the gentleman, by the way, his name is Ira Goldner, and he was a photographer for decades. He was born in the late 1800s, was a fairly seasoned and older photographer at the time. And they were able to share pictures with me, which I still have, of photographs of Ira with his camera in the Los Angeles area, taking pictures of sports figures, movie producers, and in addition to that, awards that he had received, press badges that allowed him to get into certain events, dated 1941, 45, around that whole time period. So ample evidence to suggest that, this is probably the guy. In addition to that, I found stamps on the back of some other photographs that I acquired from the same collection that showed that he had a photo studio in Hollywood, California. So it puts him right into that area of the Battle of LA. Beyond that, Ryan, and I think you'll appreciate this, my early research trying to investigate background on him, I did a Google search, and people can probably still pull these things up. I only found 2 photos that are tied to Ira Goldner. And one was extremely interesting because it was taken approximately 2 weeks before the Battle of LA incident. And the photograph in question shows Los Angeles police officers rounding up Japanese citizens in the wake of World War II, or Pearl Harbor, I should say. And so it was 2 weeks prior to the Battle of LA, and it credits him, and it was taken in Los Angeles. So it puts us at the right time, the right month. It puts us in Los Angeles and proves that he was in there at least 2 weeks prior to the Battle of LA incident. So looking at something that's 70 years plus old, it's about the best evidence that we can gather now to, really put these pieces together and have a better understanding. Beyond that, I want to reach out or speak out to a mutual friend of ours, Mr. Ben Hansen. Ben did an episode of the Smithsonian Channel's UFOs Declassified. And it was interesting. It's like the timing of this couldn't work out any better if it was an X-Files episode. They were coming to meet with me in Albuquerque to do an episode on triangles. The day before, literally the day before, they were filming with Ben Hansen to do an episode on the Battle of LA. Now, in the episode, and many of your audience may have seen this already, and I believe it's still available online, they went to the LA Times archives and talked to Simon Elliott, who is their photographic archival expert. And he has access to their vast photographic archive. It was interesting because when the producer showed up at my doorstep the next day, they walk into my research room, which was not this room. It was a different house, different room at the time. And I had the photograph prominently displayed. And he said, "Wait a minute." He goes, "I'm looking at what you have photographed here." He goes, you're telling me this is an original copy? I said, yeah. And I pulled it out and actually showed him the date stamp and the news teletype. And he goes, but this says Associated Press. And I said, yeah. I said, based on all my research, it was taken by an Associated Press photographer. And you could see wheels turning in his head. And he looked at the cameraman. He goes, okay, I know we're here to talk to Dave about triangles, but I've got to talk to him about this. He goes, Dave, we literally were at the LA Times yesterday with Ben Hansen. And I told him I knew Ben. And they said, I want to show you the raw footage that we just shot yesterday. And so they showed me the clip, which ultimately it was in the final edit, where they're looking at the original negative in the LA Times. And they told me, look, what you're about to see was not scripted. This literally happened organically while we were filming. Simon Elliott's looking at the negative with them, with Ben and with the rest of the camera team there. And he goes, now this is an interesting curiosity. I've never noticed this before. He said the notch code is not that of what is typically shown with other LA Time photographs. And he expounded on it that LA Times photographers all use the same type of film stock. That film stock shows two little triangular notches in the corner, I believe the upper right-hand corner of the negative. This one showed a half of an oval, not two triangular notches, which is indicative of a different type of film stock. And so, and there's a catalog, you can actually look this up. And on camera, and I've actually used this for my lectures just to demonstrate, look, this isn't me, this is the expert saying this. They're saying, well, what are you telling us, that it's a different notch code? He goes, well, it suggests that this was not taken by an LA Times photographer. And then the next day they literally show up at my doorstep and I'm telling him it was an Associated Press photographer by the name of Ira Goldner. So the pieces just meshed perfectly. You know, the narrative really came together. And that's like the only time I've ever had something so seamlessly connect like that. And it was just, and as we were alluding to before the show, sometimes it's just timing with some of these things.
Absolutely.
And the fact that all of that came together 70 plus years later, and it really kind of helped solidify providing some more insight and additional answers into who was the photographer.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, you can't make that story up. And I mean, you're right. A lot of the things we come across, it is all in the timing. You look at something like Stanton Friedman just happened to be in a town at a radio station where Jesse Marcel was, and they just happened to start chatting. And that's why we all know about the Roswell incident today, because of that chance.
And these are the successes, right? How many missed opportunities maybe we've had over the years with regard to UFOs and UFO cases?
Too many to count, I'm sure, man. Yeah, I kick myself sometimes, but that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, because again, it clarifies so much about that very mysterious case that a lot of people don't know about pre-Roswell, pre-Kenneth Arnold. So,
and again, we still
come to for that.
We still don't know what the object was. I mean, we have to be honest with ourselves. But it's highly suspicious, because what I try to do, as I do with any UFO case, as any good investigator does, you go through process of elimination, starting with the most practical explanations. And, you know, just to recap, you know, that whole incident, the Japanese Navy stated that they had no military operations in that area at that time. There was a submarine attack about 36 hours before that shot at some oil rigs near Santa Barbara. But as soon as that took place, the Japanese sub went back out to sea. We have the Japanese Navy acknowledging that. They didn't take credit for the attack, whereas they did take credit for attacking this oil rig 36 hours before. And then we also have one of the first officers in the 1970s that wrote a letter, an affidavit, stating that, you know, I was involved on the attack at the oil rigs, but we had nothing to do with the Battle of LA incident. There was no reference made to that. We also have the military documents that talk about all of these munitions that were dispensed that morning at this mysterious target. And so, you know, there's ample documentation with regard to the case. It's not, as I like to say, it's not a question of did this really happen? There's no doubt this episode played out. And even today, there's still some witnesses that are still alive, albeit in their 90s now. But many witnesses over the years have come forward and talked about the fact that they did see something. In fact, Eureka Springs, Arkansas, back in the early 2000s, I would always attend that. I knew Lou Farish very well. In fact, some of his archive and material is here now in this collection. I had done a display of historic newspapers. Some of those at the time, I didn't have as many as I have today, were the original newspapers chronicling the Battle of LA, including the famous LA Times with the famous photograph. And I was talking to a gentleman who I had seen in previous conferences there. He was a big fan of my lectures. And I won't say his last name. I believe he's deceased now just by virtue of his age. But his first name was Mike. And he comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, Dave," he goes, "this is a really neat display that you put together." I said, "Well, thanks." I said, "I'd like to kind of share some of these historical original documents with people like these newspapers." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I saw that." And he's pointing to the LA Times newspaper on the Battle of LA. I said, "Oh, you've seen it in documentaries. You're familiar with it?" He goes, "No." He goes, "I grew up in California. My mother and I were awakened that morning by the sound of anti-aircraft bursts and air raid sirens. And we ran out to the front yard and we didn't see anything. So then we decided to run back through the house to the backyard. And when we ran out, just like you see in the famous photo, we saw searchlights converge." And he goes, and, Mike held a very responsible position for a defense contractor. He was very level-headed. He goes, "I'm not going to tell you what we saw. All I'm going to tell you is in the convergence of lights, there was something sitting there that was reflecting light." He goes, "So if anybody tells you different, don't believe him." He goes, "I was there." I believe he was about 8 years old at the time. Okay. So it was really interesting to have contact with Mike and to be able to talk about that. And I had known him, like I said, years prior. We used to, go to the same conference and it just never came up. So it was really interesting to later, it's like, "Why didn't you tell me this before?" But it was really interesting. It was really interesting for him to share that. And then again, other people have come forward with their testimony. So again, it's one of those cases, but I use that as an example though, Ryan, because despite the passage of literally decades, it just goes to show you can never completely close one of these cases because you never know where a piece of evidence is going to surface. And what I thought was just a nice little historical piece by having an original copy from February 25th, 1942, having the photograph, it turned out to be a crucial piece of evidence that gave us insights into new ideas and thoughts on that case.
Right. That's so awesome. And again, like having a firsthand witness say there was a solid object there, that alone says case not closed, because a lot of the contention was there was nothing there. It was just a reflection off of clouds, or it was this, it was that. And now we have someone saying it was a solid object. So what that was, we may never know.
Jittery war nerves was one of the official explanations.
Yeah.
And so, yes, to me, as I've stated in my lectures, jittery war nerves can't be photographed. Jittery war nerves can't be tracked on radar. And so to your point, I think it's one of those cases that we'll probably never have complete resolution to, but it's one that I don't think we should just relegate, to just, an interesting curiosity from World War II. I think it's more than that. And I hope maybe even later, myself or other researchers may gain new insights or new information. The thing is, we never know what's sitting out there with regard to some of these historic cases.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I know what hasn't been uncovered yet. It's amazing. Well, all right. I guess let's move to what you're best known for, and that is Triangular UFOs, an estimate of the situation. This book made a lot of waves when it came out. I think researchers were waiting for something like this to come along because we knew how different and unique that these cases were, yet nobody was taking the reins. And then boom, you come out with this book with hundreds upon hundreds of these cases. So I guess, Dave, sort of playing off of that, what made you want to look into the triangles, these extremely mysterious things that a lot of researchers are afraid to even touch?
Well, first, there's multifacets to that question as far as an answer. I came in, as I mentioned, in 1990, actively investigating UFOs. And for anybody that was around back then, one of the most prominent stories or topics was the famous Belgian wave of UFO sightings, which involved these large triangular platforms. I found that the reports were interesting because we're not talking little points of light in the sky that could be a satellite or a meteor that someone saw and described as a UFO. These were very prominent sightings, very close encounters, if you will, with these large triangular silent platforms. And then coupled with the nature of the reports, I was also, my curiosity was piqued by the fact that the Belgian Air Force was actively looking at it. And more importantly, they weren't ashamed of it. They weren't hiding it. They were holding press conferences. And then in addition to that, we had not only visual sightings, but radar visual sightings. In fact, we had the F-16 that locked on multiple times with its onboard radar system. And, you know, there's been some argument and controversy over those radar lock-ons. But I think what's important is the fact that what precipitated sending that F-16 up was the fact that 4 separate ground-based NATO tracking stations were all converged on this one target and tracking this one target. And it was based on that confirmation. So you had ground-based radar as well as air-based radar that was tracking this object in this particular case. But as I like to say, my interest was purely academic, living in the United States. I wasn't, you know, flying over to Belgium to investigate these reports. But 10 years later, in Southern Illinois, where I lived at the time, just across the river from St. Louis, we had a very, what is now kind of a classic case. At the time, I didn't think it would be as popular as it's become. But the famous Southern Illinois triangular UFO report that we received, where we had initially 4 and then later 5 police officers that all came forward from different municipalities, neighboring municipalities, that had observed this triangular object. And what was interesting about that is my friend and colleague, Daryl Barker in St. Louis, was able to secure the St. Clair County Dispatch recordings. And so not only did we have the interviews with the police officers, we also had the audio recordings of their sightings at the time, which also provided a key piece of information in the sense that they were date stamped and time stamped. So we knew when the officer saw the object, where he was standing, not just based on his testimony, but we have the timestamp on the audio recordings. And so that was an interesting case. But Ryan, what I was struck by is as I was sitting in some of those police precincts, those offices, and these police officers are describing and then sketching what they observed, it was strikingly similar to what I knew the gendarmes, the police officers in Belgium, had reported 10 years prior. And so that, I would, in answer to your question, started kind of the wheels turning in my head. You know, I knew that other triangle reports had occurred, and certainly, you know, there were magazine articles, references online here and there, not compared to the prevalence we have today. But I was struck by the parallels between these two cases, because the Belgian wave started November 29th, 1989, and very much similar to what occurred in Southern Illinois, you had multiple police officers in radio contact seeing these triangular objects. And so that's what started my passion for really trying to find, are there patterns here? Do the other cases describe the same characteristics? And at the time, I had amassed some historical material, nothing to the degree that I have today. But I started pulling some of these files, some of these news clippings going back to the 50s and the 60s, 70s. And I was finding the same reports, similar characteristics being reported, not only domestically in the United States, but internationally. So I started putting this together, and it initially started as a lecture. And I believe it was 2006 at the MUFON Symposium was really the first big lecture where I had presented some of this material. But as you can appreciate, with each successive week, month, year, I continued to gather additional information. I'd like to say I kind of honed the lecture, refined it, and had some really solid cases in it in 2012. And it was in 2012 where I gave the presentation, and I had done previous lectures, but this one really resonated with the audience. In fact, it was so funny. I had about 4 or 5 people come up to me after the lecture, and they said, "Dave, that was a great lecture. I want to buy a copy of your book." Well, I laughed because I never made reference to the fact I had a book. I never said I had a book. They just assumed I had a book. And so that, in addition to my first meeting with Colonel John Alexander, where John came across after my lecture, weaved his way through the audience and came up to me and put his hand out. He goes, "I just want to shake your hand." He goes, "That's one of the damn finest lectures I've heard at one of these UFO conferences in years." And I thought, I knew John Alexander just by virtue of his reputation. It preceded him. And I thought, well, if John's interested in this and all these other people are asking for a book, maybe I should seriously entertain it. And I'll tell you, I never ever thought I would write a book in my entire life. That was just not even a blip on my radar. But on the flight home, it really just solidified in my mind that, you know what, I'm going to start putting pen to paper and see what comes out of that. And in so doing, within a year, I had the book written. And, you know, I like to state, though, for years prior to that, I had been cataloging and collating these cases. So they were already assembled. They were in chronological order. I had all that material, which I was familiar with. It was really a year of just massaging it and really trying to drill down and find the best cases that I could, Ryan. And if you go through the book, the vast majority, although with certain exceptions, the majority of those are typically multiple witness cases, or if they're individual cases, a lot of those are military reports, which I put much more stock in. And so I really just tried to put it together. And I wrote it, to your point, because there was no book out there on the subject. There were articles written, a lot of stuff being posted on the internet. But my attitude was, how come nobody's like really focused on this? Because what we were seeing then, and I think you would even agree with today, we're continuing to see this positive trend. More and more people are reporting these triangles. Yeah, and I think one of the things that really typifies that is the story that's been circulating, and which I've heard is legitimate through my back channel sources, with regard to this purported photograph that was taken last year by a naval pilot. And if this photo comes out, I think beyond almost anybody out there will be extremely anxious to see that. And I'm told that certain people feel that that may be released in the course of the next year or so. And so I certainly hope it will be, because I get inundated with people sending me photos and videos saying, what do you think of this? And, you know, not to be disrespectful, I appreciate people sending me their information, but I'm humble. I state every time to them, thank you for sharing this. It's interesting. I'm not a photo expert. I'm not a video expert. This is simply not within my area of expertise. And I would say the same if someone sent me a chunk of metal and said, what do you think of this? I don't know. I need to find a metallurgist to look at this. And I think this will be interesting, though, because if this Navy photograph is released through sources similar to how we have the 3 famous DoD videos released, what's interesting is we'll have an established provenance. You know, we have so many UFO videos online. Many of those are orchestrated and created by groups and individuals that just love to just fake UFO videos. We can't put much evidentiary stock in those. You know, they're not evidence as such, unless we can verify who took it, where they took it, and really investigate behind the scenes and get supportive evidence to support those videos. To me, they're just entertainment, you know, until you can do all of that legwork. But this photograph, if it is as good as rumor has it, and if it comes through official sources to the general public, that's one that I'm going to raise an eyebrow and take a look at. I can tell you.
I know, man. And I'll say this. You just answered our number one listener question. Have you seen the triangle photo emerging from the water? And when are we going to see it? I did a poll on Twitter recently, and I asked the public, you know, are we going to see it? What do you guys think? About 51% said yes. Maybe, I don't know, 20% said no. And then the rest said it doesn't exist. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But you're so right. You're so right in terms of sourcing these things when it comes to photos and videos. Something you would think would be the best evidence we have for UFOs, but I'm sure you can agree that they're actually more of a distraction, because anyone can fake these things, and we can't find a provenance.
Absolutely. And there's a couple of reasons. In my book, I've had people say, well, you didn't have any photographs of triangles, or in your lectures, you didn't show any photos or videos. I do that because, again, I'm not a photo video expert. If I was, then I would go through and I would vet them as a professional, and I would pick out the ones that really go through a rigorous review and seem to be legitimate. But I don't have that ability or expertise. If there's photo video experts out there that would love to, you know, share their talents, I would love to, you know, rely on you for that. But until that day comes, I just don't try to rely on that. And more importantly, beyond the photographs, you know, you can look at a photo, a video. I'm much more interested in kind of the big picture, if you will. I always consider myself a big picture kind of guy. And what I mean by that is, you can take any witness that's seen a UFO, triangular or otherwise, and you can say, you know, I've researched this, I've investigated it, I've done the best I can do. And at the end of the day, as a researcher, you kind of do a gut check. Do I think this person's legitimate? Do I feel they're telling the truth? Is there credibility there? But it's much more impactful, I believe, if you're looking at hundreds of disparate cases worldwide, varied sources, civilian, commercial, military witnesses, spread out all over the globe, decades, that are all describing the same thing. And the early cases are particularly interesting. Today, someone can Google UFO, and chances are they're going to see an image or a video of a triangular UFO. The ones that I'm really interested in, Ryan, and I'll share some of these with you after the show, are the historic reports that I found, where they're showing sketches of the triangles that were getting reported today. Equilateral triangles with a point of light at each side. Triangular UFOs where the witness says, what was interesting is the triangle wasn't flying with the point forward, it was flying with the flat side as the leading edge. And these accounts that we have today, the modern reports, match what I'm finding in 1957, 1962, 1964. And another thing, for those people that believe, well, all these triangles are just military. Well, I don't operate with absolutes. I don't like using the term all or none. I think that's just you're arbitrarily painting with a very broad brush. Admittedly, the world exists in shades of gray. It's not so simple, black and white. And I think UFOs are no different. But what's interesting is the fact that, if you believe some of these triangles are military, and I concede the modern reports, if people are seeing triangular objects in the sky, they might be military in origin. But not the ones demonstrating these highly exotic flight characteristics. And what's interesting is, if you believe, well, this is just the next evolution in stealth technology, for example, as many people have argued, how do you explain the ones from 1964, 1952? Help me understand that logic. You're saying that we had that technology back then. And I know people think that, the Nazis had all this technology and we back engineered it. And I don't buy that, because to me, the evidence is just not there to support that belief. There's many belief systems within UFOs, but the evidence just credible evidence doesn't support it. Let me just say that.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that is one of the biggest arguments that skeptics like to use for the triangular UFOs is it's early stealth technology. And I mean, I've been working on a big article about triangles, and I came to you to prove that otherwise, that these things have been reported not just in the 60s and 50s, but I know you found cases that even predate that, which is incredible.
Yeah, some of the early scientific journals, from the late 1800s reference triangular objects. I concede, though, the further you go back in time, the less detailed the reports are, and obviously the harder they are to corroborate. Right. More modern accounts, even say from the 70s, perhaps, we might be able to correlate with government documents or other sources. The further you go back in time, it gets more difficult. But, I felt that it would be remiss not to include those in the overall discussion, that there have been triangular things reported in the sky going back to the late 1800s. Now, if you want to, ultimately, it's up to the reader as they go through the book to determine what they consider valid or not valid. If you want to discount the ones from the 1800s, fine. You still have a huge body of data that speaks to the mid 20th century where these things were being reported worldwide. And then with this most recent acquisition, I'm literally finding dozens of highly credible, detailed reports. And what's interesting, Ryan, and I have to tell you as a researcher and an author, it's so validating, and that's the best word I can use. The characteristics that I outlined in the book, as far as common characteristics, I'm finding in these new old cases I'm coming across, cases I didn't even know existed, but it's bolstering what I wrote about when I wrote the book in 2013.
That's got to be such a good feeling. You were on the right path, and
it's very validating.
I think, yeah, right. And the pattern thing too, I think, is most important. I know that's something that you focus on a lot with the triangles, and that even leads up to your current work with Christopher Mellon. So we have to talk about this. The former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defensive Intelligence, and also the former staff director of the United States Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. God, that's a mouthful. This dude's resume is insane. But that being said, a lot of our viewers are going to recognize you from Unidentified, the history television show, and specifically the episode about triangles. So I got to ask, how did that come about? And what were these amazing correlations that you found with Christopher Mellon, the guy who knows a hell of a lot more than a lot of us about what's going on, and was shocked by some of the stuff you brought forward? Yeah, sure. Tell us how that all came to be.
I'll start the story before Unidentified was even a glimmer in the producer's eye. About a year to a year and a half before Unidentified surfaced as this new TV show, and I think it was groundbreaking with regard to how they treated the subject and the very professional way that they approached it, as well as the credible military witnesses. About a year and a half prior to that, I had received a call from a colleague and friend who stated, I've been talking to Chris Mellon. Do you know who he is? I said, well, I know who he is. I certainly don't know Chris. And he said, well, he wants to talk to somebody about triangles, and I suggested he talk to you. Do you mind if I give him your number? He goes, I don't want to give anyone's number out without checking. I said, of course. I said, if Chris has time, I'd love to have a chat with him about the subject, given his background. And so a series of emails and about 2 or 3 weeks went by. We were trying to coordinate our busy schedules at that time. And I was literally sitting here in this very chair, and we had a wonderful hour-and-a-half long conversation. And Chris was very kind to preface the phone call by saying, Dave, I just want to let you know, I read your book when it first came out. I'm a huge fan of your research, which was very humbling, given someone of Chris's intelligence and his background in intelligence. And so it really initiated a conversation, about an hour-and-a-half long discussion about the UFO subject. And the thing I always like to point out, there are so many scripted shows out there, UFOs and otherwise. The one thing I like to point out is Chris genuinely has an interest in triangular UFOs. This was not just some creation for the TV show. We talked for an hour and a half intently on the triangular UFO subject about a year and a half prior to the show manifesting itself. And Chris has a vested interest in these things. He truly is trying to figure out what the hell these things are. And to your point, Ryan, he was in a very key position to have access to information that, none of us could dream of having access to. And, despite his ability to look at additional information out there, he was of the opinion that, these things are highly anomalous and they need to be investigated. And so really that was the extent of it. I think we might have shared some emails after that. And then fast forward after season 1 of Unidentified, the executive producer contacted me and he said, David, he goes, I don't know if you're familiar with our show Unidentified, but we're looking to do a season 2. And in this particular season, we're going to focus on certain subjects within the UFO field. And one we want to do is an episode on triangles. And so they Googled triangular UFOs, and I guess my name came up multiple times. And he said, I've got a copy of your book and I'm going through it. And this is some really interesting historical research you've done in connecting the dots. And during the course of the conversation, I stated that if this show, season 2 of the show, is as credible as season 1, contrary to what I usually tell producers, I would be interested in participating in this. And then I proceeded to say, by any chance, have you talked to Chris about this particular episode? And the executive producer said, no, why? And I said, well, Chris has a particular interest in this subset of UFO reports. And I said, we chatted about a year and a half ago about my research and about this particular subject matter. And he was completely shocked. He goes, no, I haven't had a chance to talk to Chris specifically about this yet. And I said, I don't want to sound demanding, but I said, if the caliber of the show mirrors season 1, and if you can get Chris to come out and meet with me, I said, I'd be interested in participating. So I tried to use as much leverage as I could to try to get Chris to come out, but I don't think he needed any leverage. I think he was interested in coming out, meeting with me to talk about my research firsthand. And I might add, to be able to talk here in the research room where obviously all of the original source materials are from which I wrote my book. So he was very interested in that. And it was a busy day of filming that particular day. And again, I loved the way that the producers orchestrated the show. I've done a lot of shows that are scripted or semi-scripted. And I always tell people, when you see Chris and I meet for the first time on camera, that's literally the first time we met. we were doing some B-roll filming where they're just filming shots of the research room and images in some of the UFO reports I had. And then they were doing some just direct one-on-one interviewing on camera. And it got to be about maybe 11:30. And I asked the producer, I said, so you said Chris is in town, right? They said, oh, yeah, we have him here. He's driving around the neighborhood, but we don't want him to meet you until you meet on camera because we want it to be real. Just to give you a flavor, they really want the show to be authentic in that sense. And you don't often find that, as you know, Ryan, in productions. It's a lot of it's choreographed, staged, scripted all ahead of time. And so literally when you see us on camera and I say, it's nice to finally meet you, I was anxiously waiting to finally meet him after a whole morning of filming where he's driving around my neighborhood. And so it was really exciting. And we did have just a few moments that day during the filming. We had an unseasonably warm day that particular time of year in the fall. And we were able to sit on my patio and have lunch together. And then we had a couple coffee breaks where we're standing in my kitchen having coffee and just talking about the subject. And I will say, you know, Chris and I still continue to keep in touch. As I find historical cases or those I think he might be have interest in, I'll email those to him as I would anybody that's seriously taking, you know, the subject seriously and trying to find answers. And, you know, so he'll use me as a sounding board sometime. He'll ask me, hey, did you hear about this case? And I'll give him my 2 cents on what I think. And so, we've developed a really good working relationship, I guess you could say, in that sense, and hope to meet with him again, you know, post COVID at some point at a conference or, personal get together. But we continued the dialogue after the show, which is really nice because I respect Chris. Chris is one of the most intelligent, insightful people that I can think of, to the point where in all my conversations, both on camera as well as off camera, with Chris, and you may not see it so much on camera, but when you're with him, his wheels are always turning. He's always analyzing what you're telling him. And I appreciate that. And I value that. And I think he values my objectivity and my research methodology with regard to the subject. So there's that mutual admiration there. And I've had a lot of people tell me, yeah, watching the show, it seems like you guys have really good chemistry. And, you know, without them knowing anything, that just kind of translated on camera. And I was honored, I will tell you. I didn't realize until the conclusion of season 2, if you watch season 1 and season 2, I was the only civilian UFO researcher that they solicited for information. Robert Hastings provided a lot for their UFOs and nukes, and I know Robert very well. But they didn't really get a chance to get him on camera to talk about his research on UFOs and nukes. They did talk about his personal experiences that he's had as an experiencer, which was very nice. That was really great that, he was able to really come out and talk about that more openly. But I had a couple of people say, you're the only civilian that they went to for information. And I kind of went back and watched season 2 again, and I'm like, wow, they're right. And so I don't say that to be egotistical. I was truly humbled, because I know how well they vet their information on that show, as far as military information and otherwise. And so I was, you hear this, it's a cliche. I was truly honored to be a participant in that production.
That's so good to hear that it was a good experience, because yes, a lot of UFO researchers who have the opportunity to go on television are often let down, and so is the audience. That the
majority in my experience.
Exactly. Same with me, brother. But yes, it's good to know that it was a mutually beneficial experience for you and Chris. And I do have to touch on one aspect, because I think it is probably one of the biggest revelations having to do with these triangles specifically. And that was something that you and Chris talked about. And I'm sure you know where this is going. The idea of what these triangles are doing, the motivation, the reason for their structure. Could you maybe run us through that a little bit of what Chris brought to you, what you brought to him in terms of this pattern that you guys found?
Well, Chris was talking about some of the military cases that, he had come across, and some of the military witnesses that he had spoken with, or that the team had spoken with. And so that was very insightful, because prior to that, I even said this in early lectures for those that may have attended, how come none of these triangles have been seen in active military theater operations? Well, I was proven that they have as a result of that episode. And subsequent to that episode airing, I might add, I was inundated with emails from civilians and military, both active and retired military people with their own accounts. And I will apologize right now on camera. There was absolutely no way I could respond to everybody. So I apologize publicly. I do have a family, I do have a job, and I do this in my spare time. I literally received probably 120 or more emails, and I tried to respond to as many as I could. So if there's anybody out there listening, I apologize if I haven't gotten back with you. I do have all of the emails printed. I have them digitized in my computer as well. And perhaps one day I'll get around to everyone. But Chris really wanted to know and touch on the history of reports, and more specifically, the common characteristics, because admittedly, they were looking at a handful of cases involving military, but they wanted to kind of create a broader context, if you will, for this particular subset of objects. And I think I have one of the largest databases on the triangular UFO subject matter. And again, Chris being personally familiar with my work, I think he could vouch for the credibility factor with regard to that. And so we were talking about different things. We profiled actually the January 5th, 2000 Southern Illinois case. And then they also revisited, which I was extremely happy to see, the famous Hudson Valley wave in New York from the 1980s. And we're able to actually track down some of the witnesses that are still around and still, after decades, stick by their accounts that they saw these huge triangular objects in the sky. Again, in the 1980s, they were describing what is still being reported today and which was being reported in the 1950s, 60s, and even late 40s. So, I think we can never dismiss that. You can't arbitrarily say, well, triangular UFOs that are being reported post-stealth technology are credible, but we're going to discount 70 years plus worth of other accounts. I mean, that's not scientific. That's not objective. That's just being completely arbitrary in your approach. And so, like I say, you have to view the totality of evidence. But in the course of that conversation, and I really thought this was interesting, Chris postulated the idea that these triangular UFOs might be on some type of reconnaissance or mapping mission. And I think in a very logical fashion, he looked at the characteristics that I described and the characteristics that he had seen in the reports they had investigated, the low-level flight, the very slow speed, the triangular lights, with a light at each point of the triangle, which is not in all the accounts, I might add. And in some of the recreations, you'll notice they didn't have lights like that. There are variations in the lighting patterns, but the most prevalent is, of course, the point of light at each point of the triangle. And Chris postulated, could these things be doing some type of mapping or scanning or reconnaissance operation as a result of their behaviors and as a result of thinking that these lights might be some type of triangulation method for pinpointing and mapping and measuring things? And I have to say, again, what I alluded to earlier, it doesn't matter what you believe, it matters what the data reflects. And there is logic to what he's putting forth. I don't think we can just discount that. I think it's one of the most logical explanations based on what we've seen with the data time and time again. I've often cited the fact that I thought perhaps these lights, which obviously are not FAA lighting, these things are from some other place. They don't need to adhere to our FAA flight regulations with regard to lights. I always felt that they were an integral part of the propulsion system, or they were some type of sensors that were some technology that we're not familiar with. And so, but going with Chris's idea, it's interesting because I got to thinking there are accounts where there's no lights on the triangles. So how can that account for propulsion? If the lights aren't on, it's got like an F-16. If you don't see the fire behind the F-16 in the jet, it's probably going to drop out of the sky. Well, likewise, if you don't see these 3 points of light, this whole triangle is possibly going to come down. So it got me thinking that, Chris might be on the right line. And again, Chris may be citing, and again, I can only speculate, may be citing information that he can't disclose further. Again, he's had insight to other cases that might shed light and maybe even, be the impetus for him coming up with this idea. I don't know. Chris is very respectful of security and things that are classified. And people think because I know Chris and we still keep in touch that I have all this inside information. I don't. I provide information to Chris, and I know Chris can't disclose certain things, and I respect that, But I think what's interesting about the show about Chris and about Lou, and it's something that sometimes they get a little bit of ribbing on the part of the UFO community. Is I've seen a lot of postings on social media that, well, they're acting like these things are hostile, or they're violent, or that they're a security threat, a defense threat. Well, I put in my book, 7-8 years ago now, that for governments of the world, not just United States government, governments of the world, military organizations of the world, and intelligence networks of the world, if they recognize that these things are truly real, there's an objective reality to these UFOs or UAPs, if they are moving through controlled airspace without our knowing, if they're using some type of technology that we can't understand, again, lots of ifs, but we have to go down this road. If they concede that there is a genuine phenomenon, as pretty much has been acknowledged since the New York Times article has hit and subsequent revelations, it has to be viewed as and this is the key word, people, potential threat. Because if this thing, whatever it is manifesting superior technology, and we don't know what it is, we don't know where it originates from, it has to be viewed as a potential threat. We have to keep in mind that intelligence networks around the world have think tanks that work out scenarios for every possible contingency. And this has to be one of those. Historically, when you look at UFO accounts, triangular UFOs or otherwise, they do not seem to be overtly hostile, with rare exceptions. There are certainly those rare exceptions. But when you look at the vast majority of UFO reports, they do not seem to exert or show overt hostile. But as we don't know what we're dealing with, as we don't know what variables are at play, we don't know when, say, tomorrow or a month from now or a year from now, these things might suddenly shift gears and take on a whole different approach. And if you're in a position of authority within the military defense network, if you're part of the intelligence community, you have to consider those possibilities and have contingency plans on how to deal with it. I mean, these are just logical assumptions based on what they do with any potential threat. And why should UFOs or UAPs be any different, considering we don't know what they are?
Yeah, such a good point. And I mean, again, of course, that's the lens in which these guys are going to look at this. And also, let's say, for instance, there is a valid evidence that these things are surveying or mapping our world. Why? Why are they doing that? We need to know the motivation for that. And that could be a potential threat, right?
Why are they doing that? And Ryan, admittedly, there's been a successive series of revelations since the New York Times article, right? The videos came out, then they officially endorsed the videos. Then the Navy came forward and said, yes, they acknowledge the videos. And by the way, we're also formulating official policy and procedure for naval personnel to report UAPs. One little statement in the naval spokesman's comment that most people don't seize upon, and I can tell you my eyebrows went up and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. It stated one of the reasons they were doing this is due to the increased frequency of sightings within military operations areas of these UAPs. That is a very telling statement, because since the New York Times article came out and all of these successive revelations with regard to the UAP task force and other things, the fundamental question I've asked myself, having been doing this now for 31 years and looking at decades-long denials on the part of the United States government and military, why now? Why now are they acknowledging the phenomenon? Why now are they coming out more publicly and talking about it? Why now are they releasing DoD videos? We have to ask that question, and I think the naval spokesman gave us insight into that when they stated, due to the increased frequency. So are they seeing this huge surge in sightings, credible sightings on the part of their military? And if so, if you're wired like Lou, if you're wired like Chris from a defense intelligence standpoint, how could you not stand up and take notice of that? These are the facts as we have them.
It's a valid concern. Exactly.
It's a valid concern.
Yep. Wow. There's so many roads we could go down with that, man. But I want to get to this latest endeavor that you're doing with Mark Rutkowski.
Yes.
This is incredible. For those watching the video version of this episode, you will see to David's right those huge, massive file cabinets, which I'm drooling just wondering what's in there. Tell us all about what's going on, man, please.
Yeah, well, let me just say that there's 15 file cabinets that stretch behind me here. On the other side, this direction, just to orient you, are the 15 file cabinets you saw in Unidentified, the black filing cabinets, for those that maybe have the episode recorded or such. But so there's 30 file cabinets here. But this row stretching all the way back behind me and then around, these are the historic CUFOS UFO case file collection. These are also the personal files of Dr. J. Allen Hynek, and also contain the original Project Blue Book material that J. Allen Hynek took with him at the conclusion of Project Blue Book. Now, the backstory on this, CUFOS, the Center for UFO Studies out of Chicago, had been wrestling with what to do with the physical files. And that being said, there has been the lion's share of work being done on the part of Barry Greenwood and Jan Aldridge to try to get these extensive files scanned, digitized, preserved, and then ultimately made accessible to the general UFO community and general public. But it's been very slow in that process. So a series of events. I know CUFOS very well. I know Dr. Mark Rodiger. He's a friend and colleague. I've known him. Mark, just by virtue of the fact being in Chicago, where CUFOS was, and me being Illinois State Director for MUFON for 7 or 8 years, afforded us the opportunity to get to know each other, to work together in a couple instances. And I have the utmost respect for Mark and consider him a dear friend. But working with the CUFOS board, they were struggling with what's ultimately going to happen to the files. They knew of my passion for UFO history, the archive that I've already started, but more importantly, my effort to try to digitize and preserve a lot of the material that I had. But through a successive series of discussions, it was decided that I would be willing to accept the files here, my wife and I, here in the research room, but it was predicated on this, that post-COVID, hopefully very soon here in 2021, we will be having Barry Greenwood and Jan Aldridge flying out to Albuquerque for extended stays here at my home. My wife and I and family will be putting them up as kind of live-in researcher guests for a week to 2 weeks at a stretch. And they will be working here in this room at this table behind me, digitizing and scanning as many files as they humanly can possibly do. Now, this will be a series of visits over this year and over the next probably 2 to 3 years, with the goal of hopefully within 2 to 3 years of having all of these files scanned. As I mentioned, Barry Greenwood's done a wonderful job. He estimates he's done between 20-30% of the files already. But just to give you some context, these files literally stretch from the beginning of the drawer all the way to the back. I could barely get my hand in to pull out some of these files. And again, we call them the CUFOS files, but that's really an umbrella term. These are also Donald Kehoe's NICAP UFO files going back to the 1950s. And even earlier, another group, which was extremely pivotal in the early years of civilian UFO research in the United States, is CSI New York, Civilian Saucer Intelligence New York. Ted Blocher and many other early researchers amassed a considerable amount of civilian UFO files. And in addition to this, we have a number of Australian cases. And as I mentioned earlier, the original Project Blue Book material that Hynek took with him. What's interesting about this, Ryan, and if you were drooling before, you're going to drool even more now. What's interesting is as you look through Hynek's Blue Book files, he made a habit of crossing things out and making notations in red felt marker. On a number of these, where Blue Book describes something as ball lightning, he would cross it out with a red line and then right next to it, unidentified, and then would make some marginalia or notation, did not follow through as they should or should have been investigated more thoroughly. So what's interesting is after all these years, not only do the files give us information in the form of data, in the form of UFO case files, we get insights into what Hynek was thinking in some cases with regard to the case and with regard to Blue Book's approach and the way that they investigated, or more often than not, did not investigate these cases. And then lastly, I'd like to mention the fact that in addition to these files, I have an entire file cabinet of microfilm that I received from Jan Aldridge. And he has sent me extensive reels of microfilm. And I have a machine right here. I don't know if you can see it on the camera for those that are watching this, This was donated through a benefactor of my research. This is a $5,000 microfilm digitization machine. And we're starting the slow process of digitizing all of these microfilms as well to make accessible to the general public in the next 2 to 3 years. And some of this has, per Jan Aldridge, who's the leading UFO historian in the United States, he said the general public, the UFO community, has not seen some of this historical material that's on these. So we're really excited to preserve the material. God forbid if anything happens to the originals, but the ultimate goal of making it accessible. Now, I always say short term, you want to see the files, you got to come to Albuquerque. And I know that's cost prohibitive and time prohibitive for many people. However, because the files, which resided in Chicago since 1973, are now here in Albuquerque, for those in Arizona, New Mexico, California, Utah, from this portion of the country, it's now maybe more readily accessible. And so for those serious researchers that want to come and do research, prior to receiving these files, I've had a lot of foot traffic through here from local, regional, and national UFO researchers that have come to do research. Now, per Mark Rodiger, we have here the single largest collection of UFO case files in the world. So short term, I know it may be an inconvenience for many. If you want to come, you can schedule time to come and do research here. But we ultimately want to not tease you with this information, but rather diligently work towards this digitization effort to scan it all. And then we'll get it on a server, we'll get it on a website to where the worldwide community will have access to this rare body of UFO data. And so to me, in that sense, it's one of the most important projects that we can be involved with right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just digitizing anything nowadays is essential. We know that. I mean, we live in an age where everything is in the cloud and on the computer. So the fact that these things still exist, first and foremost, thank God.
Yes.
Thank God you were able to get your hands on them. And they went to someone who cares enough to give that to the public, to make it readily available. So,
and again, it gets back to what I said. You know, it doesn't matter what we believe; it's rather what the data reflects. Well, here's the data. Each one of these cases is a data set, and as I alluded to with the triangular UFOs, I already had amassed some cases that I was looking at, showing patterns. These additional data sets have just reinforced that profile, those characteristics that I've already outlined. So the more data we have, the more data sets we have. And I've always said this, in the absence of physical evidence, this is the best evidence we have right here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love that. And it's, again, it's reinforcing the patterns that you found in your own personal research. So I think that is just, you can't get any better than that.
And Ryan, your audience or researchers out there that eventually come here to look at the files, whether physically or eventually digitally, what other patterns are going to emerge? You know, and everyone comes at this from a different perspective. I've always said the more eyes and brains that we have applied to this data here, the better off we're going to be. You know, no one is going to, I believe, no one person is going to crack the lid wide open on this. I think it's going to be a concerted effort by objective researchers that are truly looking at the data. And if I can show a pattern and they show a pattern and we see that like a Venn diagram, guess what? In certain circumstances, those patterns overlap. It's those baby steps. There's not going to be a eureka moment, I don't believe, with regard to UFO research. It's the laborious, tedious, boring, I'm sorry to say in some cases, research of sifting through these reports to find those patterns that I think may lead to at least maybe a glimmer. Even if we can crack that door open slightly, it might open it up to other avenues or other questions. You know, I sometimes feel like we're so dumb regarding the UFO subject, we don't even know the right questions to ask. So maybe if we start putting these patterns together, we might be able to start asking those right questions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I guess Dave, bringing things to the most current as we can, just a few days ago, there was a UFO case pretty much above the skies in your neck of the woods in New Mexico. Are you familiar with this case? And what do you make of it? Tell us a little about this if you can.
American Airlines flight going from Cincinnati to Phoenix, flying over New Mexico, northeast corner of New Mexico, which is extremely rural for those that aren't familiar with New Mexico. They encountered an unidentified flying object, something that looked like a cruise missile. I don't know if it nearly collided with the plane, but it was certainly enough to really cause some excitement on the part of the pilot and co-pilot. And the audio was actually recorded by an aviation enthusiast who monitored different radio transmissions.
2292. Have any targets up here? We just had something go right over the top of us that, I hate to say this, looked like a long cylindrical object. It almost looked like a cruise missile type of thing moving really fast that went right over the top of us.
I heard about it just like everyone else. And unfortunately, at this point, I know nothing more than anyone else who's read the internet stories. But that occurred on the 21st, which was, I believe, Sunday. And the subsequent day on Monday, I filed a FOIA request with the FAA to try to secure any and all recordings, because that might not be the only recording, that little clip that we have on the internet. But I felt, duty bound to file a FOIA request with the FAA to secure any and all recordings associated with this event, as well as any written documentation that we might have. So that was just submitted on Monday. Obviously, here it's only Thursday. So, let's give it some time and see if I can get that information and see, if additional insights come out. But it was interesting. There's a local Albuquerque radio host that I do live shows with, and he's very interested in the UFO subject. And I emailed it to him, I believe, on Monday after I'd filed my FOIA request. And he called me immediately, and he was all excited. And he made the comment, which I thought was a very, very astute observation. He goes, "This is why I have you on my show." He goes, "I'm trying to convey to people this," and I won't repeat the expletive he used. He goes, "This blank isn't just obscure stuff that happened in Roswell in 1947. This stuff is ongoing." And I thought that was a really interesting, valid point that he brought up. And it does. It demonstrates pilots, individuals, civilians, military individuals are still seeing unidentified objects, UFOs, UAPs, call them what they will. It continues, and it's being cited by credible witnesses. The skeptics can say all they want. And the interesting thing about skeptics, I don't often talk about this, is the statements that they make are true. Humans have bad perception. Well, that's true relative to a dog or to other animals. And that memory can be fallible. They use all of these things, which are true, but then they generalize them to a ridiculous degree. It's one thing to say, Ryan, I'm a bad observer. But if I told you I saw a red Volkswagen on the street right before I came on the show, it's not to the extent that I hallucinated and saw a red Volkswagen. I probably saw a red Volkswagen. But they take these things that are true and magnify them and generalize them to ridiculous degrees. At the end of the day, as long as reports are coming in, I think we should look at them again, knowing what we do know, that it's not just visual perception that we're relying on. It's radar confirmation, photographs, and other types of objective data that we could look at. And I've often stated that I'm not a UFO believer. I don't believe every story that comes along. Quite the contrary. I'm very skeptical. I like to vet, as many cases and reports as best I can. And it's like, when you look at this amount of data, just for an example, we're looking at thousands, if not tens of thousands of case files just sitting right here next to me. It's not that I believe these reports, but how can you summarily discount tens of thousands of eyewitnesses? That's what I say. Don't believe it, but you can't arbitrarily disbelieve it all. And if you do, I think you're being intellectually dishonest with yourself and others.
Absolutely. Again, facts do not care about your feelings. That's what I always tell people. So you're right, man. You're so right. And with this current case, I mean, again, I knew I could count on you or John Greenwald to be all over this thing the minute it happened.
Well, John's the master of FOIAs. I bow to John. That's his area. But I just figured, since I was here in New Mexico and since I knew local media would be reaching out and talking to me, I felt I would be remiss if I didn't file a FOIA request. It's like, you're in New Mexico. This just happened and you're not doing anything about it. So, the best I can do is file a FOIA request and hope for the best.
All right, Dave. We've discussed everything I really wanted to dive into personally as a UFO researcher, but now I've got probably some of the most amazing listener questions I've ever gotten for a guest. Great. So let's run through these, man. Our first one comes from Teddy Z on Patreon, and he asks, David, what is the best advice for someone that is just getting in to UFO research. Teddy's new to this whole
my
thing
goodness.
that you and I do. And what was the craziest story that you've heard from someone since you started researching?
Sure. No, great questions. First, Teddy, my heart goes out to you because I always feel sympathetic for someone coming into this field now because there's so much disinformation, misinformation, and I hate to say it, but it has to be called out. You know, charlatans and con artists and people that just are spouting conspiracy tales just to spout interesting, tantalizing stories because it helps them make money or it generates book sales. You know, I would recommend that, you know, feel free to reach out to me. I can try to steer you towards what I feel are credible researchers today. I'd be happy to give you some guidance in that respect. But the only thing I can recommend as kind of a general guiding principle, don't take anybody's word for granted, including mine. I always cite my sources so people can go through and vet and verify what I'm telling you is accurate, or at least, okay, Marler quoted an appropriate source. Yes, I found it myself. So I would recommend don't take anybody as offering the gospel truth. Try to verify at all times what information is being conveyed. So that would probably be a general rule. As far as one of the most bizarre reports I ever had, there was a case in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was a couple. It was a mother and a daughter, and they lived very close to downtown St. Louis, kind of South City, and they had called in to report that they were having these repeated UFO sightings. And I don't think I've ever talked about this one publicly, so that's a great question you asked. Myself and another MUFON investigator went there and from Missouri, and we interviewed the two ladies in their home. And they had some interesting stories that were suggestive possibly of missing time, abduction, but they had reported having all of these sightings. So at one point, when we kind of had wrapped up the initial series of interviewing, I had asked, well, could we go outside? You had stated that you had seen an area where this 30-foot object had sat down and kind of pressed down the flowers in your garden. And they're like, sure, we'll go out back. And so they take us out to the back of the house. And then much like South St. Louis, the homes are very close together with just very small spaces in between. And they said, it's actually the flower bed on the side of the house where it sat down. And I walk over there and I immediately notice, first off, there's only probably at best 8 to 10 feet between their house and the neighbor's house. There's a small patch about 4 foot by 4 foot of flowers. They were like tulips or something like that. I can't remember now. And sure enough, they were pressed down. But we're talking a small area, no more than 4 foot by 4 foot. And then it was interesting. As I'm talking to them and I'm saying, so you said the object was about 30 feet in diameter? Oh, yeah, it was like 30 feet. And this is where it sat down. Immediately, there's issues with the narrative that they're telling me based on what I'm seeing. But then I notice just about 6 feet further down the house was another flower bed. And I noticed that the flowers there were equally pressed down. What I also noticed was it was either there or a neighbor's cat was laying on the flowers that had pressed them down. It didn't take a rocket scientist to establish that, one, what they're telling me size-wise doesn't fit the area in question, and two, if that flower bed is the same type of flowers and it's smashed down by a cat, more than likely the cat was responsible for smashing this down. So that was one that I always remember, is just kind of, and there were other incongruities, inconsistencies in their story. And I'm not calling these people liars, but a lot of people truly believe, we get back to that belief word, Ryan, believe something happened, but the reality may be something different. And in this case, the facts pointed to the fact that it just didn't add up.
Right. And can you imagine, Dave, all those files you have in that office, what percentage of those could be explained by a cat?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, I will tell you, Ryan, and I'll tell your audience, in just going through these since November 3rd, which is when they were delivered here, I can tell you there are numerous meteor sightings, fireball sightings, which were called UFOs. But for all intents and purposes, it was a meteor. It was a fireball. I mean, there was nothing anomalous. It didn't hover. It was just a point of light with sparks flying, and then it disintegrated or exploded. And there was no nonlinear flight where it made a right angle. So if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it probably is a duck, or in this case, a meteor.
A meteor, yeah, or a cat laying in a flower bed for sure. Well, and I think that stresses too, like we've said so many times tonight. UFO researchers aren't there to prove that what people are seeing is alien. It's our job to do the opposite, to try to find every conventional explanation other than that. You know, so when you're left with just that option, then you've got a true unknown.
And I'm glad you brought this up, Ryan, because it never comes up in conversations or in shows like this. The fact is, again, skeptics attack UFO believers because, well, they're talking about UFOs and they see a UFO under every rock. Well, look, myself and other researchers don't come on to spend 15 to 20 minutes to tell you about a case we investigated that turned out to be a military refueling operation. We're not going to waste your time with that. But even though we don't talk about it, it needs to be said that the vast majority of UFO sightings that we do receive, like the fireball sightings we were just talking about, are reported. It's that 90% noise to that 10% signal, which is genuine UFOs. But, it's boring to talk about, a sighting that turned out to be a refueling operation, or it's boring to talk about, people seeing something else that's just prosaic. We could talk about those. Brian and I would probably bore you to tears, but, but we want to talk what we focus on, what we do talk about on these shows, what we do talk about on television episodes. And when we do lecture across the country are those that have, passed the sniff test, if you will. It's not military. It's not natural phenomenon. These are exhibiting unusual characteristics that we need to look at, not believe, but just look at. And again, I don't mean to go off on an anti-skeptic rant, but, the skeptics, they always, will dispense opinions and proclamations without doing any research on the subject. The January 5th case, just an example, the January 5th case, these police officers went out and they saw this triangular UFO. One of the famous skeptics at the time, about a year or so later, was on a documentary, and he said, well, these officers went out expecting to see a UFO. None of the officers I interviewed believed in UFOs prior to this. Some were open to it, but none of them were quote unquote UFO believers. And in fact, some of them said, if you would have came in here a year ago telling me you were investigating UFOs, I would have said, there's the door. And so, but they make these statements like they know the witnesses. They've been on location. They've interviewed them, but they haven't. And that's where, rightly or wrongly, if you like the skeptics or you like the UFO believers, or the researchers, I should say, at least the researchers go out and do the legwork, as opposed to sitting back in their recliner in California or wherever they're at and just make proclamations based on nothing. And they talk about science. They say they're scientists. They're the antithesis of science. They don't collect the data and then formulate hypotheses. They just arbitrarily assign an explanation in absence of even looking at the evidence.
Exactly. It's extremely irresponsible. I couldn't agree with you more. All right. Here's another one from Robert McGee on Patreon. He asks, what is the single most well-documented and proven triangle UFO sighting, in your opinion, David? Anything come to mind?
That's a really hard one.
Yeah.
There's so many. I don't mean to evade the question. I would probably say, just off the top of my head, and I could be wrong, but I'm just going with what comes to mind, is the famous Belgian sighting, where you had an off-duty gendarme who was hosting a house party. He and his guests were seeing these objects with the triangular lighting configuration flying around in the sky, making erratic maneuvers. And then he contacted the local Air Force base. They checked with the 4 separate NATO ground-based tracking stations that were all tracking this, unknown radar target at the exact same location that the witnesses on the ground were observing it. And then again, this is what precipitated the launch of the F-16, piloted by Yves Meelsberg, who was the Belgian pilot, who's only done, I think, 2 public interviews about this. He repeatedly locked on with his onboard radar. As soon as he locked on, one could almost surmise that it's almost as if it detected that, much like our jet fighters can. And as soon as he would achieve lock on, the object would peel away at incredible speeds, either increasing or decreasing at incredible altitudes. He would then close on the object again. He would lock on. It would repeat the same thing. You can chalk up coincidence or, prosaic explanations, But I think that one, because of all the disparate witnesses, because of all the different types of sensing equipment, ground-based radar, airborne radar, the fact that he achieved multiple lock-ons only for it to appear to react to that, to me, that is probably one of the more compelling. I mean, ideally, we want physical evidence. We all want physical evidence with regard to UFOs, but I think that's one of the most credible. And I might add, getting back to what we alluded to earlier, Ryan, the provenance. We have the Belgian Air Force that acknowledged this, that released the radar information. I mean, then Colonel, later General de Brouwer, acknowledged all of this, and still to this day acknowledges it. So yeah, I would say that's probably one of the best evidentiary cases for triangular UFOs.
I love it. Yeah, and you're right. In lieu of having the craft on the ground and being able to study it, if the Air Force is releasing their data on this event, that's all we could ask for.
Right.
Oh, this is an interesting one. Dan on Reddit asks, is there any observed connections between triangle sightings and saucer sightings, or have you ever come across reports where different types of UFOs were seen at the same time? You ever seen a saucer trailing behind a triangle, Dave?
Well, I haven't. I don't know if I have any saucers trailing a triangle, but that's a great question, and that's actually one of the characteristics I outlined in my book. And I have other cases since then, again, bolstering what I already outlined in the book back in 2013. There was a famous case, not a famous case, but a well-documented case, I should say, back from April of 1958 in Denmark. And I include this in my book. It was over the village of Brohyr in Denmark, where a woman observed a large black silent triangle hovering over the village. And she then described, as if that wasn't bizarre enough, in 1958, she then described a series of horseshoe-shaped objects flying out of the triangle, each emitting a very bright light. Now, what's interesting, and I mentioned this earlier, if we just had this one woman's testimony, you could believe it or discount it, it's up to you. This was in a Reuters news service article, and the Reuters article goes on to state Reuters was able to confirm the woman's sighting with at least 20 other villagers. So we had a multiple witness account of this, describing not only a black, silent, low-hanging triangle, but these objects coming out. Now, conversely, there are other accounts of these triangles where objects are going into the triangle. The Belgian wave, they had this red orb or light that would fly around independent and then would return to the belly of the object. That's just one case. There was a famous case. It was a British Overseas Airway Corporation flight near Nova Scotia. And this object was seen in 1954, and I talk about it in my book. This garnered worldwide media attention. Captain Howard was the pilot, who was a well-seasoned commercial airline pilot. He, the first officer, Daphne Webster, who was the stewardess, as well as almost all of the crew, or the passengers rather, observed this thing that flew with them for about 15 or 20 minutes at least. And what they saw originally looked like an antique telephone receiver upside down. And then they noticed on each side were three objects, three black dots on each side that were flanking this object. Captain Howard described the parent object, or the main object, that appeared to change shape as they were observing it over this extended period of time. And at one point, he sketches and describes, and I have a lot of the original news clippings from the time period, as well as copies, the object being a triangle. And his attention, the captain's attention, was turned away at one point. First Officer Lee Boyd continued to observe this series of essentially 7 objects, the main object and 6 attendant objects. And then while Captain Howard's attention was diverted away, he turns back and he asked the officer, the first officer, "Where did the small objects go? I don't see them." And Officer Lee Boyd responded, "It looked like they went into the larger one." So these are very early cases by pilots describing an early triangular UFO report with attendant or objects along with them. One of the other characteristics that I see in a number of reports, and I almost listed it as a common characteristic, but I felt like I just didn't have enough cases to really warrant that, but it is a common theme with a handful of accounts now, is the fact that these triangles have often been seen with rectangular UFOs. In the January 5th, 2000 case, a later witness came forward stating they saw a rectangular object and they saw the triangle in the same portion of the sky. The November 29th evening that started the whole Belgian wave that I alluded to, that case, the gendarmes saw two triangles in the sky, and then the dispatcher, Albert Kreutz in Yupan, stepped out on his balcony to see if he could see anything, and he wasn't in the immediate proximity, but he was laughing at the whole thing. He steps out and he sketched a rectangular object, had kind of the dimensions of like a shoebox, with a bright light at each corner of the rectangle. So you have triangles being reported in the area and a rectangle with lights in each corner. I found an APRO file, an APRO case from their APRO bulletin from the late 70s, where a woman in New York had just arrived home from grocery shopping and they saw a triangular object fly over their neighborhood. They went in to start taking the groceries in, and as they came out, they then saw a rectangular object with the exact same description and sketch. And in my book, I put them side by side with a bright light at each corner of the rectangle.
Oh, wow.
So coincidence upon coincidence, which you can write off, but I have other cases where they're describing similar things. So this is why I'm anxious to dive into these files to see what else I can find out in other cases that might show similarities.
Right. Wow. And I mean, your ability to just rattle off names and dates and everything just astounds me, Dave. It's an art form in itself. But that's so
it gets harder as age progresses, I might add.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that, man. Well, it reminds me so much of something like the Tehran UFO incident as well. These they're almost like drones coming out of the main, whatever you want to call it, mothership, let's say, for lack of a better term, and like scouting out the area before the major craft comes in or something. I don't know.
It's fascinating you bring that up, Ryan, because you're absolutely correct. You know, they had this object that was jettisoned from the parent object. In addition to that, if you recall, I believe it was the pilot was Jafari. He repeatedly locked on with onboard radar, if you recall. Yep. Only contrary to the Belgian wave, where the object peeled away, every time he locked on, he lost systems control of his jet and had to pull away. But he did that repeatedly. So again, to your point, patterns in the data. There seems to be a response in reaction to the radar lock-on.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that actually bleeds perfectly into this next question, Dave. This comes from Brett on Reddit. And talk about data. Here we go. What does Mr. Marler think of the June 2001 report published by the National Institute for Discovery Science, which found that, quote, the triangle deltoid aircraft spotted by over 500 eyewitnesses in the last decade, putting together MUFON, NIDS, and Larry Hatch's data, are possibly consistent with the deployment of unacknowledged aircraft from and between Air Mobility Command and Air Force Material Command bases. Ooh, man, that was a technical question, but you got anything on that one?
Well, again, we cannot rule out military aircraft with some of these triangle reports. I concede that, very loudly. I don't know what state-of-the-art technology was in 2001 or today. So I can't sit here and definitively state that these aren't military in some cases. But that being said, again, it doesn't explain the historical reports. And the other thing is this: we have UFOs that have congregated around, not triangles, but UFOs in general, that have congregated around nuclear weapons and nuclear weapon sites.
Right.
That doesn't mean that the nuclear weapon sites are the origin of the UFOs any more than just because we have triangles being seen near military bases. Correlation does not necessarily mean causation. They may not originate from those bases. Rather, to Chris Mellon's, idea, are they mapping these things out? Are they doing reconnaissance? We simply don't know. In either case, we just don't know definitively. And I believe, and I could be wrong on this one. You were talking about my memory. I might be wrong on this one. I'm willing to concede. I think NIDS actually even backpedaled later and conceded that not all the patterns seem to congregate around military. But again, I could be wrong. It's been years since I've read that. I can't believe that's been, 20 years ago. Wow.
Yeah. Time flies, man. I know. Yeah. The correlation between nuclear facilities and UFOs is one of the most fascinating and most terrifying connections to be made with all of this. And I think we're only starting to scratch the surface. So
I agree.
I have to, yeah. Oh, here's a good one. Paul J on Patreon asks, there's a growing metaphysical trench within the UAP world where we're seeing things like CE5 increase in popularity, even Robert Bigelow moving into the consciousness investigations with his new program, the Bigelow Institute for Consciousness Studies. Do you think this is something that shows promise and will help with our understanding of what UAPs are? Or is it just more distraction to kind of muddy the waters when it comes to trying to figure out what these things are?
No, it's a good question. Let me first say that, as I alluded to earlier, I think the more eyes we have, the more brains we have focused on this problem, coming from multiple vantage points with different perspectives, I think that it certainly could provide value. As I like to say, it's not what you study, but rather how you study it. It's the methodology that needs to be called into question. I mean, if there's true scientific work being done with regard to consciousness and these other elements with regard to UFOs or UAPs, I certainly don't discourage it. I welcome anybody that's doing credible research, regardless of the avenue from which they're approaching this subject. But that being said, beyond us within the UFO research field, what I fear is that regardless of the validity of that type of research, the general public is then going to say, well, they're into consciousness, they're into UFOs, they're into crystal gazing, they're into tarot cards. They're going to paint with a broad brush. And I think that the credibility that we've seen being attributed to the subject since the New York Times article in December 2017 could possibly be eroded by things like that. Not that it's not a valid area of inquiry, but just the general public, in their mind, they're just going to lump it all together. So you believe in, leprechauns, you believe in the Loch Ness Monster, you believe in consciousness and out-of-body experiences. Now you're saying we need to believe in UFOs. You expect us to believe all this. And so I see it it could muddy the waters, even if it is a viable area of research.
Yeah, it's tough because I agree with you. I think there's room for all theories and approaches when it comes to UFOs because we don't know what the hell we're dealing with. So why not just do all the things? But to the mainstream perception of the topic, I can understand why it would deflect the immense growth we've had in the past 3 years of credibility. So yeah, it's tough. It's always a struggle. I agree with you.
We're walking a fine line.
Yes, we always are. I know that tightrope. Here's a good one from Miguel on Facebook. He asks, as far as I know, I'm one of the few witnesses that is reported seeing a triangular craft just pop out of thin air. I'll let you be the judge of that, Dave. It starts off as sparkles, like the kind of Roman sparkler would make. If I haven't seen that craft pop out of those sparks, I wouldn't have seen it at all. That's how stealthy and quiet it was. So I'd love to know what Dave thinks what the deal is with that. Is it cloaking tech, or is this craft capable of jumping place in time? That's crazy to think about.
It's crazy to think about, but I don't think, again, we can rule out any possibility. There are other accounts where the thing just suddenly appears, poof, it's there, or it disappears. Or there's other cases where there's hyper acceleration where the witness is barely able to perceive this rapid acceleration where it disappears. The sparks, though, I think there's only maybe one other case, and I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was Massachusetts or Maine where there was another case, and I even found a video to this. If you want to reach out to me, I can try to send you the news clip who's asking about the sparks. I believe in that case, the two witnesses who were newscasters saw this object that was roughly triangular in shape, and they said it looked like there was a cable or a rope dangling, and they could see sparks coming off of that, if memory serves me correctly. But if you want to reach out to me, I could try to send you the link to that, or I can send you the video where the witnesses are describing that. But seeing sparks, that's not something that I commonly hear about in the information. But this illustrates a good point, though, Ryan. We always focus on what we see in the data, but likewise, I think it's interesting when we find these characteristics that we often don't see. What's going on there? Is there something going on that we need to look at more closely? And again, looking through this additional data will we find other cases that maybe show that that is a pattern? We just, based on the data we were looking at thus far, hadn't made that connection.
Exactly. And I think another issue that arises is researchers tend to almost censor some of the more high strangeness aspects of some of these
blinders,
exactly, which is harmful to the data. I mean, if someone's saying that sparks appeared and this craft came out of nowhere, that's very important to the patterns we find. Or, you know, I've spoken to many experiencers who have what many people would consider insane stories to tell about a close encounter or this or that. And, you know, maybe early in my naive UFO researcher days, I'd be like, that's a little too much. Let me pull it back a little before presenting it to the public, not knowing what detriment I was doing to the actual case. Now I'm like, give me the weirdest shit you got, man, because that needs to be put out there. I don't know. Am I right in that?
No, you're absolutely right. And, you know, look, UFO researchers are no different than any other researcher in any other discipline. We're subject to our own personal prejudices and biases. You know, we're not robots. We cannot be 100% objective when we look at information. And so, you know, that being said, we have to acknowledge that's just unfortunately the nature of the beast. I mean, we're not perfect, and, you know, we may discriminate to some degree. We're all guilty of that. You know, anybody that says they're not, they're lying. So, but to your point, I don't find those anomalies, those cases with those unusual characteristics, kind of like, oh, it's a statistical outlier, ignore it. I'm actually kind of intrigued by those because, again, am I missing something? Are there other cases? And so this is one of those things we kind of put in our gray file, no pun intended. We put that in our gray file, and then we go through additional data and see if, you know what, now that we're made aware of that, we can look for that and see if there are other cases. And that's just being honest with ourselves and being honest with the data.
Yep, exactly. Yep, I love that. Oh, here's one in terms of if we have data or any evidence, Dave. And I know you're the one that can answer this. Lori on Facebook asks, is there any actual hard evidence that there is for the supposed TR3B? You knew it was going to come up at some point in the conversation. Do we have any evidence that this thing exists? And the recent discovery of exotic Navy patents. This is a pretty interesting story making the rounds right now.
It is. And it's funny you say that because I'm actually sitting here looking. I've got some pages of some of the patents right here because someone else asked me about that. I'll come to that last. Okay. Let me just say with regard, and I'm going to preface this, I do not mean to insult anyone's belief system or ideology with regard to this, because unfortunately, the quote unquote TR3B unquote is manufactured and it originates from one individual by the name of Edgar Fouché, who is no longer with us. Fouché claimed to have worked at Area 51 and had been involved in some of these exotic technologies that, he claims are, manufactured technologies, and he even said this, and again, always be wary of people that use the absolute terms. He believed that all triangular UFO reports are manufactured by the military industrial complex. Now, there's been a lot of questions with regard to some of the physics that he described online. And this is going back, I might add, to the early mid-90s. This TR3B thing goes all the way back to one man, and it goes back to the 90s. He claimed that, he understood the physics. He even put the physics out there for people to look at. He included really interesting graphic images. And I have a problem with people that claim that they were government insiders working on projects that then release information and nothing's done to them. If you talk to any serious person that's out there that works for Boeing, Lockheed, McDonnell Douglas, Raytheon, any of these defense contractors, they are very serious about security. You go through a strict security screening, and you are constantly being screened for security reasons. I mean, talk to anybody that you know that work for these companies, if you do. The idea that you're going to share the keys of the kingdom, this incredible magical technology, and throw it out there for all to see and lecture about it, and not have any type of response in the form of imprisonment, fines, etc., is just ridiculous. And I know there's people out there that say, well, if they imprison or they find them, then that's just validating what they said. Well, then there's no security at all. Because, I mean, if people are going to be releasing top secret military secrets with impunity, then why the hell do we even have security screenings? And why do we have these people that are being monitored for security reasons? It's ridiculous. I don't like to believe one individual solely, especially when they come out with a claim like that. The question was, is there any evidence to support it? No, none. There's absolutely no evidence. It's the claims of one man. Unfortunately, as we see with much mis or disinformation in the UFO field, the TR-3B since the early mid-90s has now become an urban myth. It has grown to mythological proportions. And often I'll have people tell me, I saw a triangular UFO, but I believe it was a TR-3B. I like to make a very clear distinction. If you say TR-3B, then you are basically saying, I believe, adopt, and adhere to all the claims made by Edgar Fouché. You're putting faith in that one individual and their claims, despite there's no evidence to back any of it up. If you come to me and say, I saw a triangular object, but I think it might be military, that's different. But to use the nomenclature TR-3B denotes that you endorse and believe wholeheartedly, in absence of evidence, the claims of one man, Edgar Fouché, who's unfortunately no longer with us.
Right. It's almost like saying, I saw the Bob Lazar sports model saucer, right?
Absolutely.
You're going on the assumption that this one man holds all the answers, right?
And if I can, just real quick, Ryan, with regard to the patents, because like I said, I just printed this off the other day and I had it sitting here. There's a number of these purported patents floating around out there. One is a U.S. patent that was done for the Navy, and this was dated, the date of the patent, and I think this is important. The date of the patent is December 4th, 2018. How does this explain what was cited in 2001? How does this explain what was cited in 1967? How does this explain what was cited in 1957 or 1949? Again, you cannot ignore the historical record. The other one that I've seen, and I don't know if this one's legitimate or not. Again, I'm not endorsing these. I'm just simply saying these I know are what's circulating, which are raising a lot of good questions. I think they're valid questions. This one was created July 6th, publication date, July 6th, 2006. And the title is called Triangular Spacecraft. And it shows the stereotypical, for those that are viewing this, your stereotypical triangular UFO. Now, if you look at this and the fact that it was done in 2006, it doesn't take a stretch of the imagination to put together that this civilian, which it was a civilian, not the Navy, had seen the UFO reports circulating out there and then created a working model based on the physics that he knew and tried to create a patent for it. But again, you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the reports came way before this in 2006 and certainly way before this one in 2018. So I don't think that this explains triangles, at least up to the dates in question. And again, these are when the patents were filed and published. So even if you have a patent, it takes years, if not decades, to go, especially with an exotic aerospace vehicle like this, to go from a patent to an actual fully operation working model. And so I think it's very important to take all of that into consideration when looking at those things. Again, but that's why I love the historical accounts, because I can go back to 1957 with a fair degree of certainty and know then what state-of-the-art technology was with regard to the U.S. military arsenal. I can't tell you, you know, in the last 20, 30 years, what is state-of-the-art technology.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Again, the data doesn't lie. I love that. Well, I guess kind of in closing, Dave, the one thing we haven't really touched on is the current things going on with the Pentagon. I mean, let's elephant in the room. The Pentagon started a UFO task force. It's like, I don't know, Project Blue Book 2.0, maybe. But this is pretty crazy. Again, never in my time in doing UFO research did I think I would see another government-funded UAP project. So what do you make of all this, man? Is this something we should pay attention to? Should we temper our expectations? I guess we always should do that. But
I think we should always temper the expectation, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to the UFO field. But within 180 days, now I think it's something like 100, they're supposed to give a report to the public of their findings within this task force.
Yeah.
Again, something that Christopher Mellon had a huge part in doing. What should we expect from this? Should we trust that we get anything, or what do you think?
Yeah, well, in respect to the Intelligence Authorization Act of 2021, the Senate Intelligence Authorization Act, which had at the very end under comments, and I think that's important, people have to realize it was under comments, they requested a report with regard to UAPs, and then they cite several specific things that they would like to have. I made some discrete inquiries with people I know that are in the intelligence world, and they basically had told me that this is a request. Be very clear. This is not an order. It's not a mandate. And they are not required under any certain terms to fulfill that request. And so I think that is the best thing I can say with regard to that. Again, I defer to the experts, people that are in the intelligence world that I know that know about these things. I certainly don't in the civilian sector, but I tend to take their word. And to your point, Ryan, it's really tempering the expectations. At the end of the day, regardless of what comes out with the UAP task force, maybe they will generate a report. I hope I'm pleasantly proven wrong. But whatever they come out with, it's not going to change the nature of what I've done for 30 years or what I will continue to do with regard to my research on the subject. I don't lose sleep over what the government may or may not do or may not say. At the end of the day, I'm still going to analyze the research. In some respects, it's a distraction. I think you might have used that term earlier, with regard to something else. We need to be very careful about distractions. And like you said, we don't want to put blinders on where we're ignoring stuff. But at the same time, we need to have focus. Don't get distracted with the new shiny thing over here. Continue to be focused on the data, on investigating the information. And I used to use the analogy in some of my early lectures for those prior to all of this now with the UAP task force and coming out, where people would look back at Blue Book, they would look back at the government cover-up, quote unquote. And I've always been of the opinion, if you're interested in bugs, I want to go see the bugs in the field, not get an entomologist's opinion of what do you think of the bugs. If you're really interested in bugs, go out in the field and look for the bugs. And that's, I feel like trying to chase down, well, what did they maybe know or not know back in 1950 or 1960? You're probably never going to know. You're probably going to get thrown a lot of red herrings. And at the end of the day, how is that helping you answer what are UFOs? Look at the UFO reports themselves. That is ultimately the crux of this whole phenomenon, or what people are reporting.
Yes, exactly. And by saying people, I think it's also important to keep in mind civilian witnesses. I mean, yes, having a pilot or a military officer, trained observers is very important. And that's what I think a lot of the mainstream is going to pay attention to,
Right.
and what this UAP task force is probably going to be looking at. But for every one of those military cases, there's 100 civilians who saw a triangle or saw a saucer.
And if I can add one more comment to that, people are like, well, come on, Marler, you're being overly skeptical. They're going to come out with a report. Another reason I say that is based on the input of people that know a lot more than I do about these things, but also look at the 3 DoD videos that have been released since December 2017. Do we have one page of official documentation of analysis, investigation on the part of ATIP or the UAP task force relative to those videos? We don't have one page, zero, nada. So the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. We've had going on, 3 years now, a little over 3 years since those videos have come out. And we don't have any official documentation or analyses of those videos. So I'm happy the videos are out there. I'm happy we are where we are, where they're acknowledging the UAP reality, that there are these things flying around. But if you're looking for documentation, disclosure, as people love to use that word, we don't have anything but 3 DoD videos and nothing to back it up in the way of analysis or insight into how they operate, what's going on.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, it took the former head of the other Pentagon UFO program to leave the program to give us any data and insight on those videos.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's why I just temper my enthusiasm, as you mentioned.
Yep. Again, welcome to the UFO research field. Well, David, I'm going to have you stick around for our Patreon subscribers to tell us probably one of the most fascinating physiological UFO cases I've ever heard about that you've looked into immensely. Sure. For our Patreon subscribers, please stick around for that. Thank you for doing that, Dave. But before we go, this has been, I don't even know what to say. This was a interview, 205 episodes in the making. I'm so happy you were able to stick around for this long. But
I'm enjoying it.
If there's one thing you want to tell the people out there about why we do this, why we find this topic so fascinating, worth pursuing, putting our reputations on the line, and just living our lives living and breathing this stuff. Yeah, we have our own personal lives too, but this takes up a lot of it. What would you say to people out there who may want to get into this field, this crazy field we found ourselves in?
Sure. Well, again, I'll allude to these cabinets that are sitting next to me, chock full of thousands of UFO case files. If just one of these case files is truly of an unknown object from some other intelligence, from God knows where, God knows when, it's the biggest story in our human history. And I mean, I don't think you can oversell that. I mean, if just one. And so it's not a matter of believing, but how can you summarily disbelieve all of these reports and all of this corroborative testimony and evidence? And, beyond that, I feel compelled, and I know you feel the same way on this, Ryan, interviewing the dozens and if not hundreds of people I've interviewed now over the last 30 years, the emotional impact, the personal impact these experiences have had with these people, until you've interviewed them, until you've really encountered some of these witnesses that have had extremely dramatic experiences, I simply can't turn a blind eye to the narratives or to them on a personal level. And much like the case you alluded to, this burn victim case from 1964 that we'll talk about, that was an extremely significant experience. And decades later, this person is still scratching their head trying to figure out what happened. So, to me, it's like an itch you just can't scratch. It's compelling. It drives you. It motivates you. But we just can't quite scratch it. And it's just that ever elusive mystery that just fuels my interest. And once I think you're exposed to the subject, if you're honest with yourself, you're honest with the data, you just can't turn away from it. And, my life's not been the same since. And I'll never see myself walking away from the subject matter. It's just too compelling. The questions that it raises with regard to who we are, where we are, our place in reality. What is reality? It just begs all those questions. And so I don't see, I'm biased, of course, but I don't see how you can't be interested in UFOs, quite honestly.
I couldn't put it better, man. That is a mic drop if I've ever heard one, for sure. But before we go, please tell us, where can we find the book and everything you're up to?
Sure. Probably best to go to my website, www.davidmarlerufo.com. There's a link to Amazon where you can purchase that. There's an old link to Amazon where I know some people will click on it and it says not available. The book is available, but best to go through my website. And there's a link right on the main page. You can click on the book cover. It'll take you right there. And the one thing I would ask, though, is, obviously, if you purchase the book or if you have purchased the book, if you haven't reached out with feedback, both on Amazon, which is always very helpful, I always appreciate reader feedback. It helps me gauge, am I providing valuable information? And, how is that helping you in your research endeavors and in your investigation of this subject?
I love that, man. And I look forward to hopefully making it out there to dig through those files with you someday. You
have an invitation, Ryan. You just let me know, and we'll have that door wide open for you.
Thank you, David, and thank you so much for coming on Somewhere in the Skies.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and I want to tell you about something that feels like it was specifically made for us. Those of us who have followed every UFO headline, every whistleblower, every UFO sighting and close encounter that literally defined the past year in UFOs. And that is Anomalous cards. Anomalous cards are a one-of-a-kind collectible series, capturing the top 100 UAP and UFO stories of 2025. Preserved, documented, and brought to life in a format you can actually hold in your hands. We're talking about 100 uniquely designed trading cards, each one representing a pivotal moment in the unfolding UAP conversation. Every single card is individually serial numbered, making each piece of art a limited historical archive. Not just a collectible, but a timestamp of disclosure in motion. And here's where it gets even more exciting. You can collect the full story your way. Grab a complete factory set and own the entire timeline of 2025. Or dive into the thrill of discovery with cello packs and boxes, each containing the chance to uncover exclusive Heroes of Truth insert cards, spotlighting the individuals pushing this mystery into the light. This isn't just memorabilia, it's a curated record of one of the most important years in UAP history. Head over to letsgetanomalous.com right now to grab your set or packs. And for Somewhere in the Skies listeners, you get an exclusive promo code right now for 15% off your order. That promo code is Somewhere15. Again, go to letsgetanomalous.com and use the promo code Somewhere15 for 15% off your order. Because the UFO story is still unfolding, and now you can collect it all with Anomalous cards.
$18 or $80, crippled, blind, or crazy, I'm going dancing tonight. It don't matter which one gets a hold of me or I get a hold of them, you know.
That's Hoot Gibson. I met him at Arky Blues Silver Dollar in Bandera, Texas. He's just one of many characters you'll hear from in Vanishing Postcards, a podcast where we explore the hidden dives, traditions, and frequently threatened histories discovered by exiting the highways.
We don't give a flying flip for most of your regular bar types.
Featuring dispatches from the back roads, Vanishing Postcards is a touching, frequently humorous experience, perfect for when you need a breather, but don't have the time or luxury of jumping in the car. I'm Evan Stern, and I invite you to join this ride by finding Vanishing Postcards wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies. I am your host, Ryan Sprague, and with me today is one of my partners in crime over at the Debrief, but that's not all she's known for. She hosts a very popular podcast in Canada, and she also does a lot of work in the UFO field as well. So I'm not going to waste any more time. We're going to talk about everything she's up to in and out of the UFO world. So with me today on Somewhere in the Skies is Chrissy Newton. Chrissy, thank you so much for joining me today for the first time. I can't believe I'm saying that.
I know, I'm so excited. I love your podcast. So when you asked me, I was thrilled to be part of this.
Well, thank you. There's so much we could talk about, and I know we have limited time, so I'm just going to cut to the chase. Origin story. You know, every comic book has one, how the person became who they were. So I know you've answered this in the past in other interviews, but I would love to hear how you first got interested in UFOs. What brought you into this crazy world that we're in?
My dad got me into UFOs when I was probably like 6 or 7. Like I always say 6, but I'm not 100% sure. So I would say when I was at least 6 years old, he showed me this photo of a UFO that he ended up seeing when he was in, I think, his early 20s. He was driving up north with a group of friends to this cottage that they were going to, and they all pulled over the side of the road. There was a whole bunch of different cars pulled over as well, and they ended up seeing this light that's like hovering above the sky or above like it was like a telephone pole actually, which is kind of funny. It was pretty high up, but it was still pretty close to them. And they ended up like taking it. My dad ended up taking a picture of it, and the guys ended up, some of them were hunting. So they ended up taking a gun out that had a scope on it, not to shoot the UFO, but to get a better idea of what it looked like. So they put the rifle up to it and looked through the scope, and then the UFO took off down the street or down the road, I guess you would say. And then a whole bunch of people saw it. The news reported it. It was a mass sighting. And ever since that, my dad took that photo and showed me as a kid, like it lit up everything inside of me. And it was really just something that started that journey, along with him trying to figure out what he saw. And then his journey became part of my journey too, which is really cool.
That is cool. So what did he have any ideas or impressions about what it was or what he saw? I mean, did he immediately say this was little green men or what? Yeah. What did he tell you?
Well, he was like, it's a UFO. That's what he said. Like no matter answer, what, 100%, it was a UFO to him. And that's it. Like he didn't think it was aliens at that time. I don't think. I think that a lot of them were confused because he saw it with a group of friends too. So they talked about it. And ever since then, my dad never talked about it with a lot of other people because of the ridicule. So we would talk about UFOs, him and I, when I would grow up and even now. But when we were younger, he would say, or when I was younger, he would say, don't talk about it because, people think you're crazy. People think you're nuts and you're a Looney Tune, and that was part of it. So now it's a little bit different. Like he's more open with it now and talks about it. I don't know how much he talks about his experience, but he talks about just loving UFOs and being into it. And he's proud of it. That's for sure. And my dad consumes so much information on UFOs. And now it's funny because as he gets older, when I was younger, he was teaching me. And now as I get older, I'm teaching him. So I'll call him and I'm like, did you hear what John Radcliffe said or this and that? And for him, he's like, what? I haven't heard that. So it's really nice to be able to have that kind of relationship with him where I still get to talk about it. And now I get to update him on what's going on. So it's nice.
That's so cool. The apprentice has become the master, right? You kind of turn the tables on him there. That's so cool. And I know what you mean. I feel like, there's vindication now in the world with so many people who have been afraid to come forward about seeing UFOs or being interested in them. Like you didn't do it for so many years. Like I kept quiet about having seen a UFO. I wasn't making it known to the world that I was researching this. I was writing essays to myself about Roswell and Area 51 and stuff like that, and not thinking that I would ever share it with the world. But lo and behold, now we're in 2021 and UFOs have never been more in the mainstream, which is something we're definitely going to discuss in a little bit here. But speaking of Area 51, I heard you in an interview say that one of your first UFO conferences was one that Bob Lazar spoke at. And I flipped out because I knew which one you were talking about. And I was actually the person who put the microphone on Bob Lazar that day backstage. I was so nervous. I couldn't believe I was looking at this guy, no matter what you think of him. If you believe him or not, if you think he's a total fraud or he did what he said he did with these flying saucers. But tell us a little about your experiences with these UFO conferences. I think people have a lot of preconceived notions about it.
Totally. So with the first conference I ever went to, again, I took my dad and I was like, these are our people, Dad. He started laughing because I'm like, it was just a place where people aren't walking around in tinfoil hats and doing that stuff. It was a place where we could learn, you could ask questions, you could buy books, independent books that have been, outside of being independently published. And it was a place of community where I felt like I I was able to talk about UFOs on a different level compared to talking about the same stuff all the time or explaining it to other people. Like, it was a place I got to learn. And the conference is just unbelievable. Like, there's so many people that go from all different ages. And it was one of the best things I think I ever found with my father and I and just our family that went. So, I'll keep going to them more and more. I only go right now to the Arizona one, which is the Congress one, the UFO Congress. But I will go to Contact in the Desert and the rest of them because I've met so many people in the community, and it's a way that I want to meet other people that are part of it, and also then just learn other academics maybe that haven't been to the conference that I go to. So yeah, it's
Right.
honestly it's a really great community. It is.
It is. I know, for as much flack as we give the UFO community at times about, how passionate people are and how either hardcore believer they are in all this stuff or extreme skeptic. I think what someone like you or me or the debrief or people like that do is we meet somewhere in the middle, which I think is so important. And I know that's kind of what you guys were doing with your podcast, Alt Pop Repeat. So could you tell me all about how that came to be? And I guess ultimately how it kind of infused your UFO work as well.
Yeah, that was actually a start of it as well. It went together as one. So what happened was Marie Nicola is a good friend of mine, and she's also my co-host on the podcast. She's an amazing co-host. The one thing I love about Marie is that we don't always agree on stuff, but we're able to discuss and find a common ground. And we also teach each other different things on the show. So All Pop started where Marie and I said to her, I'm like, do you want to do a podcast? And I've been wanting to do a podcast for a really long time. Like, it's been in my peripheral to do it and been in my head. So she said, yeah, let's do it. And she came to my place with like a pad of paper, and we came up with this concept of Alt Pop Repeat, where we talk about how countercultures and alternative cultures become, or we use a word called sink into mainstream pop culture. So how does something like the cannabis movement or LGBT rights or drag, how do these countercultures become mainstream pop culture? So her and I, started this road, and she said to me, she was like, do you want to go to LA to do our first interview? I'm based in Toronto. And I said, yeah, let's do it. So we like jumped on a plane. We flew to LA. We found people that we knew, like George Strombo, which is a really well-known talk show host former talk show host in Canada. So he was one of our first interviews. And then I said to her, I was like, ufology, like I obviously loved ufology. I'm like, it's an amazing counterculture. I said, I met Jeremy Corbell at a conference, obviously with Bob Lazar years ago. So I said, let's see if Jerry wants to do an interview. So I pitched Jeremy to be on the show. And I totally forgot I had a cell phone number because I met him that time and we exchanged contact information, and we totally forgot. So he liked the concept, said he would be on the show. And then I met Jeremy in person and started a relationship as a friendship with him. And then, we ended up talking a lot about UFOs, and it was one of the perfect times where, and else I should say, Marie actually said to me, she's like, you know so much about UFOs, Chrissy. Like, I never knew that about you. And I said, well, yeah, I'm like, it's like something that I research and talk about with my parents and my dad and some friends that like it. And people know that I'm part of like ufology. But I don't always talk about it with everyone that I know. And I'm not always that vocal with it. So that was really the start where after the podcast, it put me into like this space where I was like, you know what, maybe I should talk more about this. And I enjoy it so much more. And I love the community. And then a good friend of mine, Victor Vigiani, asked to be part of a UFO podcast called the New Frontier Network. And I said, yeah, I'd love to be. And so it just started to trickle down that way. And and it was a time where I was able then to be able to talk about UFOs in a public relations point of view, because that's what I do every day. So for years, I would have Victor Vigiani and all these other people in the UFO community would ask me, like, can you be a publicist for like UFO topics or things like this within the mainstream media? How do we get to the mainstream media, Chrissy? And I would say, well, I love my job. I have to be careful because mainstream media, years ago was not picking it up. So slowly, as things started to come to be, the mainstream media started talking about it. It was a perfect time when I started being on a podcast, a UFO podcast. And then I was helping other people within the community, and really being able to use my public relations skills in combination with ufology of stuff that I like. So it was, it's good timing, I guess, part of that.
Right.
And
Well,
yeah, and that's where we meet with the debrief.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I
Yeah.
should have mentioned. Yeah, that's kind of what led you to the debrief as well. Well, I guess let's rewind just a little bit, because you bring up so many good points, especially with kind of seeing ufology as a brand. Like, it's important in marketing, again, something that you do, to have people like that in the field, I think is exciting, because we're so used to being a subculture where we talk to one another in these echo chambers on UFO Twitter, or, the days of AOL forums with UFOs, conspiracies. But it has changed, and UFOs have seemingly gone mainstream. So I'd like to get your opinion. When do you think that happened? What was like the turning point where it was like, wow, New York Times. I mean, look at this week, CNN, Fox, it doesn't matter which mainstream media outlet you follow or watch. There were UFO stories all this past couple weeks. So when do you think that point truly was, when UFOs started to really go mainstream?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of catalyst moments that really push it into mainstream. Bob Lazar's conversation started in the early 80s, helped it, but it didn't tip it over. And there's been tons of times where UFOs have been in the mainstream, like, Life magazine, when we talk about Betty and Barney Hill, like, there's so many different moments, but the most, I think, that pushed it into popular culture recently and had the masses really start to understand what ufology means, and that and taking UFO seriously, I would say for sure, is the New York Times, 2017, I believe, Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, like all of those journalists that are pushing towards having ufology and the understand, and getting obviously the Pentagon to even speak about it. Those are real catalyst moments that pushed it in. And then I would say, on even after that, is Joe Rogan, and then the meme that came out, Storm Area 51, Raid Area 51. So those are really the times that, I think you had over 5 million people wanting to raid Area 51 and knowing about what Area 51 is, right? Which is like, at that point, was not a conversation anymore. And so, and which I find even more interesting, is that you're getting this younger generation that's actually understanding what's happened. So it's like a totally other resurgence of of ufology, of Bob Lazar's story, and what's actually happening. And then people asking more questions, because you're also getting this other young Gen Z audience that's going, hold on, what is this? Like ufology, like UFOs? Like, I thought that was just jokes, and I didn't think it was real. Like, this is, and so they're learning a lot more. And you're also opening up the conversation to people that didn't even know what, Area 51 was, or any conversation about UFOs. So that was really, I think, one of those important times that it happened. And Joe Rogan is a huge voice for that. And he still is. He's a very important voice to push it for pop culture. So a lot of people follow him, and what he says, he doesn't mean that he has all the right information. And that's the time where people like myself, or other people that are in the community that have that ability to be able, I'm not good friends with Joe Rogan, they shouldn't be saying that, but in context of being able to push different conversations of all different journalists, all different experts, to the proper media, so that they can get the proper information, and ask really credible resources and really incredible investigative journalists for information that is, I would say, that's academic, and also something that's trustworthy.
Right. And we know for a fact that things like the Pentagon, UFO task force that's going on right here in the United States, we know that they're actually turning to the UFO community for information, which is crazy to me. People like Luis Elizondo, the former head of ATIP, telling us, you probably are noticing a lot of new Twitter accounts in the whole UFO Twitter sphere. Don't think these are just like trolls or bots. These are people in the intelligence community keeping the tabs on the latest information, because you look at something like these leaked reports that the debrief obtained, or these photos that George Knapp got. These are coming from the task force. This is what they're looking at, and they have no idea what these things are. But when they're out in the public, in the UFO community, full of very passionate people, either thinking it's aliens or thinking it's just a camera effect in these photos or these videos, or maybe they're balloons, it's possible. And the people outside of the government might actually have more information than the actual government, which I think is amazing. So I hope to see more transparency and working together in this field, especially as it becomes more popular, which we both see happening, right?
Yeah, and I agree. I want more people to work together, because I think that we're all kind of going towards maybe different goals, but I think there is, this transparency that we want and disclosure that we want from the government, and we want an answer. So people might be doing it in different ways, but we're all kind of going down that road of wanting more information, wanting truth, and want to see transparency. So I think the more that we work together will probably get us in a proper direction, and also put a lot more heat under those people that that obviously have a lot more information that they can release and tell us. And the more heat that we have underneath that and put a fire under their butt, then we're probably going to hopefully get what we want. So
yeah, I mean, that seems to be what it's taking for the Department of Defense to acknowledge those 3 Navy UFO videos that we've been looking at for almost 4 years now. For them to officially acknowledge them, we had to back them into a corner and say, 20 Navy officers said they saw this. One of them said he filmed it. One said that he chased this thing. Like, just tell us, is this real? And then finally they did, because they were forced to. So I think you're right. Things like these movements with, the big phone home happening with Luis Jimenez over at the Unidentified Celebrity Review, or you've got the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies petitioning Congress and saying, here's 50 PhDs who want to help you try to figure out these things you're looking at in these videos and whatnot. Like, let us help you, which I think is so cool.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that over time, the masses are going to even become more part of this, as more people start learning, and the louder people's voices are, and the more that they're amplified in mainstream media, on social media, getting other people like Lou Elizondo that's accrediting other people that have great information, more people that are becoming, accredited journalists, more people that are talking about it, will get the average person asking questions. And we want them to ask those questions so that they start to put then heat. Right. And then once you start getting that effect, there's no way that the American government or anyone else can deny that, because you have too many people pushing towards a movement that want the truth. And so I really see that happening more. I'm really hopeful in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to have way more people part of this, and way more people pushing for the truth. And that makes me excited. And it's a really exciting time to be alive and also be part of something like this, because we're seeing history right now, which I think is unbelievable with everything that we're doing. And one day people will read about this, maybe 50 years from now, 100 years from now. And, and they'll be like, these are people that pushed for the truth and people that started it. I have a good friend of mine, Victor Vigiani. He's an amazing ufologist. He's somebody that's always generally pretty quiet and behind the scenes, but he helps all the rest of the journalists and all the other investigators really come to, finding information or asking questions. And he's a mentor of mine in Canada. And, I love Victor to death, because the one thing about him is that he's been pushing for disclosure his entire life. And I remember when in 2017, I was on a vacation in Mexico, And he sent me a text, and I've told the story a couple times, sent me a text when the mainstream media picked it up in the New York Times. And he was like, Chrissy, he's like, are you seeing this? And I was like, I'm on a beach on a vacation finally in Mexico. And he's like, look at your phone. Like, look at this, look at social media. And I was like scanning through my phone, and I'm like, oh, like I was just like blown away. And for him, and watching how happy he was, and all these other people that have been fighting for their entire lives say, like, we did it, like we actually got through. And he's one of those people. Like, I would be on emails with Victor, and him emailing, you know, all different media outlets and writing press releases. And, you know, he was like one of the first PR people, I would say, in ufology, because, and he was doing it for free because I obviously do. I'm not making loads of money off this. Obviously, him do other jobs in PR.
Yeah.
Nobody does. Right. Exactly. And just so people know that. But it's like, for him, it was just a love, you know, so he was writing press releases. He was pitching media outlets. He would copy me on stuff. And it was just, and seeing that, him being able to, watching our community get through, was something that I was so proud for him and for everybody else, because that was the start of now. That's something that's probably going to change the way we look at UFOs and the mainstream media, and everybody does, in the next coming years, which I think is really wonderful. Yeah.
It's cool. And you're right. I think I look at someone like, again, my mentor, Peter Robbins, here in the United States, a very well-known UFO researcher. Or you look at someone like Stanton Friedman, who fought for disclosure his entire 55-year career in like ufology, if you want to call it a career. I guess he kind of did. But, you know, on someone like him, it's so unfortunate that like he passed away, you know, not too long before that big news story struck. Could you imagine like what that would have meant to someone like him? But hey, you know, that's what happens. We I guess younger people, which I'm no spring chicken, but we are considered younger people in this field. For them to have that kind of validation of like, this has been worth it, we're making strides. That's so cool, you know, that they get to see that. And then we get to build off of everything they've done. And like you said, bring it to the younger generation. I mean, the work I do with the CW network is for a very young demographic who's never heard of Area 51, who's never heard of the Roswell UFO crash. So when I first got approached about doing a show like that, I was very hesitant. I'm like, why? Why are you covering Area 51? Why are you covering Roswell? And all they had to do is show me the demographic of their network. And I was like, I get it. Cool. So we're educating a new generation to show them what came before, so that they have knowledge of what could be coming next. And like you said, the younger generation is so internet savvy. I mean, you look at TikTok right now, and it's just blown up with UFO stuff. Even my parents are sending me TikToks. My parents, who I didn't think would ever get past Facebook, are sending me TikToks of UFO stuff. So I think it's interesting. It's so weird. I never thought I would see this day.
Yeah, and I'm excited for the younger generation. It makes me really happy. Like, we are part of that. And then there's younger too. And a lot of other ufologists have said to me, like, we need to leave our information, our knowledge with people that are younger than us. So then we keep going forward and fighting for disclosure, or remember what they were fighting for and the information they have, so we don't forget. Or other information gets like, it's not disseminated properly to us, or we're told another story and we start believing a different narrative. So for me, it's important too, to have this. And also, like, you know, the podcast that I'm on with the guys, and I'm the youngest on the podcast, you know, I'm just joking. I'm like, I'm the youngest, but it's great because when they asked me, and I was like, oh, I love to be, because I learned so much from them. That's the other thing. I have maybe a younger or different perspective from them as well. And that's why they brought me on, was for a pop culture news, mainstream perspective of ufology. But for them, they have this information that when we get together once a week and we have a meeting, I get to nerd out with them. And we just talk every Thursday at noon and have a meeting. And it's really awesome because then I learn a crap load from them, and I can ask questions. And the nice thing is I can make mistakes, and I can say like, oh, I I didn't know that. Like, it's not, and then they'll end up giving me information. We send, tons of emails to each other before we're doing interviews with guests. Like, it's a really, really great, obviously, like, the UFO community is so lovely to be in, but with them as well as researchers and people that were investigating, I see it through their eyes. And then I learn their point of view, all of their point of views, because there's a couple of us on this podcast, and then worldly point of views, because someone's from Peru, we have somebody from South Africa, we have somebody from the States, we have somebody from two of us from Canada. Like, we're from all over the place. So I get to hear their perspective from another country, which is really cool too. So yeah, I'm just really fortunate to be part of it. And Victor was the one that created this podcast and came up with the idea. So
yeah, what I think is really cool with, what you're doing, and Victor and everyone over there at New Frontiers, is making this global, which I think gets lost in the mix a lot. It seems to be the United States, again, is trying to just be the example for everyone else about the right way to do things. But hey, look, our government has been pretty cagey when it comes to UFOs, where other nations and countries have been extremely open and transparent with their citizens. So, yeah, I think it's really cool that you have you kind of have like a United Nations of ufologists over there. Would you mind sharing some of the names of the people involved with that, Chrissy?
Yeah, like Giorgio's in it. Giorgio's been really well known. Christopher Iverson, that's part of it. Victor Vigiani. Like, they're just men that are really, really well spoken. They've been researching on their own for years, or working with other people in the community. They're also friends with tons of other people in the community as well, like around the world. And I find that really interesting. Like, they've brought me into other meetings with people that I think there was like 10 people in a meeting once talking about ufology, and they were from like France, Germany, like they were everywhere. And I just said to them, I was like, this is the most universal global meeting I've ever been part of. And I think that for them, it's important they do that. And for men that have been doing this their entire lives, they've really created a wonderful network of people that they brought me into, and I got to meet and become friends with as well, but also then rely on each other as resources to get great information. And I think that's the part that's really important, is that they get to share ideas, and they're all looking at, obviously wanting disclosure and wanting, again, I keep saying, wanting the truth. And they're talking to each other around the world to have their governments come forward and talk about it. So it's really cool. Yeah.
Again, I think when other nations put that pressure on, and they are more vocal and open to it, then hopefully the United States will follow suit. That's what we can hope for. But I have hope. That's the word that I want to ask you about, Chrissy. Hope. We have this report that's due, I believe, June 25th here in the United States, where we're supposed to get what the Pentagon has been looking at when it comes to UAP, UFOs. And a lot of people are super excited, and they think this is it. This is disclosure. We're getting what we've always wanted. And then there's those of us who are a bit more tempered, and then even probably a smaller fraction who are like, this is stupid. Nothing's going to happen. We've seen this before. So where do you lay in this whole 180-day report of grand disclosure that's going to happen in June?
I'm on the side of, I don't think we're going to get a lot. I don't. It would be surprising if the government decided to go, here's everything, or we've never really seen it before. So I'm hopeful that maybe they'll tell us more information, but I'm really not waiting for this, this grand disclosure moment. I just don't think it's going to happen. Even from other files that we've seen that have been released, it's not like it's always new information. Like, it's a lot of information that the community has been researching and looking up, and then they've just it's been confirmed. So I'm not saying that I'm trying to be negative. I just don't feel that we're going to get what we want as a community.
Yeah. Prepare for their worst and hope for the best, right?
Right. And I think that we're probably we're going to have to keep fighting for more and more information. And even this is just a start. So this just happening is really great. And I'm thankful that that's happened. And then we'll see how next year is, and we'll keep fighting for more information and more disclosure. And I think that at some point we'll start getting things that we want, but I have a feeling it will be spoon fed to us. I don't think it's going to be this I'm not holding my breath.
Yep. I think that's really all we can do at this point. And it'll probably be delayed, as most things in government are. So I'm prepared for that as well. What's up, guys? Ryan Sprague here, and I'm just dropping in to remind you about our Patreon campaign. Somewhere in the Skies is always free to consume, but it's not free to create. So if you want to help the show on a monthly basis, we have tons of rewards for you in return, including shoutouts on the show and website, bonus content and episodes, and free merch. Want to be my guest or pick a topic for the show? You can do that too. So if you'd like to learn more and to help support the show, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you, and keep looking up. There's a big gap, I think, in UFO research or the UFO community of, cool, we've got this government thing, we've got things like the New Frontier Network working globally to try to help I guess, guide along those sorts of things. But then we have this whole other part of UFO lore and UFO discussion that's, I'm just going to say it. It's sensational. Let's go with that. Whether it is contacting ETs, the CE5 movement, alien abductions, close encounters. These are cool stories, and don't get me wrong, I'm all about them because I love stories. But there is a big gap between what's going on right now in the mainstream with UFOs and another large portion of this topic. So do you think there's a place for it in this mainstream discussion as we move forward when it comes to alien abductions, using your mind and consciousness and yoga and all this stuff to try to vector in UFOs or talk to aliens? Like, where do you lie in all that?
This is a great question, because I think a lot of people wonder that, and we listen to all these different narratives that are coming out. I sit on the side where I would like science and academia to work alongside ufology, and ufologists, and start proving it through science and academia. The reason why I say that is the people that aren't interested in UFOs or don't believe will start to look into it and have a better understanding, because it's talking to them through a narrative they understand. Mm-hmm. So I do feel that that's really, really important. And I think we have to keep asking scientists and giving them the ability to look at this and do it in a way that is approachable for them. We don't put so much pressure. We can't ridicule scientists for thinking something that maybe we don't agree with, because we've been doing it for so long in the industry. So I think we need to make a space for them and room for them to collaborate. But I also think that at some point, when we look at the abduction stories and the cases, we have Travis Walton, we have Betty and Barney Hill, we have a lot of contactee, Zimbabwe, the Ariel School event. Like there's a lot of different conversations around that. And I really do believe, though, that the government or somebody or us have to start having a larger conversation at one point in time. Maybe right now is not that point in time, but I think we do need to discuss, because there's been we can't ignore that there have been abductions or different types of contactees, moments and experiences where UFOs have been involved. So us just ignoring that and pushing it away is I don't feel is the right thing to do. I think we really need to have that conversation at one point in time, and it does need to be brought up, because as disclosure keeps happening, you can't just say, well, forget these people and what they're doing, because for them, we don't know what's really going on, but for them, it's real. And we need to give space to that and open up for them to be able to have a place to talk about it without being ridiculed and looked at it in a different light at some point in time. I don't know exactly how I personally feel, because I've never had one of those moments, but I could imagine being that person that's had an experience and having no one to connect to or no one to talk to. And so for them, it's real, and that's what's important. And there has to be a space for them to be able to talk about it. And then when we come to a better consensus of what's going on, maybe we'll be able to understand, improve that through academia a little bit better. So I think at some point we'll get there. We're just not, I don't think we're there yet, but maybe one day we will be. Yeah.
That's such a good point. I think we always should look at disclosure as a process. And, it's not going to be this huge thing dropped in our lap immediately. And then like, that's it. Like, this is a big thing. This is probably the biggest question we've ever asked in our lives, other than, what happens when we die. Is there life out there? And has
Leslie Keane is trying to figure that out right now with Bigelow.
Exactly. Right. Which is crazy because, again, these two are tackling two of life's biggest mysteries. So I respect them highly for doing that. And they both think that they might be interconnected, which I think is another big part of what you said, this process of we're not quite there yet. Like, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. We're lucky to have people like Rizwan Virk or Deep Prasad, these individuals who look at things like quantum mechanics and how this could play a role in all of this someday. But again, like, that's so 20, 30, 40, 100 years down the line that we're focusing right now still on grainy UFO videos from the Navy. Like, that's the best we got. So we got to work with what we have. That's where we're at. And some people might think that's good. I don't know. But I think you're right. It's going to take time. And like you said, too, these abduction stories and close encounters, there's a place for them. I mean, clearly, that's what my books have been about. I clearly think there is something to it. And I've always been asked, do you believe all these people that you write about that they were abducted and everything? And I try to tell them it doesn't matter what I believe. Like, I'm just getting their story out there because nobody else will listen to them. And no one else will take them seriously. So I at least want to give them that outlet. Yeah.
Yeah, for them, it's real. I agree with that. And there's nothing wrong from telling a story from a different perspective. And you don't have to believe, but it is this form of journalism where you're telling people because these stories are real to them. And there's been a lot of them. It's not like it's just, this has been one story that's been told. That's a tale that's been told over centuries. It's not like that. It's happened multiple times. So we need to give space to it. And one day, science and academia might prove and might have a reason for what's actually happening. The other part too is that the beautiful thing about the UFO community is that right now, and with the government, we're looking at something that most people call paranormal, and it's a paranormal event, right? It's this phenomena. So now this paranormal is actually having more of a mainstream conversation, and the government's having it, which is like even more of a bigger conversation. So we're opening the door that maybe in the next X amount of years, these other paranormal conversations will start be having real academic conversations too. Maybe ufology is the beginning for that. And I hope so, because people are having experiences in multiple different ways, not just ufology. So we can't just ignore it. And to be honest, it's like I say with UFOs, and a lot of people say this too, if one of them is real and one abduction or any of it makes it real. You don't need a million. That's all it takes. You just need one. So at some point, I hope we get to a place where we figure it out of what's actually going on overall. But you're right. We have to start with grainy videos first and prove that through science and what we know, and then grow. As our technology grows, we will grow with our understanding and our ability of, and our lexicons will grow too. We don't have even the right words to explain sometimes what's going on. Right. So as we start, or even our science can't keep up to that. So as our science develops and we start creating a different lexicon around it and being able to prove it, then maybe we'll come to a point where we can start proving other things that are connected to ufology or UFO sightings and in general.
I love that. A good friend of mine, Greg Bishop, wrote a book called It Defies Language. And it's all about UFOs because you're so right. Like we're not there yet. We don't know how to describe these things we're seeing. I mean, two people can be at the same UFO sighting and describe it completely differently, which is cool in one way, but it's frustrating when you're trying to get hard data But you're right. Yeah, like perception plays a big role in this. Language plays a big role. You know, your belief system or the lens in which you look through at that UFO event plays a big part. And it's just there's UFOs represent everything, which I think is the coolest thing. You know, history, language, religion, it covers everything.
Oh yeah. Well, I've said like if we have to go to if there is a course one day, hopefully, because ufology, you can be a ufologist there, but there's no academic school that you can go to. So maybe one day there will be a place where people can go and learn about ufology and become a ufologist and have a whole bunch of, you know, and have to maybe a couple degrees, because this is why you need a community, because understanding physics, aviation, culture, like there's just so many different spaces that you have to be an expert to explain. Like if somebody asked me like, Chrissy, can you explain how this UFO is moving? I'd be like, that's not my forte. I'm like, my forte is media and mass media and understanding like how media is disseminated, how to be able to bring more light and attention to this topic along with culture, you know, and working within a community and watching how people work together. Like those are my places. My place is not the place to talk about aviation and physics, because like, trust me, that's not my place. And you don't want my opinion on that, because it's not my expertise. The other thing I think is really interesting about this community that I also find, and I've said this a couple times too, that, you know, we're fighting, and I've said it to friends, maybe not so much on interviews, but we're really fighting for something that we don't know anything about. And like, we don't know what the end cause is. And we're all doing that. And to me, that's really interesting, because most people, when they're fighting, there is, I guess, this really end understanding of what they're fighting for as a movement. We're fighting for truth, which is one thing I do see. And we're fighting for this disclosure and humans, technology and lots of other things, but we don't know what it really is. You know, as people right now, I don't know what the government knows, that's for sure. But as us as a community, we know. And I find that really interesting that we're all going towards something that is really unknown to us. Like it is a phenomenon, and you don't get a lot of group of people fighting for something they don't really know what the end cause is. Like, do you know what I mean when I say that? Like we're fighting for a mystery.
We're fighting for a mystery, and we're fighting for our own reasons. You know, I always tell people, yeah, of course I want like the truth to come out, but I'm not Mulder. I'm not trying to prove that there's a shadow government pulling all the strings and they're working with aliens. I'm not even into the UFO field to prove that UFOs are aliens. Like, I don't even try to connect the two. I try to keep UFOs completely separate from the question, is there other life? But I'm in it for my own reasons, as you are, as so many other people are. They want answers, and they want to find meaning in why they're interested in it and why they got involved, or maybe why they had an experience. You know, like a lot of people don't want these things to happen to them, but it did. It fell in their lap and they were forever changed. So, I think it's a very personal journey.
Yeah, and why we're so connected to it. I ask myself that a lot. And I ask other people the question, like, what brought you here? Because I find that really interesting. What's their motives? Why, if you just love it and you're interested, that's wonderful too. That's a great reason why. But I'm curious to see, because everybody has an individual experience or story, that brought them to this community, and they play a role in it. If it's just researching, interested, supporting, investigating, there's so many things, but there has to be more common thread to us. And maybe one day, a psychologist will do an analysis on everybody in the community, and then they'll tell us why we all get along at times, and some do and some don't, but why we're all doing this. Because it is interesting. And the one thing that I see that maybe not for everybody, but from a lot of us, is, like I always say, is really want to know the truth, obsessed with knowing the truth and having an understanding of what's going on, but overall wanting to know and really enwrapped into and knowing this, telling the truth, and the government telling us. Like there's something there to that. Would you say so, or do you find that other people might have other reasons?
I think it varies so much. I think there's people in the UFO field strictly for notoriety and are less than honest about what they're doing. I won't name names because I think everyone kind of knows who I might be talking about when it comes to that. But again, I think there are people who just want to trust their government, which I think is a big issue, especially here in the US right now. And look, kind of the modern UFO era started with a lie and a cover-up in Roswell. Like, yeah, we still don't know what it was, but we damn well know it was not a weather balloon like they said it was. So, I mean, what do you do when the first kind of documented case, at least here in the US, kind of started with a lie? So I think people want to hold their government accountable and be like, yo, like, tell us what's going on. We deserve it. We are the ones paying you, and you're here to work for us. So I think there's that part of it. And then, like you said, I think a lot of people just love chasing a mystery. And I do feel that's why I'm in it. I don't care what the end result is. I think either I'm going to be thoroughly let down if we ever do find that answer, or it's going to be something so wrong. I am going to be so wrong about what it was that it's just going to like blow my mind. And there's probably not one answer to what UFOs are or aren't either, you know?
I agree. I think that we think we're going in the right direction where we're like, we know what it is. And, you know, and it's probably not. And the funny thing is that we see through culture throughout multiple years from the 50s, the 60s and the 70s into now, the concept of what a UFO looked like changes. You know, it was like a flying saucer, you know, and then we move into, you know, triangles, like we still have triangles. And then we move into orbs. And then we move into now pyramids. Like there's so many different shapes. And we do see that as we move over decades and decades, that the shapes in our culture, it does change. So are UFOs a reflection of us in our time? Like it's, you know, and I know I'm not the only person who's said that. And there's tons of articles are about that, about what does that mean? Like, and I have a feeling that it probably won't be something that we thought it would be. I also just don't think we have that ability yet in the lexicon and the science. And I keep saying that is because we don't have enough information to back what we're seeing. And maybe one day we will. And again, it probably will be something that we never even thought of.
Yep. If it's octopus from other planets, I want nothing to do with it because that is not the answer I'm looking for. But no, I think you're right. This topic, this question says so much more about us than whatever it is we're dealing with. I think you're right. It is reflective of us, our concerns, our hopes, our dreams, and our issues that we face here on our planet. Like that's why when nuclear weapons were first being manufactured, or we're going to Vietnam. That's why in the 60s and 70s we had this contactee movement of aliens coming here and saying you got to shape up because you're going to destroy your planet. Like it's a good, I guess, conveyor of a message we should be following anyways. Kind of like religion. Like you look at any of the major religions and they kind of all have the same core meaning. Do good and spread love, and it'll come back to you. So I think this topic is reflective of that as well. It's us striving to be something more. And we look at these tic tacs and pyramids doing unbelievable things that we know humans are not capable of yet, but we might one day. So I think it's us aspiring to be something, and maybe that is what we're dealing with when it comes to the alien question.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to people that obviously we can't talk to someone from 1910, but I would like to talk to as far back as we could get and ask them from all different periods and decades and compare them and say, when you saw a UFO, what it looked like, what was going on in history, what happened, what was your feeling, what was it like, what did everybody think about UFOs? And then keep going down that line every decade or every 5 years and read about it and see how the culture was along with what they were seeing. Because I think and then come to today and where we are and reading a whole bunch of stories of that would be really, really interesting. And even asking someone like Robert Salas, Robert, like when you were on that base and that happened to you, your feeling of that. And then what was the sentiment around the world? Like that was a scary time. And for him being on that base when all of those missiles were activating, like, I can't even imagine how that would feel. And so talking to all those different people that have had experiences from all different variations and degrees and all different decades would be a really interesting cultural comparison, and then where we see we are today, and then the reflection of society going on in that time, because I think we learn a lot more about ourselves too.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think you're right. That's why UFOs seem to change throughout the decades, I think, too, is because each kind of decade has a new approach and new issues they're dealing with, whether it's politically, economically, religiously, all throughout the world. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's such a big, broad topic, and we're just trying to piece the puzzle together. And I don't know if it is a solvable puzzle, but we're going to keep trying. Well, I have a couple listener questions, Chrissy, if you don't mind. I know you got to get going. I talked way too much during this, so we'll go rapid fire. Okay. So Dan Z, who runs the Signal Twitter account, and awesome dude. I've got his stickers right back here if anyone's interested. He wants to know if tasked with rolling out disclosure, kind of what we've been talking about, how would you market it and distribute it as someone who comes from, sort of a PR background? How would you market disclosure to the public?
For who? For the government? If working for the government or working for who? What side am I on? That's
how about both?
Perfect.
Would you have two different approaches from government and then I don't know.
I would hope that it would be the same. Well, the difference, I think, because it depends. If you're rolling out disclosure, you would be the person working within the government as the communications director. Mm-hmm. If I was Susan Go doing, working with the Pentagon and doing disclosure, I'm very much for people knowing the truth. So I don't know how much they would like me, but let's just say I was. I would probably start to figure out, obviously, with mass media and have a conversation and a narrative that obviously was positive as much as we could tell the truth that wouldn't scare the public. I also think telling people that, you believing in UFOs is okay. And it doesn't mean that you need to give up your religion. It doesn't mean that you have to change your job. It doesn't mean that you have to move from your city or country. It doesn't mean you have to stop what you're doing. This is something that's part of our life that we need to now just look at and understand, and probably have some kind of, I'm not going to say comfort, but some kind of overall understanding that this is part of it and we're trying to figure it out. So I would start there. And then later on, I would keep, obviously talking to media, educating them what's going on. I think giving all different types of mass media and specific journalists can ask really great questions. And then also educating specific journalists about this topic, because the one thing that I see within mass media is that when these journalists come to people like The Debrief and like Tim McMillan and a lot of other journalists, is because there's a vault of information that that you're sometimes I think journalists might think they're coming into, maybe some of them, if they're new, are coming into this topic and they're like, oh, I was read about UFOs. And then they realize there's so much content and so much history around it. And you just have to get through all of that. So you start in the beginning of UFOs, and then you go all the way down to from centuries of conversations of it, or just articles, experiences. So maybe giving even just crash courses to specific journalists and telling them and explaining to them what were those pivotal moments that happened in history that really came to this conversation, and then where we are today. And if I was lucky enough to work in communications, I would love to prove that some of these stories that people have been ridiculed their entire lives are true, and giving them that light. That's never going to happen in the government. That's what I would love to do, because it would open up a little bit more of transparency and trust. But again, there's probably tons of reasons why the government won't do that, because of, you can't ridicule someone their entire life and then be like, sorry about that.
You're right. Yeah.
That's not going to happen. But I think that there's a tons of places it's a really hard question to answer, but I think it is, because there's so much to go with it. But I think that's where I would start with. And then having media and talking about it, and then with media talking about it and having a better understanding of where we're going. And then hopefully having people ask more questions and being able to answer it. But I think mainly is telling people that it's okay and starting there so we don't freak people out. And they have a better idea of what's happening. And maybe that's what they're doing now. We don't really know. Maybe they are in their they're doing this type of disclosure to us that's very, very spoon-fed right now. But that's kind of where I would start. But there's probably, I'd love to hear other people's, actually. Like, I would love to hear how they would feel disclosure would be rolled out. I would love to know that. Yeah,
it'd be interesting.
Everyone has their. It's a great question. It really is.
Yeah, it was a good one. Thanks, Dan. Well, you said kind of going. And, at the debrief, it's boldly going and rebelliously curious. So Teresa wants to know, before we go here, Chrissy, how did you come to work with the debrief? And is there going to be more episodes of Rebelliously Curious? And what is it? Tell us a little about the show that you have going on at the YouTube channel and whatnot, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So I remember when the acorn photo dropped from the debrief. And I'm like, what is this debrief? Who is this debrief? I have not heard of these people. Like, obviously them as a website like Tim McClellan and the rest, but I'm like, what is this website that's going on here? So that's where, and then I messaged you, Ryan. It was like, I saw that you were working with them. So I asked you, I'm like, what's going on? And you gave me a little bit of information. And then I saw MJ. I followed a lot of people on social media. I added them on Facebook because I'm just that much I want the intel in the community. And I saw MJ put a posting up and said, we're looking for contributors, writing contributors. So I sent him a note and I said, I would like to work with you guys. Like, I'd like to contribute. But I like to do it in a video context or podcast kind of context, because that's where, that's more of my medium. And he said, yeah, he's like, well, we need someone to do like tech videos and updates and stuff. And so him and I came back and forth with a concept. And he was like, how we were going back and forth with names to name the show. And he was like, what about Rebelliously Curious? And I said, yeah, I'm like, that like totally fits into who I am as a person and also what I would like to do with the debrief. And there will be way more episodes. Hopefully the show will grow where, I get to maybe one day get to go into the field and get to learn and be one-on-one and be curious even more into topics that I want to learn more about. And also have people, follow along with me, and learning with me. And I think the most important thing for me is that when I do these videos is that making it approachable and making it that it's easy to understand and people, hopefully they enjoy it and are able to grasp science and technology and defense and UFOs so that it's easy to understand and it's fun to understand. And it's something that, is approachable to them. So that's really my goal, is to make science tech and that and make it so that it's easy to consume and people want to learn more. And that's what's important to me. And that's a very similar narrative to the debrief. And that's why we I fit within that community, I feel. And Ryan, you're part of that. It's making journalism and making these topics approachable and fun rather than stuffy and old, like some outlets, and that's what I love about the guys is they understand that and they understand how to talk to the community as well. And also giving really, really, really wonderful stories and articles and proof. Like, it's one of the probably the best websites that started independently that really does, hopefully be something a lot larger than what it is now, but it's growing every day. And honestly, I'm really happy to be part of it. It's a really great space to be in.
Cool. I would have to agree. I approached the guys and said, hey, I don't know if my writing's up to par for what you guys got going on with your standards, but I'd love to give it a try. And, I've been so lucky to get like 10 articles published at this point, with many more to come as well, as many more of your episodes to come. And I think you're right. Like, we're trying to make it accessible because a lot of this emerging tech and disruptive tech and science and all this stuff, it's intimidating. And I can't even pretend to really understand some of the stuff that I'm writing about. So it's cool to have kind of your show that when we write an article, you can then expand on the articles and make it more digestible. Because I think, again, like this is about getting everyone involved. If we're just writing like science babble that only a couple, quantum computing scientists are going to understand, like why even bother? Like they have their own outlets for that. So yeah, I think it's really cool what you got going on at the debrief as well.
Thanks, Ryan. And vice versa. Like I think it's so important because people I think are like, oh, I'm not smart enough to like this to be part of science and tech and all of this. And I would tell myself that narrative for years. I'm like, I'm not smart enough, to go to school for that. And then I realized, I'm like, no, Chrissy, I'm like, these are things that you enjoy. And maybe you might not understand the mathematics around it, but you like the theory of it. And that's what's interesting. And being able to make articles or people to write articles and make videos that I can say to somebody that I can explain it to them while I'm reading it and breaking it down and finding that education point that's easy to understand is really important, because you don't have to be a rocket scientist to like science, tech, and defense and all of this. You can enjoy it and be somebody who likes art. You can be somebody you can be anybody. It doesn't mean you have to be a specific person. And I think a lot of people are scared of reading those articles because they just feel like they're maybe not up to snuff, or they don't feel that maybe they're not smart enough to be in that community. And it's like, no, you're not. You're allowed to be part of this, and you're allowed to have an interest, and it doesn't matter what education level you're on. And I think that's, if we keep pushing that forward, then we'll get more people into the community that are liking science and thinking that it's cool. And we're getting a different generation that wants to learn more about science and tech than they do about the Kardashians. No offense, Kardashians. But to me,
they're big fans of Somewhere in the Skies. So
exactly,
no offense, ladies. Sorry.
Exactly. Like that's my, and that's my hope, and maybe it's a little biased, but that's why, that's why I'm really happy to be part of a community that wants to make it easy and digestible for people. So
awesome. Yep. Learning. That's the key word. So in closing, Chrissy, where can we learn more about everything you're up to? And give us all the socials and websites and where people can find you.
Yep, for sure. They can follow me on social media at Miss Vocab. It's right down there. MISSVCOV. You can also go to altpoprepeat.com to listen to our podcast. We're on all streaming podcasts as well. And then you can go to thedebrief.org. You can pop over to their YouTube page, and you'll find my videos that come out every Friday at 2:00 called Rebelliously Curious with Chrissy Newton. So, yeah. And I love talking to people on social media. So tweet, DM me, do all those wonderful things, because I will always talk about UFOs or other topics with you.
Yes, have a conversation. I love it. Well, Chrissy, I got to thank you. I know you're going right to another show after this. You're popular today. So
you're going to Clubhouse.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Everyone go to Clubhouse. Go to the Debrief Clubhouse. Hang out there. It's a really fun time. I've done it a couple times now. But thank you. Thank you for coming on and just having a conversation. I think if more people did that, like, this community could come together instead of, you're wrong, you're right, and everything in between. So thank you. Thank you for coming on Somewhere in the Skies today.
Thanks for having me, Ryan.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always been and always will be completely free for you to listen to. But creating it every week takes a lot of time, research, and resources. And to be honest, it's just never been free for me to create. That's why we built a few simple ways for you to help support the show and keep it going strong. You can join us over on Patreon or through Apple Premium. Both offer the same awesome perks. ad-free episodes, early access to new content, exclusive bonus shows, and even priority to ask our guests your listener questions. It's a quick and easy way to support what we do for just a few bucks a month. And right now, you can even try Patreon for free for a week to see if it's right for you. To learn more and to join, head over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. That's patreon.com/somewhereskies. Or hit that subscribe button right at the top of your Apple Podcast feed. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting, and as always, keep looking up.
This is Ryan Sprague, and I am here with my UK friends, and this is
Somewhere in the Skies.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Welcome to Somewhere in the Skies. I am your host, Ryan Sprague, and there has been a lot of chatter. A claimed contactee, a term that we're going to talk about tonight on our show, a claimed contactee in 2021, a woman who goes by the name Anjali. If you are not familiar with this story, it's very interesting. It's controversial, and it's all the rage in the UFO community right now. So I thought, what better time to bring on the person, in my personal opinion, the expert on the contactee movement. He is the host of the Saucer Life podcast, one of my favorite shows to listen to. So without further ado, I'm going to bring him on. Aaron Gulyas, welcome to Somewhere in the Skies, brother.
Hey, Ryan, how's it going?
Good. Now, I have to admit, I think this is the first time I'm having you on the show. Just you.
I think
You've been
so, yeah.
featured in the show. Yeah, I've done some audio from your lecture at a conference we did together in Nova Scotia. But this is the first time I actually have you on. So
Yeah.
it's an honor and pleasure, man.
It's great to be here.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about that before we get into your origin story and how you got involved with all this craziness. Let's talk about Esotericon 2018. I know
It was amazing.
Seems like a million years ago, right? But man.
And you were there, and Tim Banal and Greg Bishop and Walter Bosley and Micah Hanks. So it was Holly Stevens, and it was just a great event that Paul Kimball put together out there in Halifax.
Absolutely. I mean, I will always cherish those memories of staying up till 2-3 in the morning chatting with you guys all about all this UFO stuff, paranormal, everything in between. Paul put on an incredible event. Are there any other memorable moments you have from that Esotericon that you can drum up for us here?
I think I think probably my one of my favorites was just being in the Airbnb house we were all in, recording an episode of Greg Bishop's Radio Mysterioso podcast. It was I'm not sure. I don't think it made it into the archives just because there were so many people in the room talking. I can't imagine
too much profanity, right?
It was a lot of profanity. One of those things where it was much more, if you had to be there, a sort of thing. So from a listener point of view, it might not have been the greatest experience, but I loved that. Some incredible conversations and on things ranging from UFOs to ghosts to cryptids to the whole weirdness gamut. Was sort of run there. So I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was a time I will never forget. And my first time meeting you in person, right. and the lecture you gave was by far my favorite. And we'll get to the lecture because that's kind of what I want to talk to you about a little later on here in the conversation. But I got to ask, Aaron, how did you get involved with all this?
As a kid, like junior high age or so, I watched a lot of In Search Of as a kid, old In Search Of reruns with Leonard Nimoy from back in the 70s. And so this was like, the mid 80s. So they were on in the afternoons. Whenever the Cubs game got done early, they'd slap on an In Search Of episode on Sunday afternoons or whatever. So I was aware of UFOs and the whole paranormal thing. And then I can't remember the exact name of the book, but it was by a guy named Daniel Cohen, who wrote books like The World's Most Famous Ghosts and lots of young reader-oriented UFO and paranormal stuff. And I just sort of got into it. And then in high school, I think I was a senior in high school when The X-Files premiered. So I remember being like 17 and watching that first episode of The X-Files, and then going to read Howard Blum's book Out There, which was my introduction to the whole MJ-12 nonsense and all of that. And so I just went off to college in '94 and discovered the internet. And once you discover the internet, the rest is history with some of these things, and got into the Contactee stuff. Mostly because it was different. It was not grays and abductions. It just went from there, and then sort of got involved in commenting and conversations on the UFO blogosphere in the early 2000s and 2010s, which is where I met Greg Bishop and Paul Kimball and Mac Tonys and all of those guys, and then ended up expanding my thesis into my first book, Extraterrestrials in the American Zeitgeist, which sort of narrowed down things to the contactees. And it just sort of went from there. And then in 2017, I started The Saucer Life, just because I saw room for a UFO podcast that wasn't an interview format, that was more of a documentary format, that was, I sort of envisioned it as sort of like Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, but with UFOs and not episodes that are 8 hours long, and coming out more than once a year. So that was sort of the impetus for that. And now I've sort of expanded beyond that a little bit with a new podcast with a co-host, my friend Samantha Engel, called Great Lakes Lore, where we look at weird history and paranormal stuff more from the perspective of professional historians looking at these things. So it's been a fairly constant presence in my life for the last almost 30 years, which is troubling. But yeah, there and sort of branching out into more political conspiracy culture, and the more time I spend with all of it, the goofier I think it all is.
Yep.
It's
It's a gift and a curse, I know, man,
It is.
for sure.
It is.
Well, okay, so the contactee movement, I want to use that buzzword contactee for a moment with you. For any of our listeners who may not be familiar with what that is, what it really entails, when it all kind of rose to prominence, I guess, would you mind giving us, as a professor, kind of your Cliff Notes version of what the contactee movement is? Yeah, please.
Yeah, the sort of thumbnail sketch of the contactee movement. So in the 1950s and into the 1960s, one of the sort of strands of flying saucer research that was out there, flying saucer culture that was out there, was this group of people who claimed that they had some kind of personal contact with extraterrestrial beings. It might be physical, like an actual physical encounter. It might be a channeled experience, sort of psychically channeled. It might be even something sort of kind of like psychic channeling, even automatic writing in some cases. So these contactee experiences have some commonalities. For the most part, almost entirely, the extraterrestrial visitors that we see in these cases have come from cultures that are remarkably Earth-like. They come mostly from planets within our solar system. Venus was very popular, and this is before we knew that Venus was basically an ammonia atmosphere hellhole, right? So they're human in appearance. They're like us. They're like Earthlings. Their civilizations were once like Earth, but they evolved beyond that. They evolved beyond things like warfare and destruction and greed and environmental degradation and racial strife and things like this. And so they wanted to help Earth by warning humans of the dangers of especially nuclear warfare and atomic weapons, that there were threats, that if humanity were to have a nuclear war, a global nuclear war, it would not only destroy the Earth, it would cause cosmic repercussions to all these other planets. So the contactee movement, contactee experiences tend to have these similarities, and probably the biggest one is that in some way there is some kind of message, some kind of social message, political message, economic message, some kind of preaching in a way, a didactic lesson on how humanity can evolve. And these groups, or these people, are all from advanced civilizations, but they're civilizations that had once been as bad as us, but overcame that. Humanity on Earth still in the cosmic kindergarten is a phrase that was used a lot, and we have a lot of growing up to do. The movement faded by the early 60s as ufology, that's a sort of anachronistic term at the time, but ufology became more focused on nuts and bolts. Let's just catalog sightings of supposed craft, and if we catalog enough sightings, we'll learn something. I think we're still waiting for to hit whatever critical mass that is of sightings we can collect before we know answers. Things moved more toward, there's a CIA, Air Force cover-up of things. The NICAP organization model of UFO research kind of takes over. We need to approach this with a scientific mind and look at this as a very serious sort of aerospace-based threat. The contactees were an embarrassment. It didn't really help that many of their stories were easily debunked, easily dismissed, easily proven to be hoaxes, and they make outrageous claims that they can't really back up. But they do persist. Contacteeism does persist through the 60s into the 70s. By the 80s, and one of the contactees I'll be discussing in a bit is largely responsible for one of the reasons this continues. But there are contactees today, as you mentioned. There are contactee elements to Anjali's story. There are also contactees, or there are also contactee adherents, believers who cling to the original messages that were spread by some of those contactees from back in the 1950s and 60s. So it appeared it was a big sort of thing, and then it kind of faded, but persists sort of as an undercurrent of what's still part of the UFO tapestry today.
Well, I should mention I've got the book right here, one of my favorites. I believe you signed this one too. Yep, you did.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, one of the words in there in the title is American, and I might be getting ahead of myself here, Aaron, but because we're going to talk about your top 3 favorite contactee stories tonight, but I know there's hundreds. Is this primarily something you found in your research that is very Western, or even more specific, very American?
It is in its origins, but there are contactee stories that happen in various parts of the world. The episode of The Saucer Life I'm finishing up right now is about an experience in Great Britain. There's a couple of contactee experiences in Great Britain. Our most recent episode went to East Asia with some cases of weird humanoid sightings in Malaysia and contactee experiences in Japan. There are a few prominent, one in particular prominent contactee case in South Africa. What is significant, though, I think, and what sort of links this to the American context, is that these contactee experiences in other parts of the world follow the American model, and in some cases are especially in the case in Japan that I mentioned, are explicitly sort of experienced by people or reported and interpreted by people who are devotees of those American contactees. I think in places like Africa, in South Africa in particular, there's sort of two strands of and this is a huge topic to get into, so I'm just going to sort of narrow it down a little bit. There's sort of two strands of African UFO contacts. There's one that is sort of different and very sort of indigenous African in context, and then there's especially during the 50s and 60s and 70s and even into the 80s, there's a strand of African ufology that is basically what I would term colonialist ufology. It's white people living in Africa in the aftermath of the end of colonialism, sort of being an outpost for European or American ufology, if that makes sense. So in some cases, what you have is this sort of colonialism in the what had been the colonized world, sort of mimicking and or just remaining true to their own sort of colonialist roots and saying, you can say this is an African UFO case. It's like, well, this is an African UFO case in the sense that it's a white person of British descent living in apartheid era South Africa. That's not necessarily, putting yourself in a position to say, well, it's very multicultural. This white person's from over here, so it's, one of those things where, but then there's other African UFO stories that are distinct and different and sort of more fundamentally local to the area and to the indigenous population, if that makes sense. But there are global aspects to it, but often the pattern is the one set by the American contactees.
Yeah, it seems to always be that way, right? I mean, our influence around the world, our media being the number one import we have or influence around the world, it even stretches into these weird realms of how certain cultures interpret an experience they have. We actually just spoke about UFOs in Africa a couple weeks ago here on the show, and you're right. A lot of these stories from the indigenous people are theirs alone, and it's seen through the lens in which their culture has seen it. And there's a reason we don't hear a lot about them, because a lot of them are believed to be given. These are our ancestors who are coming back to visit us. So why would I report this to a white UFO researcher living in Africa at the time? It wasn't a UFO to me. It wasn't an alien to me. It's a given. And I find that fascinating. How many reports we might have had that been the case.
Right. And it might have broadened our perspective if there were people from a different cultural context, not only reporting it, but interpreting it and explaining it and presenting their own viewpoint rather than, sort of run-of-the-mill ufologists saying, well, something like this happened in Iowa last week. And it's like, well, did it? Or are you just taking that from it because that's your point of view and your perspective? So, the sort of global aspect of contactee stuff is something I'm hoping to get into more on the show, because I don't want to say I'm running out of contactees from the United States, but I'm running out of interesting ones in some cases.
Gotcha. Yeah. Everyone always asks me, how long are you going to do this podcast for about UFOs? There's only so much you can talk about. And I tell, trust me, there's enough for 10 lifetimes.
Yeah.
We'll find it. If it's out there, we'll find it.
There really are. There are some big topics that I haven't gotten to yet because they're just so big that it's like, oh, that's like Gulf Breeze. It's like, I don't want to do Gulf Breeze.
I haven't even tackled that yet, man. You're a braver man than I.
It's a mess. I don't want to do that. Roswell. I will end the show before I do a Roswell episode. I'm just not gonna.
It's fair.
Nope. But yeah, there's a lot. There's an infinite number of topics. There's an infinite number of ways to get into these things and to explore them.
Absolutely. Well, that's a perfect transition. Let's explore. Now, again, the reason I had you come on is we're heading towards the new year. Countdowns are the big thing, and a lot of people love doing these lists, top 5, top 10. So I had to ask you, with all of the stories you've presented on the Saucer Life or in your books, your top 3 favorite, if you don't mind, Aaron, wherever you want to start, as much as detail as you want, man. I'm just gonna let you go.
Okay.
And I'll spring in my dumb jokes throughout. So please, man, what is your number 3 for your favorite contactee story?
Okay. Well, instead of ranking them, I'm just gonna go in chronological order.
Done.
If that's okay, because
they're all your favorites.
they're all favorites, and some are favorites, some are too significant not to talk about.
Gotcha.
Especially if there's members of the audience who want the straight dope on this. There's a couple of really significant things, and I've got 2 really significant ones, and one that is just my out and out favorite for goofiness.
Cool.
Because it's just fun. But I think we've got to start with George Adamski.
Absolutely. I think I got his book right back here, or at least a cover of his.
I've got multiple copies of some of his books because I've clearly got a problem. But George Adamski was born in Europe to Polish parents. Migrates to the United States as a child. Serves in World War I. Settles in California. And during the 1920s and 1930s, gets involved in spiritualist organizations, sort of connected to older theosophical societies and movements and things. And he establishes something called the Royal Order of Tibet, which is kind of a mishmash of different sort of pseudo Eastern philosophical traditions. Later, it was reported that he said to somebody that the only reason he did it was because they used wine in one of their ceremonies, and it was a way to get around prohibition. So it was sort of a bootlegging operation and a spiritual retreat.
Love it.
In the 1940s, as even before the UFO thing starts to take off, he claimed that in 1946 he and some followers saw a cigar-shaped UFO. He didn't really talk about this before the whole 1947 UFO era kicks off, so it's kind of suspect. But beginning in 47, he starts saying that here at my little telescope at Mount Palomar. So Mount Palomar was an observatory in California. And this is one of the things Adamski did that was sort of clever. He says, from my telescope at Mount Palomar, I've seen these and photographed these things, which gives the impression that he was doing this at the observatory at Mount Palomar. No, he worked at a hamburger stand down the road from Mount Palomar, sort of down the slope, and had a small telescope there. So yes, it was a telescope. Yes, it was Mount Palomar, but it was not Mount Palomar Observatory. So
we all beef up our resumes, right? Sometimes.
Right. I mean, it's kind of the ufological way. He was a pioneer in this sort of resume padding. So he starts lecturing. He's got photographs of UFOs. Some are remarkably clear, and they all sort of set the pattern for what the generic UFO is going to look like. It's a flying saucer. It's got the dome at the top. It's got the little landing balls underneath, the sort of skirt thing that goes around it. Yep, there it is. That is the Adamski saucer right there. So in 1949, and this is one of the things I love about him. In 1949, he publishes a book called Pioneers of Space. And it's a science fiction novel about some Earthlings who go around the solar system and meet people from Venus and Mars and Saturn and the moon. And what I love about it is the moon people are called the Mooninites, which I just think is just delightful.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, each of these civilizations he meets are superior to humans on Earth, but it's presented as fiction. And then in 1952, near the end of 1952, he claims that he and some friends were out driving around near Desert Center, California, and he has an experience with a landed spacecraft and communicates telepathically and via, mime with the occupant, a long-haired, blonde person in a jumpsuit whose name is Orthon. And Orthon explains that he is from Venus and that the Venusians are very worried about humans' nuclear weapons testing because it might destroy the universe. And this is published and related in a book called Flying Saucers Have Landed, which was mostly written by a guy from Britain named Desmond Leslie, and it was sort of an overview of things that might have been flying saucers throughout human history, sort of a proto ancient astronauts, what about Ezekiel's wheel sort of stuff. And
could it be?
could it, yeah, so could these have all been UFOs back in the day? And Adamski's story is sort of appended to the end of this, but it takes off like wildfire. All the UFO newsletters are talking about it. Newspapers are talking about it. Wire services are picking it up. Adamski goes on all sorts of speaking tours talking about this. UFO clubs organized to talk about his ideas. It's pretty major. And then later in 1955, he writes a book called Inside the Spaceships, which is mostly about his conversations about, cosmic philosophy and higher thought and the way humans should live in peace and harmony. He goes on several trips with Venusians and Saturnians. He gives them all sort of funny George Lucas style names, Furkan, Ramu, just kind of goofy names. Critics have pointed out that a lot of the things that he claims happened to him inside the spaceships are basically recycled bits of his Pioneers of Space science fiction novel from a few years before. But he maintains his popularity despite his photos being outed as hoaxes and things like that. He's interesting, and one of the things he does is in his contactee works and in his talks, he puts in a lot of material about the ways humanity needs to improve. Our economic systems need to be more fair. We need to live in harmony with each other. War should not be a thing. That sort of peace and love thing gets him noticed by people because it sounds vaguely like communism at the time. His FBI file makes it clear that a lot of people in flying saucer clubs around the country that heard his talks contacted the FBI wondering if he might be sort of a subversive. And the FBI looked into it and mostly found that he probably wasn't a subversive, but he did spend a little too much time claiming to have contacts in the government that he probably didn't have. And so they kept an eye on him for those reasons. He traveled the world lecturing and promoting his books, transitioned from just UFO stuff to more philosophical stuff by the late 50s, early 60s. Has a book, actually more of a booklet called Cosmic Philosophy, where he sets out the science of life that all the aliens kind of adhere to, and people took classes and formed study groups all over the world. And some of those lasted a long time. The Japanese contactees I mentioned earlier, I found those stories in the English edition of the George Adamski Get Acquainted organization newsletter from the mid-1980s, and that was being published up until the 90s in Japan. So he sets out, his significance is he creates this pattern that later UFO contactees are going to follow, of humans from other planets who are concerned about our development and are offering us a way forward. They're not going to do it for us. It's sort of a Star Trek-y prime directive kind of thing. They can't get involved. They're not going to land on the White House lawn, so don't even ask. But it sets out these patterns. And like I said, there's still believers today in that. The George Adamski Foundation is deeply committed to promoting the truth and debunking the debunkers and selling copies of his books. And one thing, just an aside, you mentioned my Contactee book. Hardest part of the book was getting photo permissions from the Adamski Foundation. I had to be very clear that no, I'm not debunking him. I'm not ridiculing him. I'm not being snarky. This is a sort of historical examination of this phenomenon. And even then, the pictures all had to have sort of this caption across them that they put in with their website address and everything, which really kind of irked me. It's like, I'll put that in the caption. Settle down. Just give me a clean picture. But
they're all about branding, man. Come on.
They are, and I'm very happy they were generous and cooperative. But yeah, very tenaciously clinging on to Adamski's ideas, despite the rest of UFO world having moved on.
It's so interesting. And you brought up one aspect that kind of reminded me of L. Ron Hubbard. You have this idea of a writer starting out with sort of science fiction, writing these pulp novels and everything. And then gradually it almost becomes a new religion, or almost a, using aspects of the science fiction and claiming that it's now real. And you saw that with Adamski as well. It's fascinating how much these writers and these individuals kind of work off of each other in terms of what they do.
Yeah, and I would be fascinated to know if Adamski and Hubbard had any contact, because they're doing their thing right at the same time. I mean, the chronological overlap is significant. And the argument I've always made about contactees is, especially Adamski, more so than all the others, is that the social messages, the political messages, the cultural messages, those things are clear in his writing before UFOs come on the scene. In the 1930s, he's writing essays in the lead up to World War II, sort of condemning the coming violence and condemning this warfare. He's condemning economic inequality. The basic messages that the aliens have for us are messages he's been talking about already. And my sort of position on this is that Adamski saw the UFO thing as a means for promoting his political and social and cultural messages in a way that would appeal to the masses, or at least more of the masses than his Royal Order of Tibet had, and also sort of fly under the radar as not being politically subversive because it's just goofy flying saucer stuff. Right. And a lot of the FBI documentation sort of bears that out. They're concerned about fraud. They're concerned about him misrepresenting himself as a advisor to the government on the alien question and things like that. They're concerned about sort of the things they can actually prosecute. They're not like, well, this guy's talking about peace, lock him up. Which is sometimes some authors give that impression that they were concerned about his message. They're like, his message is he's a peacenik, but flying saucer guy, not a huge deal. Later writers don't have that pre-saucer pedigree that Adamski does. So, but he sets this pattern that makes it acceptable to merge these ideas with flying saucerdom, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Flying saucerdom. I love that term. Well, and it's so innocent in so many ways too, Aaron. I think when it comes to someone like him, because then later in decades later, you start having these cults pop up where these sort of messages and contactees, as it were, became not only dangerous but deadly many times as well. So I love knowing the fact that with Adamski, no matter what you think about his philosophy or if any of this is real, his messages were pretty clear. Maybe this was his way of funneling it out to the public. And hey, there you go. I think that was a perfect person to start with. In terms of all of that. So unless you have anything else you'd like to add about Adamski.
That's
The
pretty
floor
good.
is yours, man.
We can move on to the second one. Another guy named George. A lot of Georges during this era. In the 50s and 60s, they're all named George. In the 80s and 90s, they're all named Bill.
What's up, guys? Ryan Sprague here, and I'm just dropping in to remind you about our Patreon campaign. Somewhere in the Skies is always free to consume, but it's not free to create. So if you want to help the show on a monthly basis, we have tons of rewards for you in return, including shoutouts on the show and website, bonus content and episodes, and free merch. Want to be my guest or pick a topic for the show? You can do that too. So if you'd like to learn more and to help support the show, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you, and keep looking up.
So you sort of get these names, but George Van Tassel is another contactee who in many ways follows the Adamski pattern of having messages from outer space that he is conveying. But he's a little bit different. He claims that in 1952, same year as Adamski, earlier than Adamski, which is another sort of contactee thing. So Adamski says, I had my contact in November 1952. Every contactee who comes after says, well, I didn't say anything about it before, but mine happened in the summer of 1952 or in 1951 or in 1923. They're always sort of saying, well,
interesting.
I didn't say anything, but really I was the first one.
And that's, you've got the whole UFO wave in Washington the same year. That's kind of weird. I'm sure there's something to that, but
I think there might be something to it besides, I think it's predominantly wanting to establish some kind of precedence.
Right.
I didn't want to talk about it, but it happened to me too. And a month before that guy. So
of course,
right. So he receives messages from numerous beings, and these messages are channeled messages rather than physical messages. And he does travel in spaceships, but he does so more astrally, more in a non-physical way. And the key figure he's receiving messages from is a figure called Ashtar. And that one of the things that is significant about George Van Tassel. But Ashtar's message was that he and a number of other beings that shared names with some of whom shared names with figures like ascended masters in theosophical and esoteric belief systems. They were all commanding ships. That there was a galactic organization that was defending Earth against a coming cataclysm. If you believed, if you were part of the Ashtar movement, you would be saved. There were ships in place in orbit around the planet to remove the worthy before any disaster hit. It's the flying saucer rapture, right? So Van Tassel writes some books, some sort of short booklets about this. He claims to have gotten information from the aliens about designing a device, a building, sort of a hexagonal dome-shaped building called the Integratron that will provide strength and enlightenment and rejuvenation. And he actually builds it. He owns an airfield out in California near a place called Giant Rock, where there's a giant rock. And he stages UFO flying saucer conventions there, where every major, especially contactee figure of the time, spoke throughout the 1950s and 1960s. It was a major sort of flying saucer cultural happening every year. So Van Tassel's significance is not just the Integratron, which still stands today. I think you can visit it. Not just Giant Rock, which was sort of the dawn of UFO conventions in a lot of ways. But I think the biggest piece of significance from Van Tassel and his Ashtar contacts is that because this was a channeled message, anybody can kind of claim to be receiving messages from Ashtar. And I mean, what proof is anybody going to ask for? You're not going to say, well, where's your photos? Well, here's a photo of me sitting there in a chair in a trance telling you what Ashtar said. You know, you don't there's no way to prove or really disprove this. So even in the later 1950s, you've got other authors coming forward saying, I received revelations from Ashtar as well. And sometimes they would match up with what Van Tassel had written. Sometimes they wouldn't. Sometimes there were conflicts. In the 50s, there was a big split in the Ashtar community over not just the messages, but over people being upset that others were inappropriately commercializing and profiting from the Ashtar channelings. And it would continue into the 1970s and the 1980s. There was a woman who called herself Tuella, which channeled a lot of Ashtar stuff in the 1980s. Books like Project World Evacuation and Ashtar, A Tribute, where she channels messages from like 15 different other aliens talking about how awesome Ashtar is. It's kind of weird Ashtar fan fiction.
I love that.
It's so strange, and this fleet is still surrounding our planet as guardians to us. And when Tuella passes away, other people take up the torch. If you go on the internet right now, you will find people channeling Ashtar, channeling Hatan, channeling Katumi, channeling all these beings that sort of first appeared back in the 1950s when George Van Tassel first started this. So again, some deep significance, not necessarily the goofiest, weirdest flying saucer story out there, but long-lasting significance, just like Adamski. Still believers, still people following these things. And what is amazing is that the Ashtar stuff in present day times crosses over with other elements of paranormal and parapolitical things. I've got a book coming out at the end of the year, I think, about what's it about? About what I call triumphalist conspiracy theories with happy endings, where you're not getting the good people in America are not going to get hauled off to the FEMA camp. They're going to be the ones who win. So I look at elements of the UFO disclosure movement, particularly the ones that promise that as soon as everything shakes out, we're going to get free energy technology and nobody will ever be hungry again. You know, that aspect of it. I look at Nasara, which was sort of a financial scam, where there's a secret law that Congress passed back in the 90s, but they rigged September 11th to prevent the law from being implemented. And this law would wipe out all consumer debt, redo the money supply. Everybody will be rich all the time. All the bad guys will go to jail. And before I knew it was going to be such a massive thing, I thought QAnon would be a great sort of another example of this, which forced me to melt my brain for a year with that. But what's weird is you've got people channeling Ashtar talking about Nasara, talking about QAnon, talking about these things. There was a massive UFO disclosure, some popular figures in the UFO disclosure movement sort of dabbling their toe in the QAnon waters, saying, well, these Q drops are, ISBN numbers for these UFO books if you look at them correctly. Very strange stuff. Some of the big disclosure names were smart enough to stay way away from that. Some weren't. But Ashtar shows up endorsing QAnon, depending on which Ashtar channeler you believe. So these things, get sort of pigeonholed as sort of early Cold War, 1950s, 1960s things, but elements of them persist.
Very interesting. And I do want to talk about that repetitive nature of these things with you, Aaron, in a little bit. But that's so fascinating. I'm imagining Ashtar like in his mom's basement, like on the computer, being like, oh, yep, any day now. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yep.
Well, one more question for you. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong. Was Ashtar the one from the famous like news interruption broadcast? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That was weird, man. I remember coming across that.
Ashtar breaks into I can't remember where it was, but breaks into a news broadcast.
The war, allowing Giroud to take negotiations. Stiff man on them playing a test match.
This is the voice of Allah, representative of the Ashtar Galactic Command, speaking to you. For many years you have seen us as lights in the skies. We speak to you now to send the same as we have done to your brothers and sisters all over this, your planet Earth.
Yeah, it luckily somebody recorded it and it's been digitized and it's out there, but just fascinating stuff. There's a band called Ashtar Command, which is sort of the name of the fleet. So Ashtar has penetrated some elements of the fringes of pop culture in a way that Adamski didn't, but the Adamski flying saucer is such a sort of cultural icon. Sort of embarrassing myself here, but I'm old school Transformers fan. And there's a Transformer from the 80s that was a little Adamski style spaceship. And in Japan, the name they gave it was Adams. That was that character's name. So sort of an Adamski reference there as well. So these things persist longer than we think they do.
Yeah. I always go back to Guardians of the Galaxy, clearly inspired by something like a space command that would sort of govern or police the entire universe, as it were, which is, again, all of these contactees have had, no matter what their message was or how they faded into obscurity, they all have a lasting place, I think, in pop culture in many different ways.
They do. Same thing with I think the Green Lantern Corps. Sort of that same sort of a space police force, guardians of, answering to the Guardians, those little blue guys. And yeah, there's these elements seeped into pop culture fed into the contactee movement. I think we absolutely need to mention The Day the Earth Stood Still, as sort of, a benevolent humanoid alien comes and has a message of peace for mankind. That usually gets trotted out as, well, this is where the contactees got all this stuff from. The timelines don't work for that. But it's definitely something that might have been influenced by contactee culture. And also, it was a dangerous time. It was a frightening time. People were worried about nuclear war. People were seeing UFOs. You didn't have to be, completely immersed in contactee teachings to come up with the idea of, hey, what if an alien showed up and, stopped nuclear war? I mean, that in many ways, I would have been shocked if there hadn't been a movie like that, regardless of the contactee influence or not.
Very interesting. Yeah. I have echoes of Reagan many years later with his famous speech, if an alien force came, bring us all together, hopefully. But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, we're on our third one already, man. We're breezing through these. I love it. What do you got for me?
This is the one that, listeners, you might have heard of Adamski, you might have heard of George Van Tassel, you might have heard of Ashtar. I can almost guarantee you've not heard of Reinhold Schmidt.
Ooh.
Reinhold Schmidt was a grain buyer, worked in agribusiness out in Nebraska, and in 1957, November of 1957, he had or claimed to have an encounter, and this is first week in November of 57, so this is right in the middle of the huge wave of sightings that were sort of centered around the Levelland, Texas flap, right? So Reinhold Schmidt is driving along in Nebraska, and he comes across a landed flying saucer. And I'm sort of compressing the story a little bit, but he meets the flying saucer people. They're a group of men and women in jumpsuits and things like that. They all speak English. They all speak English with a German accent, which is very strange. He tries to find somebody to tell the story to, ends up going to the police with it. He is committed to a psychiatric facility for evaluation. a lot of times that's, sort of, oh my gosh, they took this seriously and we're trying to shut him up. They let him leave he was able to check himself out. So it wasn't like a sort of criminal psychiatric hold sort of thing. But he keeps telling the story, writes a pamphlet about it, goes on some lecture tours. And then what is fascinating to me about this is he hooks up with some other contactees. Daniel Fry is one of them. There are some others he hooks up with on these lecture tours. There's some great newspaper articles from the late 50s and early 60s where my favorite one is he is going to lecture at a high school for like a high school assembly, which is educationally negligent on the part of the high school.
Oh man, I would have killed to see that in my gymnasium. Are you kidding me?
All we got was don't do drugs, don't drink and drive, and be positive. Those were like the assemblies we had. It's no fun. Join the Navy. It was another big one.
Join the Galactic Federation.
Right. That would have been very cool. So he's telling about how he's been on subsequent trips with the space people, and they took him to Egypt, and he was able to read some ancient scrolls in one of the pyramids that and the high school, this is all reported in the paper, high school student asked, well, how were you able to read it? And he's like, it was in English. And the students are like, but why would it be in English? And then the students just start peppering him with these questions and knocking holes in his story. It's hilarious.
Skeptical high school, right?
It was just, his stories were so goofy that, the basic astronomy was wrong. And, he was getting wrong stuff that these students learned in their science classes. So they called him out on it. And then he hooks up with a movie director who had been interested in UFO stuff, a guy named Ron Ormond. And Ormond had directed some sort of low-budget movies. Probably the most well-known one was The Mesa of Lost Women. But Ormond makes a movie called The Edge of Tomorrow. Don't try to Google it. All you'll get is the Tom Cruise movie. But it's called Edge of Tomorrow, about Schmidt's contact experience. And Schmidt stars in it as himself. It's crazy. It is.
I love that.
Wild. It's like, imagine Ed Wood, sort of an Ed Wood movie, and you're excited because, oh wow, this is going to be a great contactee movie, and it's not commercially available. I was able to watch a copy with the promise I'd never share it with anybody else because the rights are apparently owned by a mining company somewhere. It's very strange, but the problem is with this movie is that most of it is just Schmidt sitting with an interviewer who's asking him questions. And it's like the worst example of telling, not showing in a film.
Yeah, screenwriting 101.
Yeah, it's I want more on the spaceship set and the very, very 1961 looking spaceship crew. It goes out into theaters. It has a Hollywood premiere that is not very well attended. Mood is kind of low at the Hollywood premiere because during it, Schmidt is actually out on bail, having been indicted for fraud. He is an actual saucer felon. He is a flying saucer felon, a flying saucer fraudster. And he had a previous criminal record of petty theft and ripping people off. But what he did was he started talking in his lectures about how the aliens had shown him various places on Earth where valuable crystals could be mined in order to heal various diseases. And he was hitting up mostly elderly women to invest and buy shares in his mining company, which did not exist. So after, investing lots of money, this little old lady goes to I think she goes to her bank, and the bank's like, we're calling the FBI. And so Schmidt is arrested. He's put on trial. The newspaper accounts this is in the early 60s. The newspaper accounts of the trial are hilarious. Schmidt must have gotten the worst lawyer money could buy because as part of their defense, they showed the jury the movie Edge of Tomorrow.
Oh my God.
As part of the defense. Also part of the defense.
That's a first. Wow.
It's insane. And also as part of the defense, the defense attorney cross-examines the little old lady who is the victim of all of it, or alleged victim at the time, alleged victim of all this, and brings her to tears in front of the jury.
Oh.
Just what kind of defense attorney? It's like, okay, this very, very sympathetic person, we're going to look like absolute monsters. And
We're going to dig into it.
Between that and my flying saucer movie, I think we've got this case sewn up. It's like, actually, it's like what I wish Law and Order would be. You know, they're season 24. Do something like this with Law and Order. This would be outstanding. But get the SVU folks involved on a alien probing case. That would
Dick
be,
Wolf, if you're listening, we got something for you.
You call our people. We've got ideas.
Yeah, check out the Saucer Life, please.
That's right. That's right. I'm willing to work a deal. So Schmidt is convicted of fraud and selling securities without a license and selling securities that don't exist, which I think is a separate crime. He goes to prison for 4 or 5 years, something like that. He dies in the early 1970s. He never tries to make a flying saucer comeback or anything. And I'm not sure there's any wider significance to this story other than the degree to which when, debunkers and sort of hardcore, sort of no fun style of skeptics talk about UFO people being frauds and there ought to be laws and this is criminal. It's like, look, it's not fraud if you sell somebody a book and some of the stuff in the book isn't true. You paid $10 for a book. You got a book, it might not be true. There were real crimes out there that were committed. Schmidt is one example. There are some others. Some of these crimes are UFO related like this. Some of the crimes are like, these are sleazy people who were involved in the UFO thing. I think sometimes we can go overboard on accusing people who might be making up a flying saucer story with somebody who's an actual criminal who's done legally actionable harm. So I've just always loved the Schmidt story. It's just got so much kind of fun, goofy stuff. It's not fun if you're the little lady who got ripped off, but other than that, yeah, it's just one of my favorites. So those two sort of serious long-term significance to the history of ufology.
Love it. Those were perfect. I couldn't be happier with your choices. Well, I mean, you start to see, like you mentioned earlier, these patterns. Like even these 3 stories have a lot in common in many different ways. And this was what your lecture was about at the Esotericon. Again, my favorite part of the conference. And it kind of blew me away because I never had really sat down and thought about that, Aaron, of how we see these narratives sort of recycling themselves throughout the decades. And we are seeing trace elements of that happening again today with stories like Anjali. And there have been other contactees in the past few years. A lot of them have been outed as clear frauds. Others are still preaching their messages and still have large followings, giving them swaths of money and whatnot for transcendence and whatnot. That's an episode in itself. But I'd love to ask you about that lecture. What really inspired you to do that? And what were some of those specific patterns that you really nailed down in terms of these narratives, I guess?
Yeah, I think I think what sort of inspired it for me was just, I'm trying to remember at the time, that was 2018, that there was something that was happening that was particularly inspiring to me.
Gosh, yeah, I'm wondering too. I can't think of anything.
I think were people talking about metamaterials at that point? I think there might have been the first hints of, we've got some metamaterials that are being analyzed. And
I believe you're right.
Which sort of made me flash back to Art's Parts back in the 90s. That somebody had sent Art Bell and to earlier sort of Roswell related things, and all the way back to some stories in the 1950s. Crash retrievals, UFO crash retrievals, so many in such a confined space during the same years that we get them confused with each other sometimes, and a lot of them being traced back to Frank Scully's sort of debunked and fraudulent stories. But in the talk itself, some of the things I talked about are, I think one of the biggest things I talked about, sort of as an example, is this recurring sort of story beat of Eisenhower having a meeting with the aliens at fill in the name of the Air Force base, because it changed its name a couple times, back in 1954. And this sort of being traced to a letter that was written to a guy named Gerald Light, who was involved in an organization called the Borderland Science Research Associates, which had a weird sort of mystical interpretation of UFOs and predated UFOs by a few years as an organization. But this Eisenhower meeting the alien story will get worked and reworked and reworked into conspiratorial UFO stories going forward. It's just a constant theme. It's still out there, and there are variations on it, and there are sometimes the year is given as different. Sometimes there's talk of a treaty that comes out of it, either the Treaty of Grenada or the Treaty of Greada, which isn't a word. And I think sometimes what you have is this story it's like a game of telephone, right? Only with people mishearing things and then writing them down. So somebody says Treaty of Grenada, somebody hears that on a garbled audio clip of Phil Schneider talking about his days working in an underground base, and they hear Greada. So on their website, they're at the Treaty of Greada was blah, blah, blah. No, that's not a word. So these things just keep going and getting recycled, and just getting woven into whatever new narrative is out there. The contactee stuff, like I've mentioned, gets talked about and remodeled. And I think if you look back in the 1990s, some of Stephen Greer's very early Disclosure Project stuff and CSETI stuff, with his promise of new energy sources and new technology that will happen, there's a happy ending down the road. The aliens are more advanced and they want this for us. Even more so, there is a guy named Richard Boylan, who I think is still out there, who talks about the Galactic Federation and alien fleets, and these people have names, and he says that he's one of their diplomats now, serving as a liaison between Earth and the aliens. And this is nothing but warmed over contacteeism, with about 50% of the fun sort of subtracted from it. So these things do happen over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's amazing. And like I said, it really puts things into perspective when you look at everything happening today. And that actually leads into, I've got 2 listener questions, Aaron,
Okay.
if you're willing to stick around
Sure.
for those. Thank you. And we're also, Aaron is going to be sharing one more contactee story with our Patreon subscribers. So be sure to head on over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. And you can check out that little bonus gem he's going to give to us. That's my shameless plug. Moving on to our first listener question, Aaron. This comes from Dennis. He wants to know, because you focus so much on contactees and sort of the influence they've had on pop culture and vice versa, and culture in general, what do you personally make of all the stuff going on today? We have the military UFOs, the Pentagon getting involved. Like you mentioned, we're kind of living in a very nuts and bolts ufology right now with the government. Where do contactees lay in all of this? That seems to be a big question right now. When will it be their time to get involved with this huge conversation happening right now? What do you make of all of it?
I don't think that I don't think the contactees need a time. I think it's always contactee time for the contactees, and for those who are susceptible to their message, open to their message, because the contactee movement, contactee ideas, unlike the nuts and bolts stuff, unlike the military connection, unlike the what is the government hiding and who knows what, and we need congressional investigations and things like that. Unlike those things, the contactees, rely on faith and don't need proof. The proof is in the obvious truth of the message of the Space Brothers. Does it not resonate with your soul, Ryan, that we should live at peace with each other?
Universal, man. Yeah.
If I was being very cynical, I would say that the nuts and bolts stuff relies a lot on faith as well. Faith that people are telling the truth when they said they had these encounters, faith that the videos are sourced from where they actually say they're sourced, faith that this isn't some sort of gigantic op being run for whatever reason we can't understand and might not understand yet. Faith that people had the jobs they say they had. There's a lot of faith involved in the nuts and bolts side as well. But I think one of the reasons that the contactees have persisted is because it's always their time. The message is timeless. It can be tailored for particular contexts, but it's not as tied to the news cycle, and it doesn't rely on the acceptance and attention of mainstream media and politicians and scientists getting on board. I think sort of traditional nuts and bolts ufology has this sort of inferiority complex and desire to be accepted and embraced by regular scientists who aren't scientists with a UFO predilection.
Right.
Contactees don't need that. They've got all they need because Orthon told me, or Orthon told Adamski, or Ashtar channeled this message. It's very much similar to the divide between science and spirituality. I think in a lot of ways there's no level of scientific proof that could validate or invalidate an individual's personal experience. So, and the personal experience aspect is so at the heart of the contactee way of doing things or way of thinking about things that sort of rationality doesn't really enter into it. It's very much a separate sphere. And I think it will simultaneously always be the contactee's time, but never be the contactee's time.
I love that. Yeah, it's contactee o'clock somewhere all the time. I love that.
It really is.
Well, that bleeds into our last listener question here. Lisa on Reddit asks, have you ever personally met one of the contactees that you've covered in any of your work? And also, kind of playing off of that, she also wants to know, what is your gut feeling to these stories? Do you personally think these could be genuine experiences with some of these people, or where does your personal opinion lay in all of this? So yeah, two-tiered question.
Okay,
I guess.
I've not met any of the original contactees. I've corresponded with some figures who are involved in the organizations that still exist, like the Adamski Foundation, George King's Aetherius Society, which is the closest thing to a successful, benign, sort of benevolent UFO religion that has ever been created. Wonderfully nice people in the Aetherius Society. So
I've spoken to them. Yeah, they're extremely nice and polite.
They're sweethearts. There's a branch down the road from me in suburban Detroit that I need to check out sometime and talk to them. So I came a little bit late, sort of chronologically, to talk to any of the classic folks, which I kind of regret. As for the other part of the question, sort of my gut reaction and my feelings on these, it's very much a case by case thing. I think Adamski had a sort of philosophical, cultural agenda he wanted to carry out, and flying saucers were the key to that. I don't doubt his sincerity about his beliefs. I somewhat doubt his sort of a supernatural experience. Probably the ones that resonate with me the most as being sort of like something happened here. You can check out our episode on him, but Orfeo Angelucci was a contactee who had some very, very strange experiences that had psychedelic overtones, and there's just enough strangeness to it that I believe something happened to him, whether it was alien or whether it was some sort of terrestrial. I don't know. Sometimes I default to mind control experimentation playing a role in some of these things, but Orfeo Angelucci is one of those cases where I believe something probably happened to this person. I think in other cases, there are people who might have had a genuine paranormal encounter, whether it was a spiritual encounter, a spiritual awakening, whether it was possibly extraterrestrial, and their brain filtered things to be understandable in a way that they could comprehend and communicate, and these contactee stories are what came out. So I think very much on a case-by-case basis. I would never put myself in the camp of all contactees were liars and frauds. I would put myself in the camp of you had a little bit of everything, including people who may have had actual experiences. I'm not going to deny that possibility.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect place to be. Like, I always tell people, I was not in the shoes when this happened to this person. So, leave judgment at the door, see how it plays out, and, let them live their truth as long as it's not hurting anyone else or hopefully themselves. It's a crazy world, and crazier things have happened other than, Venusians coming down and telling us to clean up our acts. So, well, thank
absolutely.
you.
No problem.
Thanks, Aaron, for answering those listener questions and for your top 3. We're going to head on over to Patreon right now. You've been so gracious with your time. Again, head on over. We're going to do a little bonus wrap up with Aaron to tell another one of his favorite stories with the contactees. But of course, before we go, man, where can we find everything you're up to, your past books, your upcoming books, the Saucer Life? Give us all of it, please.
Okay. So 2 main places to go. You can go to saucerlife.com for all things related to the Saucer Life and links to my books and all of that. Or subscribe in your favorite podcast thingy. Great Lakes Lore is at greatlakeslore.com, and we're on, I think we're 6 episodes in, and that's been a fun project. And we're getting ready to do some Dogman stuff. So that's going to be interesting. So saucerlife.com and greatlakeslore.com.
Perfect, man. And again, I can't wait till the world officially reopens and we can head to Nova Scotia again and have those, midnight conversations over a few beers, man. So again, I got to thank you for coming on Somewhere in the Skies today.
Thanks for having me.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and I want to tell you about something that feels like it was specifically made for us. Those of us who have followed every UFO headline, every whistleblower, every UFO sighting and close encounter that literally defined the past year in UFOs. And that is Anomalous cards. Anomalous cards are a one-of-a-kind collectible series, capturing the top 100 UAP and UFO stories of 2025. Preserved, documented, and brought to life in a format you can actually hold in your hands. We're talking about 100 uniquely designed trading cards, each one representing a pivotal moment in the unfolding UAP conversation. Every single card is individually serial numbered, making each piece of art a limited historical archive. Not just a collectible, but a timestamp of disclosure in motion. And here's where it gets even more exciting. You can collect the full story your way. Grab a complete factory set and own the entire timeline of 2025. Or dive into the thrill of discovery with cello packs and boxes, each containing the chance to uncover exclusive Heroes of Truth insert cards, spotlighting the individuals pushing this mystery into the light. This isn't just memorabilia, it's a curated record of one of the most important years in UAP history. Head over to letsgetanomalous.com right now to grab your set or packs. And for Somewhere in the Skies listeners, you get an exclusive promo code right now for 15% off your order. That promo code is Somewhere15. Again, go to letsgetanomalous.com and use the promo code Somewhere15 for 15% off your order. Because the UFO story is still unfolding, and now you can collect it all with Anomalous cards.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
All right, welcome to Somewhere in the Skies. We've been talking off air for about 20 minutes now, and this is what happens when you get the three of us together. So, Shannon, LeGro, Seth, Breedlove, welcome once again to Somewhere in the Skies.
Hello.
Hey.
You couldn't have picked a better time to kind of get into the UFO. What would you even call it? I guess space. It started with the first season of On the Trail of UFOs, and then boom, Dark Sky hits. It's going to hit, I should say, August 3rd, which this will air, I believe, right around then. And man, again, you guys hit solid gold when it comes to, you know, UFOs being in the mainstream. But what I found really interesting about this film, and we will talk about this isn't your mainstream ufology. This isn't the Pentagon. This isn't, you know, the Navy UFO videos and the same three people on television telling you what to think about UFOs. And that's what I really appreciated about this film. So I have to ask, before we get into what was in Dark Sky, did you know, Seth, I guess Shannon too, did you guys know you wanted to continue on the trail of UFOs after the first season hit Amazon, which I should mention has been viewed over 10 million times, I saw in one of your pressers? That's incredible. Did you know that you wanted to continue doing this?
It's considerably higher than 10, actually, because they don't take into account there's a Samsung app that the series is on. It's really only available currently in 2 places, but we're trying to rectify that. I just literally had a meeting last night with 1091 about trying to fix this, because Amazon basically took the series off the platform recently. It's still available for like rentals, but it's no longer on Prime. But it's got to be closer to like 13 mil. I would think people have seen it by now. So it's a ton of people that have seen it. But no, the fact is, and Shannon can probably vouch for this, for the first like half a year that the series was out, I was under the impression that it had been like, I mean, like flop would be the right word, because I just was viewing, I guess I was viewing numbers, you know, like financial numbers more so than viewing numbers. And then as the numbers caught up to where I was at early this year, it became obvious that it was like probably one of the most viewed things we've made. And then it became less about the finances and more about, well, the audience is clearly there for it. So then the trick then was that we had kind of pivoted already, though, because my assumption was that the numbers were low because of episodic content being really difficult to release independently. So we pivoted into, let's do feature films, and I had already come up with like some self-contained story ideas for On the Trail of UFOs, things that we could very easily condense into a film, or that might only be packaged as a film, I guess, instead of like an episodic series, and they would be more regional based rather than, you know, the sort of travel all over the world format that we used for the first series. So we Dark Sky was the first I came up with, and the major reason we did that too was because of COVID. In terms of travel, it was a lot easier for us to hop in a van and drive to West Virginia than it is fly all over the country during the midst of everything. And there were stories in West Virginia that I'd really been itching to tell for a while. So I knew I wanted to continue it, but I didn't know how exactly we would. And it was then just trying to figure out what the best way to tell those stories would be, given the financial constraints we're constantly under.
Right. How about for you, Shan? Like you guys went all over the country for the first series. And I have to say again, like I've done, you know, the podcast for a while now. I've done several TV shows and everything, but I have never had that many people reach out to me until after On the Trail of UFOs premiered. I can't tell you how many people like emailed me and said, "Whoa, I just saw you on Amazon Prime and this and that." And I was like, wow, this if you think about it, it reaches more people than any cable network can or anything like that. So the fact that you did this independently and it's reached more people and opened more minds to UFOs than like CNN, Fox, History Channel, Travel Channel combined, I think that's amazing. So yeah, Shen, what did you think? Were you ready and raring to get back out there and look at UFOs after the first series, or were you like, I need a break from this?
She probably needed a break from me.
No. No, I mean, harassing Seth is one of my joys in life, really, you know, when we're out on the road. But no, honestly, filming with the STM crew is my vacation. Honest to goodness. I love being with, they're my boys. I mean, and I'm one of the guys. I am a damn fool. And Seth can tell you that. I'm a huge idiot, and I don't mind, you know, making fun of myself and others occasionally. And for me, Dark Sky, and as amazing as the first season was, and to go to all those places, went to Sedona, went to New York City to see you. I mean, places that I had never even been, people that I'd never met. The fact that Dark Sky was so focused, I think, is going to make a huge difference. And legitimately, I'm very excited for people to see this and for us to, and I'm sure we'll be talking about this, but to film the second part of the second season coming up, which will also be very focused. So it's a completely different format than season one. And we're really getting past kind of we've shown you some of the UFO kind of 101 stuff. And now we're trying to dig a whole lot deeper, and pun intended, I guess, considering what Dark Sky is about. But this is a fantastic season, and I'm very excited for everybody to see it.
Awesome. Yeah, it really does bring, I think, On the Trail of UFOs back to what Small Town Monsters is. You know, focusing on an area, focusing on the people in those areas and how that kind of influences the phenomenon and vice versa. And this time around, it was West Virginia, a place I think a lot of UFO people are very familiar with, but people who don't look at UFO history like I do every single day of my life, they might not know that a lot of the early stuff happened here. I mean, some of our most famous cases, famous lore, the Men in Black being one of them as well, and Indra Cold, which we will get into all of that. But you guys started the film in exactly the way I would have, for whatever that's worth, and that's with a witness. You know, someone who is deeply affected by having a UFO event. And this happened to Kenneth in West Virginia. So, man, what a dramatic UFO sighting to start the film out with. What did you guys think about this story that Kenneth had to tell you? And could you maybe just walk us through it a little bit, and your initial impressions and what you walked away with his pretty dramatic UFO sighting?
Well, I can tell you that Kenneth's sighting from the beginning was one. There were two big sighting stories, and Shannon will probably want to talk about this a little bit too, because her and Kenneth really hit it off. But there were two really big sighting stories going into this that I knew were going to play sort of like pivotal roles. I originally thought they'd be bookends, but the one got moved a little further into the interior of the film, and that was our anonymous witness story. But the interesting thing about both of these stories is that they're featured in Bob Teet's Mountain State UFO case book, which is like this little known UFO case book that compiles all these really fascinating sightings from the state. And so Kenneth basically over the course of the week of a week back in, if I remember right, it's like the 1980s, but maybe Shannon can correct me if I'm wrong on that. During the 1980s, he had a series of sightings of a like a diamond-shaped craft that appeared across from his house over this hill, over this power line. And he got the impression that this thing was actually like leeching energy off of this power line. And it happened, I think they had 5 sightings in 7 days is kind of like how it went. But his whole family saw this thing on multiple occasions, including his mom. There was an event as well during the same week where he encountered some sort of hazmat suited individual in the forest behind his house. That's super fascinating. And it all sort of points to a bigger picture for UFOs, not just in the state of West Virginia, but in around the country and around the world, I guess, as well. And that is this idea of UFOs and energy, energy as a source or whatever it is. There's definitely a correlation. And it's interesting. Some of the people that we've shown the movie to already have reached out with like their own input on like some of the lines we're drawing in the movie. And I've also seen some reviews where like people there was one review that came out like a week ago and they legitimately couldn't tell if we had faked all this. They were under the assumption that this might be like a fictional movie because of the final sort of connection we're making between the sightings. Because it's so, I guess to someone from the outside, it seems so bizarre. But anyone that's been looking into UFOs for any length of time has already made that, drawn those lines for themselves. So it's a really cool sequence. The coolest thing about that sequence is, first of all, that Kenneth was able to tell his story to us and do it in such a, Shannon really had a bear of a time calming him down and making sure like he was comfortable on camera, because he had no intention of going on camera at any point to tell the story. So she had to really talk him through that whole process. And the other thing is like Santino's effects in that scene are so cool. Like I really love the little like UFO over the power line shots and stuff. It just is such a nice, like, it has like a Spielberg vibe to it that I really dig. And there's also at some point, I want to go back to something you said earlier about this being going back to like the roots of what STM is. I don't know if we want to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
It's such a, like, I've been told, like Heather that does all our research, did all the research on this movie and everything. This is her favorite STM movie. And she said it's like the quintessential small town monsters movie, because it's like jumping from small town to small town. And even though we don't get into like the history of these places necessarily, you're getting like, especially Wheeling, like the sequence with Shannon and I and Matt in Wheeling. And Matt's just like this local restaurant owner talking about Wheeling, West Virginia. And it's such a cool little, that's like what I pictured when I pictured small town monsters. So it's just weird to do that within On the Trail of, because with On the Trail of kind of exists outside of that, but it's cool to get back to those roots for me. Shannon can talk now.
Cool.
I don't see why I need to.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Seth, because like I know it's hard to get witnesses to, let alone speak, in email or even on a podcast, but then to put your face on camera, it's a whole other ballgame. And you could tell that guy was pretty shaken up by these experiences. And while as a viewer, we might be, whoa, cool, like UFOs sucking the energy off a power line, like he was a kid when this happened, if I'm correct. And like this traumatized him. So what was that like trying to get a witness to really, I guess, bare their soul with this really unusual story?
Well, and it's important to mention that where that is filmed is the exact location of his sighting,
right.
Which to me was huge and striking. And, you know, another part of that story is, and, you know, obviously we're giving some things away, but folks are going to watch it here pretty quickly, is that he shot at the thing at some point. Him and maybe one of the neighbors, Seth, or his brother. That is how traumatized he was. But for me, and I've said this before, probably ad nauseum, is I like to come at it from the human side of it and the personal side. How did it affect you? You know, did you sleep for 10 years after that? What happened after that? So when he was reticent to talk on camera, I actually just kind of fell into my ITF role, and I'm like, we can do this, Kenneth. Like, you're good, man. You got this, and it worked, and it was. Like Seth already said, like I loved Kenneth. I don't know why. I just felt this kinship with him. And we actually got to see him for a second time. That you'll see him in the movie in 2 different locations, and that is 2 different trips. And that is, of course, the Bowden or Bowden Cave. I never say that properly.
Yeah.
For that scene. And I hugged Kenneth before I left, because there was just something about Kenneth to me. And I was also very proud of him for deciding to be on camera and tell that harrowing story.
It's not easy. Yeah.
One thing I should point out too is the first season is definitely like, it does what it needs to do. I'm like really proud of what we did with the first season. The first season doesn't. I think the second, this Dark Sky really plays to Shannon's strong suit, and that is talking to the witnesses and getting stories from people. You know, the first season is so invested in kind of relaying the history of UFOs up to present day, and I think that was a really important first chapter. But for us, I think the series, and this isn't like, I didn't intentionally do this. We never talked about doing this, but it does feel like, in a way, like the series is a response to the current state of ufology, especially like ufology entertainment, because it is so focused on, you know, like the disclosure stuff and what's going on in the Pentagon and military sightings and all that. And all that stuff's super fascinating. But this is very much focused on these smaller scale sightings that occur in regional locations and what might be tying them together, if anything. But I think, to me, it does feel like a bit of a response, which I think a lot of what we do feels like a response, intentional or not.
Yeah, which I think is refreshing, Seth. I mean, again, like, you guys know me, I'm all about people who've had experiences, and those get overshadowed by everything else going on. Yeah, it's cool to hear about like military UFO encounters. It legitimizes the topic. It's exciting, you know, thinking that our military are, you know, coming up against these UFOs and don't know what they are. Yeah, that's concerning, but I think it's also important to show that for every one of those military encounters, there's 100 people in West Virginia, in Chicago, in Detroit, and wherever, like, having these experiences, everyday people. And again, that's why I love that you guys put the microscope on these people in West Virginia. And one of those people was actually Susan Shepard, who unfortunately passed away recently. But you guys were able to probably get one of the last interviews with her, which was really interesting. So would you guys mind telling us a little about who she was and kind of her role in all of this in West Virginia?
Yeah, well, Susan, it's funny, I'd been aware of Susan because I traveled through West Virginia. I was just there over the weekend filming. I feel like I know I'm in West Virginia more than any other state, including my own, like in terms of filming. I probably know more people in West Virginia that are involved in the paranormal than I do in Ohio. Like it's my home away from home. Someday it'll be my home. But Susan was someone who I met, while we were making Mothman Legacy, and I had wanted to meet her for years. It just had never happened. But we really hit it off when we were making that movie. And one of the stories she had told during the filming was about her encounters with Men in Black and Injured Cold. And I say this, but this is unfortunate. One of the things that was cut from the movie are some of the additional stories she has about like brushes with the Men in Black, because there were other events that happened later in life, and there just wasn't enough time in the movie to get to those. But I had known because of that I wanted Susan involved in this. She also had such a vast knowledge of every aspect of the strange and unusual in the state of West Virginia, that she was like, you'd be an idiot to pass her over, you know, in a movie like this. You had to have her involved to help flesh everything out. We were extremely lucky because her health had already started to decline at that point, and she was aware she had cancer. And when we interviewed her, it was the interview and how we got it was a testament to who she was, because we were without a location to film the interview. Heather was like stretching, trying to find us a spot to film, because it's very difficult at that point, which was last November. So you're kind of like the height of COVID. We're trying to get a filming location. And it was extremely difficult. Heather called the Oil and Gas Museum down there and mentioned that we needed to do an interview, and they said no at first, and then she mentioned Susan, and as soon as she said Susan's name, the guy said, "Oh, it's for Susan. We'll do anything for her." And so, like, she was an amazing person. I got to hang out with her 3 times, and every time I was struck by her knowledge, but her kindness. And then the other thing that gets overlooked is she was like a really amazing artist. Like, she was an amazing painter. She was a poet. She kind of exemplifies everything that I love about the people of West Virginia. And so for me, like, it was a no-brainer to dedicate the movie to her. But I remember when she died, it hit me pretty hard. And I think Shannon was one of the first people I told or reached out to about it. So it's great to have her stories in there, you know, about it, because it speaks to her family history. So we're doing at least something to help document some of her family stories, the sightings of the UFOs, the Men in Black encounter that she had as a kid. But I think I'm happier that we had a part in maybe putting her on a larger stage for some people over the course of Mothman Legacy in this movie, because she was a huge figure in West Virginia history, just folklore and history in general.
That's cool. Yeah, Shannon, what was it like working with her? I mean, again, she just had such a wealth of knowledge of not only West Virginia, but some of the most famous things to have happened there.
I was so excited to meet her. And, you know, even without her passing on, I would still have said I was just so lucky to be in her presence. And then after Seth texted me and said that she had passed, I was really blown away by that. And Susan and I actually had a couple of, you know, private moments in between filming and after filming. And like Seth said, she's just such a warm human being. And people down in West Virginia really are just amazing and different in a wonderful way. And Susan really embodied that. But she also embodied the whole thing where, Ryan, this is somebody that you would have loved to have talked to, because Seth was mentioning her personal stories, and that included a bus, I think of kids, or a church bus over her childhood home, and they saw a UFO over her home. She, of course, had the experiences with the Men in Black, and then her own grandmother had a UFO sighting, which she labeled them tokens. She said they look like tokens, which is, I mean, that just harkens right back to Kenneth Arnold, right? Like the whole saucers, and you don't know what else to call them. She called them tokens, and that was her grandmother. So you're talking about a family that had these experiences just running right through their veins right from when she was a kid. So she lived and breathed this stuff, and it was wonderful to talk to her.
That speaks to that token thing, speaks to the wealth of sightings that take place in that state, because you watch that movie and you might be like, okay, well, Susan's recounting these stories from her grandma and her family because she's a UFO / paranormal person. So of course, like, these stories are, she's, you know, like, she's probably been funneled them or something. But the fact is, like, it doesn't matter where you go in West Virginia. If you bring up UFOs, for the most part, people have stories. And I found that in Braxton County back in 2018 and 2017 when we were filming The Flatwoods Monster, the most interesting stories that came to me while I was filming that movie weren't from like Ed and Fred and May, although the Flatwoods Monster stories is great, but they were these stories from this girl whose grandma and grandpa lived in the hills outside of Braxton County, who'd seen like UFOs land behind their house and like all sorts of stuff. And these were totally like normal, just, you know, folk that lived out in the country, but everyone will tell you some sort of story there about seeing something in the sky. It is, I can almost guarantee. And if they don't immediately recall it, they'll come up with it later and remind themselves and come and remind you of it.
Right. Yeah. I honestly feel like that area is intrinsically linked to these phenomena. I mean, you mentioned Flatwoods Monster. We've also got, you know, Mothman, obviously. We've got the Men in Black phenomenon. You've got Indra Cold. Like everything you can think of kind of like started in this area. And I thought that was amazing. You do cover Flatwoods in the movie as well, again, which was really cool to revisit that entire case. But one of the other ones I really wanted to touch on with you guys was Men in Black. You did a pretty extensive and in-depth section in the movie about the Men in Black and kind of like how this became a big thing in West Virginia. So what was that like, diving into, you know, the folklore behind all of this and the possible reality of it being real, I guess would be the best way to put it. Shannon, what did you think about covering the Men in Black? Did you ever think you'd do that?
I mean, I knew that we would at some point because you can't talk about UFOs without talking about Men in Black. But I just keep waiting for the black car to pull up and the men in the suits. You know, I'm hoping maybe after Night Visitors is done, maybe they're going to go, you're digging a little bit too deep now. We haven't had that yet, but yeah, the stories of the Men in Black, and you know, to go back to Susan again, she encountered them at one point in the woods, I think, behind her house. I mean, what in the world? Who are they? What are they? And the fact that I think it was Joe Perdue and Ron Lanham, we also touched on them a little bit with those guys. You know, it's kind of like some kind of a demonic presence where they don't quite form right. They can't speak right. They just can't do right. There's just something a little bit off about them. I think it was, Joe said, you know, they can't really just write something down properly, and they can't speak properly. Just something just a little bit off about these guys. And they try really hard, but it's a little bit weird. So, and I think that was something that also came up when we chatted with Mark Muncy of Erie, Florida, over Skype about Men in Black and his Indrid Cold side of things. So, you know, there are still stories coming out about these Men in Black.
Yeah, and you know, we've heard throughout the decades of like, oh, were these Air Force people that were putting on these suits and going and just messing with people? Like it was kind of your like, you know, initiation into the whatever Air Force Special Investigations. Like you got to go to this house and just F with this person's mind. Like just talk weird, act weird. Tell them it's going to be 40-minute meeting, and it's exactly 40 minutes to the second, like you mentioned in the film. A lot of people think that it was just, you know, the government messing with people, and then some people think they're aliens or they're these interdimensional beings. So, Seth, what do you make of the whole Men in Black thing?
It's interesting. The Men in Black, in some ways, I think, are like most people's introduction to the weirder side of ufology, because I remember like my first experience learning about the Men in Black was through the Mothman prophecies. And it on the surface, it does have such a like mundane kind of appearance to it, right? It just seems like your classic kind of like Air Force misinformation campaign, you know, and there's also the mental image we draw up of a Man in Black based on like the Will Smith movie. But when you get into the weirder side of the Men in Black, it seems to fly in the face of that idea. So I had wanted to cover it extensively at some point, because when we made the Mothman in Point Pleasant, that movie is only like an hour and 7 minutes, and we didn't spend a ton of time on the Men in Black, despite the fact that they were very integral to the 66, 67 wave of sightings. and like I think we overlook Men in Black have become such a part of like pop culture and ufology that we might forget that the origins kind of lie in the Mountain State. I mean, I realize there's other Men in Black stories that exist outside of there that might predate the 66, 67 stuff, but when you think of what they're tied to, at least initially, it was the Mothman and the Mothman case. And I've talked to more Men in Black witnesses from Point Pleasant than I've talked to Mothman witnesses in Point Pleasant. Like, more people saw Men in Black around that area than there were Mothman, because the Men in Black are just showing up and hanging out on the street corner. I mean, they were there and a lot of people encountered them. I was excited to explore that. I was also really excited to find that Muncie's story kind of at least a little bit tied the two together, and then to have Susan kind of hint at the fact that she believes that Indrid Cold was a Man in Black to begin with. I thought that was kind of an interesting connection too. So it was like it all kind of aligned if you want it to. You don't necessarily have to make those correlations if you don't think they exist, but some people do. So I was happy to get into that side of the subject, especially in the state of West Virginia. If I could go back, I think what I would have done, if I could go back to Dark Sky, I do this with every movie. Like, I start picking apart after it's over. But like, if I could go back, or if I could film a Dark Sky 2, I would, which wouldn't make any sense. But if I did that, I would go to Point Pleasant and interview more of the Men in Black witnesses. Like, I think I would want a larger focus on the Men in Black, because I think that phenomenon speaks to the larger topic that we're covering, and I think it's going to come into play in some way. Maybe not overtly, but I think it's going to come into play in Night Visitors, which is the follow-up that we're working on next. So I was just happy to tell the Men in Black story. I love, like, I've talked before that I love like that Cold War era, like ufology, the cover-ups and the government stuff. I love like the MJ-12 stuff. That was like when I was first getting into all this. UFOs were more of my passion than Bigfoot was at the time. And MJ-12 was like one of the things I looked into first. And I realized that everyone's got sides on this, but I just love the idea of it. Like, I love that era and the visuals that it kind of brings to mind. If I ever make like a fictional UFO movie, that is the era where I'll set it.
Absolutely. I think, the whole spooks and kooks and, like you said, Cold War, like, I think that's where the Project Blue Book television show really shined. Like, a lot of people didn't like it because it kind of, over exaggerated everything. But, man, just that time period is so integral to this entire flying saucer craze and where we are today. It truly started in the atomic age, and it's fascinating. I am so happy you guys covered that. But well, let's talk about Davis for a minute. Now, this was cool. It wasn't, you guys weren't just going around interviewing people. You put yourselves in the shoes of the witnesses, and you said, I'm going to go do a skywatch, and we're going to try to actually hunt for UFOs. And without giving away too much of the film, what was it like doing a skywatch out there? And what'd you walk away thinking, Shan? I know this kind of affected you greatly in the film. Again, you don't have to tell too much if you don't want to, but yeah, how was it going out for a skywatch there?
It was cold as Shisa.
Was it?
Yeah, it was freezing our nuggets off, man. No, that place is gorgeous. Boulders everywhere. It would be like some kind of a fae nightmare if there, are fae in that area. Boulders and water and things and trees. No, but going out to Dolly Sods was absolutely incredible. And I mean, yeah, how much do we want to give away about?
I would just talk about it, Shannon. I would just talk about it because, like, it's in the movie. I still feel like in the movie it's kind of vague as to what happened. So I would just talk about it.
That is true. It is slightly vague. Yeah. So
Somewhere in the Sky's exclusive. We're getting it. Thank you.
That is right. You're welcome, everyone. No. Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, it's more of a UFO sighting that really I would probably like start snoring and fall asleep with. I mean, if I heard anybody else probably tell it, but when you see it, because it was the quintessential light in the sky, la la la. But it was myself and Matthew Shang of the Moth Boys podcast, and he just goes, "Hey, look at that up there," and I look, and it is a kind of a bluish, whitish light, and I see it immediately. He didn't even really have to point it out that specifically to me, and it's moving extremely fast, way faster than a conventional aircraft could fly, at least that we know of. And it kind of was shooting down towards the horizon, and it just disappeared. We're like, what the hell? Where did that go? What is going on? And then it reappears again, and it's making this crazy fast motion again. And going, this is BS. What is going on here? And we're really trying to watch it. And at that point, Andrew, our DP, was filming, and he's also getting some activity as well. And that is real footage that we got, that you will see in Dark Sky. That's what Andrew captured, and that's exactly what was going on. It was like the night sky was just like, hey, you guys want to see a show? We're gonna show you guys what's going on here. And I was really blown away, just because of the fact that, and we were making those are the live comparisons. That's not a recreation of going, that is not a plane. There is no way there could be a human being, as far as we know, in an aircraft or in any kind of craft, making that kind of a trajectory, taking on those G's like that. It's really, like I said, if I was taking this report from somebody on my show, I go, hope they're going to spice it up, because this is a little bit of a snooze fest. But when you see it for yourself, it's very exciting. So finally, out at Dolly Sods produced Shannon's first official UFO sighting. So that was amazing.
Love it. Now you could say you have been in their shoes, like literally. It is a game changer for sure.
You'll have to watch Dark Sky, though, to find out about my missing time and my sore bum.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. The real story. Yeah. Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here. When I'm not making podcasts, I am listening to them. Seriously, I'm obsessed. And if there's one person and one show I turn to every week to hear stories of the strange, the weird, and the unexplained, it's of course gotta be Jim Harold's Campfire. With over 500 episodes, Den of Geek called Jim Harold's Campfire the best tool we have currently in existence to hear real-life scary stories from other human beings since the actual campfire was invented. The concept is pretty simple. Jim talks to other regular folks and strange stuff that's happened to them. And yes, that includes UFOs and UAPs, along with cryptids, ghosts, and true head-scratching mysteries. One of my all-time favorite stories is one where a woman almost ended up being absorbed by a painting in a mysterious bar that seemed like something straight out of the Twilight Zone. Or there's the story of a young man who encountered a spider-like creature with baby hands. Then there's the story of a woman in England who encountered what she thought was a banshee, only to suffer a horrible tragedy only moments later. Now, not all of the stories in Jim Harold's Campfire are horrifying. Some are actually pretty heartwarming, like a visit from a past loved one, or a peaceful near-death experience. Regardless, there are true and fascinating stories told by ordinary people who've had extraordinary experiences. So, pull up a virtual log, get cozy, and tune in to Jim Harold's Campfire. Available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to Somewhere in the Skies. Seth mentioned earlier the the coal mines. I have to ask about this. Now, in UFO history, we have all these cases about UFOs being sighted over nuclear installations and over water a lot is another big one, these USOs. But in the film, you guys make some interesting comparisons to the coal mines of West Virginia, which was a big thing in a lot of the towns in West Virginia. It was the lifeblood of a lot of these towns that were also experiencing high amounts of UFO activity. So A, what were the connections that you guys were trying to make with those? And B, what was it like actually going to a cave and investigating? Again, you guys went all out for this one. So yeah.
Well, that cave too, that cave does connect to a mine. It's on the other side, but it's difficult to tell because that cave is apparently massive. And one of our crew had something really weird happen in there, so we might be going back at some point to do a hauntings in there. The interesting thing, there's a couple things. One is that cave thing or that mine thing is holding true beyond West Virginia. Mm-hmm. I'm probably not going to go too deep into this, but we've already started doing the same thing in other states, and it's holding true in Colorado, especially where there's like 1,000 mines per county or something crazy. But the interesting thing about West Virginia and sightings near coal mines is the fact that happens in areas that aren't known for coal mining. So what you're going to hear when the movie comes out are people saying, well, obviously there's going to be a preponderance of reports near coal mines because there's coal mines everywhere in the state of West Virginia, but that's not true. Like there's a huge number of coal mines in the state of West Virginia, but they're not everywhere. And there are certain parts of the state that have a larger number of mines than other parts. Braxton County is not known for coal mining. Right. I don't know. I think that has to do with the fact that the railroad runs through there. That's what they told us when we were there. However, there happens to have been a mine that was opened up in 1952. Okay, so like it just so happens that that's the same year the Flatwoods happened. So there's like little weird lines you can draw between those things. We don't know what any of that means. If anything, we're just looking for connecting points between the two, and that seems to be, and at least with the state of West Virginia, that was the most noticeable correlation that you could draw between the sightings that happened and coal mines. The other one that didn't make it into the movie is religious centers. So church sightings near churches, like that's a really common thing. Sightings by church goers, pastors, things like that. There's a lot of that in West Virginia too. Again, like I guess technically you could say you're near the Bible Belt, so you can say it's not that surprising, especially given the number of churches within the state of West Virginia. But those are the two most obvious connecting points between, like, if you're looking for this is the huge number of sightings. What connects those sightings? Those are the two things. Now, people want to talk more about like the sightings near the Chemical Valley or nuclear plants or things like that, plants that might manufacture the individual components for nuclear stuff. But that's not where the predominant number of reports are happening. They're happening near, if you're trying to look at the largest number of sightings, that's what they align with, are the mines. And what's funny is we started this by saying, okay, well, the largest number of sightings actually seem to correlate to energy in general. Mm-hmm. And then, like, we pretty quickly realized you could throw that out and say just coal mines, and it still worked. Like, every single sighting, every person we interviewed on this movie had a sighting near a coal mine. And I get it. Like, there's a lot of coal mining in West Virginia. It's not the case in every single county, and yet it's still held true in those places. So whatever that means, I don't know. We're still working on that. Shannon's going to go hunt the goblins in the next project.
Ooh, nice. I'm seeing you with the pickaxe and the helmet on and everything, Shan. You're going to be like Zoolander coming out of the mine. I got the black lung pop.
Yeah, that's, and we said it in film. This is not a new idea, but it's just so cool that, we're in these places, we're talking to these people, and we're going, holy crap, look at what is going on. This is actually a thing that is happening. This is not some fake stuff that we're coming up with. That is where all of the evidence pointed us. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, like, you have to wonder why. Why are some UFOs going over nuclear plants and some are going over coal mines? Like, is the coal mines like the poor man's alien race? They're still on like fuel, whereas these other ones have gone nuclear. Like, you truly, I know I'm joking, but you do have to wonder why certain UFO activity happens over water, over nuclear, over coal mines. But that's cool. I'm so happy that you guys are just kind of digging into that and going further, because I do believe there's probably something to it, and there's got to be something too with the Appalachian Mountains. I mean, it's even mentioned in your film. It's one of the oldest like mountain ranges in the world, and that there's been UFO activity for so long. So what role do you think, the Appalachian Mountains play in all this? Is it a lot bigger than we could ever truly expect?
I mean, I think Appalachia in general is a hub of weirdness. And I say that as someone who's now made like 6 of my movies in that area and, multiple on the trail of, even The Journey, which did not seem like an Appalachian movie. On the Trail of Bigfoot, The Journey, we ended up in Appalachia because we ended up in Western Massachusetts, and the mountain range we were on is the northern tip of the Appalachian Mountains. So like, it's almost like if you're on the East Coast, you can't escape getting away from, the Appalachian Mountains. I don't know why that is, but it goes far beyond UFOs. I mean, it's just a hub of weirdness in general. Like, whatever you got, it's probably got some sort of history in that area. It could be the fact that it's so old. I mean, I love the idea that that's an area where those mountains might have seen UFO activity long before there were people here. Like that's such a cool concept in my head anyway. And I don't know what it is about that particular area. I can make every movie in Appalachia and be happy. Because I grew up in Appalachia, like in my part of Ohio where I grew up is Eastern Ohio, far like Southeast Ohio, and we're right on the line. So I kind of like consider myself Appalachian, and I've talked before too. Like, when we were making Invasion on Chestnut Ridge, I was drawing off of memories of watching TV news reports from Wheeling, West Virginia. I think I talked about this with Shannon when we were making the movie. I was drawing off of, because we had a TV with like rabbit ears. We'd set it on the table and then you like tune it in and you watch the TV news or whatever. We would watch the Wheeling news station, and I can remember them doing stories on like UFO sightings in the area and ghost every Halloween they did a ghost special on the nightly news. And I remember watching that stuff as a kid and being like, why is there so much weird crap happening near Wheeling and like in the Ohio Valley? And I that all ties back to Appalachia. I mean, honestly, end of the day, I'm such a freak and into the stuff I am because I come from Appalachia and you grow up aware of it. Like, that's how it is.
That's what happens. Yeah. Yeah. I love that. I love that there's such a history of weirdness, and like, you've only just begun. Like, it's really only begun there. I love that.
Well, we could easily, we could take the cut material from Dark Sky and make an entire second Dark Sky. Or we could have made like a 3-hour cut of Dark Sky very easily. We interviewed 16 different people for this movie. So it's like, for a what? It's like a 90-minute movie. It's not, I don't even know if it's 90. It might be 80-minute movie. And there's like 16 individual people, and every single person has some sort of encounter of their own. That's what I said about, like, we had to cut Susan Shepard's, some of her later MIB stuff out of the movie just because the movie, it didn't fit into the overall arch of the story. But there's so much more like we could still get into, even with what we had to cut out of the movie, let alone if we went and interviewed more people. Like, we only explored the northern panhandle of the state. So we're only up in like The furthest south we got was Parkersburg. So we're pretty much just along the tip, and then up toward like the Virginia, Maryland border areas. That's where we are. We never got far south, and south is where the preponderance of reports are. And the interesting thing about that is south is also where the predominant number of coal mines are. So everything aligns.
There we go. Bringing it back around. I love it. And you guys interviewed the granddaughter of a Project Blue Book person as well, which we'll say for the viewers to watch. So yeah, it's just amazing how much history is in this one place. I love it. Well, I do have a couple listener questions for you guys, if you don't mind sticking around for those. I'll fire them off for you. Cool. Let's see. Trudy over on Patreon. Our Patreon subscribers get priority to asking you guys questions. Trudy asks, I'd be curious to know if there are any MIB cases documented recently, say in the last 5 years, and if so, do they share similar attributes to historical encounters, or have they evolved with the times? Have our Men in Black gotten all like Gucci'd up and like slick back hair, and yeah, has anything changed with that?
Well, I mean, she should probably be asking you, Ryan. You're probably the best guy to ask about that stuff. I personally haven't heard of any of that new stuff, but I don't probably dig into it as much as maybe Seth has heard of something fresh and new on the MIB.
Anything, Seth?
Hold on, let me unmute this. Yeah, like in terms of the MIB stuff, I think there's been a change just because I think initially there was more of like the bowler hat type reports and like the weird I mean, they had the attire of like the era, whereas today it's interesting she'd asked that because Ron and Joe actually made the connection between MIB and the reports from around the time of the Tic Tac video and the what was it, Air Force people that showed up and confiscated the videos and stuff. And I thought that was actually like a pretty good connection to make. So that change might be happening, you know, like that's the only thing I can think of. I don't know if they're wearing Gucci though.
Yeah, that's not in the Air Force budget yet. Not yet, at least. But no, that's such a good point, Seth. Yeah, there were these guys who showed up on the ship, didn't say a word. Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always been and always will be completely free for you to listen to. But creating it every week takes a lot of time, research, and resources. And to be honest, it's just never been free for me to create. That's why we built a few simple ways for you to help support the show and keep it going strong. You can join us over on Patreon or through Apple Premium. Both offer the same awesome perks. Ad-free episodes, early access to new content, exclusive bonus shows, and even priority to ask our guests your listener questions. It's a quick and easy way to support what we do for just a few bucks a month. And right now, you can even try Patreon for free for a week to see if it's right for you. To learn more and to join, head over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. That's patreon.com/somewhereskies. Or hit that subscribe button right at the top of your Apple Podcast feed. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting, and as always, keep looking up.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and I am really excited about this interview. It has been a long time coming, and he should have been on the show so many times by now, but we have a very good reason tonight. He just came out with a brand new book that we're going to talk about, and that's Canada's UFOs Declassified. And we have the author and preeminent Canadian UFO researcher, Chris Rutkowski, is with us today. So let's not waste any more time. We're going to talk about the book. We're going to talk about a very interesting story out of Canada with the defense minister and Chris's connection to that as well. So without further ado, Chris, welcome to Somewhere in the Skies.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
It's my pleasure, man. Like I said, this has been a long time coming. Well, hey, let's not really, waste any time. This big story I want to talk to you about out of Canada. You have the Canadian defense minister who actually was briefed on UFOs. And correct me if I'm wrong, this was prior to the US intel report that came out as well. But you were kind of at the forefront of this. You were a big part of this story. Would you mind telling our audience a little about what this story was and your involvement with it?
Well, sure. As many of your listeners may not know, but I've been involved in ufology for a number of years now. Back, I started in the 70s. So yes, I'm really, really old. And along the way, I became involved with getting material from the various government departments in Canada that were receiving and responsible for looking into UFOs. And back in 2021, I had been contacted by the Canadian Department of National Defense for information regarding what types of materials should the Minister of National Defense be told about regarding the history of UFOs in Canada and what's currently being done. And since I've been doing this for a while, and I've actually been in correspondence with the military and other aviation people in Canada for quite a number of years now, they look to me for assistance. And doing my civic duty, of course, I came up with a series of things to provide to the Minister of National Defense. So to put this in perspective, just imagine if the Secretary of Defense in the United States was going to be briefed on the subject of UAP. That's the equivalent up here in Canada for what happened. So I provided the information, and that was actually the last I heard of it. I wasn't part of the actual briefing. I wasn't told when it was going to occur, simply that I provided information. And then this year, some diligent discoverers here in Canada have been filing various access to information requests. In Canada, they're not freedom of information requests, they're access to information requests, a little bit different. They have some different connotations, but the same idea. You ask the government, give me everything you have. And one person came up with, they had heard that there was a briefing somehow, and he asked for the briefing. And what happened was that the government didn't release the briefing itself, but released some slides, some PowerPoints that were part of the briefing, and a little bit of information when it occurred and so forth. And in these slides, the Canadian government and defense described what was going on in Canada over the years, sort of the history going back into the 50s, up into the 60s, 70s, 80s, and to modern times, and noting that a fellow named Chris Rutkowski was in fact receiving UFO reports from the Ministry of National Defense and Transport Canada, the equivalent of the FAA, and that that was the current status at that time. And what's interesting is that my photo is actually on one of these slides. So the military, including the Minister of National Defense, knows what I look like, which is kind of interesting. But there was the briefing itself and some discussion that ensued after it that we don't have any information exactly what occurred, but I can imagine people are trying to track that down as well.
Really interesting. Again, kind of putting it into perspective, like you said, I'm trying to imagine like what would happen if I got like an email that day being like, yeah, we need you to brief, whoever the current defense minister or director is here in the United States. So, I mean, what does that look like? Like, was it just like a random email you got from a government issued email address, or were these individuals that you've been in contact with throughout the years? Because I know a lot of the files on UFOs throughout the decades have gone directly to you. You are the go-to guy in your entire country, which still astounds me. So what does that look like?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was one of the people who in one of the military offices who had contacted me. And somebody was actually posted with the minister's office himself. And I very often am getting requests from a military. Do I have this information? Or they're sending me a case or something like that. But once in a while, they'll send me something like, we have a request asking about this particular case, and it mentions you in the official document. Do you mind if we release your name? I said, no, that's fine. So I have been in contact with this person who had contacted me, and I didn't have a problem with it because, I've been doing this. And again, it's the type of thing that I said civic duty, federal duty, I suppose. But the idea is that, I think this is important information. And the reason that I've been actually presenting some of these cases, and it's I would get a case typically from Department of National Defense about a pilot who had seen something. I review it, I take a look at it. And very often I've been posting this on my blog or on Facebook or presenting it at some conferences or seminars or workshops. So it's not the type of thing that is completely classified. There's a few things, as in my book, that do get declassified eventually from a higher level, and I can talk about those. But by and large, these are things that are generally unclassified. And what's curious is that Transport Canada, which is the Canadian equivalent of the FAA, routinely makes available to the public, anyone who wants, information about UFOs that pilots are seeing. And in Canada, they're still actually called UFOs. The abbreviation UAP is not used by Canada, at least in Transport Canada. Mm-hmm. And over the past 20 years or so, a number of people have filed these requests, and I've been getting these requests directly, but there's something like 500 cases where Transport Canada has received sightings from pilots and air traffic controllers and so forth directly to their office. And we know all about them, and we have details, and in some cases there are additional documents to support some of them. So, in Canada, we might be considered a little more transparent than the United States. I often say that, ever since Blue Book ended back in 1969 and early 1970, we really haven't had any information about what the United States government has been doing with regard to UFOs, or now UAP, up until when we found out about this project that ran from 2007 to 2012. But that gap, is still there, that we don't know a lot about, although people like Paul Dean and Jan Aldrich and others have been working very diligently to fill in some of that. Whereas in Canada, the Canadian government has a record of investigating and studying the UFO reports and interviewing witnesses right from the 40s up until the present. And we have many of those cases. I have literally hundreds and hundreds of these cases that we've looked at, and I've been publishing details of some of them in my annual Canadian UFO survey. So, we do have a little more going in that sense, and yet it's in response to the UAP task force and the attention that's going on with regard to congressional hearings and so forth, and testimony now as a result of the Nimitz tic tacs and things like that, that the Canadian politicians are getting a little more interested. It seemed that the politicians themselves in Canada were a little hands-off until recently, and now they're really starting to get more involved.
Right. And again, that's what excites me most, no matter what everyone thinks about if progress is being made with the overall UFO conversation in terms of, here in America with the Pentagon and the hearings and everything. You could argue that for sure that this actually might hinder the transparency that could occur. But I do think it's good that now Canada is sort of following suit. And also Brazil is going to be having their own congressional hearings later this month, where I know people like Robert Salas, a gentleman involved with a nuclear UFO case here in the States, UFOs seen over a nuclear installation that he witnessed, will be testifying at the Brazilian congressional hearing, along with Luis Elizondo and other individuals as well. So yeah, it can't hurt. I guess that's the best way I can put it. We'll see. Only time will tell what we'll actually get out of all of this when it comes to government and UFOs. But it's pretty interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, and I actually am giving a presentation at the Brazilian UFO conference that's coming up in a few weeks too.
Really? I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And so there's a lot of involvement and a lot of interest in the subject, and even though the Canadian politicians may have been a little slow to act in response to what's going on in the States, I mean, Canadian politicians have been presented with information and have requested information. UFOs have been mentioned in the Canadian Parliament dozens of times. I don't know how many times UFOs have been mentioned in Congress itself on the floor, but in Canada, it's happened quite a bit. And there actually has been a previous briefing to the Canadian Senate, and I've been contacted by some of the politicians, sitting members of Parliament, and a member of the Canadian Senate, because this is something that is worth studying, and I make the case not necessarily with regard to aliens, but in regard to safety and defense, and that's the approach from the United States as well.
Absolutely right, and I think that kind of brings us up to current day with this book that you just released. Again, Canada's UFOs Declassified. So, I'd love to start, Chris, with the origin story of the book. Now, I'd love to know, how did you obtain all of these? Again, I know that people have reached out to you, and you have reached out to individuals within the government, and your book is just jam-packed with declassified files from all different organizations and institutions and whatnot. And the one I think that really caught my attention, and maybe it's because I'm an American and I'm very familiar with Project Blue Book, we had here in the States something known as the Robertson Panel, which was a very controversial thing during the Blue Book days. And now I'm learning that there was something in Canada called the Robertson Briefing, which really confused the heck out of me. I'm like, are these things connected? What's going on here? Until I read your book and finally realized exactly what this was, how I guess grand it really was, and how important it was in shaping kind of a large portion of your book. So would you mind giving us the origin story of how the book came to be and what this Robertson Briefing is? This really intrigues me.
Well, sure. The background is that the Canadian government has been involved in investigating and research of UFOs for many decades. In the 40s and into the 50s, it was the responsibility of the Royal Canadian Air Force. In about the mid-1960s, largely because of Blue Book and Grudge and some of the American comments that were going on, the military in Canada also wanted to get out of the UFO business. They didn't think it was a defense problem. You hear that comment all the time. They wanted it to be passed off somewhere, but they still wanted to have sort of an arm's length association with it. So what happened was that the National Research Council of Canada, which I guess the closest equivalent would be the Smithsonian, was given responsibility to receive and investigate UFO reports in Canada. And the problem was that they're based in Ottawa, in the government center. So they needed a way of getting reports from all across the entire country. And what they had was a very ready-made system. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police has detachments and offices right across the country in many, many major and smaller cities and towns. And so they enlisted the police to investigate UFO reports from the public and from pilots and military personnel and send them into the National Research Council, who would then take part in some investigations. So that took place starting in about the 1960s. That remained in place until about the mid-1990s. After that, we started getting into Transport Canada and some of my involvement a little more directly in getting cases from National Defense. But during that time when the National Research Council was investigating, they compiled many, many hundreds of documents. In fact, at one count, there was something like 9 or 10,000 separate documents about UFOs. And in a little after the year 2000, maybe about 2003, 2005, into the 2008, the records for the National Research Council of Canada every year were transferred to the National Archives of Canada. So UFO reports for all of 1972, at the end of 1972, for example, went to the archives, and then they got ready for 1973. And the archives is open to the public. A Canadian citizen can walk into the archives and do research. And I, like many other people, went to the archives and visited. I just have to get your official card. Pass allowed you to gain access to a lot of the files. And so I got access to a lot of the paper copies of the UFO files. And then, because there was so much interest in the subject, in the mid-2000s, Libraries and Archives Canada digitized 9 or 10,000 separate documents from various agencies, the Air Force and National Defense and Transport and so forth, and made them available online. So a lot of people in Canada grabbed them and downloaded them. I think the Archives for UFOs in Scandinavia as a copy, Isaac Coy as a copy, and I think a lot of other people have copies, but there's so much material in there, it's hard to sort out. So based on my files, but then also based largely on the National Research Council files, I delved into what was there, and I went through each document trying to find some of the more interesting cases and some evidence of what really was going on in the Canadian government. Now, I have to say that there was a PhD thesis by a fellow named Matthew Hayes, which just came out a few months ago in Canada, looking at what the Canadian government really thought about UFOs. And it wasn't very positive, but it's an incredible detailed doctoral thesis. It's one of those things that a good ufologist might get, as a backup. But in terms of the actual cases, because he was looking at the letters to and from various agencies, he didn't look too much into the cases themselves. I wanted to know, are there any interesting cases in there that should have been looked into a little bit more, and what happened through some of the investigations? So I went through every document, and I found some real gems in there. And one of them was this thing called the Robertson Briefing. And what it was is in 1967, when the Minister of National Defense was leaving his office, and a new one was coming in. The one that was leaving, by the way, was Paul Hellyer, who a lot of UFO types will know by name. The new one was called Leo Cadieux, and he needed to be briefed. Now, this echoes directly what was going on just last year, of course. And what's curious is we don't have the slides from that briefing from 1967, but we have the briefing itself. And it's amazing. It's 28 pages long, and it lays out the policy of national defense and what to do about UFOs. It describes what's going on in the States. It describes some of the procedures and the analyses. And it has a section in which they list 6 cases that can't be explained. In fact, there's actually a statement in this briefing where National Defense and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police both say that some of these cases cannot be explained. And these were the top 6 cases out of many hundreds that had been received. And it's such a very important document that in the book, I insisted that the publisher actually reproduce all 28 pages of this document so that you can see for yourself which are the most interesting cases and the ones that the Canadian government itself couldn't explain.
Very interesting. Yeah, it's like sort of, to me, echoing either Project Blue Book with some 700 cases that remained unexplained, or even more currently, these 144 cases that the U.S. Pentagon and Defense Agency looked at, 144, and they were able to explain 1. So it's very telling. And 6, hey, that's a lot when it comes to national defense. That's a lot of cases that remain unsolved and could be a potential threat in some way, shape, or form.
Although
please.
although I'll quibble with the 144.
Okay.
In that, if you actually read what's in the task force, it doesn't say that those ones couldn't be explained. What it says, if you really look at the paragraph a little bit below there, it says these are the ones that, for the most part, didn't have enough information in order to explain them. In other words, they had an idea, perhaps, that they were a balloon or a plane or something, but couldn't identify exactly which plane or balloon or whatever, except for the one that was a deflating balloon.
Right.
And that's different because in the Robertson briefing in Canada, they actually talk about how many cases had actually been received and which ones fell into the interesting and don't seem to have an explanation, but we don't have enough information to say for sure. And so that's the equivalent there. There certainly were many more cases in Canada noted in the Robertson briefing that were of the quality of what was noted in the UAP task force, but there were only those 6 that they said, we really don't know which ones those are.
Gotcha. Thank you for clearing that up. That actually makes a lot more sense now that I think about it. Well, in that comparison, Chris, those 6 cases, what for you were some of the most intriguing or telling cases that really made you think that this is one that really needs to get out there and we should probably find the answers to? Any really stick out in your mind?
Well, there's 2 that might be familiar to some of your viewers. One is the Falcon Lake case, which happened in 1967, and Shag Harbor, which also happened in 1967. Very briefly, Falcon Lake was where a fellow who's a bit of a rock hound, he's described as an amateur prospector, was in this area in Manitoba, very rocky, very rugged. He was chipping away at a rock, stopped for lunch in the middle of the day, and he saw what can only be described as Hollywood-style flying saucers descend. One landed on a flat rock outcropping 150 feet away or so. It was domed, disc-shaped, lights coming from it, had a little door that opened on one side from which more light came out. And then there was sort of an exhaust vent, like a grill or something, off to one side. And he at first didn't think it was anything from outer space. He thought it was some sort of American secret landing vehicle. In fact, this was just about the time when the Apollo program was starting up. The tragic Apollo 1 had just occurred. Mm-hmm. And there was this possibility of landing on the moon. So he thought maybe this was something from the Americans that, went astray, or are they flying it over Canada and it broke down. So because he thought it was an American device, he walked up to this after a while because he had heard some voices coming from inside, from through this doorway, thinking it was an American ship. And he called out, "Hey, Yankee boys, I'll give you a hand fixing your broken down flying machine." And the voices stopped, and he thought, "Oh, it's not American, it's Russian." So he called out, because it happened to be a bit of a polyglot. He had been in the military as well, in a couple of other languages. Nothing, but by this time he was standing in front of it. He touched the side of it when he bent to look in this little doorway. His gloved hand, which was covered in a rubberized glove, it melted. This door shut, the entire thing rotated, so there is this exhaust vent right in front of him. Out comes a blast of hot gas, setting his clothes on fire, setting fire to the leaves and pine needles around him. The thing took off. And he, rips his shirt off, tries to stamp out the little fire that's smoldering. And he manages to get back to civilization. And he went to emergency at the hospital where he was treated for burns. And the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Royal Canadian Air Force both investigated, and they found the site where something had been, there that were burned pine needles and leaves in a circle. Also, there was radioactive material found at the site as well. And all of this is documented in these files. And there's the interrogation of the witness, his family, the people who ran the hotel where he had stayed overnight, the bartender, everybody. People followed his kids home from school. They talked to his place of work. There was an analysis of the radioactive material found at the site. And then, in addition, a year later, he went back to the site and dug a little bit further into the rock through some cracks, and he found radioactive metal that appeared to have been melted into these cracks. And that material was also tested not only by Canadian laboratories, but also I think the University of Illinois took a crack at it. I think it was sent down to APRO, where the Lorenzens had some analysis done. You know, we have the actual metallurgical analysis of this, the fact that it was radioactive. Plus, we have the medical records. He went to the Mayo Clinic. We have the Mayo Clinic records. This is probably one of the best documented cases in all of ufology. The only problem with it is a single witness case, and yet we have so much physical evidence. Throw that out the window. And the government says it doesn't know what happened. It cannot explain it. That's just one of the cases of the 6 that they thought was pretty profound. And it gives you an idea of the quality of some of the cases that are in these files.
Right. Yeah. Again, quality over quantity, I think, is the key thing here. And we should mention that book right behind you, you co-wrote with, was it his son? The Witness?
Yeah,
Was that?
that's
okay.
it there. Yeah.
Yep, when they appeared. Wonderful book. I highly suggest people check it out.
Yeah, just a handful of years ago, I co-wrote the book with this witness's son when they appeared. The title has nothing to do with aliens, but it has to do with the fact that military people showed up on this family's doorstep, spent many days and nights interrogating him, and it was quite an ordeal for the family. It's an in-depth study of what happens to a witness of a UFO.
Yep. And again, that's what we're all about here at Somewhere in the Skies, is kind of that humanistic lens in which to look at these phenomena and how it impacts people's lives, but not just the witness, their family. You know, like you said, the children were very traumatized by all the attention the father got about this, and, you know, all these government people hounding them, and news reporters, skeptics, believers, everything in between. It does take a toll on people's lives, even if they weren't directly involved. So yeah, again, that's what I love about that case. And it was really cool to know that some of these declassified documents were pertaining to the Falcon Lake incident, which I, in the United States, feel doesn't get the recognition it truly deserves. It should be more well-known than a lot of American UFO cases, but such is the way the media works.
As a matter of fact, the site is accessible, and it's not quite at the level of Roswell, but the town actually sells T-shirts and mugs and all that sort of stuff, and they're working on a marker and that type of thing. And it's curious also that it's in an isolated area. I mean, it's hard to get to. In fact, I'm going out there next week with a tour group, and the only way in that's really practical is to go in by horseback. And it's a 45-minute horseback ride in, and a 45-minute horseback ride out over some pretty rugged terrain. This isn't ponies following one another. This is horses climbing rock cliffs and things like that. So it's quite a challenge.
I love that. Boots on the ground, if I've ever heard it. I love it. I love it, Chris. Hey guys, Ryan here. The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is a labor of love every week. And with that comes many different costs to keep the show running. That's where our Patreon campaign comes in. You give what you think the show is worth. There's different rewards available all the time, including shoutouts on the show, early editions of main episodes, bonus episodes and content, and very soon, monthly patron hangouts, where we sit back and chat all things UFOs. So I hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon subscriber today. To learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you for your support, and keep looking up. Well, I mean, Falcon Lake, that's one thing. But another case that caught my attention in the book was something that happened at Clan Lake. Not an area I'm familiar with. And we're talking, again, physical evidence, trace evidence left behind by these UFO events, and were documented in some way, shape, or form by official investigators and documents were created. So yeah, would you mind maybe briefly running us through the Clan Lake incident and why you thought it was integral to including in the book?
Sure. Clan Lake is in the Northwest Territories of Canada, so it's quite a bit far north. Again, and in particularly a very, very isolated area, fly-in only. And as a matter of fact, this was 1960, so you're going back a few years, but bear with me here that a hunter had been dropped off by a float plane, and they were going to leave him there for a week or two and then come back and get him. So he had all his provisions. The plane had just left, and as he is working on his camp, he hears a loud rumbling noise, and he thought another float plane is coming by. He looks up, can't see anything. Turns his back to the lake because he's working on his camp, and he hears something whistling coming down behind him. He turns just in time to see something metallic with spikes spinning and spinning and spinning, descending onto the lake. And as it hits the lake, it splashes and throws water in all directions and slowly spins slower and slower and goes below the surface of the lake. So he boats over to where this happened, where he saw this, and you could see that the reeds in the marshy area at the side of the lake had been torn out, and there seems to be a big muddy gouge under the water. And he took one of his paddles and was poking the bottom to see if he could touch anything, but couldn't touch anything. And there was nothing else he could do, so he kind of went back to hunting. And when he was picked up and got back to civilization, he went to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Office, explained what had happened, and the Mounties thought, well, maybe a plane went down, or a chunk of a plane or something. So they flew back with him, and they probed with some long poles. Again, they couldn't find anything, but they informed the National Research Council about this as well. And the National Research Council thought maybe it was a meteorite that, very bright and had fallen, and maybe it was spinning when it came in. But there was some discussion about what to do. By this time, it was starting to be fall, and the lake was going to freeze. They left it to the spring. In the spring, they were trying to get a scientist out with a magnetic field detector to see if they could spot it. And this went on actually for many, many months. Eventually, they said, you know what? Let's just leave it. Let's just forget all about it, which I thought was kind of curious because, number one, if it's a meteor or a meteorite that large, you'd think that science would be all over this thing.
Right.
You'd think that this would be invaluable. Okay, maybe it was a satellite, a chunk of a satellite. Well, if it wasn't our satellite, it was their satellite, and you'd think that you'd want to retrieve that too. And yet there was no attempt after 18 months or so, and the whole thing was forgotten and only found through an examination of some of these documents. So you wonder what was really going on, what was found, was anything going to be found? What was this? Because there actually is kind of a sequel to this, in that in the 1980s, a Russian satellite crashed in the Northwest Territories, not all that far away from the spot. It was Cosmos 954, and it was a fairly large Russian satellite that had a nuclear power source on board. And when it crashed into a, thankfully relatively unpopulated area, it crashed and split apart into many, many pieces, but many of the pieces were radioactive. So the United States and Canada both went into a joint retrieval operation. They gathered as many pieces as they could. The largest piece was the size of a refrigerator. The smallest was the head of a pin. The operation took many, many weeks. There were actually some settlements. Some people were living in the area. They had to be tested and examined. There's some concern about environmental effects. I think there was like a very rare heron or something that it was its nesting grounds that was affected. Things like that. And it caused quite a concern. It was a huge investigation. As a matter of fact, Russia was handed a bill for several $100,000, which it never paid, but But it was quite an operation, and it was fully documented. And this document is available as well. And that's from a satellite, and they retrieved things as small as the head of a pin. And yet, whatever happened in 1960 at Clan Lake, they gave up on. Why? I don't know.
That is very interesting. I didn't know about the follow-up. So yeah, it does truly make you wonder what happened decades before that. Wow. That's really cool. Really cool. And again, we have the documents to back this up, which is why I love the book so much. Well, physical effects, Chris, that's something I want to talk to you about too. We just had a story come out here in the States recently that the Pentagon did look into physical effects on witnesses when it comes to seeing UFOs or claimed close encounters, whether it's, you know, some say they were paralyzed by UFOs or there was brain damage or stuff like that that happened to them after seeing a UFO. I'm curious, did you come across any cases like that within these files or just cases in general that you know of where people were physically and sometimes dramatically affected by these UFOs they were seeing? Anything in the files like that?
Actually, there's quite a lot in the files like that. Apart from the one that I just mentioned, Falcon Lake, where the fellow was physically burned, and he also had some chemical burns on his abdomen. I think the thing to note about some of these claimed effects, a lot of them came from, I think, John Schuessler's Potpourri, where it was sort of a collection of stories that he had heard, and none of them were actually documented, and it was included as kind of a note in an appendix, and that made it into a report about UAP. So, you know, there are cases like that, although this particular report that was referenced isn't the best source for that, but we do have documents in Canada, at least, that testify to this. In addition to the Falcon Lake case, there were a case in Rivers, Manitoba. Actually, armed forces personnel were involved. There were 8 or 9 military personnel who all reported a loud rumbling noise and a bright light descended. There was actually a soldier who was driving with his girlfriend. He was off duty or off hours. And he's driving in the car with his girlfriend, and this object came over his car. There was a bright, intense light and this heat that enveloped the entire car. When he got back to the base, the car was impounded by the motor pool. The auto body officer said that there was some dust on the car. He had never had seen anything like it before. There was some bubbling of the paint that was on this particular car. And you know, there are quite a few interesting cases like that. A lot of tidbits where people seem to have been affected and felt some effects from the case. There was a case in I believe it was Nova Scotia, where there was a trainman actually on the caboose, I believe, who an object swooped over the train as it was traveling, and he felt some intense heat. There's even a case that I document in the book of a veterinary effect, where a woman was at her corral and just inside the barn, and a UFO was seen in the sky. It shone a beam, like a solid beam of light, like a pencil, into the barn, and her horses were so agitated that one actually sort of knocked its hoof right through a wall and was injured, and there seemed to be something wrong with one of its on the side of its neck. So there was a veterinary effect that was reported from a UFO as well. So there are cases where there are physical effects seen by and experienced by witnesses, but it's interesting to actually look at some of the documentation where this is actually laid out in some detail.
Right. Again, yeah, you know, that's, if it's down on paper, it doesn't necessarily make it true, but it shows that it was worth investigating. And I think that's what's most important. Well, you know, we don't want to give away a lot of the good stories, Chris, because obviously I want people to read the book like I did. But the last thing I really want to touch on with you in terms of some of the documents that you did uncover and put in the book were something we don't talk about that much anymore in the UFO world, and that's crop circles. You know, this was a big thing back in the 80s, the 90s, especially over in Europe and whatnot. But we have them all over here in the Midwest in the US and all over Canada as well. And you actually came across some documents pertaining to crop circles in the book. Would you mind sharing with us a little bit about that?
Sure. And as you mentioned, you know, this was 80s and 90s, although I think I saw a post just the other day that there's some formations that have been found this year already in England.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But we always associate, you know, the real crop circles with England.
Right.
And yet, in the documentation of some of the files that were declassified, there was a case of a crop circle in a place called Duhamel, Alberta. It's a good cattle and farming country. And a farmer came across some rings in his field. And so he notified the authorities. Actually, it was a roundabout way. He actually, somebody from the local school saw it, and this guy happened to be a UFO fan, so he ended up notifying some authorities. Anyways, the military went out and it was investigated by the Royal Canadian Air Force. Now, that by itself may not seem all that interesting, although, well, Royal Canadian Air Force investigating a crop circle, that's rather unique, except that this occurred in 1967, long before anything was even, you know, thought about in England.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually photographs of these rings that were fairly large, documented. The Royal Canadian Air Force investigated. In fact, a report on the Air Force investigation is contained in these documents, in the files. And it's noted as rings and markings in a field associated with UFOs, even though the farmer never said that anybody had seen a UFO, and nobody came forward to say they had seen a UFO. It was associated with UFOs, according to the Royal Canadian Air Force. And they investigated. They took soil samples. They measured. They, examined in 3 ways from Tuesday. It was, they did a fairly detailed analysis of this, and they produced a report, an actual study. We think of the UAP studies and all the position papers and whatever that were found down there. I forget how many, 86 or something. Well, this is one from Canada about crop circles or rings found in a field because of associated, thought to be UFOs, from 1967. A very interesting scientific report. And in addition, there was one document that said that a ministerial inquiry was ordered to look into this particular case. So the Minister of National Defense, who at that time was actually Paul Hellyer, ordered an inquiry into the crop circle that was found in Canada in 1967. You never heard Paul talk about this, by the way, in any of his recent stuff. It's none of his books. And yet this was something that he himself wanted to know more about, and we have the documentation that something occurred. Again, imagine if the Secretary of Defense ordered an investigation into UFOs or crop circles in the United States. Tremendously important.
Yeah.
And yet this was going on in Canada, just maybe 50 to 75 miles north of the American border. Something quite interesting was going on. And so Canada has had involvement in ufology all along. In the United States had Blue Book. Canada actually had 2 projects, Project Magnet and Project Second Story. They also were looking into UFOs and national defense and transport. And to this day, Transport Canada invites or asks or demands pilots report UFOs to them, and cases are continually being reported to them and also through national defense. So, in many ways, Canada might be, ahead of the curve, ahead of what the United States is going through. Maybe they should be taking, the Navy and the United States Air Force should be taking tips from what Canada is doing rather than what seems to be going on.
That is such a good point. I was going to say, America thinks it's always at the forefront of everything, and we influence other places. But yeah, I think you guys were ahead of us in terms of how important it is to actually report these things and to destigmatize the nature of reporting, maybe we would be a lot further than we are now here in the US, where I think our government has been backed into a corner and has to now admit things that they denied or lied about. Whereas Canada seems to be like, yeah, just nobody ever asked, but here you go. Here you go.
We're up here.
Yeah. So I love that. I love that idea. Well, I want to know, Chris, in writing this book and coming across these cases and doing the work you've done throughout all the years, what surprised you most in researching for this book? Anything really stand out as being like, I went in wanting to write about one thing and I came out on the other side learning something myself, which I think any author should do when writing a book. What was that journey like for you, and any big revelations by the end of all this?
Well, sure. I have to say that this is kind of the first part. I don't want to say the first book in a series, but this only goes up until about 1971 or something like that, or into the early 1970s, and not quite into the 80s. There were many more files, many of which had not been digitized, but we've been able to find many of them ourselves, plus everything that's occurred since then. So this is actually just a snapshot of what had been occurring. And whereas the United States viewpoint was that UFOs and flying saucers might have represented some sort of security threat, some matter for defense, because in Canada, the responsibility for UFOs was given to the National Research Council, a scientific body, that the view was looked at more of a scientific issue, more of a Condon issue, if you want to use that analogy, even though Condon, of course, was sponsored by the United States Air Force. So there was this dynamic going back and forth and some tug of war. But in Canada, because of the scientific viewpoint, many of the scientists involved did not really get all that worked up about UFOs. They were sure that people were making stuff up or misidentifying things. In many cases, they did turn out to be such. And one thing I do in my book is I do show that many cases were explained and do have viable explanations, but there were some that didn't seem to have such easy explanations. But because the government had this attitude that it was a scientific problem and it was just a matter of people learning a little bit more about UFOs and what's in the sky, and everything would be hunky-dory after that, I thought that perhaps they really weren't doing their job. They really were not investigating as much as they could. As a matter of fact, recently there's been some discussion on UFO Twitter, places like that, that say the Canadian government, hasn't been doing anything at all with regard to UFOs, and they better get their act together because look what the United States is doing. Whereas the documentation shows the reverse, that the Canadian government took UFOs very seriously on a number of levels. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Royal Canadian Air Force and certain individuals within the National Research Council did in-depth studies of a lot of cases, not just Falcon Lake, but certainly a number of others, and that amounted to dozens and dozens, in some cases hundreds of pages of documentation and investigation. So I think the biggest problem was that the government departments themselves were not connected. I think the problem was communication, whereas the Ministry of Transport wasn't talking to National Defense. National Defense wasn't talking to the scientists. They seemed to be very siloed and compartmentalized. Mm-hmm. And that was the biggest problem that I saw. And yet, there were enough really good cases in there that they should have been investigated. I mean, there were cases where objects landed on roadways, leaving behind marks in the asphalt, and nobody seemed to investigate those. There were some close encounter cases where individuals seemed to have seen entities, and those weren't followed up on. So I think the problem was follow-up, but also because there didn't seem to be any consistent and organized investigative body. And what I'm hoping, and I think what most people are hoping from the United States example, is that there will be a consistent investigative body, not just instrumented sightings to be considered like what we seem to be hearing now from Project Galileo and and some of the other organizations that are going to be using all sky cameras and whatnot, because there is a human element here that has to be taken into consideration. I mean, for the most part, these are eyewitnesses and with associated physical effects. And whereas we know eyewitnesses are not absolutely reliable, and there's many cases where eyewitnesses have been terribly wrong, including pilots and other people with pretty decent observing capabilities. But eyewitness testimony is good enough to convict people in a court of law. And human observers during the early days of space flight were invaluable in assessing what was going on in space and the defense threat. When Sputnik went up, there was a lot of reliance on civilian observations of Sputnik, for example. And more recently, in aerospace and in aircraft dynamics, plane spotters, it's a real thing where people, observe planes flying overhead. And this is how some intelligence was acquired with regarding the development of the stealth bomber. So there is valuable information that can be gleaned from eyewitnesses, in addition to sightings and detections made with technology. And I think the marriage of the two is what we're looking for, hopefully in the United States, and hopefully something will come of it in Canada as well.
Yeah, I love that. Again, mixing the witness testimony with the data, I think, is crucial. We need both sides of the coin if we're ever going to truly figure out what's going on. I mean, you look at the Tic Tac event, and all we had at first was the video. And everyone's like, okay, cool, but what is it? Who saw it? Like, what's the story behind this? And then we got the story. And you can start to paint that bigger picture of what actually happened, how many were involved, how many saw it. And I think you're right. I think there needs to be a cohesion. And that's kind of what I think this new program here in the United States is going to try to do too, is, stop doing this over here with the Defense Intelligence and the Department of Energy and this and that. And let's all come together and say what we know about UFOs and bring all that information together and try to understand what could be either a life-changing, profound discovery or a huge threat. So who knows? Who truly knows? But yeah,
and
I think
look at the history of it too, because what we've been hearing about the Navy and just recently from the Air Force is that they're acting as if Blue Book didn't exist,
right?
Which I think is a big mistake, because there's a lot of good data in there, including some instrumented observations by military personnel. So I don't think they have to reinvent the wheel. In fact, I was concerned when the task force report came out and they said there really wasn't a mechanism in place for reporting UAP. And how could that possibly be? Because there are so many reports on file. And, you just have to look at history. So I'm hoping that there will be some consideration of looking not only at the historical information from the United States, but also from other countries like Canada, which has an amazing documented record of investigation and research at the government level, but also civilian research. I mean, the fact that my civilian research was considered important enough to be given to a defense minister to be included in a briefing on the status of UFOs in our country shows that there is some consideration being given to the data collection itself. And I'm hoping I can be part of the mechanism or system going forward. In fact, when a Canadian politician who's got some press recently, Larry Maguire, came public, he came out of the closet with regarding to UFOs with a statement, and he asked a question in a parliamentary committee about UAP, especially those around nuclear facilities in Canada. It's noted that he reached out and was given information and was briefed by Louis Elizondo and Hal Puthoff and I think Robert Powell from SCU. But one of the first people he reached out to was me, and I briefed him for quite some time as well. So, there are a number of sources in the United States where UFO information is kept, but the Canadian connection is very solid. And, the politicians on both sides of the border have a lot of resources to reach out to.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? That gives me hope for the future. It really does when it comes to this topic. So I guess 2 last questions for you, Chris. The obvious one being, where can we find the book and all of your work? But I think the more important question for ufology overall, as someone who's been in this field for a long time, like yourself, you know, and myself included, I'm no longer considered one of the younger people in this field, which is depressing in some ways, but also very exciting. We have a lot of younger people getting involved, getting interested. Like you mentioned, UFO Twitter is a thing, which is so weird, and just I never thought we would get to this point in this conversation, but we are. And there are younger people who are really excited about this topic. So, yeah, where can we get the book? And let us know what you think we should be looking forward to in the years coming up with ufology. And what advice would you give people first getting involved with this topic? What can they learn from our mistakes and some of our successes, I guess?
Well, sure. And I'll answer that part first. I think people who are relatively new to the field really should take a hard, cold look at what's been already done. You know, there's a lot of people new to the field who had never read a report on unidentified flying objects by Edward Ruppelt, one of the classic and seminal works. Read Hynek, read Keel, you know, read Jenny Randall's. There's some really good books out there. I mean, this book that we have right now from mine, Canada's UFOs Declassified, is my 10th book. You know, there's so much information to cover. A lot of people have been active in the field for many, many years. And there's a sort of I think a reluctance to look upon the older stuff as being at all relevant. But I think that people who are new to the field are really missing out on some of the stuff that's been done. I mean, one of the things that struck me in Canada was how much has already been done in the fact that, you know, Canada had crop circles in '67. We have trace cases. We had radioactive material being tested in laboratories. There's this big thing about metamaterials being found from crashed UFOs that are, you know, the size of a dime or something. Well, the stuff from Falcon Lake, one of the pieces of metal is about 5 inches long. And, you know, much larger than some of the others. In fact, in my book, I describe a case where there's an object that was thought to be part of a UFO that is the size of a large refrigerator, and tested by laboratories. So a lot of the stuff that's really hot right now has precedence and has been looked at in a number of ways. So I would say, well, look at some of the historical stuff and don't ignore it. In fact, there's a resurgence of interest in some old cases that have had explanations that people are now reassessing. In some cases, that's worthwhile. In some cases, it's not worth bothering about because they're hoaxes and have some explanations. So rely on some of the people who have been around a while. But in terms of my material, certainly you can go to Amazon. I think at least a half dozen or more of my books are on Amazon, so you can find me there. I'm also on social media, Facebook. I'm on Instagram, on Twitter, and I have some YouTube channels as well. So there's a lot of ways to get in touch with me. I have a blog, which is very simple. uforum.blogspot.com is where I actually publish a lot of documents that nobody's seen before about UFOs and comment on what's going on. So, you know, there are people around, and in terms of Facebook, I'm one of the moderators of UFO Updates, the classic discussion forum for UFOs that started in the 1990s by Earl Bruce Knapp. And I was asked to be one of the moderators of the new version on Facebook. Very honored by that. We're trying to keep up as much as we can. I realize there's a lot of Facebook groups out there, but we try to just talk about some of the more interesting cases in a forum that's relatively easily accessible.
Yeah, probably one of my favorite groups. They're not afraid to tell you, if you're wrong or where we should be looking, and we need that. We definitely need that in this field, Chris.
Not as bad as UFO Watchdog, but we're close.
That's very true. I don't know if anything will ever reach that level, but hey, we got to keep ourselves humble somehow. Well, Chris, I think, again, not just the book, but the work you do is invaluable to this conversation. And I don't know where we would be without the work you've done there in Canada, my northern neighbor, and where it's all heading. So I want to congratulate you on the book. I hope everyone will check it out. And I want to thank you for the very first time for coming on Somewhere in the Skies. It's truly been an honor.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and I want to tell you about something that feels like it was specifically made for us. Those of us who have followed every UFO headline, every whistleblower, every UFO sighting and close encounter that literally defined the past year in UFOs. And that is Anomalous cards. Anomalous cards are a one-of-a-kind collectible series, capturing the top 100 UAP and UFO stories of 2025. Preserved, documented, and brought to life in a format you can actually hold in your hands. We're talking about 100 uniquely designed trading cards, each one representing a pivotal moment in the unfolding UAP conversation. Every single card is individually serial numbered, making each piece of art a limited historical archive. Not just a collectible, but a timestamp of disclosure in motion. And here's where it gets even more exciting. You can collect the full story your way. Grab a complete factory set and own the entire timeline of 2025. Or dive into the thrill of discovery with cello packs and boxes, each containing the chance to uncover exclusive Heroes of Truth insert cards, spotlighting the individuals pushing this mystery into the light. This isn't just memorabilia, it's a curated record of one of the most important years in UAP history. Head over to letsgetanomalous.com right now to grab your set or packs. And for Somewhere in the Skies listeners, you get an exclusive promo code right now for 15% off your order. That promo code is Somewhere15. Again, go to letsgetanomalous.com and use the promo code Somewhere15 for 15% off your order. Because the UFO story is still unfolding, and now you can collect it all with Anomalous cards.
Today on the Somewhere in the Skies podcast, United States Air Force veteran and former employee at both Area 51 and Skinwalker Ranch, Chris Bartel.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Chris, welcome for the very first time to Somewhere in the Skies.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Now, a lot of us have been keeping up with everything going on at Skinwalker Ranch as of late. We've got the television show. The new owner has come out in the past few years to tell us about what's been going on. And we even learned that a government program funded the ranch for an amount of time, which I know you're going to have some stuff to say about as we get into it. But let's tell our viewers and listeners, if you don't mind, maybe a little about who you are and your connection to both Skinwalker Ranch and also the Nevada testing site and Area 51. This is crazy when I heard that not only had you worked out at Groom Lake, but you also worked at this mysterious ranch in Utah. You're like a UFO podcast's dream guest. So yeah, man, give us the origin story if you don't mind.
I guess right place, right time, I guess. But no, I was born and raised in small town in Kansas. And basically when I got out of high school in 97, I joined the United States Air Force to be a security forces police officer. And that led me down to being stationed at Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas in 1998 as a main base police officer there. And I worked there from 1998 to 2006 active duty. And during that time, I was also a cadre instructor for GCTS Ground Combat Training Squadron up in Creech Air Force Base, Nevada. And then in 2006 to 2009, I went to the IMA Reserves for the Air Force. And then in 2006 is when I actually got hired with Department of Energy for the Nevada test site. And that kind of led me on the path. My reputation in the Air Force, it's, Nellis Air Force Base is a very unique base because obviously Nevada's got a lot of black world projects and stuff going on. So if you're working security or law enforcement out there, you kind of fall in line. There's other options. You can work Metro Las Vegas or Northtown PD, or there's tons of different jobs. But I went down the DOE site because I had a lot of friends there, and that's who kind of got you in the doors. You kind of get vouched in, like a friend's like, hey, you should apply, and then so I started working there at the Nevada test site for several years. And then my wife, who I met in the Air Force, she was also a police officer at Nellis, and she got orders to Malmstrom Air Force Base. And so this is back in 2009, late 2009. So we go to Malmstrom Air Force Base because she's from Montana originally, so we thought this was a good move. And then we get to Malmstrom Air Force Base, and I don't know if you've ever been out there in Great Falls, Montana, but it's almost as flat as Kansas.
Yeah,
but pretty bad.
Still still some good folks out there, and we enjoyed our time out there. But she got pregnant with our first son, and the Air Force was kind of downsizing at that time. So they gave her the option to get out, and she was like, hey, I don't want to be a military mom, always deployed and never see my kid. And I'm like, hey, I get that, because as a cop in the Air Force, you're gone all the time. So I'm like, well, that means I could better roll the dice back to Vegas because that's where all my connections are at. I had a job lined up with the Federal for the Federal Marshal Service in Montana, but this is in 2009, 2010. There was a federal hiring freeze. So then I started making phone calls back to Las Vegas. And the first person I called was my old Air Force supervisor. And I said, do you have any leads? Naturally, I was trying to go back to the Nevada test site. And he was like, well, no, everything's on a hiring freeze. But he said, you might want to call this other guy who was another ex-Air Force supervisor who worked for CSC, which had the contract for Air 51. So I call him up. And as I'm driving to Vegas, I get hired pretty much en route to Las Vegas with CSC for part-time work until a full-time job opened up, because I still had an active Q clearance. So that was a big positive. So when I got to Las Vegas, I ended up making some more phone calls, and then I reached another old Air Force buddy of mine who had this gig in Utah for Bass. And I applied, and I got the job, did the interview, and I was working both places at the same time. I was working for 51 part-time and then full-time for Bass. I needed a full-time job because I had a kid on the way. So that's kind of a long roundabout way. And then a full-time gig opened with CSC for the Janet detail, and I worked that for a while, and I actually quit Bass. I quit Bass, went to CSC full-time to work the Janet detail, and then some pay issues came up, and I was forced to kind of go back to my previous job at Bass, at Bigelow Aerospace, and that's where I ended up, and I stayed there until I left in 2018. And then I came here to Kansas, and I'm still currently a federal police officer out here. So that's kind of a long drawn-out question, but that's my career in a nutshell.
It shows a dedication to something you're clearly very good at to be hired by places like this. Two questions to kind of piggyback off of that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Now, for any of our listeners, myself included, who aren't familiar with what a Q clearance is, now we know there are different levels of classification. What exactly is a Q clearance, or what can you tell us, I guess, of what a Q clearance is? And what was like a day-to-day working security out at Area 51 with Janet and everything?
Well, your first question, the Q clearance is kind of like just a DOE's version of a top secret clearance. It's got a little more weight to a normal TS clearance, I guess, because you go through a very, very extensive background check, and you go through a very extensive academy to be a police officer out there, security police officer out there. So the washout rate's pretty high. So when you get a Q, it's like a golden ticket. You can pretty much go anywhere. And a lot of people, once they get their Q, they go right to the Pentagon. It's a pretty easy transition because it's like $20,000 to get a Q clearance. So if you have one, it's beneficial to hire people who already have a clearance or can get one. So Q is just a version of the DOE's top secret, basically. Gotcha. The Janet detail was basically you report down to the McClellan Airport and you work the site there with some other guys and do it normally what you do at a security airport like TSA, and that's kind of all I can really say about that. But yeah, so the Nevada test site is a sister site to 51. They're right next to each other. They're like right next to each other. So 51's in a very strategic location because you have Nevada test site, and then you have Creech Air Force Base, Totem Paw Test Range, Nellis Air Force Base, the natural surrounding mountains. It's a perfect location to have a facility like that, and it's all overlapping layers of security for basically one site. And the Nevada test site itself is the size of Rhode Island. That's how much area of responsibility you have out there. It's huge. A lot of stuff out there. So with the Nevada test site, you sign lots of NDAs going in and leaving that job. So there's not much really I can say about working for the Department of Energy and working out there at the NTS. But I really enjoyed my time out there. And I have a lot of friends out there and I had a lot of great experiences and was a part of a lot of special access programs out there and a lot of projects. And it was a really eye-opener experience, And, you think you do a lot of stuff for the DOD, for the military, and then you go into other organizations like DOE, and it's like a whole different ball game, basically.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, the DOE is kind of that that carrot that's always dangling in front of the UFO people, because we're like, they're the only ones that don't answer, for like what they're doing. And it's understandable to an extent. We understand. But
yeah, because I think
yeah, please.
Oh, I think and I get a little flack for this, but this is the reality of the situation here. It's like, we want disclosure, and I'm for disclosure as well. But when you have a certain faction of people asking, like, for the government to release all the data or maybe expose technology that we have, and maybe it is alien, I don't know, I can't confirm that. But what you're really doing is you're jeopardizing national security to a point, because the overall objective for the United States Air Force and for the military industrial complex is air power global dominance. That's the overall objective. And that's how the United States keeps control and keeps ahead of our enemies, because it boils down to war. This stuff boils down to war. And with that, loss of lives and everything else that comes with war, all the ugly stuff. So the United States wants to be on the top edge of the war fighting platform, basically. And so some of these locations like 51 or test site, obviously this new technology is tested there so we can keep that edge. So I'm all about having disclosure, but also I think it's funny that people are still waiting for the government to give disclosure when it's the government that's been hiding disclosure for the last 70 years. So who do we trust here? This hand or this hand? It's just like, if you're waiting for the government to release stuff, good luck. And then if they do release it, is it going to be true data? Or is it going to be just a whitewash narrative to drown out the truth? So if you're like, somewhere in the skies, the name, if you want to look for truth, just go outside and observe the skies yourself and collect your own data. Collect your own data, and then don't wait for the government to tell you something. I mean, I get to a point where people are like, I pay taxpayer money and I want to learn about this, and I totally understand that. but there's a different game being played here that people don't really fully understand. You need to take a step back and be like, okay, who are the people that are talking most about UAPs being threats and stuff? Have any of them served? Have any of them hold a top secret clearance or work for a 3-letter agency? I don't really see many of them that do. So it's kind of like, at the end of the day, where do you want to get your information from? It's better to go online and start making connections like with people like you and other investigators and putting the pieces together, independently versus waiting for the government to hand out a silver platter. I'm not holding my breath. I really am not. So, and I'm kind of jaded a little bit because of where I used to work at. So when it comes to the whole UAP topic, I'm a little bit jaded, and it's just how it is. I can't control what's up in the skies as an investigator, but I can control what's on the feet, on the ground, and that's what I focused on at Skinwalker Ranch when I got out there, was to focus on what do I have direct access and control of. I can't control what's in the skies. I can observe it, but do I really know what's out there? Do I have the proper equipment or backing or experts around to say yes or no? It's just, you have to really control what you can get your hands on.
Yeah, right. And you're definitely transitioning into what I think the bulk of this conversation is going to be, and that is Skinwalker Ranch. I know a lot of our viewers and listeners are really excited to hear you talk about your experiences there, which we'll get to. We'll get there, guys. But before we move on from that, Chris, I love, with that, I guess, non-transparency or classification and national security that comes with things like Nevada Testing Site and Area 51. When there's no transparency, that's when people start making things up. That's when people start creating rumors, and a mythology is born out of these places that you've worked at. So, I mean, what did you know about Area 51 when you finally made it over there? Did you know about all the stuff Bob Lazar was talking about and the UFOs?
No,
what can you tell us?
That is hilarious that you bring that up, because I was going through my stuff today. I'm trying to set my office up here in my new office where I can display my photography. And I was going through some old books, and I actually found this book that I bought back in '97, which was the Area 51 book. This is before I even joined the Air Force. I read this book, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And then I joined the Air Force, and then I ended up working at these locations, and I was like, wow. Talk about like projecting, your future. It was very strange. Now I'm honestly curious. I love the UFO stuff, and I like the paranormal research. I like all that stuff. I've always been into it. So this is something I never shared before. When I first got to Nellis Air Force Base, my first supervisor actually worked at 51, and this is back in '98. Now, I'll never forget, he had a Nokia cell phone, one of the old school flip phones one. Yeah. And I'd be on patrol with him, and he would get a call on that cell phone, and he would be gone for weeks. And then he would call me up and say, hey, pick me up at McCarran Airport, and I'd go pick him up. And I would say, hey, what happened? Where were you at? And he wouldn't say nothing. So I won't say his name, but long story short, he got orders to Korea Air Force Base. And this is back in 98, 99. So we had this big going away party for him at the Deuce 5, which is across from Nellis Air Force Base. It's like a local military hangout. Mm-hmm. And we get him pretty liquored up or whatever, and found there's a bunch of us young airmen that are around him, and we all kind of knew he worked at 51. And finally I asked him, I said, can you tell us anything about your time out there? And he paused for a second, and he said, the things I've seen out there, we won't lose an air-to-air war in 1,000 years. And that's all he said. And I was just like, what? And then that was it. And I was just like, wow. But he was like dead set when he said that. And this is in '98, remind you. He was dead serious when he said that. So it makes you wonder, kind of like, okay, if there's technology that's out there, let's say the Tic Tac is some of that technology or whatever, you're looking at a situation where we might have technology that could replace the entire military fleet of aircraft. We're talking trillions of dollars of money that would be just gone. Like it'd be outdated aircraft replaced by some type of superior technology, you know. Not saying that Tic-Tac is that, but it makes me wonder, like, what if that is our technology, you know? But I also like to play on the fact that with the oceans, you know, what do we know about our own oceans here? You know, what if this technology comes deep from a different species within our Earth's crust or whatever, and it's evolved into this hybrid humanoid where it has to come surface to refuel? I don't know, but it makes me wonder. Our own oceans would be a good starting point to look at as well, you know. I don't know. It's something I've always kind of been curious myself about what's really down in those ocean, in the deep ocean, you know. What's our own Earth, the secrets of our own Earth, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I tend to always keep that in mind, that, you know, we're so trained on the skies and what could be out in the outer reaches of space when we know so little about our very own planet. And I think you're right. There has to be some sort of reason, logistically and mathematically, statistically, I guess, that so many UFO sightings occur over bodies of water, or at least reported that way, even in the military. And then you have places like I remember researching a place called Autech, like this underwater military installation that had like a restricted airspace that reached like the outer atmosphere, which is crazy to think. Like, what could they be doing from underwater to the outer reaches of space? What's being tested there, flown there? It blows my mind, man. It really does.
But I knew a little bit about Bob Lazar. Obviously, I saw when I was working at Nellis, listen to the normal news. I would see George Knapp's broadcast sometimes when he'd recap Bob Lazar's story, and I was very intrigued. And this is all before even working at these locations, you know. My kind of plan when I was in the Air Force was to either stay in for 20 or get out and move back to Kansas or something. But I ended up staying in Las Vegas for 20 years and working some of these sites that led me down this rabbit hole, basically. And but yeah, I was intrigued by his story as well, and it made me, and actually working there, some things that Bob says makes total sense. I don't deny one bit that he's probably worked there, you know. But what projects and where, only he would know that. That's kind of how that area works. It's overlapping layers of secrecy, where me and you can work in the same location for 20 years, but none of us would know what we're working on. It's just, that's how it's set up to keep the secrecy, you know. So yeah, there's definitely some truth to his stories. I would definitely believe, you know. I guess when it boils down, because I always get people online that ask me questions, you know, what do you think of this person? What do you think of that person? And unless I meet them in person, I really don't know what to say, because it's like, if you want to judge somebody's credibility, judge the person's character. If their character is flawed and you're working in these type of career, these areas, there might be some questions that would arise, like, are they being truthful? You know, what's the real objective here? What's the narrative they're trying to push? I mean, Bob's story has been pretty much the same the whole time. So, I would like to do a face-to-face with him maybe one day and just talk.
That'd be cool. Yeah,
it'd be kind of cool, you know. But I mean, I don't know. It definitely has.
Time will tell.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of, I guess, playing off of that, you know. People, a lot of questions online when people saw that you were coming on the show. They wanted to know what you thought about Bob Lazar. They wanted to know what you think of Robert Bigelow and this, that. And we're slowly inching towards Skinwalker Ranch, guys. I promise. We're getting there. So I guess something you told me offline, which I found really interesting, is you actually learned about Skinwalker, the phenomenon, and possibly the wrench, correct me if I'm wrong, while you were still employed at Area 51, before you even got over there. Is that true, that you learned about it there? Can you tell us a little about that story?
I never knew what Skinwalker Ranch was at all, but I learned about Skinwalkers at the Nevada test site. That's where I learned about Skinwalkers. Kind of like when you go through the academy there, and you start working in these areas, you have some downtime, so you start asking some of the older guard, you know, stories. Hey, have you seen things out here in the sky? Have you seen this? Have you seen that? For the most part, people are pretty quiet about it, you know. But there was a couple guys who were like, no, we have seen some pretty stuff, and we have documented it. I'm like, what? And one of the guys said that he documented like a deer standing up on two legs and walking around. And the term that he said was, "Oh yeah, it was a skinwalker." I'm like, "What?" And so that kind of led me down. Well, why would there be skinwalkers out here? And then he was like, "Well, it's because there's a lot of native history out here." I'm like, "Where?" And so sure enough, he showed me on a Sunday. We drove out there. There's an area with petroglyphs that go back 10,000 years ago.
Oh wow!
so it kind of puts you back, like what was going on out here 10,000 years ago. I know in the 1800s, the Paiute and the Western Shoshone were documented in the Nevada test site before it was taken over. But 10,000-year-old petroglyphs out there, so it makes you wonder, what was going on out there. So obviously something, because they had some weird things happening. So I find it interesting that a lot of these places, like Skinwalker test site, a lot of other places have a lot of Native American history aligned with it.
Mm-hmm. Right, and that's a big part of what I want to ask you about your time at the ranch when we get there. So let's set it up. Like you said, you kind of flip-flop back and forth from Skinwalker back to Nellis, then Skinwalker. Yeah. How did you find out about the job with Bigelow? Did he reach out to you? Did you reach out to him? How did that all go down? And what did you think when you first learned about what you'd be doing there?
Well, it was I just called an old buddy of mine who I knew in the Air Force, and I said, "Hey, I heard you got some project going on for an aerospace company." And he said, "Well, yeah, kinda." And then we started talking, and then we met face to face. We met face to face actually where they broke ground at the new VA medical center in Las Vegas. We met in an old parking lot out there and on the dirt. It was like out of a movie or whatever, and we're talking about this, and it kind of gave me the skinny of what the job entailed, but he didn't go too much in depth because I still had to do an interview with Colum and other people. And so I applied, and he kind of vouched for me, and then I had a meeting with Colum, and Colum asked me, typical security questions, and then he asked me if I was open to the paranormal. And at first I was like, what do I say? Because I want to answer truthfully because I'm into the paranormal.
Right.
And I think he asked me, have I had any experiences? And I said, yeah, actually I've had. And coming from the Nevada test site, we have a Q clearance. You don't talk about seeing UFOs or ghosts or anything like that because they can pull your clearance. Because you're dealing with nuclear security, so they take that very seriously. You have to walk a line there. I can't even explain it to you, but it's very stressful. Mm-hmm. But so I said, I'm going to ask honestly. And I said, yeah, I'm very open to that. And I shared with him some of my experiences in Kansas and even a couple of my experiences at Nellis Air Force Base. There's a hangar called 858 Propulsion Building. And it had some ghost paranormal stuff happening there. And sure enough, we went there with some other airmen. This is back in 2004 or 5, maybe. Mm-hmm. Anyways, and we had an experience there. And it was like 10 witnesses that all saw it. It was crazy. But so I was very open to the interview. And I told him, yeah, I'm open. And he kind of nodded his head. And I left. And then my buddy came out and says, hey, you got the job. And I'm like, okay, cool. When do I start? And that was it. So I started at first, in Vegas, and then back at the ranch, it was 2 people out there at the time. So you'd have 2 officers out there. So one guy would drive up to relieve the other guy, and the other guy would go back. So every week there was somebody different, basically.
Okay.
So in October of 2010 was when I first drove up there from Vegas to the ranch and was boots on the ground. And the buddy who hired me was kind of the guy who kind of trained me up a little bit. And we didn't really have an SOP or standard operating procedure of what to do. It was kind of like, okay, our job is to protect the property. I get that. Secure the site. I get it. I've also collect data, report anything unusual. I'm like, okay, what do you mean unusual? And this is back in 2010. I didn't read the Hunt for the Skinwalker book until a couple months after I've been working there because I didn't want to have any pre-notion in my mind of something that I could possibly experience.
Smart, yeah.
So I remember when I applied for the job and I found out that I was going to this ranch in Utah, I tried to look online for something. I couldn't find anything really about Skinwalker Ranch because back in 2010, there was like one website and like 1 or 2 maybe YouTube videos. That was it.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, what the hell? And I'll never forget this. My dad, who's kind of he followed my whole career in the Air Force and the test site, and then 51, and then finally at Skinwalker. I sent him a copy of the Hunt for the Skinwalker book, and I remember him calling me up one day, and he goes, and this is the only time he had concern in his voice. He goes, "Son, what the hell did you get yourself into?" And I was like, "Well, Dad, I don't know. I just want to go down the rabbit hole and see how far it goes down." And he was like, "Just be careful." And I just remember the sound in his voice. He seemed like he was nervous. And I'm like, "I've deployed overseas, and this is the time he sounds nervous,
Right. For everything you've gone through, and then that's when he's nervous. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, and then that's kind of what started my time at Skinwalker was in October of 2010. And that's where it all started.
Okay. So, well, let's talk about that time at the ranch then. What were some of the most compelling things you came across there? Obviously, people want to hear the stories of what occurs on this ranch. What is someone like you who spent weeks on end there? I'm sure there's days where absolutely nothing happens. You're bored out of your mind doing your rounds and everything. But I know you've had some pretty crazy stuff happen there too. So anything you want to share with us, Chris?
Sure. I've been kind of hesitant about some of my experiences because I don't like to say things unless I can back them up with either a second witness or photographic evidence or some type of physical evidence. So I would say personally the experience that stands out the most is the large wolf or canine experience I had in October. It was actually my second week in October out there on the property when myself and another officer, we had this routine down where one guy would go out for a morning run around the property and kind of get an eyes on of the environment, kind of get a judge of how the day is going to go, where we're going to go check out. And the other guy would do the report from the night before and get that sent up. And then, around 11 noon, we'd pack up our gear and hike out and go explore and look for stuff and do EVP sessions at some of the homesteads and take pictures. And that's what kind of got my photography going. Was at the time there were some questionable pictures being taken at Homestead 2 that for me was it's called backscatter, which is flash photography in a dusty environment. And I was like, that's not orbs; those are dust particles. And I kind of debunked it with my own camera because at the time I had a more high def camera. And then I kind of carried my camera, my own personal camera, as a secondary ways to document the phenomena as best I could. And anyways, so back to the wolf story. On this particular day, the other officer came back from the run, and he was like, "Hey, I found some weird prints, some large canine prints on top of the mesa." And I'm like, "Okay, let's go check it out." And I'm from Kansas and grew up on a farm where we had horses and all kinds of animals you can think of. We lived out in the middle of nowhere. And so we go out there and we see these large, it looks like a wolf print, big size wolf print. But what made it weird is that there was like a section where it looked like this animal was walking on 2 feet. It had like this 3-foot stride, and it would go to 4 feet, 2 feet. It was weird. It didn't make any sense. And at the time, we had 2 black labs and a border collie dog. We had 3 dogs with us. And the labs prints, and these were full-grown labs. The labs prints and some of the pictures I posted before, these wolf prints dwarfed the lab prints. And you can see the 3-foot stride because I threw a ruler down to kind of measure it. So we kind of call our supervisors, call them and say, "Hey, we got a possible weird animal out here or something." And his advice is, be careful, but document the best you can. I'm like, "Okay, roger that." So me and my colleague were like, we have this stupid mindset, like we're going to go capture this animal, not knowing what we're really dealing with. This is in 2010. So that night we go out. I think it was the next night we go out, and we have all of our gear with us, and we're out until like 3 o'clock in the morning. We're setting up little makeshift campfires everywhere, trying to draw this animal in. And we felt like the whole night something was watching us, and the dogs were acting very suspicious. They were like clinging to us. And normally the dogs are out running around trying to catch rabbits and stuff, but this night they were very on edge. So we knew something was up. So anyways, it starts raining a little bit, and we start we're like, oh, we've been out all night. Let's call it a night. It's like 3:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe. I can't remember exactly, but I remember it was a full moon night. And we start walking back to Homestead 1. But we start backtracking our original tracks for that night to see if we missed anything. And we find behind our prints, wolf prints. This thing had been following us the whole night. And the dogs never picked up on it, and we never saw it. So it was just far enough away to keep a visual on us, but not close enough for us to see it. So now we're like, holy shit, we need to get back to the homestead, because this thing's tracking us now. So we're walking on the main dirt road that you see on the TV show, and we're going around the curve. Actually, it's all happened at the triangle area. So we're going around the triangle area of the ranch, and I'm about 50, 60 feet ahead of my partner. And I'll never forget this because this replays in my brain every single night. The moon is full and there's clouds, and my partner says, "Stop, I hear something." And his back is facing the ditch there, and I'm ahead of him. And I turn around to say, "What?" And as I'm turning around, it feels like time is compressing, like everything slows down. And the clouds go over the moon, and everything got really dark. And I felt like the whole frequency and vibration of the environment just dropped, like you're walking in water.
Mm-hmm.
And out of the ditch, we both hear this guttural growl come out of the ditch, and something large, is like the size of a donkey or a deer, black wolf, jumps out, lands on the dirt road, takes off west. The dogs go after the animal. We go after the dogs because we're worried about the dogs fighting this big animal. And we're right behind the animal, and it's like we blink and it's gone, and like disappeared in the darkness. And we're like, what the hell was that? And the dogs stopped dead in their tracks and looked at us like, what the hell was that? And so we took some pictures, and then we got the hell out of there and got back to Homestead 1 and did a report. And I think in the initial report, I probably didn't even see the animal because I was so freaked out about losing my clearance, my Q clearance, that in the initial report, I said I didn't see it because I had planned to go back to the Nevada test site eventually, just because all my friends were there and it paid better and there was better benefits and stuff. But I was like, I'm not going to put this on the report because my brain could not process what I had just experienced.
Oh, man.
It really took me back. But here's the crazy part. Not that wasn't crazy enough, but fast forward to 2015, I'm out there by myself now. Because in 2011, we went to one person on the property. Can you imagine securing a ranch? And at the time, we had almost 1,000 acres. Yeah, because we leased the land around us. We leased the land on top of the mesa, so we had more acreage to cover. But imagine you're supposed to secure the property by yourself at night. It's total no-go. You don't do that. But we did. Yeah. But in 2015, I'm sitting in a lawn chair at the east gate with the dogs. At the time, we have three labs now because Bella had passed away. And it was a nice, quiet night. I think it was in the fall again. And I was kind of on my phone a little bit, looking at the road, not paying attention. Because by 2015, the ranch was like a second home to me. I felt normal out there. Everything was just, I knew weird stuff happened, but I kind of compare it to being deployed overseas for the first time in a combat zone. Like you're on edge. Everything's a big experience. Everything's like tunnel vision. By month 9, month 10, year 1, you're ready to get the hell out of there and go home. By year 5, you're just like, whatever, it's the ranch. I don't care. It's just whatever. So you're kind of getting numb to the environment. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's bad. You get kind of complacent, which is not good. But also I feel like your vibration kind of tunes in with the environment, if that makes sense. Anyway, so I'm sitting on this lawn chair, and my back's turned against it's called the Eastern Valley. And out of this bushes of sage, I hear that same howl growl that I heard in 2010. 2010. I come off the chair, gun out, spinning, because I thought this thing was going to attack. And I can see the shrubs move, and the dogs go after it and almost come right back, like confused. So I go out with flashlight. I don't see anything, but something was there, like letting me know, hey, I'm still here. And I was like, oh, great. Now I got to walk back to the trailer, which is like a quarter mile away, and on this dirt road, there's tons of blind spots on this dirt road. I'm going to get flanked by something, and I'm not making it back. So I remember walking back that night, like just gun out, like, oh, this is it. I'm going to die. I'm going to die today.
I'm going to die on Skinwalker Ranch. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I was just like, give me a break, Damn. So, and then other things that's happened out there, UFO related, not too much stuff that I would say I can consider UAP or UFO. But again, remind you, I didn't spend that much time staring, like looking for that. I focus more on the ground because I treat the ranch like a giant crime scene. I wanted to collect real hard data evidence that I can link with the phenomena maybe. But anyway, I had a spot out there on the ranch I called Meditation Rock, and I would go out there with the dogs at night sometimes, especially the last couple of years I lived out there. I would go out on the rock and sleep on the rocks at night with the dogs and watch the stars, because I really felt like the more time I physically invested in the property, the more things would open up. I feel that is key to understanding the ranch. You have to really put your sweat equity and get your boots dirty, and you have to really invest your energy into that environment to understand that property. And when you do that, I think things open up. At least it did for me. And I would go out in this rock and watch the stars, and with the dogs. It was a great time because, looking back now, there's TV shows, documentaries, everything's Skinwalker. Is like it's on Netflix now. Back then, the ranch was, in my brain, was never going to be a mainstream topic. It was just a place that I worked at, like another site that I secured before, the DOE and the test site, and my time at another job assignment. But it was a place I actually fell in love with. I loved being out there. I hated being away from my family, but I really enjoyed my time out there, and I made my time useful. So I would do my photography to help pass the time and explore and look for things. And I kind of felt pretty connected to the place.
That's great, man. And I love this idea of, investing in the environment, and the environment will invest into you. Like, it is such a give and take. And a big part of your time there was documenting certain things, a lot of the Native American history, which gets overlooked a lot when it comes to Skinwalker Ranch. Let's be honest. It's kind of based around this Native American curse or folklore of the area. And that's all we really hear about it. And then we now move on to the UFO aspect, or the portals and the wolves and this and that, which is, like, of course, amazing and literally phenomenal. We don't know what it is, but there's this whole other aspect to all of this that gets overlooked. And I think people like you, like James Keenan, like Carl as well, Carl Vibe, you guys are documenting very important things that are getting overlooked by the mainstream when it comes to all this. So I'd love to ask you, what did someone like Bigelow think about your kind of approach to the ranch? I mean, he's hiring people there to investigate and try to figure out what's going on with all the paranormal stuff. But then you've got this ancient history there as well. Did that ever come into it when you were hired or with Colm? And what did they think of your whole approach to investigating the ranch?
It's kind of interesting because there was a serious lack of communication during my time out there on the property. So I'm not sure what Bigelow really thought. I know that one of the reasons why I quit the first time was because I was documenting Native American artifacts around the whole entire property, and it was being overlooked. And I actually received an email from somebody, it wasn't Colin, but it was somebody underneath him, who said, stop reporting artifacts, it's not important. And I was like, it's 100% important, because it's history. And for the first time ever, it's physical evidence. And through this evidence, we can find what was going on. Because in all Native American, not all, but in the majority of the tribes, especially in Utah, talk about the star people and their culture. So we're not going to explore this aspect of what tribes are out here. It wasn't just the Utes. It goes back to the Fremont and then even beyond that. Because let me show you how important this is. In one area, like on the TV show, the finale, where it shows the pillars and the pentagram that they captured in the last episode. That area, the Eastern Valley, is where I spent 90% of my time because I felt naturally drawn there, but there was also an abundance of artifacts out there in history. And I documented. So my thought process was this. I had a topographical map of the property, and every time I'd find an artifact, I would take a picture and GPS it. And then some artifacts I'd bring back to Homestead 1 to do further analysis and online research as best I could. Some of the artifacts I actually took down to Vernal, Utah, and had professionals look at to get dates. And I would document all this stuff because I felt like if I could connect people's experiences to maybe an abundance of artifacts, there was a solid connection there for the first time ever. It wasn't just like, oh, it's this or it's that. Or, there was no direction when I first got hired to what to look for. There really wasn't. It was like anything out of the ordinary, report it. I'm like, okay, be more specific. There was no like, hey, focus on this or focus on that. So when I got told to stop reporting it, I was like, what's the deal here? So that kind of upset me a lot because I invested so much of my time doing that, and I thought that was extremely important, and I still do to this day. So much so that I've gone back to the basin on my own and documented other locations around the entire basin that have the same type of connective phenomena, which is reporting skinwalkers and UFOs, but there's also a Native American base there, But in the area in the Eastern Valley, the artifacts are this important. In one location, I found artifacts that go back 1,500 years ago, the archaic period. In the same location, I found paleo artifacts that go back 10,000 years ago. So you have overlapping layers of history in one location. What was going on out there during that time, much like the Nevada test site where they saw skinwalkers, and there's petroglyphs that go back 10,000 years ago. And Skinwalker Ranch, same thing. McClellan Ranch, same thing. Blind Frog Ranch has stuff out there. McKee Springs, 9 Mile Canyon, and it's undeniable. You cannot ignore that anymore. There's history there, and it's worth exploring. And I'm not the only guy doing it. There's been people before me who've brought up the same type of stuff that I'm talking about now. I just so happen to photograph and document it. And I've linked up with James Keenan and Carl Vibe, and they've helped me as well. James Keenan's got an insane amount of knowledge about this stuff, especially about petroglyphs. And Carl's got a great eye, and he's also very into it. He's very knowledgeable about this stuff. So, linking up with the right guys, the term iron sharpens iron. You want to surround yourself with some of the best guys. I'm surrounded with some of the best guys, I believe, that are not just looking for a payout, they're looking for truth. And that's important when it comes down to it, because I think there's something worth exploring more. And that's what I'm continuing to do on my own, is that. I know Colin was more open to it. I think we had a conversation where he was like, just keep doing it, but don't do it on the daily journal. So that's when I took it upon myself to keep my own personal journal and documenting everything myself. And that's what I did for 5, 6, the whole time I was out there. I have my own personal journal of documentation of stuff, or not just artifacts, but also areas of interest that are highly important into understanding what's going on out there. And when, like, the whole UAP stuff that's out now, it seems like that's such a mainstream topic. It almost seems like that's the new narrative now that has to be crammed down everybody's throat, is everything's UAP. Everything's UAP, UFO. UFOs are threats. UAPs are threats. I don't buy it. I don't buy it, man. I don't buy it because of where I used to work at, but also I'm having an open mind here. If we're talking about real aliens, is that what we're talking about? Okay, so we're talking about a culture of beings that are so advanced, they're going to come here and do what? Wipe us out? Or we're going to be able to stop that? I don't think so. I don't think that we're going to be able. But why would they wipe us out? They're probably coming here using us as a resource, much like we use cattle as a resource. So they probably view us as nothing but cattle, and they use us as a resource. So then they're not going to hurt their resource. They may stop us from hurting ourselves, because I've said before, the only threat to humanity is humanity itself. We are such a destructive species. We're bound for extinction. And we don't care. We're just like, whatever, doesn't matter, because we have so many distractions now. And that's why the Native American stuff is so important. These people didn't have distractions. So if they're taking the time to make petroglyphs about portals or whatever, giants or whatever else in their area, they're doing that for a reason. They're not just bored, okay? We're talking 8,000, 10,000 years ago. People are foraging and hunting every day to live. They're not going to get bored and say, hey, I'm going to go scribble on these rocks because I'm bored. No, they're trying to relay information. And so it's just ignored because we're taught in our culture, in American culture, to like not focus on that. When in reality, full circle, we need to be focusing back in the native tribes and their cultures and their teachings because they had it right. You know, we want all these scientific explanations and data and evidence, and I get that. I'm totally for that. But maybe it's more important if we just sit back on a mesa or on a rock or by a river and just absorb the moment and learn. That's the key, is absorbing the time. And who cares about documenting the evidence? I get to a point, but it's more important to focus on the moment. Because I've said before, the ranch is bigger than a TV show. It's bigger than my photography. It's bigger than a contract with the government. It is real Native American, indigenous culture, history. And it needs to be respected and learned. And the only way to learn is just sitting there and absorbing it. You have to be there to absorb it. You have to go out to these places, these petroglyphs, and see them for yourself and think to yourself, what was going on out here? You know, because in today's society, we're so distracted with iPads and TV shows. They didn't have anything like that. The stars were their iPad. The earth was their Netflix. And that's what they watched. And they learned from that. I mean, let's be real here. It's just like, it feels like I've been taking crazy pills since 2011. Because in 2011 is when I found my first artifact in the Eastern Valley. And that flipped my whole perception of everything. I was like, whoa. There's something else going on out here. And then I felt like, this may sound crazy, but it's the honest to God truth. The whole time I was out there, I felt like I was being guided by something bigger. Something was guiding me to find this stuff because it wasn't just one artifact. No, it was other areas of interest. Some of those areas, which I showed on the TV show, a cave that was on the show. That's one of many areas I know out there personally that are very important to the overall aspect and view of the ranch. And I think it's great that Utah's getting that, attention because it's drawing more people out to the basin so they can experience themselves and make their own assumptions. Because it's very easy for us to be very judgmental at home and armchair quarterback stuff, and you never go out there and experience it. And you don't have to even go to Utah. There's places probably in your local areas with Native history that you can go out and just learn about it. You might learn something. And really, for me, the ranch was about spiritual evolution. That's how it boiled down to me. It was just about evolving as a human being. And that's what I kind of did with mine. I kind of showed that through my photography. Like the ranch, it's viewed as a real scary, like you always hear the spookiest place in the world, the most paranormal hotspot. And it is. The ranch can be as dark as you want or as light as you want. It's based on the individual, what you're going to focus your attention on. And I focused on the dark a little bit, and then I focused on the light. But my primary focus was the light. And the capturing the beauty of the ranch and the property, that was my focus. And I kind of felt like that opened up the ranch more because I was so focused on subject matters of artifacts, rock formations, the vegetation, animals. And so that kind of helped me understand the ranch more. I used to do this thing to put my mind in the focus, like laser focus. I would imagine that I had just landed on a different planet and I was an alien or an alien explorer, and it was my job to find proof of life. So I would land in Utah, and it was my job to go out and find artifacts, to find evidence, to later go back to report. And that kind of helped me focus on the minor details of being out there. And I still kind of use that technique today. I go out and I say, okay, I'm an alien. I just landed. And it's my job to find proof of life. It sounds crazy, but it's just, I don't know. Maybe I was at the ranch for too long, had too much time on my hands. But
no,
I'm just being real.
Exactly, man. And that's what we want. We want you to be real with us because, we get this kind of filtered perception of the ranch through the books, through the TV shows. And, I respect the work being done there. There's no denying, I think people like Brandon Fugel and even Bigelow to an extent, they wanted answers. They have a burning curiosity. They've had experiences. They want to know, and they have the resources to do that. That's amazing.
Absolutely. But the people that are asking,
yeah, please.
The people that are asking those questions, like Bigelow, Fugel, not so much. Fugel goes out there, but people that ask those questions, they need to go physically to those locations and put that time in.
Right.
They can't just do it third party and expect to get the truth. Because what if those people who are giving you that information are not honorable people? They're dishonest and they're feeding you a bunch of crap. You have to be, I know if I'm passionate about something, I'm going to go directly to the source and figure it out, or try to figure it out. And that's what kind of Carl did recently. You know, Carl had this whole Magic Mesa thing, and he could have doubled down and said it's all paranormal or UFOs, but he didn't. He went out there and debunked his own thing, and that's saying something.
Absolutely.
And I think when it comes to some of these locations, there's been people who have lied. I know there has been personally, who lied to impress people or to get the favors of somebody or whatever the reason why is. And it's not uncommon to think that it happens every single day in society where employees do their best to, you know, impress their boss. It happens everywhere in every single job in America and across the world. So how is it going to be different at these locations? You want to impress your boss. You want to produce. But what are you going to produce? Bullshit or truth? I focus on the truth, man. That's it.
I love it. Well, okay. Truth is the perfect way to kind of tackle what I think is going to be the most controversial part of this conversation, Chris. And I have to ask, because I know a lot of people, they're frustrated with the lack of transparency that came from the Bigelow era of the ranch. You know, a lot of people, their not excuse, their explanation for why they're frustrated is because taxpayer money did end up going to studying Skinwalker Ranch through a Pentagon-funded program. So I have to ask you, as someone who worked on the ranch, were you ever aware that the U.S. government actually was funding some of the research going on at the ranch? And what do you make of the whole government ties to Skinwalker Ranch?
Well, that's a good question, because I knew like nobody sat me down and said, okay, here's the game plan, here's what's going on. And that's lack of communication. And that's why those programs fail, lack of communication. And there's some people that say OSAP was a success. And in some areas it was a success, but also it was a complete failure because from the start, there was a lack of communication. There was no set objective at all during my time. So it really kind of boils down to the start. If you're going to talk about OSAP, and this all started from James Lutkowski, who was a DIA agent who reached out to Robert Bigelow back in 2007, right? And says, hey, I want to come check out your ranch. And Bigelow's like, okay. So right there, that's kind of to me, it seems like a red flag, because anytime the government gets involved with the private sector, who's that really the benefit? The private sector or the government? So anyway, so Lutkowski goes on the property and in less than 2 hours has an experience, you know, so incredible that he goes back to the Pentagon and gets funding for OSAP with zero evidence. That's another red flag. What? How are you going to get money with zero evidence just based on somebody's experience? Nobody's questioning that? Are you serious? It's like, and then, so that's not the part that strikes me as odd, because I never knew about Lutkowski at all the whole time I worked there. But if you have a guy who had an experience and he's just sitting in Washington, not out there on the ranch, and he obviously he's tapping on the universe's door where he was able to get funding for this experiment, he's not out there boots on the ground with me and other guys out there. What's the point? It's set up for failure from the start, because your most important asset resource who had the connection is gone. He's nowhere to be found. So now it's left to a bunch of prior military veterans to go out there and do what? Figure what out? It seems like the whole program was a fail in the beginning because of the lack of communication. We still were able to collect data and have some experiences, but it makes you wonder, you know, what else was going on out there that we didn't know about? It seemed like it seems like certain people during my timeline avoided the ranch like the plague. And it's just like, what do you want us to do out here? There's limited direction. So that's like the military mindset is like work more with less. And so that's what we do. You work more with less. You still have a job to do. But to me, you know, after learning about OSAP, because I didn't know about OSAP until 2019, but and learning about Lutkowski and stuff, I didn't know that he even came out there and had an experience. And it wasn't until later with the new book and stuff that I found out. But I thought to myself, what a wasted opportunity, because it would have been great for him to come out there, because he's had he has a connection out there, and that's how the ranch works. I feel like the ranch has a connectiveness to people or whatever. So why wouldn't you want to come back out? It doesn't make any sense to me, you know. It feels like a missed opportunity, you know. And I don't know. If the reason why he didn't come out was because he had a bad experience, and I guess according to the book, there was 5 other guys who came out there, and they all had horrible experiences, and their families were affected. So if that new book that came out was created to set the record straight, and everything in that book is factual or real, and you're saying that these people had all these horrible experiences, why the hell are we out there on the ranch by ourselves indefinitely running and gunning? That's okay? That's not okay. You can't put people out there and not tell them what's going on. I mean, am I wrong here? It seems like, imagine putting yourself in my situation.
Right.
Put yourself in my situation for a second. And your job is to secure the property, collect data, and you're doing it as best as you can. And you do it for years and years and years. And then to come to find out there was another program going on, ALSAP, and there was people that had horrible experiences that affected their families. And I had things happen to my family, horrible things, that directly from the ranch. And I knew other colleagues of mine had bad things. So my family's expendable. My health's expendable. It's unacceptable. And it's a point that everybody just kind of glazes over. And it's a point that needs to be, at some point, there needs to be some accountability, or at least somebody needs to call me up and have a conversation, because that's the right thing to do. Because I feel like we were just abandoned out there with no real direction.
I'm so happy you brought this up, because one of the most, I would say, touchy subjects when it comes to all of this is this idea. I'm just going to come out and say it. Some people think that people like you, or even the current people on the ranch, are being, I hate using this word, but we're being used as like guinea pigs is the term people have said. You have people like Travis Taylor, who got radiation poisoning. You had members of, during your time, other people who had ailments or brought home these hitchhiker effects, as they've sort of coined it. But, that's the paranormal side. Then we have the actual clinical, physiological ailments that have occurred on this ranch. So I guess I'll just flat out ask you, what are your opinions on those who do claim that you guys were being used as some sort of experiment?
Yeah, man, I'll tell you, it puts me in a dark place. It really does. Because I don't want to think that, but it's hard not to think that when you look back at the timeline and there was lack of communication, like I said, lack of equipment, that's no problem. That's just how it was. Not having one working camera out there, that's suspect. Your job for security, you're supposed to have some type of thing, but there's all these questions. Me and my guys who worked out there, we all kind of joked around about that. Oh, we're just lab rats out here. We joked around about that, but we never thought it was real. But I will say in 2019, I met a scientist in the Uinta Basin, and the first 3 things he said to me, and this is in early 2019, he said to me, we had a private conversation. Actually, it wasn't private. There was other witnesses there. But the first thing he said to me was, did I know about radiation out here on the property in Utah, in the basin? And I'm like, what? No. And then he said, did you know about $22 million? And I was like, no. And then the last thing he said to me, and when he said this, my heart sunk into my stomach. He said, how does it feel to know you're possibly a guinea pig in all this? And I remember saying, if that's true, I don't feel very good about it. And at that time, my whole mind flipped upside down. I'm like, what the? Then like all these memories started coming back, and I don't know. I'm still left, I'll be honest with you, Ryan, this whole thing about me even coming out publicly in 2019 was probably never supposed to happen. But I have questions that need answering, and I feel like every single time I open up a door, or every time I close a door, 2 more open up. Mm-hmm. And it just blows my mind. It really does, because I've served honorably for this country. I've sacrificed everything, and especially for the ranch. I sacrificed, but my family has sacrificed. And I will tell you, if that's true, I don't know what to say, really. It really, I don't have a lot of words to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to figure it out, as best I can. And I don't know, meeting people like James Keenan and Carl and some of the people in the community online have really helped me out a lot. And if it wasn't for them, I'd probably be in a pretty dark place. And then I met Taras Matla, obviously with the University of Maryland, and that was a huge bonus, because I was able to document, or I was able to donate my entire Skinwalker archive to the University of Maryland. And for me, that was a big closure moment for me, because I was able to kind of lock away those memories and some of that stuff in a place that will always be there forever. And my kids can go back and view the photography, and it's just awesome. Taras Matla with the University of Maryland, he really helped me out. And it's because Taras saw something online. He saw I had an artistic eye, and he also was like, whoa, this is Skinwalker Ranch. Nobody has ever posted pictures like this before on Skinwalker Ranch. And I post those pictures online because I want to show people that it wasn't all scary. It was all beautiful. There was some dark times out there, but it's also some gorgeous times out there. But for me, when I look back at my photography, now, and it puts me in that mind frame of being alone out there and using my photography to kind of get through the weeks and get through some of the sketchy times. Because I'll tell you, walking from Homestead 1 all the way down to the West Gate at night at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're by yourself and you got a couple dogs with you. There's some nights where you get to Homestead 2 and you feel like, you know what? Something's telling me not to keep going forward. I need to go. And I would listen to my gut instinct all the time, because I felt like you're always being watched out there.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any ill feelings to my previous employer. That shocks a lot of people. People think that, oh my God, you should definitely have. Why? How's that going to help? Because if you really talk about disclosure and discovering the truth, I hate to say it, but it comes with sacrifices. It does. So in this situation, I played my position of what I was supposed to do. Other people played their position, and that's how these special access programs work. However, in most special access programs, there's a constant open form of communication where everybody is on the same playing field, and there's information spreading very openly. Mm-hmm. Because in this situation with Skinwalker, because there was a lack of communication, most of the guys, including myself, didn't report half the stuff that we experienced because it seemed like nobody cared. That's the truth. It seemed like nobody cared, because we would. Why am I spending my? There was a time where I would be inside Homestead 2, sitting in a lawn chair at 2 o'clock in the morning by myself, trying to make contact with whatever out there. And I remember one night thinking to myself, "What the hell am I doing? I'm outgunned out here," and I'm like, all these things are playing in the back of your mind, like, what if a trespasser gets on the property and I'm not at the East Gate to stop them, and they get on here and they vandalize or they steal something? At the time, we had the ranch managers on there. What if somebody gets hurt? And then here's the best part. So I'm in the homesteads, and this is all playing in the back of my mind. I'm constantly operating the red zone. And then it's not like I clock out and I go home, or I go down to a hotel to go to sleep. No, I go to sleep at Homestead 1 at Skinwalker Ranch. And I remember every night closing my eyes, thinking to myself, I hope nobody gets on the property and puts a bullet in my head. Wow. Because during my time, we had legitimate threats from locals that wanted to shoot one of us to prove that we were either cursed or a hybrid. Right. So all this is going in the back of your mind. So psychologically, you're just pegged out, man. You're just like operating, And then all this stuff comes out. TV shows come out, documentaries come out, and I'm just sitting there like, are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? And I'll tell you what, man, there's been about 15 times where I've almost just packed everything up, deleted all my accounts, and just let the narrative play out and say, I guess it'll be like another MK Ultra deal. Like when I'm 70 years old, I'll find out what was going on at Skinwalker Ranch, Right. I don't know. I have a lot of unanswered questions, and my patience is gone now. It really is. And I'm just trying to close the door for my kids. That's it. I have 3 young men I'm trying to raise. And to know that my time on Skinwalker Ranch may have affected my health negative, where time is now taken away from me because of my long-term exposure out there, I will tell you that does not sit very well with me. I don't think it would for any father.
No,
you know?
Absolutely, man. Everything you have said, I'm sure is resonating with a hell of a lot of, first of all, veterans out there, and second of all, just human beings. What you've done in sacrifice for your country, for the scientific community. Supposedly, that's what they wanted, were scientific answers, and beyond. So, before I move on here, thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for what you did on the ranch. Thank you for opening yourself up to that and making those sacrifices, because I think we are getting closer to answers. And I'm happy you didn't pack up and just leave, because I do honestly feel that your contribution to this Skinwalker mystery is essential, showing the light. I think, again, all we get is the spooky shit and the really sensational stuff. And then you have, like you said, with the photo exhibition at the university, that shows how unbelievably beautiful this ranch and this basin and this state are. So yeah. First of all, thank you for all of that.
I appreciate that. I do. And I'm not saying that my layer of Skinwalker Ranch is the right answer with the Native American stuff. I'm just saying, to me personally, it's probably the most important layer, because I feel like it's overlooked. But all the stuff that the new team's doing with all the scientific stuff that they've collected, it's unbelievable. I mean, I've been back on Skinwalker Ranch now several times, with or without the film crew. I've gone out there on my own and met with the team and helped them with other investigations, and they've shown me data, and it blows me away, the stuff they've collected. You got Eric Bard out there with Brandon Fugel's team. That guy gets it, and he's invested his energy out there. He's out there, and he's not messing around. He doesn't care about no TV show. I'll tell you that right now. He does not care one single damn about a TV show. He's out there really trying to figure out on a scientific level what's going on out there, and I think that's extremely important. And then you have Thomas Winterton and Caleb Bench out there that are locals, and they're out there all the time too. Those guys, they truly get it, and they put in that equity to understand. And there's so many overlapping layers with Skinwalker Ranch. Mm-hmm. It's just, if there's magnetic anomalies around there, and maybe that's what drew the natives out there to begin with, was those anomalies. Maybe that's what drew them out there to begin with. And there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, I'm just one piece of the puzzle. I'm not saying I'm the Skinwalker expert by any means, but I just feel like I have some very important data, and I appreciate your time for me to allow me to share some of that data with other people that might have these questions as well.
Do you like stories of the strange, the weird, and the unexplained? Then we want you to check out Jim Harold's Campfire. The concept is pretty simple. Jim talks to regular people about strange stuff that happens to them. And yes, that includes UFOs, along with cryptids, ghosts, and head scratchers. He doesn't exaggerate or play a lot of spooky music, kinda like I'm doing right now. The stories speak for themselves. One's like a ghost story involving serial killer Ted Bundy, or the young man who encountered an 8-legged demon. Then there's the story of an alien abduction by what could be considered a reptilian. Now, not all the stories are horrifying. Some are actually pretty heartwarming, like a visit from a past loved one or a peaceful near-death experience. Regardless, these are true and fascinating stories told by ordinary people who've had extraordinary experiences. Tune in to Jim Harold's Campfire on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to Somewhere in the Skies. And remember, stay spooky. Hey guys, Ryan here. The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is a labor of love every week. And with that comes many different costs to keep the show running. That's where our Patreon campaign comes in. You give what you think the show is worth. There's different rewards available all the time, including shoutouts on the show, early editions of main episodes, bonus episodes and content, and very soon, monthly patron hangouts, where we sit back and chat all things UFOs. So I hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon subscriber today. To learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you for your support and keep looking up. Well, Chris, I've got some listener questions for you, man. If you're willing to stick around, some people really wanted to ask you some burning questions here. Is that cool?
Absolutely.
Awesome. I'm going to start with Melanie. Melanie is one of our Patreon subscribers, and our patron members actually get priority to ask our guests questions. So she's got a really good one here. She says, the burning question for me is, what does Chris think is really happening at the ranch? Current research being done seems to lean towards portals. What does he think about that? Yeah, this whole portal aspect. You know, not only are we hearing that, like, maybe this is where the UAP are coming in and out of, but also that the tribes have used these portals as well. They're part of the petroglyphs. So what do you make of that whole aspect of this, the portals?
Right. I think that the portals is a good possibility, because not only did the current team out there now has documented some pretty weird anomalies in the skies and stuff, but also NIDS said they saw portal stuff activity out there as well. And being out there myself, I never saw anything like that. But going back to some of my old pictures, you know, I've got like 3,000 images of the ranch during that time. I've tried to kind of go back and see if I missed something. That was one of the reasons why I donated those pictures of the archive to the University of Maryland, so more eyes can see those pictures. But I think everything is Native American based, in my personal opinion. The evidence is, you know, follow the data. Well, the data is all around the whole Uinta Basin. It's not just Skinwalker Ranch; it's the whole Uinta Basin. And there's petroglyphs in McKee Springs that show portal activity or portals and things coming out of portals. So when you see that, you wonder, you know, what the hell is going on? Skinwalker Ranch, it might be another location where people were drawn to see these things or have experiences. You know, the Fremont Indians that were there, they were there for 1,000 years and like fell off the map. But locals say that the Fremonts almost appeared out of nowhere. So, and also giants. There's talk about giants coming through portals and stuff. And that's more James Keenan's expertise. I would highly recommend you have him on the show. He knows a lot more about that stuff. My primary focus is obviously the Native American artifacts and the history and the photography and that type of stuff.
What were some of those artifacts that you came across? Would you mind sharing maybe a couple of those with us?
I found the first artifact that I found was in the Eastern Valley. It was actually a knife blade, and how I found it was bizarre. I had this routine that I would go with the dogs, and we'd walk around the whole entire property, and we'd end up and have lunch in the Eastern Valley on this rock table out there. And I would feed the dogs food and water, and I would kind of sit there and just absorb the area. And I laid my backpack down, and I went to pick up my backpack, and I must have missed it, but laying next to my backpack was a silver granite arrowhead. I'm like, what the hell? And I picked it up, and I'm like, whoa. And my whole mind kind of shifted, and then I kind of do a grid pattern around the property, and I'd find, you know, axe heads, grindstones. Agate is very important to the locals that were out there and the indigenous tribes before that, because agate is what was used to make tools and weapons and stuff like that. So when you find agate deposits, you're going to find flaking and stuff like that. And Bottle Hollow has a lot of agate around it as well. And so I found another area. There's actually a hollowed rock, and I found a bunch of sweatstones around this rock. So that area was used for ceremonial purposes. And that's pretty significant because the area kind of showed signs of maybe one or two people living there, like it was nomadic. So maybe a skinwalker, I don't know. And then I found stuff in Blind Frog Ranch. I found stuff pretty much anywhere in the Uinta Basin. If I trek out, my eyes are always on the ground looking, because my grandfather back here in Kansas, when I was a young kid, he would take me out to these local fields and rivers and streams, and he would get permission from all the landowners because he used to work for the rock quarry. So he knew all the local farmers. And so he would get permission to go look for rocks on their property. And I would go out with him every Sunday, and he would show me what to look for and the do's and don'ts. You know, if there's a burial site, you don't mess with it. And other things, what to look for, areas of interest. And my grandfather really is the one who trained me to look for that stuff. I didn't really put it together until I got to the ranch. And yeah, I found all kinds of stuff.
It all happened for a reason. I love that. Amy on Patreon also asks, you know, a lot of the experiments this season on the show, we had evidence of possible like cloaking, almost like invisibility. You know, in one of the last episodes of the TV show, you know, they set these rockets up to try to gather data, and it's almost as if like these rockets bounced off and went in another direction in the triangle, this area that you're very familiar with,
right?
And I guess Amy wants to know any evidence when you were there or anything you heard about with like cloaking technology or possible invisibility stuff, whether in the sky or on the ground.
No, but I mean, you always get that sensation like you're being watched, you know?
Right.
It always felt like you're being watched. And sometimes it wasn't just while you're out walking around. There was a lot of times I'd be at home, or I'd be at Homestead 1 Skyping with my wife, and I would feel like somebody was watching me inside the homestead. And it used to freak me out, but then after a while you get kind of used to it. There was one time, I'll never forget this, and I've never mentioned this before, but there was one time it was in the daytime, and I was walking from Homestead 2 down to Homestead 3, and right in between there, I felt like something was in the southern tree line, like staring at me, stalking at me, to the point where I actually turned around and faced it and was like, something's in that tree line. And I sat there for like 5-10 minutes with like this having like this, maybe it was my imagination or something, I don't know, but it was weird. But I felt like something was always there. I know some of my previous colleagues who worked there, none of them ever reported that stuff either. So, but then again, we didn't have cameras and stuff out there. It was just us. So it's hard to document stuff.
That baffles my mind, man. That, oh God, don't get me started. And the fact that like you had a better camera personally, then we won't go there. That's another conversation. Moving back to, I guess, Area 51 for a moment. I Don't Ideology on Twitter asks, Chris, did you ever come into contact with or become aware of anything that is definitely man-made but would be perceived by general populace as extraterrestrial? Anything you could share, I understand if not, but yeah, anything like that, man, where it's like, dude, definitely ours, but yeah. Because we always hear that idea of like anything going on out there with black projects is like 40, we hear about it, the public hears about it, it's 30, 40 years later.
I mean, look at the F-117 project. You know, the F-117 project was years later than the public knew about it. So it makes you wonder, you know, what do we have in our inventory, you know? Can I confirm or deny?
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I've seen some pretty interesting stuff, and I guess I can just leave it at that. I'm just glad we live in the United States and we have technology that will keep us safe, hopefully. So that's about all I can say.
Hey, that gives me a little comfort knowing that. EMP Wrecker on Twitter asks, was there ever any experiment that went wrong at Skinwalker Ranch where, like, you know, it was like, okay, we gotta not mess with this, or like abort mission on this? Anything like that?
Besides myself being the experiment, kidding, joking. No,
semi-joking. Yeah,
right. No, we did a remote viewing experiment once, and I knew it kind of got some negative feedback from another officer. I never knew the end result from that experiment. I wish I did. Other experiments, I guess if you call them experiment, was sitting inside Homestead 2, trying to make contact with the paranormal or whatever. That was pretty dicey. I know one guy literally drove himself insane doing that. So that was a big red flag. That's about all I can remember.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
But there wasn't. I mean, we did experiments, but it wasn't that many. You know, I came in 2010, kind of the very end of the project. You know, there was only a small handful of us out there operating. So I know maybe guys before me maybe did more stuff. I don't know. I know I've reached out to some of the guys who were out there before me, and it was pretty much kind of the same thing. So I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fair. Robert on Facebook asks, are you familiar with any teleportation technology, such as jump rooms, portals, stargates? We kind of touched on that with the portal thing, but yeah, in your experience working at these top secret locations and stuff, was that ever conversation, or are we still nowhere near that sort of technology?
I honestly don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I have no idea. There's some very smart people that work at the test site in 51 that are very, very smart, very intelligent. So who knows? I don't know. I can't confirm because I'm only like to say stuff that I can prove, you know, or second witness or something. But I've never seen anything personal like that. No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's totally fair. The One Revolution on Twitter asks, does S4 exist? This supposed location in a hangar out there at Groom Lake that Bob Lazar has talked about. And I guess to kind of play off of that, this whole idea of, you know, Area 51 in general, it's such a part of mythology now. You can go to the gates, get a selfie. You had this Storm Area 51 thing. So it to me, that just screams anything really sensitive that was going on there was probably moved somewhere else. I could be completely off on that, but yeah, what do you make of the claims of this S4 location? Does that resonate at all with you? And also underground facilities, I mean, I'm sure we have tons of those in the United States. What is your best guess of what Area 52 might be, I guess? So yeah, two-pronged question there, I guess.
Yeah, I've never seen personally S4. It wouldn't surprise me if it exists. It would not surprise me one bit, because the site is so big. There's so much areas to cover, and there's some areas, believe it or not, we're not even allowed to access, even if you work security and police out there. There's some areas that are so secret that you can't even go on yourself with a Q clearance. Wow. So yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff online you can look at for the Nevada test site. There's the UNA hangar that's, you know, not 1,000 feet underground, laboratory. There's all kinds of stuff. You know, I have a whole bunch of working there. I took a bunch of their free pamphlets about the history of the Nevada test site. Really cool stuff. I mean, I think you can go online and find a lot of stuff, and it probably surprised a lot of people. Some of the stuff that's available online about Nevada test site and Area 51 too. But it probably does exist, S4. I'm assuming it probably does. There's a lot of weird stuff out there, so who knows? But I've never personally been there myself. But the next Area 52, Wyoming. I'll say Wyoming.
Yeah. Okay. You just leave it at that, or okay. Yep. There you go, guys. Everyone start going to Wyoming and start from there.
That's just my guess. I mean, there's other places too. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, of course.
Who knows?
That's totally fair. Awesome, man. Well, hey, I want to give you these final moments here to one of the best quotes that I pulled from something you said on the Skinwalker Ranch television show, and Brandon Fugel even tweeted this out, a quote from you, because it encompasses everything. And you mentioned it earlier in this conversation of this is bigger than a scientific experiment, bigger than a government contract. It's bigger than all of us. So I'd love to know, what does that truly mean to you? And what are some of the final words you want to leave our audience with all of this? Whether it's the UFO topic, Skinwalker Ranch. What do you want to leave people with before we wrap things up here?
Yeah, I do believe the ranch, the whole Uinta Basin, is bigger than what people realize. You know, there's real history out there. You know, we call it the paranormal, the phenomenon, when in reality it's considered culture. and indigenous tribes. It's part of the culture. Like I said, we're behind the curve here of understanding all that stuff. So I really believe the Native American history is the most important aspect, in my opinion. And that's just because how much I've invested looking for that type of stuff. And I think that's what I mean when I say it's bigger than all of us, because there is stuff that's out there that's just really blows your mind. Like, what is going on? What happened out here? There's so many overlapping layers of not just the Native American aspect, but there's like the meteorite strikes, the Gilsonite, the magnetic anomalies. It seems like that whole section in Utah is just like a paranormal hotspot of all kinds of stuff. But a lot of it all relates back to Native American. And there's been people who said, well, how come other Indian reservations aren't haunted or report this stuff? And the truth is they do.
Yeah.
There's several reservations that report this stuff. I mean, my mom was born and raised my mom was actually born in Roswell Air Force Base. My grandfather was working at Roswell Air Force Base back in the day. But my mom actually grew up.
Easter egg there.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today. My grandfather worked at Roswell. He was in the Air Force, and my mom was born on Roswell Air Force Base. But my mom was also raised around a lot of reservations because my great grandfather used to be the subcontractor for building schools and churches and stuff. So she was raised in the Four Corners, and all those tribes talk about UFOs, star people, skinwalkers, werewolves, whatever you want to call it. And I don't know why that's just ignored. You know, it seems like, I don't know. It's just the more pieces to the puzzle, I guess, you know. But for me, that's what I think is the most important, you know.
Yeah.
One of the most important aspects. I hope people take more time into like really diving back into those cultures and understanding the people who were here before us, you know, and I think that's important.
Absolutely. I love that. And you've highlighted that so well with the photography project that you did. So in the final moments here, Chris, can you tell us where we can find your portfolio of all the incredible photos you have? Because I'm going to share some of those in the post edit here with the audience, if that's okay with you. And tell us a little about, I know you have a film project that might be coming up. If there's anything you can share, I'd love to give you that opportunity. Let us know where we can find all your work, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Taras Matla, you know, he's the director for the University of Maryland. You know, he reached out to me a couple years ago, and we started a conversation, and he had at first he asked, you know, to buy some prints, and I said no. I'll just donate all of them to the university because I wanted to get more eyes on to the situation, you know, with my photography. But that archive is online at Skinwalker Ranch portfolio.org is where you can find that. And there's going to be a mini documentary attached to that, a short one. And it's going to have my own story in it, basically, and highlighting some of my most favorite pictures in it and some of the flip photography that I do as well, where I take images and I flip them and create like UFOs out of mesa rocks and stuff like that. And and I have a website too, chrisbartel.com. I don't update as much as I used to, but I probably should do a new rehaul and put some more pictures on there and stuff. But you can find some of my other projects I've worked on and some of my old Las Vegas portfolio, because I have a huge Las Vegas portfolio of like 20,000 images. I mean, I have 20 plus years in Las Vegas. I kind of treated like Ansel Adams is one of my favorite photographers. So I wanted to create this approach to Las Vegas. Like if Ansel Adams came to Las Vegas, how would he photograph Las Vegas? So a lot of my Las Vegas pictures are in black and white, which are kind of cool or have that, you know, feel to them. And so, some of my Vegas pictures are on there as well. And I'm still going out to this day and going out and photographing places in Utah. I'm going back to Las Vegas here pretty soon, so I can't wait. It's been a couple of years since I've been out there. So Las Vegas is one of those unique cities that every week the whole landscape changes. So, you know, the downtown, the canvas is always changing. So I'm always going down there finding new things to photograph and stuff. And I have a whole graffiti art gallery of Las Vegas spanning 15, 20 years I used to go to like some of the worst parts of Las Vegas and photograph some amazing graffiti pieces down there. And I should probably share more of that stuff online too. I think people might like to see that.
That's really cool, man. I love that imagery of the canvas is always changing. Like that's the perfect way to look at all of this, I think. Is we're all growing, we're all learning, we're all part of some grand performance piece or art exhibition that's yet to be fully realized. But I think we're getting there, man. And I'm so happy you did come forward. I'm going to say this on the record. This has been one of my favorite conversations on Somewhere in the Skies since the very beginning. So
I appreciate that.
I got to thank you, man. Like you shared a lot with us tonight that you didn't have to. So I truly appreciate that.
Yeah. I think I feel like like I said, I'm just trying to really close a chapter, and doing some of these shows helps me talk and vent a little bit. And I don't mean to come across like arrogant or Mr. Know-it-all. And I'm trying to be genuine in my approach. And that's kind of really it for me. At some point I want to just kind of close this chapter all together and focus on my new stuff that I got going on. Like I'm still going out to the basin and I'm still continuing my own data research on my own with other guys too, and we're finding some really cool stuff, and I'm still going back to Skinwalker Ranch occasionally and showing them stuff, and they're showing me stuff, and so it's been a real pleasure being able to share time with you, and I really enjoy my time here. So thank you for giving me the platform and opportunity to talk a little bit about my past and what I've done.
My absolute pleasure, and thank you for your service, Chris.
Oh, thank you, appreciate it.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies. The podcast has always been and always will be completely free for you to listen to. But creating it every week takes a lot of time, research, and resources. And to be honest, it's just never been free for me to create. That's why we built a few simple ways for you to help support the show and keep it going strong. You can join us over on Patreon or through Apple Premium. Both offer the same awesome perks. Ad-free episodes, early access to new content, exclusive bonus shows, and even priority to ask our guests your listener questions. It's a quick and easy way to support what we do for just a few bucks a month. And right now, you can even try Patreon for free for a week to see if it's right for you. To learn more and to join, head over to patreon.com/somewhereskies. That's patreon.com/somewhereskies. Or hit that subscribe button right at the top of your Apple Podcast feed. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting, and as always, keep looking up.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Fred Andersson, welcome back to Somewhere in the Skies.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be back. You know, even if it was a recording the last time, if I remember it correctly. So I wasn't really there live, you know, or here live. And like I mentioned to you before we started here, I am a little bit starstruck to be on Somewhere in the Skies. I must admit that. You know, so it's so now I'm like I've been writing to my friends and my partner, and you know, I hope I doesn't sound silly now. You know, I'm you know, with this Swedish accent, Swedish chef. I don't know. so
No. First of all, that's extremely flattering. I'm honored to have you on, and there's a reason we're having you on, and that's because we're going to talk all about Swedish UFOs and the Swedish men in black. And I couldn't think of a better person to come on to talk about that. So no, it's a true honor to have you here. And yes, we should mention you were featured in episode 259 of Somewhere in the Skies, where I covered Nordic UFOs and a few cases out of Sweden. And you had written a brilliant article. And I reached out to you and I said, is it okay if I feature this in the episode? And then it dawned on me, I'm like, what would be even better? Let's just have Fred tell the story. And you were so gracious and kind to let me do that. And hey, people loved that episode, as I know they're going to love this one. So yeah, I guess let's kind of dive into the subject we're going to be discussing. And that is the Swedish Men in Black. Now, when people think of the Men in Black, they often think of obviously the movies with Will Smith and these very old cases in the United States. But this phenomenon has happened worldwide. We've heard of cases all over the world. And you were able to dig up several Swedish Men in Black cases as well, which I was never keen to. And I know a lot of our audience may never have known these either. So we're going to be talking about that tonight. But before we even do that, I have to ask the origin story of Fred Andersson. How did you first get involved with UFOs? What sparked your interest?
Well, it's very, very easy to show. This book here, De otroliga tefaten. This is the book by Evgen Semechov. He was a Russian Swedish journalist, you know, in popular science. You know, he wrote about space, about science in general, and he also had a keen interest in UFOs and aliens. But he was also a skeptic. He was really, really skeptic. So this book specifically is. I mean, it's clearly he really doesn't believe what he's writing about, but you can also sense that he has such a passion for it. He's so curious about these cases, and there's, you know, Swedish cases. There is maybe foremost American cases. This is the first time I heard about the Socorro incident with Lonnie Zamora. And still one of my favorite cases out there, actually. So this one, I think my mother found it for me at some secondhand store, and you know, I was stuck directly into the subject. So, I mean, I blame everything on this book. You know.
I love that. I blame everything on my UFO sighting and a book as well by Stanton Friedman, which was Crash at Corona, about the Roswell UFO crash. So I know, well, my friend, how much these books can kind of take a hold of you, whether imaginary or real. And that kind of plays into what we're going to be talking about tonight in terms of the Men in Black. Are they real? Have people actually encountered these people, or are they even people? I know we're going to discuss later some of the theories on what the Men in Black might be. But before we even do that, okay, so you have this interest in UFOs. You write over, you write your articles over at Medium, and that's where I found this one. And it really caught my attention. So I got to ask, what inspired you to look into the Men in Black?
Well, I have a tendency to, you know, I when I get a fixed idea and I can't stop thinking about it. It's I don't know if I'm somewhere in the spectrum, but I can't stop looking into something when I start thinking about it. And when it was the case with the Men in Black in Sweden, is because I couldn't find any at all. It was there was like no information. We have a lot of very, very interesting flying saucer cases in Sweden. We have humanoids. We have other kinds of being. We have a lot of ghosts. So we have a lot of these things. But there was almost nothing written about Men in Black. And when I looked in old UFO magazines and newsletters and books from Sweden, they were often just mentioned briefly. So I actually contacted Håkan Blomqvist, who's a brilliant Swedish researcher, mostly about UFOs in relation to the esoteric. So he's an expert on contactees and similar characters out there. And I asked him, have you ever heard about Men in Black in Sweden? And he sent me a link to a little text he wrote once. And that made me realize, okay, there is stuff out there. So I continued to go through that source, and I found couple more, not many, but there is a couple of cases that I actually find quite interesting. So, I mean, thanks to having access to the archives for the unexplained and their amazing scanned collection of newsletters and searchable newsletters and magazines, I was able to dig up a few more cases, which I wrote about in the article. So, the main thing was that I couldn't find anything. And if I can't find anything, then I must find it.
So I find it really interesting kind of how you were able to dig up some of these cases of Men in Black, Fred. But I know you kind of have a personal story, too, of a possible, and we use that term loosely, possible brush with the Men in Black. Would you mind telling us the story of Loam and how that kind of ties into all of this?
Yeah, it was around the first time when I started to think about Swedish Men in Black encounters, and I had just begun. This was a while ago, maybe 2 years ago or something. And I started to do some light research, see if I could find anything, and I was, it was going through my mind all the time. And I remember I ran down to the store and to do some shopping. And on my way home, a man passed me. I didn't see his face, but a man passed me, and I could sense that he was stopping behind me. I could literally sense his eyes in my neck. And I turn around and I noticed that this guy who was dressed in a dark jacket and a dark hood was standing still there at the street, just looking at me. And I felt, okay, it was during daytime. I'm not worried in that way that it could be dangerous or something. So I just, okay, he thought I looked like you. I thought I looked like someone, or maybe he's a drug dealer. I've been asked several times here to ask to buy substances. So anyway, I ignored him and I walked up to the park in front of our house. And once again, I had this feeling that, he's behind me. And I look back and yes, he's coming behind me, maybe 20, 30 meters. And now I start to get a bit worried, actually. So I walk to the house and I turn around, and then I just see him standing on a very specific spot on this path through this little forest in the park, and he's standing there looking at me. It's like from I Know What You Did Last Summer, basically, with the hoodie. And okay, so I hurry in. I lock the door. Everything is fine. I don't think about this for a day, maybe. So, the next day I'm sitting working in the living room, and I see that the cats they're focusing on something in the hallway. And I go out and look, and I see the door handle moving, like someone is trying to get inside. And I'm like, all right. So I look out the peephole, and I see this man. I recognize him. I recognize the clothes. I see him standing outside the door, and I even snap a photo to be safe through the peephole.
Yeah.
And I open the door and I ask, "So you're looking for someone?" I must have been crazy, I guess. And he says, "Luam or Loam." Luam, he pronounces Luam. And I said, "No, there's no Luam here." And close the door, and he continues to be outside the door for a while, and then he leaves. And then for a month, this man showed up outside our door in the stairs. He tried to get inside our apartment in the middle of the night. He rang the doorbell. I remember once at midnight. One evening, I was kind of chilling. I looked out the balcony, and I could see him standing outside the balcony looking up at our apartment, and I could see his white eyes, glittering in the darkness. And I told my partner, he's here again. And every time we met him, he asked for Luam. And this continued for like a month, basically. And then he disappeared again. So it was a mysterious man who behaved very bizarrely. I felt directly that it was some kind of connection to Men in Black because I was so focused on it at the moment. And a while later, I was thinking about this word or name, Luam. What is it? And I decided to check it with Alan H. Greenfield's The Secret Cipher of the UFOnauts. We're going to go the occult route here.
Absolutely.
And the word Luam, it brought only sinister words like shadows or lurking, stuff like that. And I started to research the word Luam, and Luam is a different spelling for lam, I think, which is a kind of a soil. Lam is also the alien entity that Aleister Crowley channeled, a long time ago. So you see, you know this meme with this guy standing pulling strings between a note board, the conspiracy meme. That was me at the time. And there was like this connection between Men in Black, Aleister Crowley, my fascination by Men in Black, of course. Everything kind of just came into one there. And then I realized that Men in Black basically has to do with paranoia because it automatically creates paranoia. When we listen to people who have met Men in Black, all of them are in a state of paranoia. They don't trust anyone. They don't trust, of course, the mysterious men. They don't, they start connecting dots that might not even be there. And I can understand why that frightens people so much. On a different note, this led to another bizarre synchronicity because that was a couple of months later, and a friend sent me a photo from Norway, and it was these big tracks in the snow, footprints, and I was joking, "Oh, it's troll, it's troll footprints," and we laughed about that. A couple of hours later, I got an email from an English production company who asked if they can use a photo I took once of a troll as a pareidolia effect. It's a troll. So, okay, weird, 2 troll things in one day. And in the evening, I'm out walking, and I'm coming to this exact spot out in the park where this man was standing. On that spot was a wooden troll, a carved wooden troll, this standing on the exact same spot. So that's like, of course, now I sound mad. I realize that, but it's, when you start following the synchronicities around Men in Black, around the esoteric and UFOs, then you can disappear forever into the into the rabbit hole. And I still think about this guy. I still look for him. I still sometimes go and look through the people. Is he standing there today? Is he down in the basement? So yeah, it created some kind of paranoia that still holds on up until today, actually. So of course I had to dive into the subject of Swedish Men in Black even more, to kind of just make it come full circle, I guess.
Right. Wow. That is so fascinating. First of all, I didn't think we were going to connect trolls in the Men in Black, but I'm so happy that we've done that, Fred. That's awesome. But you bring up this idea of paranoia, and I think you're right. That is kind of the nature of the Men in Black phenomenon. Some figures lurking in the distance, either preceding or after a UFO event of some sort, or a event of high strangeness or the paranormal. They always seem to be around, at least in the lore that we've come to learn, both in the United States and possibly even in Sweden. So I'd love, if you wouldn't mind, could you maybe give us a few of the stories from the article that you found in terms of these Swedish Men in Black, if we do want to call them that?
Yeah, we have one that's actually connected to Loch Ness and the Loch Ness monster.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
It was in August, I think, 1971, and young journalist Jan-Ove Sundberg was sent to Loch Ness by the magazine he was working for, Lektyr, which was a men's magazine, to write about the monster. And when he was, lurking around there, he go into the forest, and suddenly he sees this a UFO shaped like an iron, basically. They want to make clothes flat. I don't know, you call it iron,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And he sees three beings outside in what he thinks looks like diving suits, which is interesting because diving suits is something that comes back into his in the mythology he was creating, basically. So these beings, they fly away in their iron UFO, and he goes home. He writes the article about the Loch Ness monster, doesn't mention the aliens or UFO or anything like that. But not long after, he starts to have uninvited visitors to his house in Motala. They were knocking on his door. They were calling him, threatening him not to write and talk about this. He saw a big black figure in the garden lurking around, and this scared him so much that he basically refused to talk about the UFO/alien part of the Loch Ness story. One need to keep in mind that Jan-Ove Sundberg was, if I'm going to be kind, you couldn't trust him always. He had a tendency to make things up, to just make it spicier. He claimed to have taken photos of this UFO in Loch Ness, and in Flying Saucer Review, he actually shows a photo of one of the aliens, which shows nothing at all. There's just a forest. There's nothing there. But it's fascinating, I think, because it was so connected to Loch Ness, which also brings forth another Men in Black episode in connection to that lake. The first interview, with Jan-Ove Sundberg was made by Ted Holiday in 1971 for Flying Saucer Review. Or no, it was 73. And Ted Holiday is one of many things he's famous for, is that he did a thing with a priest, Reverend Omand, I think his name was, who tried to exorcise the Loch Ness monster. Nice. The day after he did it, it's a bizarre story. He even exorcised the Bermuda Triangle, I heard, but I haven't looked into it so much.
Okay.
But the day after the exorcism, Ted Holiday was out walking nearby the lake, and saw suddenly men in black staring at him from a distance, dressed in black leather clothes, and he heard a whistling sound, and then he disappeared. So it's an odd little connection to the Men in Black mythos, even from that direction. The guy who wrote the article about Jan-Ove Sundberg's experience at Loch Ness. Jan-Ove later wrote a book called Phantom Submarines, or Fantomubåtarna, which it's a Swedish book where he goes into, we had a kind of a USO flap in Sweden during the 80s, where people saw strange, mysterious submarines everywhere. And Jan-Ove thought these were, of course, alien crafts of some kind. So in this book, he had a whole chapter on frogmen in black, which is, I never heard about it before until I read this book. And he had I think it's 25, 30 accounts of frogmen in black who threatens witnesses and behave weirdly, often in connection to strange, otherworldly submarines or whatever it is. So here the diving suits comes back again in his world, because the beings at Loch Ness had that. So Jan-Ove was a strange character, not totally pleasant, but he's someone in Swedish ufology, if a story is too good to be true, it's probably because you can find Jan-Ove somewhere in the background, spicing it up a little bit, or a lot, or totally. The man was a mystery, absolutely. He was a madman, but good writer. He kind of reminds me of Gray Barker in the way that he was. He had an amazing way of telling stories, and you were never really sure how much he made up. Gray Barker, of course, is a totally different class of, but they had similar properties. Both these men, there were tricksters, hoaxers, showmen. In one way or another, at least. But the frogman in black is, he had so many that I think he actually have some real accounts, and maybe he saw what he thought they would be in them. Maybe it was, I mean, in the stuff he wrote, all these frogmen, what you can see of them, they have often a darker complexion in the skin. They have, a bit exotic look. In Sweden, everything was, everything that didn't look Swedish looked strange at the time. There was one man, he was out walking with his collie, and he encountered 6 or 7 of these frogmen walking towards him, and they kind of hypnotized him. So he was frozen, he was paralyzed while they were walking past him, which kind of reminds me of a couple of older gnome observations from Sweden, where the witness also kind of got paralyzed while they were marching by him. Another frogman, he wasn't dressed in a diving suit at the time, but he and his colleague was in an old-fashioned car, of course, stopped by the witness and asked for the direction to the harbor or something like that. And then he started asking questions like, what's your time cycle? Weird questions out of nowhere. Yeah. And of course, the witness later saw this guy and his colleague and a couple of other frogmen down by the water entering a submarine. These are weird stories, but like I said with Jan-Ove, you never know what's the truth in them. What have he added, and what have he totally made up, and what's the truth? Is there a truth?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, you bring up so many little avenues we could go down with all of this. But when you said, it kind of reminded you of something like Gray Barker or even Albert K. Bender, sort of these gentlemen in the United States who kind of birthed this mythology of the Men in Black. There have been a lot of historians, or let's say folklorists, have traced it back to the dawn of time, basically. If you want to take it down different routes of religion and the occult and men in black and dark figures. But it really did kind of start, I think, with the work of people like Albert K. Bender and Gray Barker, and even the kind of sordid case of Maury Island in the United States. So I guess my question for you, Fred, is, do you see any connections or patterns between what you were able to dig up in Sweden with these Men in Black cases and what was reported in the United States? The tricksterish nature is what stands out for me personally. Like you said, we hear that a lot in the cases in the United States. But yeah, were you able to find any patterns or connections between what's going on there in Sweden and possibly in the US? What's up, Somewhere in the Skies listeners? Ryan here. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to our brand new Patreon supporters. Special thanks to Matthew K, Josh R, Jen D, Jiminy C, Laura N R, Monica F, Nathan P, Paul P, UFO Nut, Deborah B, Maureen N, Kevin P, Larry S, O'Teal B, Chris W, Orianda G, Russ, Dalen, Sergio V, Tad D, and Timothy S. I hope you enjoy your early access to episodes, bonus episodes and content, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. I couldn't do the show without your support. So again, my sincere thanks to all of you, past, present, and future. If you'd like to help support Somewhere in the Skies today, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Keep looking up and enjoy this week's episode.
Well, I think in those cases, I've found all of them basically have some kind of paranormal part. In Jan Ove's case, he had poltergeist phenomena in his home after the Men in Black contacted him. Another guy, a very beloved man called Bevan Bertelsen, who was the chairman of UFO Sverige for 2 years during the 70s. He had his own experience in 1973, where a strange man showed up. This was after a UFO observation. He had his first one, and this man showed up at his face. This man showed up at his house, asked a couple of weird questions, walked out on this tiny road outside his country house, and just disappeared. So you have these figures, these characters who just kind of like ghosts, like shadow people. They just appear and disappear. I remember in the Albert K. Bender case that he experienced what you could describe as some kind of poltergeist phenomena, knockings and bangings on the doors and walls and similar things, which is of course deeply connected to ghostly experiences also. And I mean the look, at least in the look of the men, at least in the case of Jan Ove and Bevan, is very traditionally Men in Black. They don't have any diving suits on in those cases, of course. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's a mythology that have kind of, like you said, it has spread over the world. Our modern view on Men in Black, it's kind of not weird, but it's I like it when it goes really strange. I find it a bit boring when there's men in black who just looks like some militaries, or they look like some boring government types. I want them to have black suits, old-fashioned suits, hats, old cars, similar things like that. What's missing today, I'd say, is the madness, the bizarreness of, for example, Albert K. Bender's experiences. I mean, he had these 3 men who came floating in his bedroom, and they took him to Antarctica, and you had this strong smell of sulfur around them, and they were like more like, I think I compared it to a sleep paralysis experience or a DMT trip. And if I mean, I after rereading his book Flying Saucers and the 3 Men, I really think he experienced something, and if it had a natural explanation, I would say it was sleep paralysis in combination with paranoia. Maybe there was government types actually contacting him, because I mean, it was a huge subject during the 60s. So it's a mix of all these things, and they have. I think why they. Sorry, I'm jumping here a bit. I think that they're not so common in Sweden because we don't have the same tradition of secrecy as you have in the United States. In Sweden, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but we're a very, very open country. You can get access to a lot of material. You can pick up the phone and talk directly to someone, still to a certain degree. And I think the secretness, the secrecy of the United States and the government style the United States have kind of feeds the Men in Black mythology even more.
Good point.
Yeah, here it's like it's a different culture. It's a very, very different culture we have and had. I mean, these things I told you about happened in the 70s, and it was a way more innocent time in Sweden than it is now. So I to have these things happen at the time, I would say is very unique. And today, I'm surprised that we don't have more of these cases in modern times here in Sweden, though, because times have changed and we have a different kind of attitude. There is more paranoia, so I'm surprised that hasn't, created basically Men in Blacks out there. But then again, with Sweden, it's a small country, I don't know if that was a good answer. I feel I'm rambling on here.
No. It's a fantastic answer. You bring up a lot of good points of, especially the idea of secrecy. I mean, when, within the United States, and even in, I would say the UK as well, at times, when your governments are not being transparent with the people, that is when you start to create your own truths, create your own mythologies of what's occurring. And I think you're right. I think, the reason you may not find a lot of cases like that in Sweden is because of that very reason. You have a government who's willing to tell the public what's going on, and there's a trust there. I feel like in the United States, there's no trust in government whatsoever. And we're seeing that play out right now, where our military are shooting down unidentified objects in the sky and not telling us what they are. So what happens? Either one extreme is that they're all surveillance equipment from a rival nation, or the other extreme, they're aliens from Zeta Reticuli, and this is Roswell all over again. So I think you're right. There's a gap between the knowing and not knowing that I think creates these stories of
Men in Black, what they are, who they are, where they come from. And that's not to say they're not real and that this phenomenon is not real. But a lot of it probably could be attributed to what we want it to be, what we imagine it could be, and then tying it in to UFO sightings. Once you have a UFO sighting, a lot of people are like, oh my God, I've heard that the Men in Black come and silence you after you see these things. And that's when the paranoia starts. And everyone around you is a little more suspicious and might be a Men in Black or a woman in black even. So it's interesting. I think you bring up a lot of good points there.
I also believe that a UFO observation is by itself something so unique. Here in Sweden, I must admit, nowadays we don't have so many observations. As if you go back to the 60s and 70s and 80s, where you had tons of them. Nowadays you don't have so much. But I can imagine, and I've never seen a UFO. I've seen dots in the sky and everything, but it could be something else. I think just by seeing something like that, your mind goes on high alert to everything that looks and feels strange. It's I can make this is quite wild comparison. I don't know if I should do it here actually.
Do it.
It's now we're going into woo here.
Okay.
This is woo. There was some years ago I did a lot of mushrooms, psychedelics, and there was like a year I had over one summer I did mushrooms 3 times, and during all those 3 times I met the same man. And he's an odd-looking man. He's short. He's fat. His clothes doesn't fit. They're too big. And every time he looked at me, and yeah, you can say, okay, the guy's on mushrooms, or he hallucinated. But no, I wasn't hallucinating. But my senses, my mind was on high alert for everything around me, and I probably just noticed this guy. Each time. I mean, I live in a pretty small community. So, of course, with his odd looks, his strange behavior, he just stood out even more than he probably would in a way without mushrooms, I say. But that reminded me of how when you're into something unique, something odd, something out of the ordinary, how you tend to see stuff that not always is there. I have a weirder theory about that, is that the phenomena itself used this guy as a kind of proxy. So the phenomena showed itself to me as him. He was just an innocent bystander. He was just weird, standing there fishing outside in nature, looked like a gnome, basically. And he ended up being my connection to nature, to the phenomena, to the weirdness, to the high strangeness. And I think that's the case in a lot of encounters with the Men in Black, that you have seen something, you have experienced something, and you have no idea what it is. Everything is weird. Your reality is fucked up. And suddenly these 2 guys or 3 guys or 1 guy or women come and they talk to you, and you feel that, this is out of the ordinary. This is something that usually doesn't happen, even if, maybe just some innocent people asking questions, everything turns weirder. I don't know if that made sense, but I can be a bit abstract sometimes.
No, I love that. This idea that it can bring in a sense of high strangeness, and everything starts to become bizarre, and this simple person now becomes like the center of a story they never wanted to be written into. I find that fascinating.
Yeah, like a symbol for high strangeness. And Men in Black is, for me at least, strong symbols for high strangeness, because something weird happens, Men in Black shows up. It's been like that constantly, obviously, through the years. So But it could be anything. I don't know, but I find it very fascinating. I find it so fascinating.
It is. Well, let's go there in terms of it could be anything, because you actually wrote another article where you theorized about what the Men in Black could possibly be. We touched on that right now a little bit, but what other theories do you think could be behind this? I for so long I thought these were just members of the government coming out to silence UFO witnesses. But then you hear the high strangeness aspect to a lot of these cases, and it doesn't seem like we're dealing with just, a hired US Air Force person or someone in the CIA or something, if we're going to keep it in the United States. It seems to be a lot weirder and, like you said, a lot more bizarre. So what are some of those theories, Fred, that you kind of pose in terms of what the Men in Black, the Swedish Men in Black even, could possibly be?
Well, it's like you said, it's just theories. I find Men in Black to be an interesting thought experiment. Just the presence of these characters, and that made me think. There is a theory that we're all aware of. I don't agree with it. That we're living in a simulation. Everything around us is created by a computer or aliens or whatever. Something have created us, and we're just running around there, poor suckers. And so maybe the Men in Black are kind of like a virus, like a virus sent in, programmed by whoever's behind all of this to check up on us when there's a glitch in the matrix. Like a UFO or Bigfoot or whatever, these viruses or these programs, you can say, comes, sneaking around, asking questions, and they're not like us because they're programmed to look like us, but they're not perfect. They're weirder. They're more unnatural somehow, and so that's one hypothesis, I would say, but more than a theory. There's also this thing that maybe we're not visited by aliens at all, but what we're visited by is probes. I mean, we have something called the von Neumann probe, probes sent to Earth to explore, check around. So maybe the Men in Black are some kind of robotic or android versions of that probe. They send them in, like a bird watcher or some, they dress like a tree or bush or something and try to get closer to the birds or other animals. So maybe that's what the Men in Black is. They just made to look like us to sneak around. But we're, they're not organic at all. I mean, there's many witnesses have described them as robotic in movement, with plastic faces, obviously makeup on top of their features. I remember someone mentioned that it looked like he didn't have any lips, but the lips were painted with lipstick. It's like, what is this? So that's one idea. If we're going to go even more woo-woo here, I feel, and I'm semi-serious about this, that you can say that the Men in Black are manifestations or thought creations by humanity's own paranoia. If you have the collective unhappiness, paranoia, which I believe would create some kind of strong energy, this negativity, this hopelessness, this paranoia, because the world, it is what it is and has been like that for a number of years. And that alone, it's like a tulpa. I don't want to use the word tulpa. Someone wrote the other day that they're so tired of hearing about tulpas, but I'm saying it here. It could be a tulpa.
Take it or leave it, guys.
Yeah, take it or leave it. Yeah. So they created by us, our collective angst, anxiety, and this is like, I mean, I don't want to go political, but I also feel that some of these political characters we have are kind of the essence, the compressed unhappiness and paranoia and greed and everything of mankind itself, and that generates certain form of characters, not necessarily in a woo-woo style, but they kind of just being naturally pushed in front, and suddenly we have a madman as a leader, as in the government or whatever you want to call it. So that's also a little take on it, at least.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just speculating here. I'm of course, yeah. But the Men in Black. They're like they are a rabbit hole. It's difficult to not crawl into it, and search and turn every stone and pull every root down there. There's always something that that sticks to you. Sometimes it's a bit gooey and gluey. You can't get rid of it. and maybe Men in Black are that goo that we people create unconsciously, I guess.
Oh, wow. You're blowing my mind, man. That's you're right. There's so many rabbit holes we could go down. The Men in Black are the goo. You need to coin that term, or what do they say? Trademark that term right now. Well, and I want to kind of wrap up our conversation on Men in Black, because I also want to just get your some of your favorite Swedish UFO cases. I'm dying to know. But before we end that, you mentioned we don't hear a lot about Men in Black anymore, or encounters with them. And we did touch on why that might be. But have you been able to find any sort of modern day iterations of what could possibly be interpreted as a Men in Black encounter? Anything like that in like the last 10 years or so? Even we always hear about them in decades prior.
You mean in Sweden or internationally?
I guess Sweden specifically.
Well, I have one, but that's the one we were talking about having on the Patreon.
Okay, all right, guys, you heard it here first. Over on Patreon, after this conversation, we are going to continue with Fred over there to hear that story. So good tease there, Fred. We'll save that one for Patreon then. Well, let's move on then to your favorite Swedish UFO cases. Now, some of them I'm familiar with, but not too many. So I'd like to get your thoughts and insights on some of the cases that really compel you in your homeland.
Well, we have. I would say, no, I've written a lot about it. Some of this is not published yet, but it will be. And I found so many cases that I've fallen in love with, and I can't stop looking into. Even if I'm done with the text, I'm continuing to dig into them because I want to find something new, something more interesting. And I think my absolute favorite one is in a small community of Trehörningsjö in 1969 in Trehörningsjö. It's a very, very small community, lots of forest and mountains around, a couple of lakes. It's very peaceful there. And they have a transmitter station where, signals, radio signals and television signals are distributed all over Sweden. And at that station, Kjell Näslund worked. And on this evening, I think it was March 12, 1969, he came to work around 6 in the evening. And, he made some coffee, he read the newspaper, he checked the equipment, and suddenly all the alarms went off, with, lamps and sounds and, chaos. So he stood up and like, what's going on here? And then it stopped. So he called his colleagues and they didn't know anything about it. So, he leans back, continues with his newspaper. Everything is calm again. It's getting darker. maybe half an hour later, he had this strong feeling that he needs to go and open the door and look outside the transmitter station. And when he do that, he sees a huge flying saucer. It's like 150 meters in diameter, standing, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, it's enormous. It covers a whole, you know, deforestation area below the transmitter station. And he's like, what the fuck? He's just looking at it because it's such a bizarre sight. He didn't expect that, you know. Yeah, and the thing is, he sees movements also. It's like a tunnel going into the UFO. He kind of described it as some kind of almost 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional tunnel, not, you know, purely material. And from that tunnel, beings came. And they were moving towards the transmitter station. And he received a message in his mind saying, let us in. So he opens the door and he lets in maybe 10, 11, 12 beings shaped like boxes, like maybe 1 meter in height. And they're kind of fuzzy, foggy boxes. And they floats into the transmitter station, and they kind of checks out the equipment. And he's just standing there. He's like a couple of centimeters from them. And he senses that these boxes, or what you're going to call them, are more like a shield, and that there's some kind of intelligence inside of them. Mm-hmm. This goes on for like 10 minutes or so. And then the beings leave. They float back into the UFO, and they fly away. And he's left there alone. And the first thing he does is he calls the police. He have a friend who's a local policeman, and says, you know, can you see something? So the policeman went out on his yard and looked in that direction, and he didn't see anything. He called his colleagues in a nearby town, and, you know, did you know, was there something going on here? And everyone like, no. And when he explained to them what had happened, they thought he was drunk. They laughed at him. His wife laughed at him. So he kept quiet about this for like 3 years or 2 years. 1971, he first told about this encounter. And for as long as he lived, he passed away some years ago, he told the exact same story. There was no, you know, you have these UFO stories where details are added, and there's, you know, getting more and more, you know, spectacular. But in his case, it was like, no, this happened. I have no idea what it is, but this happened. And I would say what makes it convincing is that he made regular phone calls to his colleagues before the event, directly after the event, and to his friend, the policeman. And there was a constant communication in and around this incident, which makes me feel that he didn't fall asleep. He didn't imagine this. This is something else. In 1977, another man actually encountered 3 beings at almost the same spot. Some kind of short beings with spades. They were digging in the ground, and they had a quite small UFO behind them. And when investigators came there like a day or two after, they could actually find traces in the ground of someone digging and taking moss samples and things like that. So this area was kind of a hot spot for a number of years of weird sightings and strange beings. So the 300 case is absolutely one of my favorites. It's so visual, especially when you read about it, not hearing a crazy old Swede talk about it. It's you can so easily imagine how it is out there in nowhere by this transmitter station, and this huge flying saucer lands, and there, you know, I love it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's such. Have you been out to the site where this occurred?
No, I haven't. It's quite far away from where I live, but I'm planning to. Definitely, I've been trying to pinpoint the exact spot where the flying saucer allegedly landed. So one day, maybe this summer, I will go up there and try to, see if I can find some other witnesses or some relatives to shell.
Yeah.
Because I want to do something with it. I went down to there was a landing in 1946 in Ängelholm, and last summer I went down there and I filmed it and I explored this area, and that's so fun to do, to actually go to the location and explore it. So yeah, with this case, one day, absolutely, I will be there and I will embarrass myself with knocking doors and talking to people.
That is a true investigator. You have to do that, my friend. And you let me know. I'm not too far from you nowadays. If you need someone to, hey, I'll carry your suitcase for you if you need. I don't care. I want to go there too.
I mean, it's easy for you. It's easy for you to get to Ängelholm. Ängelholm is in the south of Sweden, where this UFO monument is. The landing in 1946. It's not that far away. If you go to Denmark and you take basically a bus and a train, you can reach it. I know it's easy to say, of course, but
no, that's you said the right words, bus and train, because I cannot drive yet in Europe. I'm too scared. I'll get there. But wow, man, that's fascinating. I'm so happy. Thank you for sharing that story with us. Well, hey, we are going to head over to Patreon to hear about a modern day Men in Black case that you were able to uncover, which I'm really interested to hear about. So guys, if you want to hear that story, head over to Patreon to hear that. Fred's going to stick around and tell us that story, and maybe one or two more of his other favorite UFO cases out of Sweden. But before we go here, Fred, on the main feed, can you tell us what else you're up to? Do you have any plans of more articles coming up, or filming? I know you do a lot of filming as well. Let us know if there's anything you can tease for us.
Well, keep an eye on my Medium account. I have a couple of articles coming out. I might even talk a little bit about one of those cases on the Patreon version of this. Currently, I'm the story producer for Spökjakt, which is a huge paranormal show. They're in the UK right now, filming one episode. And I'm also waiting for the first test print of my new book, because what are podcasts for? Because I've written a book, yes, and I hope that book will be out in next month, in March. No, what is it? February, March? Yeah. It's called Northern Lights: High Strangeness in Sweden, where I only write about weird cases from the 20s up to the late 80s or early 90s. Often related to humanoids and flying saucers and time rifts and other kinds of wonderful things.
Awesome. Well, we'll definitely have to have you back on to talk about the book when it comes out. That sounds really, really interesting. Well, where can we find all of your work and everything you're up to?
Well, outside my Medium account, where I publish all my articles, basically, I would say that best way to hang out with me is on Twitter, the infamous Twitter nowadays. I was almost on my way away from there, but I'm there. I have a lot of friends, and
me too.
Yeah, and my name there is Homo Satanis. It's quite easy to find, and I also have an Instagram, Homo Satanis, where there's a lot of old UFO books and sometimes cases I write about and other weird stuff. So I would say that those are the best places to hang out with me. And I'm one of the good guys because I'm following back. If you're not assholes, of course.
Exactly. Guys, all the links to Fred's social media can be found in the show notes below. So be sure to follow him. And I really am looking forward to your book. But we're going to head over to Patreon right now to hear a story about the modern Men in Black encounter that Fred was able to dig up. And
another case that you might see in his upcoming book as well. So, Fred, thank you so much for finally joining me as a proper guest on Somewhere in the Skies today.
Thank you.
Spectrovision Radio.